Chapter 585. Speak softly. Chapter 585. Speak softly. What you doing? Just then, a few people came over. Marin, what happened? That fucker hit me. He hit me. The tall and skinny guy named Marin cried out, pointing at Chun Zhao. His nose was still spewing blood. Chun Zhao glanced at the men. They were wearing regular clothes. They probably weren't doctors or workers here. The leader was in his early 30s and had his hands stuffed in his pockets. He was dressed nicely and had a light smile on his face. Some of the men behind him were burly, while the others looked scholarly. Chun Zhao couldn't figure out their backgrounds. However, he didn't back down either. As long as they didn't have guns, he wasn't afraid of going up against them. He deserved a beating, Chun Zhao said indifferently. The leader laughed out loud. Yes, that asshole deserves a beating. I guess he caused trouble for you, sorry. Chun Zhao was a bit surprised. This guy was easier to talk to than expected. Hi, I'm the CEO of Svanart's company, Quincy Slanch. Hi. Chun Zhao shook hands with Quincy. You can call me Chun. His hands were strong, but a bit rough. Could someone with those hands be the boss of an arts company? Quincy walked over to Marin and kicked him. Get up. Stop embarrassing me, you asshole. I didn't tell you to come so you could cause trouble. I still have other things, so I'll take my leave, Chun Zhao said. Goodbye. Quincy was still polite as he watched Chun Zhao's back. Boss, why didn't you let me teach that guy a lesson? Marin asked unhappily. Crack. Quincy turned with a backhanded slap. Marin was sent flying. Quincy smoothed his clothes. When can you act properly? We have to keep a low profile instead of causing trouble wherever we go. Marin was hit and didn't dare to make another sound. He followed obediently behind Quincy. You're so slow with whatever you do, Laurent complained. Parking a car takes as long as a surgery. If you keep talking, I'll send you to the surgery room. For look at this bastard. Do you think Feilai will be bullied by him? Laurent instantly went to Four to complain. For already knew that Chun Zhao and Laurent didn't have a smooth relationship. She didn't feel like talking to them and rolled her eyes at Laurent. It's none of your business. Can you stop Feilai if she wants to be with Chun? Stop causing trouble. You're all bullying me. Laurent's face was filled with anger. Okay, which room is your friend in? For was getting impatient. Zone B, room 450. 4th floor, take a left after the elevator, 5th room, For said. I still have other work. Go over by yourself. With that, For left with her hands in her pockets. Your own fault, Chun Zhao said gleefully. Laurent looked at Four's back with an unhappy expression. They found room 450 in Zone B. Laurent pushed the door open and went in. This was a shared room with 6 patients. Ah, a sand. Laurent was super loud and just started calling out to his friend. Chun Zhao saw a bald guy in one of the beds. He looked a bit familiar for some reason. Where did Chun Zhao see him before? The bald guy looked at Laurent and also started yelling. Speak softly. This is a hospital room. Chun Zhao was speechless. People really did turn into their friends. Where's your big beard? Huh? Laurent went to the bed and started laughing at the bald guy's clean face. He even annoyingly went to touch Hassan's chin. Hassan lost his temper and tried to hit Laurent, but he couldn't get up. He glanced at the people behind Laurent. Finally, his eyes landed on Chun Zhao. Ah, it's you. You know me? Chun Zhao thought they indeed had met before. It's you. It's because of you that I got run over. If not for you, I wouldn't be laying here. I don't remember running someone over. He would believe it if the guy said he was sent to the hospital by getting beat up. But it was bullshit to say that Chun Zhao had run him over. Chun Zhao drove slowly and followed all the rules. Did you forget? It was outside Beverly Hills. I was riding a motorbike and you drove an SUV. I kicked your door. Everyone looked at Chun Zhao. This was like suicide. With Chun Zhao's temper, running the guy over was normal. Oh, I remember. You're the rider. It finally made sense to Chun Zhao. That's not my fault. Plus, I'm the one who called the ambulance for you. But Hassan had a big beard before. Now that he'd shaved his beard, he was just a fat old man. That was why Chun Zhao couldn't recognize him. It's your fault, but I don't blame you. I don't need your forgiveness. Chun Zhao's expression darkened. This had nothing to do with him. That asshole had gotten hit after running a red light. and the person responsible had run away. Asand, he's a doctor. He's here to help you. Kid, you can help me stand up again? I've been laying in bed for almost 2 months. I think I'm rotting away. Wait. Chun Zhao picked up the records hanging on the side of the bed. He'd cracked his pelvis and had many serious injuries all over. The cracked pelvis was the main thing. Usually, this kind of injury could heal with enough time. But Asand wasn't young anymore, so he healed very slowly. A young person would be able to move normally in around a month. But Asand had been laying there for 2 months, and he didn't have any obvious signs of recovery. Of course, this was also due to the severity of his injuries. With this rate of recovery, he'd probably have to lay around for half a year. For someone of his age, he would waste away in half a year. Without enough exercise, his body could weaken and his muscles could go through dystrophy. Laurent, are you paying for his clinic fee? Fuck, you want to take my money? You want me to tell Fei Lai? It doesn't matter if you tell her, Chun Zhao said matter-of-factly. I wouldn't take your money if you fall from the 2nd floor and disable your lower body. Laurent, who is he to you? My daughter's boyfriend. Oh, I remember, Chun Zhao suddenly said. He flirted with Fei Lai 4 months ago. Fuck Asand. You're bullying my daughter? You fuck her. When did I flirt with Lauren's daughter? Remember that night we had a fight and went to the police station? One of the girls was Lauren's daughter, my girlfriend. I never flirted. You beat up my men. Chapter 586. Private property is inviolable. Chapter 586. Private property is inviolable. Chun Zhao vaguely remembered a biker gang harassing Fei Lai, and then they started fighting. But fighting in a bar was pretty normal. Instead, Chun Zhao remembered that he'd gotten beat up badly. Of course, they all got taken to the police station in the end. Chun Zhao didn't really care about it. Drinking some horse piss, losing your mind, and going to a pretty girl to ask for a number or treat her to a drink was an everyday thing at a bar. Who would get into a blood rivalry over something like this? Laurent tugged relentlessly on Asand's patient uniform, insisting on him apologizing. Chun Zhao just stood to the side and watched the show. Kareem, Kane, and Howard were speechless. Chun Zhao was obviously just causing trouble, and Laurent was always soft for his daughter. When he heard this, his brain stopped working. You guys shut up. A nurse came over and stood in the doorway. Someone reported you guys for being too loud and disturbing the other patients. Those who reported them must be the patients in the same room. Laurent finally let go of Asand. After the nurse left, another group soon came from outside. It was that Quincy and his underlings. When Asand saw them, he instantly started yelling, "Get the fuck out! Stop bothering me!" But Quincy brought his men to the bed. "Mr. Asand, we come with sincerity. If you're willing to compromise, we can pay you $100,000. Fuck off. You assholes made me lay here for 2 months. I'll have him rot in jail for 2 years." Reckless driving, a hit and run, and personal injury added together meant at least 2 years. The perpetrator also broke traffic rules, so he would take most of the responsibility. "Old thing, don't go looking for trouble," Marin yelled, pointing at Asand. "You're lucky to get $100,000. Laurent frowned. "Get the fuck out. You're disturbing my friend." "You old." Just as Marin started talking, he was lifted from the ground. Chun Zhao grabbed him with both hands, lifting him high in the air. Quincy finally realized that Chun Zhao was here too. "Sir, we meet again." "Yeah." Chun Zhao smiled at him. As expected, they weren't good guys. "Is Asand your friend?" "It doesn't matter. I don't want him to be disturbed." "If you know Mr. Asand, why don't you help me persuade him?" Quincy maintained a gentle smile, but Chun Zhao felt like he was a toxic snake. His smile didn't make Chun Zhao feel any warmth. Instead, Chun Zhao was subconsciously guarded against him. "What he decides is right," Chun Zhao said. "I don't think any outsider has the right to force him to do anything." "All right, Asand. I still hope you can think about it. $100,000 isn't a small sum, after all." "Fuck off, assholes." Asand's reply was as straightforward as always. He also had rich body language, like his middle finger. Quincy left with his men, shooting a glance at Chun Zhao before leaving. "Who are they?" Laurent asked. I don't know, Asan said. But they're on the same side as the guy who ran into me. They came 4 or 5 times and keep hoping that I'll drop the lawsuit. They don't look like a gang, Laurent said. They're not good people, Asan said. Whatever. Let's stop caring about them. Chun, give Asan a checkup. We decided that you'll pay for the clinic, right? Okay. I don't know what Phalai sees in you, Laurent complained. Asan's condition is actually stabilized and doesn't need any special treatment. He only needs to lay in bed for around 2 months, and he can walk again. No, Asan cried out. I don't want to lay around for 2 more months. I don't even want to stay for 2 more days. Chun, can you make him walk faster? Yes. It depends on how much you're willing to pay. What if it's $100? Laurent asked shamelessly. I can make him stay bedridden for life. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. Fine. What about $1,000? He paid the hospital more than $1,000, right? I don't know how much I paid because I have insurance. Anyway, I already got $300,000 from this accident. No wonder Quincy offered $100,000 in compensation. Then $10,000, Laurent said. That's all I have. I can have him walk again within 2 weeks. Can it be faster? Asan asked. Then, add more money. No, Asan refused immediately. Chun Zhao thought that he didn't care about money, but he was a stingy guy too. Just then, Kane suddenly patted Chun Zhao's shoulder. What? Chun, is that your car? Kane pointed outside the window. They could see the parking lot from here. Chun Zhao saw that Quincy's men were destroying his car at the moment. Furious, Chun Zhao jumped out of the window. Chun, what are you doing? Chun Zhao jumped straight out. Everyone in the room was floored. This was the 4th level. He'd probably disable himself by jumping down. Kane rushed to the window and saw that Chun Zhao had landed safely. Chun Zhao was completely furious. He charged at the parking lot like a wild bull. Those guys are dead, Laurent said. Kane, Kareem, and Howard had the same expression. Those guys were practically committing suicide. They didn't know that they'd angered a lion. Right now, Quincy stood to the side, still with his gentle smile. He watched his men smash Chun Zhao's car. Marin was working the hardest. But then Quincy felt a gust of wind, and then a figure rushed into the group of people. Thud! Marin's frail body shot into the air and flew meters away. He smashed into the windshield of a car in the back, embedding into it entirely. Everyone looked at Chun Zhao. There was a murderous look in his eyes. Quincy, you better give me an explanation. Mr. Chun, do you know how long you'll be sentenced for intentional harm? Quincy still had that gentle smile. Then, do you know that there's a law in America that states that private property is inviolable and killing is allowed? A murderous intent flashed in Chun Zhao's eyes. A gun was pointed at the back of his head. Quincy's expression still didn't change. He smiled at Chun Zhao. If you die, then we'll be able to tell the judge that it was self-defense. Chapter 587, Anime Organization DK. Chapter 587, Anime Organization DK. Bang! Chun Zhao moved his head instantly. Even with his back to the shooter, he could still accurately determine the instant the trigger was pulled. He also swept backward, kicking the shooter's neck. The man fell to the ground with a twisted neck dead. Chun Zhao never even looked back at him. However, these people's violence was quite unexpected. They actually dared to take out their guns in broad daylight, and even fire. Chun Zhao had thought that they would only threaten him. He never thought about actually killing someone. He just wanted to teach them a lesson. But now, he was completely furious. Chun Zhao stared coldly at Quincy. You know what happens to people who point a gun at my head? Quincy's pupils constricted. This Asian was dangerous. Mr. Chun, how about you just let this go now? You killed one of my men. No. Chun Zhao saw another guy stab at him with a dagger. He turned, pulled, and grabbed. The man's neck was in Chun Zhao's hands. Quincy's expression changed. Don't. Crack. Quincy looked at the body on the ground. His expression was furious. Chun Zhao realized that Quincy had a different attitude toward his subordinates. His reaction had been normal when Chun Zhao had killed the shooter. But after the second died, he became furious. You bitch, I'm going to kill you. Quincy finally lost his earlier composure. Chun Zhao had already charged at Quincy. The man raised his arm to stop Chun Zhao's attack. But the next moment, Chun Zhao's fist had snapped both of Quincy's arms. He yelled out in pain. He didn't think Chun Zhao would be so strong. Chun Zhao kicked again, and Quincy slammed into the car behind him. The car door was entirely distorted. By now, the remaining four turned to run. They weren't good at fighting, but they were quite skilled at running. As if they discussed this earlier, they instantly split into different directions. They took twists and turns in the parking lot, disappearing in seconds. Chun Zhao looked at Quincy. He wasn't dead yet, but he was very badly hurt. Blood foamed at his mouth, and his arms hung limply before him. "Do you still think you can kill me?" But then Quincy smiled gently. He looked at Chun Zhao without talking. Of course, he couldn't talk at all now. The police came, as well as the doctors. There were 2 dead and 2 injured. The tall and thin Marin actually survived. This surprised Chun Zhao. There were security cameras in the park and many witnesses, so it wasn't hard to get things clear. Whether it was because his car got smashed or someone held a gun to Chun Zhao's head, it was reasonable for him to fight back. Fuck, that guy is so strong. Ignoring his pain, Asand leaned against the window to watch. Thank God I didn't fight him one-on-one before. You wanted to fight him? Whatever. Let's not talk about this, Asand denied. What a joke. If he mentioned that Chun Zhao had wanted to fight him one-on-one before the car accident, Chun Zhao might want a friendly match again. As for Kane, Kareem, and Howard, they'd been sent to the ground by Chun Zhao the first time they met. They didn't want to think about those memories either. After getting questioned, Chun Zhao returned to the hospital room. "Hey, what are you guys talking about? I'm hungry." "Me too. Same. I need 3-4 drops this noon." Chun Zhao looked around. "Why are you guys like this?" It was self-defense. Okay, he was indeed losing control of his emotions these days. From now on, he would meditate and calm down. At the door, Chun Zhao said, "Laurent, those aren't nice people. You should take Asand out of the hospital." "That's right. Your place is good. I'll bring him to stay with you." "You want to bring danger to Fei Lai. Just say it if you don't want me to live with you." "I don't want you to live with me. You asshole. You told me to say it." Chun Zhao looked up at Laurent. It was already annoying that Laurent disrupted their 2-person world, but since he was Fei Lai's father, Chun Zhao could manage. He planned on sending Kareem, Kane, and Howard to the hotel today. But instead of them leaving, another stranger was coming, and Chun Zhao wasn't exactly willing. Plus, Asand should have his own home too. "You said he's in danger. You should be sympathetic. I'd be happy to have him stay in my house if he's a little girl, but he's not. Aren't you afraid of me telling Fei Lai and letting her see how you truly are?" "I'd tell her that you made it up. I'll find a house myself." Laurent glared at Chun Zhao. "How long are you going to stay in L.A. for?" "It depends on how long Winnip will be out of the country for." Even though Laurent always threatened to show Fei Lai his true nature, they always acted friendly before Fei Lai. Just as they were talking at the door, a group of police officers walked over. "They're here for you," Laurent said gleefully. "They're going to arrest you." These officers all looked serious. They dressed differently from the L.A. police that Chun Zhao usually saw. The leader wore regular clothes. The others had different uniforms and weapons. A couple of the officers in the back held silent submachines. "Hello, I'm Thomas Riffer, in charge of the local Interpol branch. Are you Mr. Chun?" "Yes, I am." Then the leading police took Chun Zhao's hand. "Thank you for your contributions. You helped us catch Viper Quincy." "Viper Quincy? The one you handicapped. Who are they?" Chun Zhao asked. "A-class criminals wanted internationally. Viper Quincy is the second leader of the international crime organization Death Knight. They committed crimes in many countries, and more than 100 innocent people have died in their hands." "Wait, are you sure that their name is the Death Knight?" "Yes. Is there a problem?" "Are you sure they're a crime organization and not some anime club? You're not here to arrest this guy?" Laurent was disappointed. Thomas looked at Laurent and then at Chun Zhao. "And he is." "Ignore him," Chun Zhao said, rolling his eyes. "He's crazy. We wanted to ask how you got involved with him." Chun Zhao described everything. Thomas arched an eyebrow. Go check the identity of the perpetrator. See if he has a fake ID. Do you know why they're here? Chen Zhao asked. There are some special members in DK. They're top experts in some field and have irreplaceable positions, so they would usually try their best to protect them. Chen Zhao thought of the two that he'd killed. Viper Quincy didn't even react when he killed the first. But when he killed the second, Quincy had been furious. Chapter 588, Interpol. Chapter 588, Interpol. Mr. Chun, we suspect that DK has something big planned in L.A. We hope that you can cooperate with us to destroy DK's plan and capture their leader. How should I cooperate with you? Chen Zhao asked. This time, you made DK suffer great losses. They often take revenge, so they'll definitely take revenge on you. We hope that we can surround your home and control it entirely. Sorry, no, Chen Zhao refused directly. Why? Don't you want the Interpol to protect you and your family's safety? Does the Interpol have really pretty personal bodyguards for me and my girlfriend? If not, then no thanks. I don't accept any kind of protection. Also, please don't get close to my house or the surrounding area. I have the right to expel you. This was a prime example of conversation killers. Mr. Chun, they're a crime organization, not the typical gang. I know you're a good boxer, but sometimes a bullet will take your life. Bye, Chen Zhao said, rolling his eyes. Mr. Chun, you'll come find me by yourself, Thomas Riffer said. Asand was a standard vagrant. He didn't have a home at all. He didn't have family either, so he just slept wherever he rode his motorcycle to. Usually, he stayed in a restaurant or bar. Occasionally, he would spend the night in a motel. After Laurent brought Asand out, he chattered nonstop about how merciless Chen Zhao was. Laurent, shut up. Asand yelled loudly too. You're so annoying. Fuck you. You're already disabled, and your temper is still so bad. Yeah, this is my temper. You got a problem? Kane sat in the back, right between them. His head was about to explode from these two loud guys. Kareem and Howard sat in the front, and they were better off, but they were still annoyed. But they didn't have Chen Zhao's guts to yell back whenever they were annoyed. Laurent brought Asand into the hotel. Asand, spend a few days here. How much is one night? $400. Why? You want to pay me? No. Give me the $400. It's the same if I spend the night at a bar. Fuck you. A policewoman walked into Thomas's office with some files. Thomas, we checked. The person who was arrested is from DK. His alias is Engineer, a Class A internationally wanted criminal. He's caused many accidents before. Most of the deaths from DK were caused by him. He used a fake ID with the name Pharaoh Kirk. He works at an electricity company as a repairman. Thomas looked at the files for a long while. Does DK want something from the electricity company? I wouldn't know. Go to the local police station and take the engineer out. I want to interrogate him personally. Sir, many people from DK has been showing up in L.A. in the past 3 months. I'm afraid they'll have action here. That's what I'm worried about too, Thomas said. But we don't even know what their goal is. I'm hoping to get some information from the engineer. Maybe we could try something on that Chinese guy, the policewoman said. What? It's not like we can break into his private property, Thomas said helplessly. Even though they were the Interpol and had powerful rights, they still had to follow each nation's laws. If they really broke into someone's property and got shot, they wouldn't even have a right to fight back. Thomas rubbed his forehead. Whatever. Get the engineer out first and add more people to the hospital. Make sure the Viper Quincy and Thief won't get broken out. Just then, another subordinate ran in. Thomas, Viper, and Thief disappeared. One of the doctors died. What? Thomas shot to his feet in disbelief. How did they escape? I don't know. The hospital security footage was all erased. We can't find any clues or how they even started it. Hurry. Send more people to extract the engineer. Hello. We're from Interpol. We need to extract someone in prison here. David looked up and saw a beautiful girl. He looked back and saw more people, all wearing Interpol uniforms. He accepted the ID and made another call to check that nothing was wrong with the ID number. Who do you need to extract? Pharaoh Kirk. Who is he? Confidential. I can't tell you. David couldn't do anything. His police system was under the American FBI and wasn't directly related to Interpol. But Interpol had the right to take prisoners from them. David brought Interpol to the cells. This is Pharaoh Kirk. Pharaoh raised his head and shock flashed past his face. When David saw him, he furrowed his brows. Pharaoh's expression wasn't obvious, but he seemed happy. Please open the door. David glanced at the people behind the woman. Can I see everyone else's IDs too? Of course. A big guy came forward. The next moment, he pulled a gun out of his pocket. David cried out inside and tried to jump to the side. But when he was in the air, the man fired. Pew pew. David took several bullets instantly and fell into a pool of blood. These people started firing directly and destroyed the electric lock. We should go. The woman looked up at the security camera. Since they destroyed the lock, the police would definitely know. Just then, the outer wall of the detention center exploded. A man stood outside. He had a mohawk and was chewing gum. Brothers miss me. Shut up and hurry, the big guy said, or else we'll have a shootout in a police station. When the woman walked past David, she paused and said gently, Mr. Officer, you're my type. With that, the woman gave David another bullet. Real life wasn't like movies. In movies, the main characters wouldn't get shot even if bullets rained down on them. But reality wasn't like that. Chapter 589, You Betrayed Me. Chapter 589, You Betrayed Me. Chun Zhao's phone rang. He looked at the number. It was Kate, but why would she call him? Chun. Kate's choked voice traveled from the other end of the call. Hearing her crying voice, Chun Zhao thought, no way. Did Kate fight with David? Or did they break up directly? And Kate wants me to comfort her. No, I can't touch my bro's girl. Chun Zhao was imagining things by himself. Kate, what's wrong? Did you argue with David? David's in the hospital. Kate started crying again. What's wrong? Is he sick? He got shot, a serious injury. He's in the emergency room. Chun Zhao shot to his feet. What exactly happened? I don't know. I don't know anything. I heard that he got shot in the police station. What? How is that possible? In the police station, Chun Zhao quickly asked, which hospital is he in? He hurried over to the hospital. Kate and a dozen police officers, including Sharon, were at the door. Chun. These officers had interacted with Chun Zhao before, so they nodded or greeted him. Chun Zhao glanced at Sharon. She nodded as well. Kate pulled Chun Zhao to the side. There was inextinguishable anger shining in Kate's tears. Chun, I want to kill the people who hurt David. You'll help me, right? No matter what problems they had, their feelings were still genuine. The problems were due to their personalities, but they still loved each other. Now that David was hurt, how could Kate calm down? I want to kill him with my own bare hands. Kate, calm down. I trust that David's colleagues will arrest him. Kate looked at Chun Zhao. Chun, I have a USB. It has a video of someone in a Spider-Man costume climbing CL building on January 3rd. Kate, that's not nice. I'm not threatening you. I just think that, since you have the ability, you shouldn't do nothing. Kate stared straight at Chun Zhao. Okay, I promise you. I won't do nothing, but I have no ideas now either, Chun Zhao said helplessly. I asked David's colleagues. They said a group of criminals disguised themselves as Interpol agents and snuck into the police station. They wanted to rescue a prisoner. David discovered this, and that's why he was shot. Do we know the prisoner's identity? A hit and run. He's charged for dangerous driving and injury to others. Hit and run. Chun Zhao narrowed his eyes. Could it be him? You know him? I killed and hurt some people at the hospital today, Chun Zhao said. What's going on? DK? Yes. Just then, Thomas brought people over. Hey, mister. Chun, how come you're here? Wait. Chun Zhao looked at Thomas's group. What's wrong? Something wrong with me? Are you really Interpol? Of course. Is there any reason to doubt us? My friend was hurt by you, Interpol. Are you friends with the injured officer? Thomas asked. I know about it already. We came just to ask about the situation. Ask about the situation? Chun Zhao sneered. We should be the ones asking. At that moment, Sharon and the other police officers walked over too. Let me ask you, Sharon demanded. Earlier, David checked someone's ID and it said their name was Towries Beck. He also contacted the L a office of the Interpol, and they said that they'd indeed sent someone to release the prisoner. But in the end, Tauris Beck is a criminal. I'm Tauris Beck. A woman beside Thomas stood out. My identity was stolen. While David called for verification, we indeed left and were on the way to the police station. In other words, there's a mole in Interpol, Sharon said, looking at the group. We haven't excluded that possibility. This is why we hope your station can work with us and catch the criminal together. We won't work with you. Sharon had become the representative of her station. You haven't even gotten rid of your mole. Why should we work with you? Come talk to us after you've searched yourself clearly and catch the mole. We have a lot of intel on DK. Don't you want it? Sharon and the officers hesitated. In the police system, killing or hurting an officer would lead to their systematic return. All the officers would take revenge crazily. This was why the gangs weren't willing to attack or kill officers. Everyone in the station was furious now. It would be a lie to say that they didn't want to capture the criminal. However, they didn't even know who it was. They were like headless flies. Chen, what should we do? Work with them? No, we'll find him ourselves, Chun Zhao murmured. At that moment, the surgery room opened. Everyone crowded over, and Kate immediately latched onto the doctor. Doctor, how is David? His life isn't at risk, but he's still too weak. I suggest you all don't disturb him now. Hearing the doctor's words, Chun Zhao was also relieved. Everything was all right if he survived. David was still unconscious, so Chun Zhao and Kate couldn't go in and look. Chun Zhao asked the doctor some professional questions. After confirming that he wouldn't have any lasting effects, he told it all to Kate. Chun, you have to help David find those assholes. Yes, I'll do everything I can to find him for you. Laurent, are you going out by yourself? Yeah, Laurent said. I want to walk around. I'll go with you, Kane said. No, I know that you're on that bastard side now. You've already betrayed me. I don't want 3 traitors following me. Lawrence's voice was filled with anger. Kane, Kareem, and Howard were all speechless. Why are you so dramatic? What good is there to follow you? It's not like you pay us. And you always run off alone when we're on your side. These 3 have been fucked over by Laurent long ago. This time, they were determined not to be on Lawrence's side. I don't need you 3. I have my own ways. I will succeed. Chapter 590, Being Stupid Again. Chapter 590, Being Stupid Again. Laurent came to an abandoned and remote neighborhood. There was no one here. He took out his phone. Pamela, I'm outside the neighborhood. Okay, wait there for me. A moment later, an old woman came outside. Her face was extremely pale and her hair was messy. She wore a flowery dress that looked ancient. She was like a ghost from movies. Fuck, you. Seeing her, Laurent wanted to turn and run. Laurent, come back. The woman couldn't catch up, so she could only yell from the back. It's me, Pamela. Hearing her voice, Laurent stopped and looked at her hesitantly. You're Pamela? You really are Pamela? Yes. Laurent studied the old woman before him. He honestly couldn't believe that the pretty woman from 20 years ago would turn into this state. However, she really did have traces of Pamela. How did you turn into this? Pamela was a few years younger than him. How could she look so old? Pamela straightened and ripped off the fake mask she had on. She instantly brightened. Even though she was a bit older, she wasn't as scary as before. Why did you do that to yourself? Laurent finally confirmed that it was Pamela. I can't help it, Pamela said helplessly. For our field, you have to do that to make people believe you're an experienced spiritualist. So are you. Of course. Laurent still doubted it. Pamela had said that she was a spiritualist since they first met each other, but he still didn't really believe it. Come, let's go inside to talk. Laurent followed behind Pamela and looked at the bare neighborhood. He was pretty sure that no one lived here. Rather, Pamela lived here by herself. How come you live here? Duh. Have you ever seen a spiritualist live in a fancy apartment? Plus, the rent for here is only $300 per month. Laurent felt that the second was the true reason. And most people feel like old witches should live in places like this, right? Pamela pushed open the door. Laurent pressed the light switch, but no light came on. How come it's not on? Is it broken? No, the electricity. No, electricity? Do you get blackouts often? They've turned off the electricity for this neighborhood long ago. Then, how do you live? You can't even cook, right? Food delivery. Pamela's answer destroyed all of her mysteriousness. While speaking, she pulled aside the curtains. The living room was instantly brighter. There were many strange items in the living room, along with some bookshelves. I have to stay mysterious when people visit me usually, so the room has to be dark, Pamela said. Oh, why did you come and find me this time? You really are a spiritualist, right? Of course. Are you doubting me? Then, can you summon spirits? Laurent asked. That's what a death speaker does. I can't do it. Then what can you do? If you want to summon spirits, I can introduce you to someone, but I need to take a fee. Laurent was speechless. Can you do curses? Those are poisoned spiritualists. Pamela looked at him. Do you have some enemy? I have a mortal enemy. How bad is it? He stole my daughter. Pamela almost flipped the table over. After all this time, it's your son-in-law, right? If you can take care of him for me, I'll pay you $10,000. Hearing $10,000, Pamela was tempted. To what extent? Kill him? That's not necessary. Just scare him. It's best if he can surrender to me. Pamela finally understood. It was just an in-law rivalry. She thought about it. How about this? Bring him to my neighborhood. Oh, it has to be at midnight. What? Laurent asked. Are we going to have people hide here? That's not necessary. That guy is really good at fighting. Even a dozen guys won't be able to beat him. I'm not that lowly. Plus, hiring hitters costs money. Then, what do you have planned? Pamela lowered her head. Do you know why this place is empty? Laurent thought about it. When he came in, the infrastructure along the way were all preserved well. Leaves covered the street because no one maintained it, but there didn't seem to be any other problems. What? 12 years ago, there was an epidemic here. Epidemic? This is America. Are you sure you're not joking? Do I look like I'm joking? Yes. I'm serious. Pamela looked at him seriously. The media didn't report it because they didn't want to cause panic. Then what? More than 100 people died in the epidemic. Are you saying it's haunted? Later, developers bought the land from the government for a new project, but accidents kept happening, so the project had to stop. Are there really ghosts? Even I'm too scared to go out at night, Pamela said. Is it really that scary? Of course. If I call that asshole here, will he die here? That's why you should call him here at midnight. Usually, the evil spirits that walk around will hide after 1 a.m. They won't cause trouble. Also, having him come alone is the safest. If there are two people, the evil spirits might possess or trick one to make them kill each other. Are you sure it's okay? It's okay. I've lived here for so long and figured everything out. Pamela looked confidently at Laurent. All right, order food delivery. What? Aren't you going to eat dinner? I didn't say I'll stay, Laurent said. You don't want to stay and see your in-law cry in fear. Laurent looked at Pamela. You just want to get free food, right? It's getting late, Pamela said. Hurry and call for food, or else they won't come if it's too late. Laurent picked up his phone and ordered 2 food deliveries. When he hung up, he saw a key hanging from Pamela's neck. What's that key for? Chapter 591. Are you dead? Chapter 591. Are you dead? You mean this key? Pamela tugged at the key hanging on her neck. My teacher gave it to me. Why are you suddenly asking me this? My wife seemed to have a key like that too, but it's made out of gold. She gave it to that bastard. Pamela shook the key in her hands. Too bad. Why isn't mine made out of gold? It's too weird to have a key hanging from your neck. You wouldn't say that if your wife does that. Pamela rolled her eyes at Laurent. A while later, the food delivery arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood. Pamela went out to pick it up. Laurent waited leisurely, but Pamela just wouldn't return. He was bored, so he took a book off of the shelf. This was a very ancient book. The cover had already cracked, and he couldn't read the title clearly. He opened to a random page and saw a picture. It had images of 13 keys with different colors. But he couldn't read the words on the bottom. Rather than words, they were more like pictures. Laurent had never seen such a strange written script before. It wasn't far, so why hadn't Pamela come back yet? Laurent looked out the window. It was getting late, and the sun had set. He picked up his phone to call Pamela. But what he heard was, the number you called does not exist. What? He just called her earlier. How come a number didn't exist anymore? Laurent decided to go out to find Pamela. But when he walked out, his foot sank. The wooden floorboard had caved in. He took his foot out and discovered something inside. What's this? He picked it up. It was a dust-covered box. Opening it, he saw that it was filled with pictures of him, the sand, and Pamela when they were young. Clink! A key fell onto the ground. Laurent picked it up and studied it. Wasn't this the key hanging from Pamela's neck? How come it was here? Was it just the same type? Laurent saw that the bedroom door was half open. He pushed it open and entered. A sour smell flooded out. The bed, chairs, table, and closet in the bedroom were covered in dust. Creak! The closet was half open too and made piercing sounds. He pulled open the door. It was filled with familiar clothes that Pamela had worn before. But they were covered in dust too. He didn't know how long they'd been hanging here. Laurent shuddered suddenly. No, it looked like no one had lived here in decades. Laurent wanted to run out of the house, but he heard a noise outside. Pamela had come back, but instead of feeling relieved, Laurent felt even more terrified. Laurent, what's wrong? You look really scared. Did something happen? No, nothing. Laurent's expression was unnatural. Come eat, Pamela said. Pamela, Laurent gulped. Are you already dead? Laurent thought of what Pamela had said earlier. 12 years ago, there had been a plague here. More than 100 people had died. Was Pamela included in the 100 people? Fuck you. You're dead, Pamela swore. What are you talking about? But your place looks like no one lives here, right? Laurent wondered if he saw a ghost today. He didn't know if he was scaring himself, but it felt wrong after Pamela had left. It's obviously to make it seem more mysterious. You don't know how annoying my job is. We have to work to make people trust us. Are you sure? You're still alive, right? Pamela lifted her old leg and kicked Laurent. Stop bullshitting. Are you going to eat or not? If not, I'm going to finish by myself. Seeing Pamela's familiar action, Laurent suddenly laughed. It was that familiar feeling and familiar temper. After eating and drinking, Laurent and Pamela started reminiscing about their respective pasts and their mutual past. Unknowingly, it was nighttime. The neighborhood outside was pitch black without a speck of light. Pamela lit some candles. I remember back then when we were in that abandoned warehouse. You, me, Sand, we were like this too, lighting a fire and talking loudly. So many years have passed. Who fucking knew that a bum like that would become a politician? Pamela said, laughing. The last time the three of us met must have been 20 years ago. Yeah, you and Sand are both in L.A. Haven't you two met? That old asshole is just like that, running around all day on his bike. We call occasionally, but I need to make money too. So we never met up. Laurent checked the time. They talked for more than 4 hours, unknowingly. Hassan got into a car accident recently, did you know? No, he didn't tell me. How are his injuries? He can't stand yet. After a while, when he can stand up again, the three of us should meet up. It's about time, Pamela said. What time? Don't you want to prank your daughter's boyfriend? It's time to call him over. Now, no shit. Are you sure it'll work? Are you sure there are evil spirits here? I'm a psychic. You don't trust me? You just kept saying that you're a psychic, but I never saw you have any special abilities. What do you think a psychic is? You want me to do magic tricks for you? Okay. Laurent picked up his phone and called Chun Zhao. Laurent, are you coming back tonight? Chun Zhao was demanding the moment he spoke. Chun, I'm at my friend's place and drank too much. Come pick me up. You think I'll care? Call a taxi. I'm in a remote place. There aren't any taxis. Then walk back. Chun Zhao didn't want to care about Laurent. Don't be like this, Chun. I'm Fei Lai's father. Chun Zhao was so annoyed. This old bastard always used this to threaten him. Did you prepare another trap for me? No, definitely not. I swear, it'll never happen. Plus, do you think my traps are effective on you? Okay, what's the address? Chun Zhao didn't believe Laurent. This old guy definitely prepared a trap for him to jump into. But Chun Zhao would like to see what he'd prepared. Chapter 592, Overly Sentimental. Chapter 592, Overly Sentimental. I'm at the entrance. You can come out now. Chun Zhao was calling Laurent. Does anyone live here? Why is it so dark? Chun, I drank too much. Come help me out. You sound normal, though. It's true. How come there's no sound over there? Are all your friends drunk? They're chatting on the side. They're all old. Do you want to hear them talk? Whatever. Chun Zhao could only get out of his car and enter the neighborhood to pick Laurent up. But as soon as he entered, he sensed something wrong. There was a smell of rot in the air. Suddenly, an evil spirit lunged at Chun Zhao with no warning. Chun Zhao raised his leg without even blinking. The evil spirit let out a scream and was scattered by Chun Zhao's kick. Another one came, and another. Fuck, did I run into some evil spirit lair? He got rid of some evil spirits offhandedly. They were all average ones and weren't threatening at all. Chun Zhao basically killed one with each punch. There was no nonsense. He could feel that there were still many eyes on him, but they weren't willing to come out. Clearly, they were afraid of Chun Zhao. He didn't think the surroundings were threatening. It wasn't only humans who bullied the weak and were afraid of the strong. Evil spirits were the same. Obviously, Chun Zhao had killed a few evil spirits offhandedly. The others would be stupid to keep doing suicidal attacks. Chun Zhao walked straight toward the address that Laurent had mentioned. At the door, he looked inside. There was candlelight in the room, so it should be here, right? He knocked on the door. Inside, Laurent heard the knock. He looked at Pamela, who said indifferently, "Go open the door. Your in-law is here." "He's here? Didn't you say?" Suddenly, a gust of wind blew the candle out. Laurent shuddered because he saw Pamela's body was disappearing slowly, like the smoke dissipating from the candle. Pamela, cold sweat beaded on Laurent's forehead. He suddenly screamed and rushed to the door. He saw Chun Zhao with his back to him. "Chun, save me." Chun Zhao turned around. Instead of seeing Chun Zhao's face, Laurent saw a terrifying face. Laurent fainted from fear. Fuck, if I'd known, I wouldn't have scared him. Chun Zhao was annoyed. He grabbed Laurent's arm and started walking out. Just then, a necklace fell out of his pocket. Chun Zhao picked it up to look. Another key. Was it the same as the other keys? Or was it just a coincidence? Whatever, he'd take it first. Chun Zhao didn't care if this was Laurent's personal item. Along the way, Laurent woke up in the back seat of the car. Where am I? The scene from before he fainted flashed through his mind. He suddenly realized something. Fuck, Chun, did you try scaring me earlier? Laurent, who were you with earlier? He suddenly turned green and his lips trembled. Chai, I think I met a ghost. Chun Zhao wasn't too surprised at that. After all, the neighborhood wasn't normal. He met so many evil spirits with just a few steps. It would be even stranger if there was no problem. Tell me what happened. I met up with a friend I haven't seen in 20 years, but when you came, she suddenly disappeared. Oh, you saw a ghost. You don't believe me? Laurent looked angrily at Chun Zhao, who was driving. No, I believe you. You don't believe me. If you believe me, you wouldn't be so calm now. How do you think I should react? Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. You didn't see anything when you came. Laurent felt like Chun Zhao still didn't believe him. Nope. Now, Laurent was even more annoyed. He wanted to scare Chun Zhao. But instead of scaring Chun Zhao, he was the one who got terrified. Laurent suddenly felt depressed. He felt around his pocket and took out a few old pictures. Are you crying? Chun Zhao glanced in the rearview mirror and saw Laurent wiping at his tears. Chun, do you think someone would appear before you after they die? Maybe. The topic suddenly turned heavy. Chun Zhao saw that Laurent was truly sad. Tell me about you and your friend. You won't believe me. I'll just take it as a story. Along the way, Laurent started reminiscing about the past. She said that there was an epidemic 12 years ago. Maybe she died then, Laurent said gravely. But it's okay. I can still meet my old friend. No matter what she turned into, she's still her. I'll tell Winnip. You asshole. Back home, Laurent was still feeling down, so he went to look at the lakeside night view. Chun Zhao didn't care. Being sentimental was his own business. Chun Zhao didn't plan on wallowing with him. After showering, he went to his room. Fei Lai wasn't sleeping yet. He went up and hugged Fei Lai. Chun, I see Dad sitting at the side of the lake. Is he unhappy? He might have run into a ghost. Huh, it's okay. The ghost didn't have bad intentions. Chun Zhao rubbed against Fei Lai, stimulating her desire. He didn't think too much about it. He didn't care about Laurent, anyway. Just as he was about to do things with Fei Lai, Laurent started rapping on the door. Chun Zhao was instantly furious. When he opened the door, he saw Laurent's furrowed expression. Chun, drink with me. It's 1 a.m. Chun Zhao said with a dark expression. I feel empty. Do you want me to find you a girl? Since Winnip isn't here. Fei Lai. Chun Zhao looked back at her. Fei Lai motioned for him to accompany her dad. Chun Zhao was very angry. Should he find someone to kill Laurent? That night, Laurent became very sentimental. He drank the purple brew for the first time and started sobbing. Chun Zhao just wanted to knock him out. One night was already unbearable. How could he take more nights? Fine, I give up. Laurent drank until 4 a.m. before he was finally tired. Chun Zhao tossed him onto the sofa and went back to his room to sleep. But he heard knocking in the early morning again. If Chun Zhao wasn't hugging the man's daughter at the moment, he would honestly kill him. Chun Zhao opened the door with a dark expression and glared at the old man. What? Chun, I want to go there again. Go with me. Are you crazy? You know there are ghosts and you still want to go. Go if you want, but don't drag me along. Chapter 593, 13 Keys. Chapter 593, 13 Keys. Laurent, can we be a bit more normal? What do you see ghosts? Chun Zhao grabbed Laurent's shoulder. Can't you just stay at home and enjoy your peaceful life? Fine, you don't have to go. I'll go by myself. You said that so loudly earlier just so Fei Lai would hear. Chun Zhao drove with a dark expression. Laurent hadn't said that for him. He'd said it for Fei Lai. Fei Lai was worried about Laurent going out to go find some ghosts. So Chun Zhao had to accompany him. Laurent was very proud. Chun Zhao had the urge to flatten him. Everyone said that it was a treasure to have an elder in the family, but Chun Zhao thought this old man was just shit. He was like a bad luck star. Laurent, did you forget how scared you were yesterday? I wasn't mentally prepared. Then, are you prepared now? It's okay. You're with me if we run into ghosts. Chun Zhao's expression darkened. He wasn't afraid, but Laurent's thoughts disgusted him. Then, do you want to see ghosts, or do you not? I do. I want to see her. Tell me the truth. Did you have a relationship with her before? Chun Zhao turned gossipy again. Are you thinking about reporting to Winnip? When they reached the rural neighborhood, Laurent started shrinking into himself again. So cowardly. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. You didn't see the ghosts. Laurent immediately refuted loudly. That's why you have the courage to say that. If you saw them, you'd probably be more scared than me. Chun Zhao looked around casually. The neighborhood was barren during the day, but this was normal. When they reached the small house, Laurent got scared again. Didn't you say you're not scared? Why did you stop? Laurent was hesitant, but he still opened the door. Chun Zhao touched his nose. It smelled like rotting wood. After entering, he looked around. He saw a book on the table and picked it up. Suddenly, his eyebrow arched. A lot of the content in the book was recorded in demon language. Laurent saw Chun Zhao holding the book. Can you read that? The words are so weird. I've never seen them before. Chun Zhao flipped through the book. It carried a faint aura of magic. The past owner should have been a spiritualist. However, no one had read it in a long time, so the aura was very faint. Chun Zhao's hand paused. He'd flipped to the page with 13 keys. On the bottom of the page, there was a passage written in the demon language. Every civilization has a final goal, to strive for eternity. Each key points to a door. Try and open the door. It will have the answer that you wish to know. It may be right, it may be wrong. You may be enlightened in the wrong. You may lose everything in the right. This passage was very difficult to understand. At least, Chun Zhao couldn't figure it out. He really hated things that were purposely deep and pretentious. Couldn't they just say what they wanted to? Why did they have to act so mysterious? Were they making fun of him for being uncultured? Hey, where did you put the book? Laurent had seen the book earlier, but when he turned around, Chun Zhao's hands were empty. I put it back on the shelf, Chun Zhao said. You're done, right? We should go. Chun, I saw there's a basement. Let's go down a look. Chun Zhao touched his forehead. "You're not afraid of dying?" The man was such a scaredy cat, but he insisted on doing stupid things. "If you're afraid, you can go back. I'll go down by myself." "Okay, go down by yourself." "Wait, Chun, I'm giving you the chance to change my impression of you." "No, don't change," Chun Zhao interrupted. "Otherwise, it wouldn't be you. In my heart, you're a crabby old man. Just like how you don't like me, I don't like you either. Don't make any changes on your own." Lawrence's face reddened in anger. If he was able to defeat Qin Zhao, he would definitely punch now. He stood at the basement door and hesitated for a while. Finally, he made his decision. He took a brave step toward the darkness. Slam. "Ah!" Laurent turned around and saw Chun Zhao. "You want to scare me to death?" Unfortunately, you didn't die. With Chun Zhao as his companion, Laurent gathered his courage. The basement was long covered in cobwebs and had random things piled around. "Ah!" Laurent suddenly screamed. Chun Zhao turned around and saw a skeleton behind a block that Laurent had pushed aside. "Is this Pamela?" "That's not your Pamela." "Why not?" "Judging from the bone structure, it should be a man's skeleton. It's at least 185 meters tall." Chun Zhao was a doctor, after all. He could still tell some things. "Does this mean Pamela killed someone here?" Chun Zhao couldn't answer. But as of now, he still hadn't seen Pamela's spirit. Usually, ghosts only came out at night. But from Lauren's earlier descriptions, Chun Zhao guessed that Pamela had been a witch. If a witch's soul remained in the human world after death, she may become even stronger than when she'd been alive. So, it wouldn't be strange if she could appear in the daytime. But Chun Zhao didn't really care. That which didn't hurt Laurent. It meant that she didn't have the intention. Chun Zhao cared more about the 13 keys. The passage turned in his mind. If there really were 13 keys, then he should have 4 now. Did he have to collect all 13 to unravel the mystery? But where could he find the other keys? There wasn't a single clue. It was so headache-inducing. For some reason, he also felt like he should go find the other keys. But he didn't even know the use of these keys, let alone have any clues. Why should he go find them? But why did he want to? He felt really conflicted between his logic and impulse. Suddenly, Chun Zhao whipped his head around. A figure flashed past the entrance of the basement. It was a woman. Was she Pamela? Chun Zhao didn't see clearly. He never seen Pamela before either, so he didn't know if he saw her. "Let's go," Laurent said with disappointment. "It seems like Pamela isn't willing to see me. Or, she's already left." When Chun Zhao left the basement, he turned around again, looking into the darkness. She'd appeared in the darkness again. Chapter 594. There are no foolproof plans. Chapter 594. There are no foolproof plans. Chun Zhao furrowed his brows. In the darkness, Pamela was also looking at him. "You can see me?" Pamela watched him. "You aren't afraid of me?" Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. He waved his hand and turned to leave. Laurent was very disappointed that he couldn't see Pamela again. He'd gathered his courage to return to this place. But he couldn't do anything. Pamela wasn't willing to appear before him. Even if she did, Laurent wouldn't be able to see her. "Let's go. How about we wait a bit more? If you keep waiting, then I'll call Winnip," Chun Zhao threatened. Chun Zhao was so done with him. How old was he, and he was still thinking about his crush. He was afraid that Laurent would divorce Winnip and come harass him in Feilai. He just wanted to live peacefully with Feilai. Chun Zhao was already imagining things in his mind. In the end, Laurent left with Chun Zhao. "Where are we going now?" "Home." And then, "Sleep." After a pause, Laurent couldn't help but ask, "Nothing else? How about we mess with each other?" Laurent turned his head. He didn't want to tell Chun Zhao that he'd already messed with Chun Zhao yesterday. But it didn't seem to have been effective. As expected, using supernatural forces for a prank wasn't reliable. Chun Zhao looked at Laurent. "Are you hiding something from me?" "No. Didn't you say you'll help treat a sand?" "Not in the mood. I'll go when I'm in a better mood." Just then, Chun Zhao's phone rang. "Hey, Rasfa. Chun, do you want an invitation to the auction at Hilda Hotel on the 7th? Hearing that there was an auction, Laurent immediately cut in. "Yes. Prepare more than one." "Chun, is that your friend?" Fei Lai's dad. Okay, sir. How many? 7 people. Chen Zhao was speechless. No problem. I'll have Paul bring it to your house later. Okay. Chen Zhao was feeling worse. He hung up and shot a resentful look at Laurent. You're going to stay until the 7th. You hate me this much. You already know the answer. And what 7 people do we have? You, me, Fei Lai, Kareem, Kane, Howard, and Hassan. Then you're in charge of pushing the wheelchair. I'm not going to care about you. Chen Zhao knew that Laurent was just causing trouble for him. Hilda Hotel. A piercing alarm rang through the lobby. Many of the guests, they were frightened. The guards and lobby manager hurried over. The manager went to the front desk. What happened? Who set off the alarm? Manager, the alarm is broken. It goes off randomly. Which company installed the security system? Higgs Security Company, the front desk staff said. Call them and have them come check. 20 minutes later, a few uniformed men came to the front desk. Are you the repairman from Higgs? Yes. What's the problem? The alarm went off for no reason. Can you check what's wrong with it? The manager led the repairmen to the security room. The workers started checking the circuits, but there was something wrong with their gazes. But the manager didn't notice their subtle movements. We fixed it. It was just a short circuit. The manager led them out of the security room. After the repairmen left the hotel, they ducked right into a car. Boss, we finished the deployment. On the day of the mission, you just need to press a button and the hotel security system and surveillance equipment will all be shut off. Good. After this job, all of us will be able to retire. The DK boss nodded in satisfaction. Right, how's Quincy? Quincy's arms went through special treatment. He'll be able to work tomorrow. That's good. If he can't participate, then we'll have to change plans. Boss, Quincy keeps yelling about revenge. I already warned all of you before our mission to stay low-key. I thought that he'd know that if I let him lead the mission. But 10 days after the engineer landed in L.A., he was already arrested. Then Quincy got beaten up and sent to the hospital. Do you think the DK is already strong enough to straight up against the police? The DK boss continued coldly. Let me repeat myself. I'll naturally think of a way to help him take revenge after this mission. But if he dares to mess around beforehand, I'll toss him down from the top of Hilda Hotel. I'm not a sentimental person. Chen, I found some things. Kate was calling Chen Zhao. Oh, what did you find out? I started investigating the guy, called Engineer, Kate said. His alias is Pharaoh Kirk, and he works at an electricity company as a repairman. In the beginning, I thought that they had an ulterior motive related to the company. But then I realized that in the 10 days after he started working there, he'd gone out on 5 jobs. 3 were to the same place. Where? Hilda Hotel. Chen Zhao was shocked. Hilda Hotel. The person who called him is the front desk receptionist of Hilda Hotel, Lena Hathor. She called them for repairs all 3 times. She also arrived at L.A. biplane a few days ago and went to an interview at Hilda Hotel on the 2nd day. She got the job a day of. The one who interviewed her was the lobby manager. He'd been revealed to harass interviewers before. Wait, let me get this straight. First, that Lena Hathor had sex with the manager and became the receptionist of Hilda Hotel. Then she's able to cooperate with Pharaoh and do unknown things to the electricity system of the hotel? Yes, that should be it. Chen Zhao couldn't help but be impressed. Kate's professionalism wasn't any weaker than an experienced police investigator. She was able to discover so much information from clues that others wouldn't be able to think of. I also saw that Hilda Hotel's repair reports in the past 3 months were more than in the last 3 years. It's not just electricity. There were also many repairs for the alarm and sewage system. So, not only did Lena infiltrate the hotel, many other members of DK have gotten in too, and they're secretly damaging all sorts of infrastructure while deploying things? Yes. Chapter 595 Plan. Chapter 595 Plan. At first, I thought DK was a terrorist group, Kate said. But after I researched more deeply, I discovered quite a lot of news about them. They're not a terrorist group. They're a criminal group. Their final goal for everything is for money. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. I know there'll be an auction at the top floor of Hilda Hotel on the 7th. It's for luxury items. The total amount of items sold will be more than $500 million. Then what do we do now? Call the cops? Kate had found a lot of problems, but she didn't know how to take care of it. Don't call the cops. Neither of us can be sure how many moles are in the police station and Interpol. We'll take care of it ourselves. Take care of it ourselves? If you call the cops and DK hears of it, they'll definitely change their plans or even end it. Then how will we find them? Are you going to react to their plan? Kate asked. But it's just you and me. It's not you and me. It's only me. Chun Zhao said. I'll bring the people who hurt David to you. Of course, I'll try to get him to you alive. Chun, thank you. David is my friend too. After hanging up, Chun Zhao really wanted to slap himself. He was really getting more and more courageous. He actually thought that he was able to take care of a criminal organization. This wasn't like the mercenaries causing trouble at his home now. His supernatural defensive system got rid of all the mercenaries. At Hilda Hotel, he would be alone. He didn't even know how many people were in DK. Faced with such an evil organization, he felt a bit shaken too. First of all, Fei Lai and the others definitely couldn't go. If he let them go, even though he knew it was dangerous, he was adding more difficulty for himself. It was already a challenge. If they were included, it would be upgraded to a hell level. Now, he had to figure out a reliable plan. First of all, how could he distinguish who was good and bad? This was the most difficult. How could he distinguish them? The bad guys wouldn't hold signs saying that they're bad. Kareem, Kane, Howard come over. If there were experts, then they definitely counted. They usually looked like 3 beanbags and acted submissively to everyone. However, they had rich army experiences and had helped resolve danger for Winnip many times. But Kareem, Kane, and Howard were unhappy. These days are their happiest days. Only one person had to stay to look after his sand. The other 2 could run free. Winnip wasn't in L.A. Laurent and Chun Zhao didn't care about them either. They could do whatever they wanted, but this call ended their happy life. The 3 trudged to Mirror Lake dispiritedly. They felt like their lives would fall into darkness again. To them, Laurent and Chun Zhao were filled with darkness. I have a question. Chun Zhao looked at the 3. He could guess why they were so depressed. Don't worry. It's just a question. I don't need you to do anything. What question? I know a criminal organization will attack an auction 3 days later. The hotel where the auction takes place has already been infiltrated by them, and they'd acted on the electricity and alarm system. What should I do? Call the police, Kareem said directly, without even thinking. Their people might be in the police and Interpol, Chun Zhao said. Are you sure you'll take care of it by yourself? Kareem asked. If you're willing to help, I'd welcome you, of course. Chun Zhao didn't want to care, but these people had hurt David. With Kate's conflicts with them, she would keep going if he couldn't get rid of them this time. But she was only a normal woman. Once exposed, the evil criminals would never let her go. More importantly, Chun Zhao had a conflict with them too. Rather than waiting for them to come to him, it was better to attack proactively and capture them all. The 3 smiled awkwardly. They weren't willing. From Chun Zhao's words, they'd already figured out that this group wasn't a typical gang. Even a normal army might not be able to make such a tight plan. Plus, their arrangements would never be as simple as it seemed on the surface. They would be prepared for everything, such as if the news was leaked or if they'd attracted the police's attention. Any detailed plan would have 2 or 3 backup plans. This kind of organization definitely wasn't completed by a few people. There would be at least 30 or 40 people. If Kareem, Kane, and Howard had an army, they would be willing to bring them to justice. However, only the 3 of them with Chun Zhao were definitely on a suicide mission. It was the same theory as getting chased by wild beasts on the battleground. When chased by beasts, you didn't have to run faster than the beast. You only had to be faster than your companions. On the battleground, only the strongest could survive. If they join this mission, they may very well die. Chun, it's not that I don't want to help. I just haven't been sleeping well these days. I sprained my ankle when surfing yesterday. I was diagnosed with HIV. Chun Zhao's face darkened. Stop the bullshit. Tell me what I should do and pay attention to. The 3 thought for a while. Then Kane said, First, is the surveillance room. Since the group infiltrated the hotel, then they would first take control of the surveillance room. One way is to cut off all cameras. Another is to have someone guard the room. I predict that they'll definitely take control of it, so you have to take control back. The three offered their own opinions and said many things that he had to be careful of. Chun Zhao listened humbly. These three professionals definitely thought in more detail than him. They thought of many things that he hadn't even noticed. There's also the equipment. The three looked at Chun Zhao. How are your shooting skills? What gun are you best at? Chun Zhao thought for a bit. I'm not that great. Have you used a gun before? Yes. I once fired an automatic assault rifle from a few meters away, and the people weren't hurt at all. The three had heard of so-called firearm idiots before. Today, they finally saw a living one with their own eyes. Chapter 596, Control the Hotel. Chapter 596, Control the Hotel. Rasfa, do you plan on attending today's auction? Of course. Is there a problem? Don't go. Stay at home today. Why? If you trust me, then don't attend it. Do not attend it, Chun Zhao warned seriously. Zola won't attend either. She won't. What about Steven? Neither. Good. Chun Zhao was relieved. Don't call anyone and don't tell anyone about this. What exactly is happening? There'll be an attack, Chun Zhao said seriously. Don't ask me how I know and don't tell anyone. They've infiltrated the police, and who knows how many people they have in the hotel. Rasfa was silent for a bit. I understand. Call your friends and family to your home for a party, Chun Zhao suggested. Rasfa was the only one that Chun Zhao notified. After hanging up, Chun Zhao looked at Laurent, who was tied up tightly. You three, watch this old guy for me. Laurent tried to speak, but his mouth was already taped up. He couldn't say anything. Chun, it's only noon. Do you have to tie Laurent up so early? Of course. Chun Zhao looked at him. Today, you stay in the hotel. You're not allowed to go anywhere. MF. Mr. Laurent, the auction today is very dangerous. Chin's also doing it for you. Don't be angry. MF. Lawrence's eyes were filled with anger. Hilda Hotel. Arthur was having sex with his girlfriend when the fire alarm suddenly went off. Then there was rapid knocking on the door. What's going on? Arthur opened the door in annoyance. A firefighter with a helmet stood outside. Sir, there's a fire in the hotel. Please follow us out. You can't stay in the room anymore. Hearing that there was a fire, Arthur and his girlfriend could only hurry and put their clothes on. We're not going downstairs. Arthur and his girlfriend realized that they were going up. The fire blocked the stairs and the elevators are stopped. We can only go to the roof and wait for rescue. Everyone, this is a fire drill. Can all the workers cooperate and go through the fire drill? Where are we going? The water room on the 10th floor. What? We have to climb 10 floors? We'll die in the stairwell, an overweight worker complained. The hotel staff soon discovered that practically all the departments were taking part in the fire drill. What if the guests needed service during the drill? Unfortunately, no one gave any answers. All of the staff were taken to the water room on the 10th floor. This room supplied water to the 10th floor and below. Can someone explain who decided this fire drill? Someone who looked like an authoritative figure asked. Manager, the door is locked. We can't get out. Fuck. What's going on? Call the cops. Call them now. There's no signal. You guys try. I don't have a signal either. Break the door. Kick down the door. Manager, the door is similar to a bank safe. What's that smell? Under the door. Under the door. Colored gas started seeping in from the crack under the door. So dizzy. Outside the water room, a few DK members were calling their boss, but they used a special frequency channel. Boss, we took care of everyone in the hotel. The front desk is ready too. Okay, don't mess up. Just then, a few people came to the lobby of the hotel. Bach looked around. How come there are so few people here today? A disguised staff member walked over immediately. Hello, Mr. Bach. It's our honor to host your auction today. The guests all have very esteemed statuses, so we did some special arrangements to make it seem like there aren't many people. Oh, that's a pretty nice service. If the auction is successful, I'll choose to host it at your hotel again. The venue has been set up. Oh, are you new here? I was an artistic manager before. I work at the headquarters now, and they sent me here today as the temporary manager. My name is Quincy. Oh, Mr. Quincy, are you knowledgeable in art? I have studied a few contemporary masters of painting. Bach and Quincy chatted heartily along the way. By now, they reached the top level. Most of the people in the auction venue were Bach's men. But they didn't know that the hotel was already controlled by a crime organization. Mr. Bach, is there anything else I can help you with? No. Quincy, you're more knowledgeable about the arts than I thought. If you're interested in working for me, I would be very happy. Mr. Bach, I won't consider that for the time being. My apologies. It's all right. The guests for the auction streamed into the hotel lobby. Just then, Chun Zhao walked in with a suitcase. Hello, sir. You are? I want to stay at the hotel. Please get me a room. Thank you. Sorry, there's a special event in the hotel today. We can't give you a room. Oh, really? It's the auction, right? I'm here for the auction, too. Please show me your invitation. Chun Zhao took out his invitation. I'm from another city, and I need a room. Is that okay? The receptionist thought for a moment and smiled, replying, Of course. I'll have another worker help you take the suitcase. Okay, thank you. Also, you're pretty. Can I get your number? Thank you, but I won't discuss private matters during work, the receptionist said with a smile. If there's a chance, we can talk later. Another worker came over, and the receptionist said, Lead this, sir, to room 1205 on the 12th floor. Sir, I'll take your suitcase. Okay, here's your tip. Chun Zhao gave him a $100 bill. When they reached the room, the worker remained standing there. Do you need something? Chun Zhao asked the worker. Sir, you're here for the auction, right? I must bring you there. Chapter 597, Auction. Chapter 597, Auction. Chun Zhao stood in the doorway and smiled at the worker. I know what floor the auction is taking place. I don't need someone to lead me. I'm sorry, sir. It is the hotel's rules. I must take you to the auction. I told you I don't need help, Chun Zhao said coolly. I can walk by myself. Is there a compulsory rule that you have to take me? Sir, I'm afraid that it is compulsory. The worker took a gun out and pointed it at Chun Zhao. He could only raise his hands. Can I take my tip back? Just then, the worker felt pain in his foot. Looking down, he saw a huge colored snake curled up on his leg. The fangs had sunk into his thigh. Ew. The worker was on the ground. Chun Zhao walked over and tugged at the man's clothes. Looks like it fits. Chun Zhao organized his collar. With this attitude, I really shouldn't have given a tip. He put on the man's mic and communication device. Then he opened his case. Samuel was in the case. He lay in there, panting. I can't breathe. I never want to be in a box again. It makes me feel claustrophobic. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. You're a demon king. How can you feel claustrophobic? The security room is on the 8th floor. When Chun Zhao arrived, he discovered 2 corpses on the ground. They wore the security guard uniform of the hotel. It seemed that DK had already gotten control of the surveillance room. Chun Zhao pulled his hat down low and walked towards it. The door wasn't closed. The instant Chun Zhao opened it, the 3 DK members inside pointed their guns at him. Who are you? The one in the middle was already attacked by Raymond. The instant that the other 2 looked at him, Chun Zhao moved. He didn't hold back at all. He grabbed their necks and twisted. They died instantly. Chun Zhao successfully took over the security room. Samuel, you're in charge of watching this room. Notify me as soon as anything changes. Meow, meow. I want that equipment too. Samuel wanted the ear mic and communication device too. He'd seen it on TV before and thought that it was super attractive. However, Chun Zhao felt that it was too weird for a kitty to have all that. Raymond, stay behind to protect Samuel. I need Raymond's protection? Samuel asked unhappily. You can't even defeat a regular person now. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. Plus, as a commander, you need to have subordinates, right? Fine, that makes sense. I'm the commander. Chun Zhao rubbed his forehead. He put on the Spider-Man mask that he'd prepared and left the room. This was a private auction, so the items wouldn't be taken out in the beginning. The owners would bring them here themselves. As time passed, more and more guests arrived. Instead of an auction, it looked more like a cocktail party. Seeing that most everyone had arrived, Bach pounded the gavel at the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Please take a seat. Our auction will begin soon. Bach straightened his collar. Today, 43 items will be auctioned, from art pieces to consumables. I'm sure everyone has seen the auction pamphlet before arriving, so I won't waste time describing them. Sir, excuse me. Will the purple brew be auctioned today? Yes, of course. The purple brew is supplied by Mr. Rasfa, but he seems to have not arrived yet. Bach's heart jumped. Didn't Rasfa say that he would come today? How come he suddenly changed his mind? But even though he hadn't come, his item had been sent over. Bach was deeply in love with the mesmerizing fragrance. Unfortunately, it was too expensive. Even he couldn't bear to take a sip. What's the purple brew? You didn't attend Rasfa's wine tasting event? No. The name is so special. Which winery is it from? No. It's a mysterious wine from Asia. It's filled with magic. I can promise, you've never seen such a miraculous wine before. There were still many people at the auction that didn't know about the purple brew. They asked their friends about the wine's background. However, they only received answers that it was miraculous, special, extraordinary, and magical. This made the ignorant guests even more curious about the wine. Those who had tasted or heard about it before were even more excited. They hoped they could taste it again. Many of the guests had come just for the purple brew. I'm sure many of you have attended my private auctions before, so you should know that the items I provide are definitely top art pieces. As for the value and validity of the items, I can swear on my name that I have never auctioned a knockoff or low-quality piece in the past few decades. Just then, a dozen people broke in. They all held automatic rifles. Who are you? Bach yelled immediately. This is a private gathering. Sorry to disturb you all. We're here to rob you. The room fell into an uproar, but a gunshot soon silenced them. Do I have to reiterate myself? We're here to rob you. Now, you're our hostages. Bach looked at the short man in the front. Who are you? Do you know what you're doing? Most of the people here can make you evaporate from the world. I know, of course. The short man walked to the podium with a smile. Let me introduce myself. My name is Counterattack. Perhaps some of you have heard my name before. Of course, more of you won't. But you should all know about the armed robbery at the Panama Tiger Club 2 years ago. That was done by my men. The room fell into an uproar again. A dozen wealthy families worldwide had been robbed during the Panama Tiger Club hostage event. In the end, each of them paid $3 million to keep their lives, but 2 of them still died during the case. More than 30 people from the Panama anti-terrorist group had been killed or injured. In the end, the criminals still escaped. It seems like you know my background. Now, I declare that all of your lives belong to me. If you want to live, please pay $1 million. In addition, Mr. Bach, your auction items will belong to me. No, Bach cried. You can't do this. Chapter 598, Counterattack. Chapter 598, Counterattack. Yes, I can. In fact, I'm already doing this. Counterattack looked at Bach arrogantly. Kate was in the crowd. She had dressed up as a staff member. She knew it was risky. It was actually the riskiest moment of her life. But she was a reporter. She knew that this might become the peak of her life. Of course, it was only provided Chan Zhao would really appear. Kate had set up 3 cameras in the area. She also had a mini spy camera on her. As long as she could survive, she could bring the videos back. She would then become the queen of reporters. Suddenly, there was another gunshot, which caused some disturbance again. Bach was shot in the head and collapsed on the floor. A lady in tight clothes was holding a small pistol. Counterattack slapped his forehead. Kira, he hasn't paid the ransom yet. You shouldn't have killed him so quickly. We've been here for too long. Let's not exceed the schedule. We need to collect the ransoms immediately. Fine, fine. Counterattack shrugged helplessly. Now, please remain orderly and take turns to pay $10 million. Holding a POS terminal, a DK member approached a rich man. Sir, please. I don't have that much money. The rich man was clearly unwilling to pay. But all he received was a bullet. There was no hesitation. Counterattack sighed, 10 million less for me. Just then, Counterattack received a message from his earpiece. Boss, our people seem to be decreasing in number. Richie, Afar, Luke, and Steve haven't responded for a while. and I've been hearing cat meows from the communication side. We're the people in the monitoring room. Luke, Steve, and Afar are in charge of that. We've lost contact with them. Caddick's face darkened at once. Something unexpected had happened. The 18th floor. Arthur was squatting on the floor, hugging his girlfriend. There were about 100 people around them, all of which were guests of the hotel. At the moment, they were locked in the meeting room. There were 2 people holding a machine gun each. There were also people guarding outside the meeting room. Just now, somebody had already attempted to resist, but he was practically shot into a beehive in less than a second. A few innocent people were also killed because of him. Arthur, I'm scared. Don't worry. I'll protect you. Arthur was terrified himself, but he still tried to comfort his girlfriend. Suddenly, they heard loud gunshots from outside the meeting room. It continued for about a minute. Everyone was horrified. Finally, the gunshot stopped. Nobody knew what had happened. Everyone was panicked and uneasy. The 2DK members were also rather nervous as they pointed their guns at the door. Once they saw anything, they would fire without hesitation. Suddenly, the meeting room door opened with a bang. A person flew in. He was going so fast that one of the robbers by the door was hit and flung a few meters away. The person who was thrown in was also a robber. He smashed his companion to death directly. The other robber was badly shocked. He immediately grabbed a lady from the floor and held her before him. Arthur, save me. Arthur was about to stand up when a robber knocked him onto the floor with his gun stock. Come out now, the robber shouted, or I'll shoot. Suddenly, someone dropped down from the vent behind the robber. There were more than 100 pairs of eyes staring at the figure, but nobody made a sound. Chun Zhao approached the robber from the back and easily crushed his shoulder. Meanwhile, he pulled the hostage toward him. Who are you? Do you know? Chun Zhao grabbed the robber's neck and hurled him at the French window in the near distance. Crash! The robber flew outside the window. Chun Zhao patted the lady in his arms. Miss, you're safe. The lady looked at Chun Zhao in a daze. She stared at his Spider-Man mask. Can I kiss you? Sorry, no. Chun Zhao let go of the lady. You may leave now, but don't go upstairs because there's still robbers. Go downstairs. Use the stairs. The elevators are locked out. Then, Chun Zhao turned around and left. Everyone stared at his back. After a brief moment of silence, they charged out too. Meow, meow. Master, we have 2 enemies on the stairs from the 18th to the 19th floor. They have their machine guns ready. Any good suggestions? Garbage chute. Chun Zhao found the garbage chute and climbed up. Soon, he managed to get behind the 2 robbers at the entrance to the 19th floor. The 2 robbers were fully focused on the staircase. They did not notice Chun Zhao charging toward them at all. Chun Zhao was too fast, so fast that they could not react. Glancing at the completely distorted corpses on the floor, Chun Zhao continued to go up. He was about to reach the top floor. Miss, it's your turn. A robber approached Kate and extended the POS terminal. It's clear that I'm a staff member here. I don't have 10 million, Kate said calmly. The robber had already lifted his gun when Kate quickly added, Don't you need a hostage? I won't resist. She's right. Keep her alive. She's small and will make a suitable hostage, Caddick said. Kate heaved a sigh of relief. Just when she thought that she would be spared, Caddick suddenly shouted, Wait, how do you know that we have a problem? Shit, Kate screamed in her mind. Caddick's gun was already pointed at her. Suddenly, a loud gunshot was heard from the outside. It was accompanied by a cry of misery. Then, everything went quiet. It was complete silence. There was no sound at all. In the auction hall, a dozen robbers pointed their guns at the door. Caddick's face darkened as he turned around and left. Anyway, he had already taken the auction items. The ransoms from the rich people were merely pocket money. Caddick looked at the box before him, which was filled with the auction items. Suddenly, a low sound was heard from within the box. Then, an intense aroma of wine began to permeate the air. The 2 robbers beside him started to wipe their tears. Caddick was utterly confused. What's wrong? Dunno. I just recalled a sad memory. That bitch Ella. I have to fuck her to death when I get back. Chapter 599. Are you comic fans? Chapter 599. Are you comic fans? The fragrance of the wine started to spread through the auction hall. Everyone started wiping their tears. Chun Zhao had already entered the hall through the ventilation. Kate held her camera, aiming it at Chun Zhao while wiping her tears. Even though he wore a Spider-Man mask, Kate could still recognize him. He was probably the only one who wasn't affected by the wine. Kate watched Chun Zhao kill. The criminals couldn't fight back at all. The criminal before Kate also turned around with his gun while wiping at his tears. Kate immediately took out the dagger she'd hidden and stabbed the man's neck. Chun Zhao saw Kate and immediately pulled her over. "Why are you here?" "Don't wait, let me cry. I'm so sad." While sobbing, Kate said, "That room. So sad, I'm so sad. There are 3 people in that room. The leader and..." Chun Zhao immediately rushed toward the room that Kate had pointed out. Kate followed behind. So sad. When Chun Zhao pushed the door open, he saw a huge hole in the ground. No one was in the room. The hole led to the lower floor, so Chun Zhao jumped in. Kate jumped down directly too. Chun Zhao grabbed her immediately. "Are you crazy?" "Sob, I want to follow you. Leave the boss to me." "Meow, meow." Samuel's voice sounded in the earbud. "Master, there are 3 people left." They took the elevator down with the auction items. Chun Zhao looked at the elevator. The number on the display kept lowering. 17, 16, 15. Chun Zhao yanked the elevator door open and looked down the cavern. The cables kept extending. He didn't dare to jump down. This was more than 20 stories high. But then, Kate pulled a pair of big scissors out of nowhere. "Kate, where did you get this from?" Chun Zhao grabbed the scissors and went to cut the elevator cables. Sizzle, sizzle. Sparks flew and the scissors broke. "Let's use the stairs." The scissors were just regular blades, but the elevator cables were made out of alloy metal. No matter how strong Chun Zhao was, he couldn't cut it. "Do we have time?" "Their escape route is the sewage pipe," Chun Zhao said. "I already got ready." Kate followed behind him. Chun Zhao turned around to look. "You're filming? I'll cut out your voice. Keep the hot parts." Chun Zhao and Kate spent 5 minutes rushing down to the first floor. Caddick and his 2 men had entered the sewage tunnel with the case. Caddick never thought that it would be so bloody. DK had never had such great casualties since he'd founded it. Now, he only had 2 subordinates carrying the case. The good thing was that he'd gotten the money and the stuff. This ending wasn't unacceptable. Revenge? He would obviously take revenge if he could. But who should he take revenge on? Who exactly was that man? "Boss, there's something up ahead." Caddick halted, his brows furrowing. "Danger. Extreme danger." Right then, one of the men paled. "Boss, my feet. Bomb." Chun Zhao had prepared this just for them. He'd tossed the bomb from a plane to New York into his spatial ring. After Gaia's transformation, it had turned into an underground bomb. This place was filled with dirty water. Who would have thought that there was a bomb here? "Give me the case." Caddick clearly planned on abandoning this subordinate. The man's face darkened. "You don't want me to live?" Then, bang. The case shattered and everything scattered. The other subordinate was affected and died too. This plan was practically a complete failure. He only had around $100 million of ransom money that could comfort him. Caddick tossed his empty gun and turned to leave. But Chun Zhao and Kate had entered the sewer too. The 3 of them faced each other. "Hello, DK boss." Chun Zhao waved. "This is our first meeting, right? Look at the camera and smile." Caddick stared coldly at him. "Hey, move aside and I'll pretend this never happened." Chun Zhao turned to Kate. "He's joking with me, right?" "Ah," Kate sneered. "Do you remember the police officer you shot 6 days ago at the station? That's my boyfriend. You're not a professional crime boss at all. You don't even have a gun." Caddick squinted at Chun Zhao. "Do you know why I named my organization the Death Knights? Because you like comics?" Both Caddick and Kate were speechless. Couldn't he be a bit more serious in times like this? Menace flashed past Caddick's eyes. "Because I am a knight of death." Snort. Chun Zhao and Kate couldn't control themselves. This line was so childish. The atmosphere was completely ruined by his words. Caddick's expression darkened. He pulled some bottles out and smashed them onto the ground. Black smoke poured out of them. Sensing something wrong, Chun Zhao and Kate retreated to meters away. Chun, something doesn't feel right. I have that feeling too. The two had a short and useless conversation. The black smoke covered Caddick's body, and a layer of black metal appeared on his arms. It was sharp armor, and more of his body was covered as the black smoke spread. Chun, should we turn around and run now? Kate asked, terrified. It's okay. You just look scary, but he's nothing. Caddick punched the wall, and a huge hole appeared in it. Kate turned toward Chun Zhao. Are you sure he's nothing? I could do that too, trust me. But he does look hotter. Is that all you care about? Kate was speechless. Can't you be more serious? This is clearly supernatural. Caddick had completed his transformation. His entire body was covered in black armor, and he really did look like a death knight from movies. Hey, you're missing a weapon, Chun Zhao said. Then Caddick grabbed in the air, and a black spear appeared in his hands. Kate looked at Chun Zhao. Chun, why didn't I realize before that you like getting yourself killed? That's because you didn't know me well enough. Chapter 600. Come and be our president. Chapter 600. Come and be our president. Caddick clearly did not want to waste more time on chit-chatting. He thrust the lance at Chun Zhao. The next moment, a bronze sword appeared in Chun Zhao's hand. He lifted the sword and struck out. Clang! Caddick's lance was cut into two. Chun Zhao waved his sword again. Caddick's right arm was severed. Caddick was dumbfounded, so was Kate. Chun, you, supernatural power? As if I don't have it, Chun Zhao said, resting the sword on his shoulder. To be straightforward, Caddick was a wizard. How strong could a wizard be? Chun Zhao had no idea, but he could take Pierce South as an example. Normally, a wizard's magical power would not be too powerful, and his spells would be more limited. Nature had limited their magical powers, just like how the principles of the human world limited demons from hell. This was why Pierce South had wanted the king of the Sun Golden Chalice to increase his magical power. Caddick broke out in cold sweat. He did not expect Chun Zhao to be a wizard too. Needle thread guidance. Kate noticed many green threads extend from Chun Zhao's left palm. They were particularly obvious in the dim sewer. The threads wound around Caddick so that he could not escape or move. Chun Zhao pulled his left arm, and Caddick was dragged before them. Chun Zhao turned around to look at Kate, after which he handed her the bronze sword. Are you able to do it? Taking in a deep breath, Kate was about to lift the bronze sword. However, Chun Zhao snatched the sword away. Never mind. Let me do it, or David will kill me. Then, ignoring Kate's response, Chun Zhao struck with the sword. He knew that most spiritualists had weird abilities. To ensure that Caddick would really die, he severed his head directly. Caddick's armor disappeared as his naked corpse floated in the sewage. Chun, I feel that you have many more secrets. Go and ask David. Does David know about this? We've been through certain things together, Chun Zhao said. Fine. Cut this part of the tape. You know it's better not to publicize supernatural powers. Are you scared that you'll be sent to a lab and cut into pieces? The government knows about us. Even if you upload the entire video, the government would try to cover it. Chun Zhao returned to the monitoring room and destroyed all the hard disks containing the surveillance videos. Soon, the police arrived. It was a sleepless night for the whole of LA. It was basically a terrorist attack. More than a dozen innocent people had been killed, half of which were rich people in LA. Dozens of robbers had also died in the hotel. Hey, Chun, I've heard about what happened in Hilda Hotel. Okay, thank you. No problem. I heard that someone with a Spider-Man hood saved everyone. Oh, is it? Rasfa did not continue the topic. Come and chat when you're free. Just as Chun Zhao hung up, a car in high beams suddenly approached his car. Feeling the dazzling light, Chun Zhao quickly stamped on the brakes. Suddenly, another car came from the back, blocking Chun Zhao's path. Chun Zhao was immediately ready to fight. Someone walked out of the car before him. However, the person walked toward him with his hands raised in the air. What's happening? The person walked to the window. Chun Zhao looked at him, confused. Hello, I'm West. I work for the Supernatural Organization of America. Supernatural Organization of America? What's that? Mr. Chun, I know that you're a wizard. Chun Zhao frowned. Unknowingly, his identity had been exposed. Nevertheless, he seemed extremely calm, unlike the past where he would be nervous. So, are you going to arrest me? No. I hope that you can join us. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. I'm a foreigner. If you wish, you can become a citizen at any time. No, I think the green card is enough. Mr. Chun, even if you're a foreigner, you can still join us. Is there such an organization in every country, and everyone's been fighting each other secretly? West readjusted his emotions. Mr. Chun, you are imaginative. In fact, our organization doesn't take part in any political struggles. It's part of the International Supernatural Agreement. What the fuck? There's an International Supernatural Agreement? Our aim is to protect the common people from supernatural powers. The supernatural organizations in different countries will only cooperate and not fight with each other. It's like the International Space Station, a result of the collaboration between several countries. China isn't involved in the International Space Station. Mr. Chun, has anyone pointed out to you that you're an excellent conversation ender? Wes was upset. Chun Zhao shrugged helplessly. I do obey the law most of the time. Can you just pretend that I don't exist? I'm the one who's talking to you right now precisely because you haven't been using your powers to commit crimes, Wes said. Can you tell me how you found out about me? In a recent month, you have been legally killing people a few times. Today, when you went to Hilda Hotel, we located you with a surveillance system on the roads. If I reject you, are you going to force me to join through a fight? Mr. Chun, we're a legal organization recognized by the government and also internationally. We're not illegal, like what you might have thought. Then I reject. Goodbye. Mr. Chun, wait. Let me finish. Wes stood before the car. So, Chun Zhao could not drive. We're going to pay you. How much? 200,000 per year. Goodbye. No, don't go. Let's discuss it. I promise it's good for you. Trouble is the last thing I want. Mr. Chun, if you're worried about your nationality, you can return to China to register, and then join our organization as an expatriate. Are you really short on manpower? You even want foreigners? West almost cried. You have no idea. We're not just short on people, but all our members are weak as fuck. That did not seem like a good way to describe oneself. We have 12 people in the organization at the moment, and all we can handle are ordinary supernatural events. We can't even deal with those that are slightly more difficult. Please come and be our president. Let me think about it. Wes grabbed Chun Zhao's steering wheel. Mr. Chun, we can discuss the salary. Please come and be our president. Chun Zhao had a growing feeling that the so-called Supernatural Organization of America was unreliable. Wes' face was filled with pleading. Mr. Chun, our youngest member is only 15 this year. 10 days later, he's going for a mission investigation. Can you bear to see him do that? Yes. Chapter 601, Super Failure Club. Chapter 601, Super Failure Club. Let go. I'm leaving. Mr. Chun, our organization doesn't have anyone with combat abilities. The last leader was a toxicologist from Mexico, but he quit after one mission. And the one before that. Wes kept complaining. Chun Zhao realized that the leaders of the supernatural organization were all foreigners. Don't you have a local leader? Wes looked at Chun Zhao with a pained expression. I'm the current leader. Huh? Wes was about to cry. I'm the current leader. But before this, I was just a secretary. Every time we have an event, I have to get help from foreign organizations. Every time, we have to pay a few $100,000. Within half a year, all our budget is spent. Chun Zhao's expression darkened. America should have a lot of powerful witches. How come we don't go for them? Wes looked like he was constipated. He couldn't say a word for a long time. Speak. They said that they looked down on us. None of them came. We once invited a witch. And then, she scammed us of $1 million and then disappeared. For some reason, Chun Zhao felt that the Supernatural Organization of America was just a super failure club. West felt helpless. Chun Zhao felt helpless too. Chun Zhao couldn't get rid of him. If not for the fact that the group title had America in it, he would have floored the gas pedal. So this means that When you said you wouldn't be talking to me if I used supernatural abilities to commit crimes, you were actually lying. No. Our members behind us are prepared to attack at any time. Where? Call them out for me to see. 5 people came out of the car behind them. One was a boy around your age. One had an edgy mohawk. One was an elderly man with a cane, and there were 2 women. One woman wore glasses and looked nervous, while the other did look quite powerful. She was probably the one with the most battle intent. These 5 are our main fighting force, West said. It might be Chun Zhao's imagination, but when West mentioned these 5, he seemed to be a bit proud. Chun Zhao got out of his car. Show me your talent. I mean abilities. Old guy, you first. West immediately waved. Brr, come, show your true abilities. Burr took 2 steps with his cane and then threw it to the side. Arg! Then Chun Zhao watched as the old man, named Bill, started expanding. He turned into the size of Hulk. But the next instant, Burr started shrinking and fell to the ground. I'm gonna die. The others hurried over to help him up. Chun Zhao massaged his temples. At first, he thought that this old man wasn't bad. But then he went down in 3 seconds. That was too fast. Burr isn't in a good state today. Usually, he can last 30 seconds. West quickly waved his hand. Come, Moore, you next. Come. Moore gulped and walked up hesitantly. He has a family magic spell. Moore, come. Moore's body shook. Chun Zhao rubbed his forehead. There were 2. He thought that he was seeing things, but yes, there were 2. Cloning. Yes, cloning. And then what? So, he became 2. Then what about his combat abilities? He's taking boxing lessons now, West said. 1 kid turned into 2 kids, so his combat abilities doubled. But his foundation was a bit too low, wasn't it? Okay, he was still a kid, so Chun Zhao couldn't have such high standards. He had room for improvement, probably. Who's next? The guy with an edgy mohawk came out. My name Morid. I'm a naturalist. I can control plants. Okay, please begin your performance. His description sounded reliable, even though his appearance looked unreliable. Edgy Morid walked to the side of the road. Chun Zhao felt the magic on him. Then the plant before him started moving and walked out like a person. It was like Eugenus, the forest shepherd. However, it was a bit shorter, only around 1 meter tall. I can only control plants this big now, but my magic is improving really fast, Morid said confidently. I'm sure I'll be able to control towering trees in the future. Chun Zhao looked over to the 2 women. They had completely opposite personalities. One had a sharp aura, while the other looked timid. What about you 2? I'll do it. My name is Jalanash. My skill is elemental magic, especially wind. She opened her arms, and Chun Zhao immediately felt a furious wind blowing in his face. Beside him, Wes couldn't keep standing and had to grab onto the car. Oh, this was a bit legit. It finally wasn't comedic. Jalanash's wild wind lasted for around a minute before finally stopping. Even though it still lacked combat abilities, it was at least still legit magic. Not bad, miss, Chun Zhao said. So your name is Jalanash? Yes. Jalanash looked proud. Then what's her name? Belia. Jalanash tugged the sleeves of the glasses girl beside her. Hello, sir. I'm Belia. Please begin your performance. Here, Belia asked. Is there something wrong? Belia glanced at West, who nodded. Do it. Belia took out a bracelet and handed it to Chun Zhao. What is this for? Belia didn't reply. She started squirming. Then she tossed her glasses away while still wriggling. Chun Zhao was confused, but something in his body seemed to have been activated. Belia danced while taking off her clothes. Next, Chun Zhao's right arm suddenly swelled, scaring everyone. Even Chun Zhao was scared. Belia's striptease ended too. She stared at Chun Zhao in shock. What's going on? How did it get activated suddenly? Chun Zhao was confused. His mouth of gluttony hadn't been activated in a long time. Belia has Godiel's blood. They have a special magic culture, similar to shaman war songs and dances. It can temporarily stimulate her comrade's potential. But she's doing a striptease. She's never learned the war dance before. Before we hired her, she worked at a bar. West paused. As long as you hold her special bracelet, you'll be able to feel her dance. Tell me, if she does this dance on the battleground, will it stimulate our potential or the enemy's potential? Chapter 602, Privatization. Chapter 602, Privatization. Wes looked at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao also looked back. Why don't you just disband the organization? Actually, we have a few more people. Oh, are they not here? Accountant, logistics, warehouse manager, president's secretary, and HQ security guard. Wait, you said there are 12 of you, but that's only 11 including you, right? It'll be 12 if you join us. What missions have you done recently? Fighting evil spirits, fighting evil spirits, fighting evil spirits, fighting evil spirits. Are there that many evil spirits in LA for you to fight? No. Actually, it's the same place, but we kept failing. Okay, they're hopeless. Aren't they just a bunch of trash? A combat organization with an equal number of combatants and support staff, and a president. Disband it. Wait, don't you want to see the president's secretary? She's super hot. Wes took out his phone and opened a photo. Do you think I don't know about Hollywood stars? This is Kidman? And when she's young. Oh, wrong photo. It's this one. Isn't she hot? Chen Zhao looked at the woman in the photo. She was indeed pretty. Is this really the president's secretary? Yes. Chen Zhao turned to look at the 5 combatants. All of them looked away. Is your president lying? Nope, Jalanash said. Chen Zhao frowned in suspicion. Hey kid, tell me, is this really the president's secretary? Yes, former secretary. What? Former secretary? She resigned after being harassed by the president. Wes panicked. As long as you agree to become the supernatural organization's president, you won't have to worry about the IRS anymore. Oh, can you guarantee that? We're a government organization, after all. We have that power. Does the organization normally just fight with evil spirits? Yes, more or less. I have my own job. You don't have to stay in HQ all the time. Just go there when you're free, Wes said solicitously. We also have Social Security and major accident insurance. The claim is guaranteed. $200,000 per year. Yes. There won't be things like fighting the supernatural organizations in other countries. Absolutely not. Will spiritualists be arrested and studied? That's prohibited by the International Supernatural Agreement. Any country, organization, or lab that conducts inhumane experiments on supernatural people will be punished. Like how offenders will be attacked by all the supernatural organizations in the world and have their souls drawn out while alive. Fine, that's very supernatural. What's the procedure to become the president of the organization? Sign on this parchment. Chen Zhao took the parchment and injected a small amount of magical power. Then, the content on the parchment was displayed. The president has no rights to transfer the funds. It's to prevent what happened last time from happening again. My house is here. Do you think I can even run away? Remove this line. As the president, of course I should be able to manage the funds. How about our accountant? If you need anything in the future, ask the accountant to report to me and ask for approval. Change this to, the funds are managed by the president. Okay, and this. All of them have to be changed. Finally, Chen Zhao signed the contract. The Supernatural Organization of America had officially become Chen Zhao's private supernatural organization. Also, since the former president's secretary has resigned, should we hire another one? No need. I'll be the new secretary, Wes said with a serious look. You're kidding, right? No, I'm serious. No way. I need a lady. We've used all the funds this year. President, are you going to pay with your own money? Chen Zhao was clearly not generous enough to spend his own money. By the way, is there any confidentiality agreement in the organization? Apart from not exposing us to the media, you can do whatever you want. Chen Zhao sighed. He felt that he had been deceived into such a worthless position. Oh, who do I report to? Don't tell me it's the White House. No one. Although we are a government organization, we act independently and monitor ourselves. Will the government give us tasks? Yes, but we have the right to reject them. There's a lot of freedom. Chen Zhao thought about it. It did not seem to be a bad idea. Also, you said there will be a dangerous mission a few days later? What is it? 3 years ago, We received a mission from the government to eliminate the evil spirits in Mapleville. 3 years have passed, but we've accomplished nothing. So the government began to pressure us and demanded that we complete the mission in 10 days. Otherwise, we might not get the funds for next year. Mapleville? Are the evil spirits there powerful? Absolutely. Hundreds of evil spirits gather there all year round. In the last 3 years, we've spent most of the time attacking that place, but we kept failing. Tell me when you're going there again, Chun Zhao said. Of course. This was probably the most pleasant thing West had heard tonight. He had been waiting the entire night to hear this. By the way, what's your ability? Super memory, ultra speed reading. When I cast my spell, my IQ will increase rapidly. Chun Zhao studied West, but remained silent. By the time Chun Zhao returned home, it was already early morning. Too many things had happened that night. Just as he entered the house, Laurent charged out with a frying pan, ready to duel. Chun Zhao's fist went straight through the pan. Laurent roared softly, "Asshole, do you know how long I've been tied up for? I was only released before Feilai came back." Does Feilai know about it? No, I didn't tell her. Laurent had also found out about the Hilda hotel attack from the news. You should be glad you didn't. If you dare to do that again next time, I'll bring Feilai home. Laurent stared at Chun Zhao in anger. Fine, I won't tie you up anymore. Next time you try to kill yourself, I won't stop you. Laurent turned around and had his back face Chun Zhao. I mean the risks you took. Before you take any risks, think about Feilai. Haven't you always been cursing me to die? I would love that to happen, but Feilai would be sad. Chapter 603. Hey, do you see that man? Chapter 603. Hey, do you see that man? Yes, it's true. Spider-Man saved me. A woman said excitedly to the camera on TV. I saw him. I really saw him. He personally saved me from the captors. I saw him too. He wore a Spider-Man headpiece. The witnesses and victims were being interviewed by the media. All of them claimed that Spider-Man had saved them. Of course, anyone with common sense knew that it was someone wearing a Spider-Man headpiece. But some people thought that it really was Spider-Man. That was Peter Parker. This caused the Spider-Man movies to become unprecedentedly popular. However, the biggest uproar came on the afternoon of that day. Footage from a scene was published. It blurrily recorded everything that had happened, including the masked Spider-Man's fight with the criminals and how he saved everyone. It was just that no one understood why the criminals were crying. It wasn't only them. The captives were crying too. Of course, some people knew the truth. The news came from somewhere, explaining why everyone was crying. There was a bottle of wine that was going to be sold at the auction. This bottle could make people think of the past and even remember forgotten memories. During the clash, that bottle was accidentally shattered. The fragrance filled the air, and everyone who smelled it started crying. In other words, it was this wine that helped the man save everyone successfully. Chun, good news, Rasfa said. Someone wants the purple brew. They offered $150 million. But I advise you not to sell it so quickly. Of course, ignore me if you need the money. You're doing hunger marketing again? Your purple brew is totally famous now. Regular people know about it too, not just the rich. And the more curious people are about it, the more valuable it is. Okay, I got it. After hanging up, Laurent started throwing a tantrum again. Where's the purple brew? I want to drink the purple brew. Do you know how much one bottle costs? Don't fool me. I've studied finance for a few years too. The purple brew doesn't work at the market value. You, in Feilai, drink it like it's an everyday beverage, so it's obviously not that expensive to make. Chun Zhao glared at the proud Laurent. He was so annoying. After making a commotion, Laurent finally got the purple brew. He happily took a sip. That taste was amazing. I miss Winnip. After another sip, Laurent grew sentimental again. Pamela left just like that. Chun Zhao found earplugs and went to sunbathe by the lake. But Laurent started bothering him again. Chun, I want muscles. I want a strong body. I heard from Feilai that you're good at bodybuilding. Help me exercise. Chun Zhao squinted and studied Laurent in his swim trunks. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. How about I introduce a coach to you? Definitely professional. More professional than me. Really? More professional than you? If you see her, you'll trust me. Chun Zhao's smile had another meaning to it. Chun, how come you're here? Gaia was surprised to see Chun Zhao visit suddenly and bring an old man. Let me make some introductions, Chun Zhao said. This is Gaia. This is Laurent, Fei Lai's father. Gaia, Laurent wants to bodybuild. Can't you help him? I'm not as professional as you. Gaia looked at him strangely. Why did his tone sound weird today? Laurent, go look around the gym and get familiar with the machines. After Chun Zhao sent Laurent off, Gaia looked at him. Tell me, what's up? Make him suffer. You have something against him. I hate him. He hates me too. Hi, I'm Laurent. Your muscles look great. Laurent looked at the burly man before him. There were many muscular guys like this in the gym. The man nodded, but continued to train attentively. The dumbbell in his hands went up and down, up and down. See that guy over there? He said that no one in the gym can beat him. The man turned and saw Chun Zhao in the distance. He's right. Laurent almost choked on blood. He thought that a muscular guy like this would have some ego and lose his temper hearing those words. He went to the boxing ring. There was a tall African-American man practicing in the ring. The person practicing with him was forced back continuously. The boy looked even stronger than the muscular man from before. When he went to the side of the ring to drink water, Laurent went over immediately. Hey, you're great. Tiger grinned. Thanks. Usually, people would come over to talk to him too. After he participated in the BBL competition, he had a certain degree of fame. But this old man looked unfamiliar. He was probably new. Do you see that guy? Laurent asked. Yeah, why? That guy seems like he's here to find trouble. He says he wants to beat up all the sissies in the gym. Tiger looked at Laurent strangely. Do you know him? No. Do you know who he is to me? What do you mean? Who is he? Tiger ducked out of the ring. He's my teacher and benefactor, you old asshole. Ah, thud. Tiger punched Laurent in the eye. Chun Zhao and Gaia were talking in the distance. They had seen Laurent chatting with Tiger and thought it was okay. The next moment, they saw Tiger send Laurent to the ground with a punch and ran over alarmed. Tiger, why did you hit him? Gaia asked. He insulted Mr. Chun and tried to ruin our relationship. Chun Zhao's face darkened. He didn't need Tiger to speak further. He could imagine what Laurent was trying to do now. You old bastard. Chun Zhao checked Laurent. Fortunately, he didn't die. Unfortunately, he didn't die. Wah, Chun, that big guy hit me. Help me teach him a lesson. He's going to be your boxing coach. Chun Zhao patted Tiger's thick arms. Earlier, he was testing your endurance. Seems like you're stronger than expected. This way, he can give you a more accurate training plan for the next few days. I don't want to work out anymore. I don't want to stay here anymore. It's too late to leave now. Chapter 604, Mountain Hunting. Chapter 604, Mountain Hunting. Laurent really wanted to slap himself. How could he be so cheap? He was simply looking for trouble. Bang, bang. Tiger smacked his gloves against each other. Come, again, use your strength. Tiger, Laurent is old. Don't kill him. Got it, mister. Chun, Tiger answered in the ring. As long as you don't kill him, you can beat him up however you want. Chun, I'm not training anymore. I've already arranged a course for you. You're quitting now? They won't give a refund. Ah, Laurent screamed in misery, while Chun Zhao still had a smile on his face. Tiger continued to train with Laurent. Chun Zhao and Gaia exchanged looks and went to another ring. Thud, thud, thud. Soon, everyone heard low noises in the distance. Everyone in the fitness center stopped what they were doing and gathered at the source of the noises. There, they saw Chun Zhao and Gaia training with each other. None of them dodged, and both punched their opponent's body with their gloves. They took turns to hit each other. The lone noises were produced when their fists landed on their opponent's body. All the onlookers were flabbergasted by the sight. If any of the two were to hit someone else, the person would probably be disabled in one punch. They only stopped when their fists were slightly injured. The crowd opened a path and allowed the two to pass. What's the progress on that treasure? Someone is translating the nautical dairy at the moment. I think he still needs more time. Are you sure the translator won't disclose the information? You're worrying too much. Even if he tells everyone around him what he's translated, it won't matter. Loran staggered toward Chun Zhao and Gaia and collapsed before them. I'm dying. Do we need to send him to the hospital? No, he won't die. Chun Zhao squatted down in front of Loran. If you don't get up, I'll ask Tiger to spend 10 more minutes training with you. The sentence was like an elixir. Loran indeed stood up at once. When Fei Lai returned home at night, she saw the injuries on Lauren's face. Chun, did you two have a fight? But after she gave it a second thought, she knew it was probably not the case. If the two of them really fought, Chun Zhao could have killed Loran. He wanted to train his muscles, so I brought him to Gaia. Dad, why do you want to train? Forget it, it's already over. Loran felt like crying. He did not want to talk about it. Fei Lai suddenly had an idea. Why don't we go hunting? Cough, cough. Whenever Chun Zhao thought about the hunting experience he had with Risfar and Del, he would be creeped out. Chun, didn't you say last time that we'll go hunting together? But I meant together with you. 2 people. Chun Zhao turned his head. Not 3. Hunting's great. Let's invite Kareem, Howard, and Kane. Fei Lai grabbed Chun Zhao's arms and stared at Chun Zhao with watery eyes. Can we? All right. Given his promise earlier, Chun Zhao obviously could not reject Fei Lai now. All he hoped now was that Loran would scram as soon as possible. With such an irritating father-in-law around, he could not even be intimate with Fei Lai. Should I call Winnip and ask her when she'll return? Forget it. If she returns and comes straight to L.A., we'll have more third wheels. The next day, Fei Lai still went to work. Chun Zhao and the others stayed at home, preparing the equipment needed for hunting in the mountains. At some point for Cam, there was one more person. Anyway, since there were already so many people, Chun Zhao would not mind one more. He had long lost hope in having a 2-person forest tour. Chun Zhao went to Risfar's place and borrowed a few hunting guns. The following day, when everything was ready, the group left the house. The wood before the house was connected to the mountain forest, so it was really convenient. However, there weren't any wild animals around. Even if there had been, they would have been eaten by Princess and the rest. Because they were hunting as a family, Chun Zhao had brought many pets with him. Samuel had been cutely begging him, so he had to bring Samuel along. And also Black Ma, White Ma, Walter, and Princess. Even Abidos had learned to act cute like Samuel. It was actually horrifying to see Abidos act cute. He would roll in the living room, destroying all the things in the way. Chun Zhao was scared that should he leave Abidos at home, he would need to refurbish the house when they returned. He had to take Abidos with them. Fortunately, Abidos was no ordinary lizard. It was difficult for Komodo dragons to move in the forest. On the other hand, Abidos could climb a tree and run in the forest. Chun, help us carry some stuff. Kareem was carrying 20 kilograms of equipment. Howard and Kane had bags of similar sizes. However, Chun Zhao continued to hold Samuel in his arms. I'm carrying a lot too, Chun Zhao said. Loran, go and help them. Don't you want to train your body? Try walking with weights. Asshole, my belly is already a weight. Kareem, Howard, and Kane almost cried. They had been thoroughly enjoying themselves over the last few days. They originally thought that they could play until the day they returned to Sacramento. In the end, Loran called them and forced them onto the mountain. Fine, it was just hunting, which was a leisure activity too. However, when they departed, they realized that they were not the ones hunting at all. Lawrence's family was hunting. The 3 of them were here as labor. In the end, Chun Zhao still took a bag from them. They seemed to be carrying too much indeed. In the first hour on the mountain, they found nothing. They did not encounter any wild animals. Chun Zhao wondered how big Black Ma and White Ma's hunting radius was. Therefore, Fei Lai called softly. She pointed at a white figure in the grass in the distance. It was a white hare. Fei Lai and 4 had both grown up on a farm. Thoughts like, how can we eat rabbits? They're so cute. Would never cross their minds. For lifted the gun in a skilled and standard manner. She held the stock against her shoulder. After aiming briefly, a gunshot was heard. Several meters away, the hare's head exploded at once. Nice! Lawrence's face flushed. Daughter, you're great. The group took the hare and continued deeper into the mountain. A hair was clearly insufficient for so many of them. Very soon, however, they killed a wild goat. This was huge. Chen Zhao envied Fei Lai and Four's shooting skills very much. As for himself, he did not even load any bullets, let alone shoot. He hoped that he would never have to shoot again. All he would receive was humiliation. At something past 1 in the afternoon, the group stopped to rest. Meanwhile, they skinned and roasted the goat and the hare. Just then, another team appeared in their sight. Chapter 605, Refusal. Chapter 605, Refusal. Fanity. Chen Zhao didn't expect to meet her again. Fanity was also surprised to see him here. Hi, Chun. Fanity led her team over to greet Chen Zhao. What a big bear. Is that a giant lizard? What breed is that? Chen Zhao saw that everyone on Fanity's team was unfamiliar. It seemed that she'd built her own team. Don't tell me that you're here to hunt. And don't tell me that you're here for an exploration. Ah, you guessed it. Chen Zhao really wanted to turn around and leave now. There was never anything good when it was related to explorations. Any random monster could kill half of their team. It's just a regular relic this time. Fanity clearly knew that Chen Zhao was worried he would be involved in some monster fighting again. Chen Zhao glanced at Fanity's team. They were much more normal this time. At least, there were only a few who were fully armed. Chen Zhao introduced Fanity to the people on his side. Loran, Fei Lai, and Four were all curious about Fanity's career. They really were from one family. They had identical interests in this aspect. Are you interested in exploring? This time, we'll go to a branch of the Incan civilization. It's not that far from here, just about 20 kilometers. 20 kilometers wasn't far, but this was in the mountains. Traveling 20 kilometers in the mountains could make an adult die of exhaustion. Of course, it was mostly because Chen Zhao honestly hated explorations. Chen Zhao had gone to a relic with our team before. Chen Zhao pulled Kane to the side. Kane, tell Loran later that they're not good people. Don't get too close to Fanity. Explorations and stuff were the worst. Kane looked at Chen Zhao suspiciously. With what he knew of Chen Zhao, the man would make anyone or anything that he didn't like into something evil. They're really not good people? They don't look bad, though. Some of them look like college professors. The last time I went to explore a relic with them, half of them died. If we don't stop Loran and the others, and something happens this time, you might be part of the half that dies. This made sense now. When Chen Zhao walked over, Fei Lai and the others were in a heated discussion with Fanity. Chen, Fanity invited us to join the expedition. Fei Lai's eyes were filled with anticipation. She hoped that Chen Zhao would agree. Fei Lai, Fanity clearly didn't tell you that in the last 2 expeditions, 15 people in her team died the first time and 20 died the next. Chen Zhao wouldn't allow Fei Lai to take that risk. He wouldn't allow it no matter how great Fanity made it sound. If it weren't for me, all of them would have died. Fei Lai didn't think that relic explorations would be so dangerous. Chun, I said that this is a regular exploration. The relic has already been searched before, and many teams have visited it. It's not dangerous. Chen Zhao glanced at her. If it's not dangerous, then why does a portion of your team have a gun? You're not hunting, are you? It's just in case. It's like an officer patrolling the streets. Even a regular patrol officer would have a gun. Anyway, I don't care if you go on an expedition. Just don't drag my family into it. Fei Lai saw how serious Chen Zhao was. He didn't have his usual playfulness, so she didn't say anything else. If Chen Zhao didn't think it was dangerous, he wouldn't stop them from exploring with this attitude. Seeing how insistent Chen Zhao was, Fanity was a bit disappointed. Just as Chen Zhao was worried about, this expedition wasn't completely without risks. If Chen Zhao could join, then their safety would skyrocket. Unfortunately, Chen Zhao was too insistent. She couldn't find any excuses. After the short interaction, Fanity left with her team. Chun, is relic exploration really that dangerous? Didn't you see that they all have automatic assault rifles and grenades? That's standard military equipment. The 7 of us only have hunting rifles. If something happens, do you think they'll protect themselves first or us? It made sense to Fei Lai. After all, There were so many of them. If there really was danger, Chun Zhao couldn't protect them all. Whether it was for Laurent, Kareem, Howard, or Kane, she didn't want any of them to get hurt. No one's moods were affected by this encounter. They collected their belongings, put out the fire, and continued up the mountain to hunt. Hey, enough. This is the mountains, not your home, For complained in the distance. As a single lady, she hated PDA the most. This annoying couple showed their affection no matter when or where. This wasn't Falai and Four's first time hunting in the mountains. Chun Zhao guessed that they'd gone hunting very often in Sacramento. Their technique was very well experienced. Of the entire team, only Chun Zhao was empty-handed. "Chun, are you okay?" Laurent mocked. "I'm carrying such a big bag. I can't aim well." Kareem, Howard, and Kane are carrying bags that aren't any lighter than you. But look at their prey. Right then, everyone stopped. They saw piles of animal corpses. They'd all been skinned. Did Fanity's team do this? No, not them. Kareem shook his head. A poaching team did it. It doesn't look small-scale either. Kane and Howard wiped their grins off their faces too. "Chin, we should go back. If we run into them, it'll be trouble." "That's weird. There are no valuable animals here. Why would such a big poaching team come?" This was a warm forest, but not a rainforest, so all the animals were pretty common. The medium and large animals included bears, wild boars, pumas, deer, and wolves. Looking at their black market price, it wasn't worth it for a large poaching group. Their targets were mostly the Amazon rainforest, African safari, or Southeast Asia. Chapter 606, Poachers. Chapter 606, Poachers. Chun Zhao did not like unexpected events like this. All he wanted was an ordinary tour in the wild, a normal hunting experience. The carcasses were piled up before them. While they had yet to rot, they already smelled extremely unpleasant. In the warm environment, the carcasses were already emitting a pungent odor. "Let's go back," Chun Zhao said. Even the Deathseeker Laurent did not object to the suggestion. However, before long, Black Ma suddenly ran toward them from the front. "Master, I smell humans from the headwind, and also the strong smell of blood." Chun Zhao frowned. Headwind, which was the direction they had come from and were currently heading toward. "Stop," Chun Zhao said. "What's wrong?" "The poachers might be in front of us," Chun Zhao said. Black Ma smelled them. "It's that direction." Everyone was slightly hesitant, but they knew that Chun Zhao's pets were all extraordinarily intelligent. "What do we do now?" "Let's take another direction," Chun Zhao said. "Huh, human footprints. Quite a few of them in that direction. 5 males and 2 females. That's where we skinned the animals." Milford Leon frowned. "Boss, what do we do?" "Continue the search. We won't look for them, but if they bump into us, we'll keep them here," Milford said. "Fuck, that guy's really hard to catch. If it's easy, it wouldn't be worth 5 million. Poachers were usually also skilled trackers, especially in the woods. They could track their prey using footprints, feces, and even smell. Nevertheless, their prey this time was special. It was an albino cougar. In the black market, a rich person had placed a 5 million bounty on catching the cougar. Cougars had always been a popular pet among the rich. Cougars were also big cats, but their sizes were very different from lions. They wouldn't be that big, so they were less threatening to humans. On the other hand, they were significantly larger than normal cats. Hence, raising a cougar had become a symbol of status among the rich. An ordinary, healthy cougar cost from $30,000 to $100,000. Strangely enough, in America, it was illegal to sell cougars, but not illegal to raise them. Due to market demands, the cougar black market was born. Every year, more than 1,000 cougars would be sold in the black market. Most of them were captured by poaching teams. As for this particular team, they had skinned the animals only for some extra income. A normal buckskin could be sold for $100. If they did not manage to catch the white cougar, they could at least sell the skins and not make a loss. As a poaching team, their hunting methods were far more efficient than an ordinary hunter. They would set up various traps. Even humans might get hurt, not to mention animals. As for things like ecological balance, they were clearly unconcerned. Boss, look at this footprint. Milford walked up to check the footprint. Upon seeing it, he gasped uncontrollably. What is it? Can you tell? Think it's a bear. Black bear? Brown bear? They can't be this big. From the depth of the footprint, it's at least 1,200 kilograms, Milford guessed, uncertain. As the head of a poaching team, he had good knowledge of various wild animals. He had studied them before, especially the valuable ones. In the black markets, special and rare animals were worth a lot. For example, a panda would cost at least $5 million. However, if anyone dared to steal a panda from China, he would probably be shot before being able to leave. It was riskier than drug trafficking. The panda was a national treasure to China. Clearly, offenders would not be spared. Therefore, even though pandas had high prices in the black market, nobody would dare or be able to get one. Mutated species were worth a lot too. An example was the albino cougar they were tracking at the moment. It was a rare mutant. But now, they seem to have discovered a new target. An ordinary bear would cost no more than $50,000. However, if it was a mutated bear, the price would increase at least tenfold. From the paw prints, it should be a brown bear, but a few times bigger than a normal one. Let's get the bear. Milford licked his lips. It was a delightful surprise. Catching the bear would surely earn them much more money than skinning animals along the way. The bear's footprints overlap with those people's. Could the bear be tamed? In any case, let's get the bear first. So what if it's tamed? Now it's mine, Milford said firmly. The team began to track the footprints. Until it was evening, they still had not caught up with the group ahead. Boss, I think that they know we're here. They've been avoiding us. We're getting deeper into the forest. They can't leave. Sooner or later, they'll be tired and we'll catch up with them. Like what the poachers guessed, Chun Zhao's group was indeed somewhat exhausted. Apart from Chun Zhao, everyone was almost too tired to walk further. It would be a bad idea to walk too quickly on a mountain because the humid air and warmth would rapidly drain one's water and energy. Even a marathon runner would not be able to move at a consistently high speed in such an environment. The rugged mountain terrain and frequent vegetation obstructing their way were all factors that slowed them down and consumed their energy. I can't. I need to rest. Laurent was too tired to walk. He sat down before a bush with a thud. Suddenly, a white figure shot out from the bush. Shocked, Laurent threw himself on the ground, covering his head with his hands. Nonetheless, the white figure had no intention to attack the group. It dashed into the thick forest in an instant and disappeared. It was a big guy about the same size as Black Ma and White Ma. Did you see that? What's that? Looks like a cougar. But are there white cougars? Laurent asked suspiciously after he had calmed down. It's definitely worth a lot of money, Howard said. Chapter 607, Dark Fight. Chapter 607, Dark Fight. The poachers aren't looking for this, right? Chun Zhao's heart jumped. What a pretty puma. Men and women focused on different things, clearly. Men focused on whether it was valuable or not. Women focused on whether it was pretty or not. Chun, do we have to keep going? Dad looks like he can't walk anymore. Then let's rest for a while, Chun Zhao said. It had started getting dark. They indeed couldn't continue walking. It wasn't a matter of energy. If they slipped or tripped over something, it could be very dangerous. Just then, Black Ma and White Ma ducked out. Master, they're getting close. Chun Zhao furrowed his brows. The poachers were so clingy. He didn't want to encounter them, but they just had to chase after him. Didn't they know that if they kept chasing, someone would die? Go hide behind the coverage, Chun Zhao said. The poachers have caught up. A few blurry shadows were approaching in the darkness. Just then, Kane fired into the night sky. Hey, don't get any closer, Kane yelled. At the gunshot, the poachers flattened themselves on the ground immediately. If two groups of hunters met at night, they would often fire a gun as a warning if they weren't sure of the dangers, warning the others to not get close. Usually, if they didn't have any negative intentions, they would also put distance between each other. But the poachers clearly didn't have good intentions. Boss, what do we do? Milford Leon licked his lips. What are you scared of? They have fewer people, and our weapons are much better than a few hunters. Hey, Milford called out. Our hound got lost. We're looking for it. Did you guys see it? No, there's no dog here. Stay away from us. There were only around 20 meters between them, and they all hid behind the coverage. Milford gestured at his men. Spread out. There was a lot of coverage, so it meant that the side with more people had another advantage. We suspect you killed our hound. Milford continued to call out. We want to check your baggage. I hope you'll cooperate. Fuck you assholes, Laurent yelled. Whoever wants to die can come and check. My hunting rifle is waiting to meet you. We have a dozen guys. Are you sure you won't cooperate with us? Then you better go find a dozen graves, Laurent said. Chun Zhao looked down and said to Feilai and Four, when there's a conflict later, don't do anything. Just let us take care of it. Chun, we can help too, Feilai said. Trust us. We can take care of it. Feilai, for listen to Chun, Laurent said as well. We'll take care of you too. Chun Zhao and Laurent messed with each other usually, but they were on the same side in protecting Feilai and Four. What should we do now? Chun Zhao asked. Don't worry, Kane said. We'll hide behind the coverage. Whoever shoots first has the disadvantage. Plus, we don't have a lot of ammo, and we have hunting rifles, Howard said. We can't shoot impulsively. But I think they're coming over from the side, Chun Zhao said. Huh? Why didn't you say that earlier? Whatever. You all take care of the front. I'll take care of the side. With that, Chun Zhao crouched down and disappeared into the darkness. Suddenly, Chun Zhao felt that it wasn't just the poachers. There was a third party. Huh? Fanity? Her team was here too. At the moment, Fanity and her team were in the darkness. Leader, should we help? Let's see first, Fanity said. She wanted to help, but now wasn't the time. She wanted to appear suddenly when Chun Zhao's group was feeling hopeless. That way, she could make Chun Zhao owe her again. And then she'd be able to ask Chun Zhao for help without shame. Leader, is that Chinese guy really that important? Fanity's current team was all new. They didn't know about Fanity's experiences, let alone know Chun Zhao. She paused for a moment. You've experienced dangerous relics, right? I went to the one in the quaint trench, a new guy said. He was new in Fanity's team, but he wasn't new to the exploration world. With his background, he was actually very experienced. The quaint trench was one of the most dangerous relic clusters. Anyone who could come out of it alive was a senior figure. If they went to another team, they would be one of the core members. Fanity looked at her new member. Last time, I entered a relic with my original team. There was a very dangerous mutant species there. Not only one, but a whole group. We had horrible casualties. Our modified weapons had limited effects on the mutants. The new member fell silent. He'd run into mutants before too. When facing mutants, a human relied the most on firearms. If their firearms lost effect, then it would be a massacre. And he used a cold weapon and killed a dozen of them with brute force and helped the rest of us out of the relic. Everyone gasped. Most of them had encountered mutants before. They knew how terrifying it was, but someone had used a cold weapon to massacre a dozen mutants. Then why don't you invite him to our team? If he's here, our team's power will increase greatly. These explorers weren't arrogant. After all, they searched for exhilaration in life-or-death environments. They naturally placed importance on skills. It's not time yet, Fanity said, eyes gleaming. Suddenly, a pained cry came from the darkness. Ah, bang, 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 bang. Pained cries sounded continuously, as if someone was in immense pain. Fanity and her team were all frightened. They didn't know what had happened. Save me. Ah, boss, save me. The one screaming was a poacher, but because he was in the dark, no one knew what had happened. They could only listen to the poacher's tragic cries in the dark. Thud. Just then, a corpse fell into the group of poachers. Motherfuckers, get out, or else you'll end up like him. Milford looked down. This was his man, but he was in pieces now, as if torn apart by something. Chapter 608, Beast Battlefield. Chapter 608, Beast Battlefield. Milford Leon's face darkened. It must be that bear. Spread out, direct attack. While Milford was a poacher, he was also a veteran. He knew how to deploy his men in various situations. Their advantages were their number and weaponry. The other party had only a few people and had hunting guns. Hunting weapons were not too strong and had slow reload speeds. Therefore, as long as they spread out and moved forward together, their enemies would not be able to deal with them. Their enemies had a beast hidden in darkness, but so long as they kept their distances, they could protect each other. If that beast dared to show up, they could kill it directly. Bang! Kane fired his gun and accurately shot a poacher. These people were poachers, after all, not soldiers. That single shot was enough to make them panic and lie back on the ground. Suddenly, however, Abitos, who had been hiding on a tree, rushed down and bit a poacher's neck in silence. Then, he quietly dragged the poacher up the tree. The poacher was still alive and struggling with his limbs, but his neck was broken. He was not far from death. Then, Chun Zhao made some noise on the left side of the poaching team. Alerted by the noise, all the poachers pointed their guns at the place where Chun Zhao was hiding. Black Ma and White Ma immediately charged in from the back and dragged two poachers into the bushes. Milford's expression changed slightly. From various signs, it was obvious that the other party had more than just one beast, probably even more than two. Moreover, the beasts were alarmingly smart. They knew how to divert attention and make a surprise attack. Suddenly, something fell from the trees. The poachers took a glance. It was another badly mutilated corpse. Damn, something's hiding on the tree, too. What animal can climb a tree and also drag a human up there? Everyone was creeped out. The place was scary. They felt as if they had entered the hunting ground in a monster movie. It was like an alien movie, where the aliens would strike in darkness. Gather, gather. Milford did not dare to be careless anymore. If they kept spreading out, they would definitely be eaten by the hidden monsters one after another. They had to gather while they still had the upper hand. Just then, a white figure flashed past. Another person was dragged into the darkness. Bam, bam, bam. The albino cougar had actually also been hiding around here, looking for a chance to counterattack the poachers. The albino cougar was obviously larger than an ordinary cougar. It could easily defeat an adult human. Chun Zhao noticed that the poachers were gathering together, which would make a situation more difficult. After all, even Princess would get hurt should she charge up rashly and be focused on. Chun Zhao scanned around him and saw a huge rock. It seemed at least a few hundred kilograms heavy. Chun Zhao grabbed the rock and threw it into the air. Careful, startled by the falling rock, the poacher's formation was destroyed at once. Even though the rock did not hit anyone, it did throw the poachers into confusion. Chun Zhao found another rock in the darkness and threw hard at them. The poachers could not do anything other than run for their lives. Stop! Don't panic. At the moment, Milford was the only one who was still rational. But it was useless. Everyone else was in chaos. Another rock fell right beside Milford. Now, even he had to lower his head and dodge. Finally, Princess, Abito's Black Ma, White Ma, and the White Cougar stormed into the crowd and began a massacre. There were gunshots, but they were short-lived. The poachers' screams of misery were more obvious. What the fuck? Fanity and her teammates were dumbfounded. They had night vision devices, so they knew what had happened on the battlefield. They saw how the beasts had managed to kill the poachers. It was like a horror movie. The poaching team originally had a proper formation, but for some reason, they kept getting assaulted and harassed. In the end, the team was flung into a mess. When their only advantage vanished, all that remained was a slaughter. Fanity once again experienced for herself how scary Chun Zhao was. Not just Chun Zhao. His pets were as terrifying too. Having been to Chun Zhao's house, Fanity had seen his pets. However, back then, his pets were intelligent but safe. Now, she knew that it was only because of Chun Zhao's constraint. When Chun Zhao released them, they would become true night killers. Let's go. They won't need us. If he discovers us, there might be a misunderstanding, Fanity said. Captain, I think he knows we're here, an explorer said. What? We're a few dozen meters apart. How could he know? He's looking in our direction. Vanity's face paled, and she could feel her hair stand on end. Fortunately, they had no evil intention, for otherwise they might have become Chun Zhao's targets too. As for whether they could fight Chun Zhao, Vanity did not dare to keep thinking. Their equipment was about the same as the poaching team, but they did not have as many armed members. Since Chun Zhao could easily defeat the poaching team, how difficult could it be to deal with them? Of course, they had night vision devices, but Vanity did not have the courage to go against Chun Zhao. She still remembered what he had done back then. It was really unwise to battle him. "Let's go," Vanity said again. They had to leave now. Compared to Vanity, who had escaped, Laurent, Kane, Howard, and Kareem were much more upset. They were ready to have a bloody battle to protect the two girls. In the end, they did nothing. Kane at least shot a poacher. The rest did not even move their guns. Chun Zhao and his pets alone killed all the poachers. "Chun, can we come out now?" "Yes," Chun Zhao answered in the darkness, leaving the cover. The group walked to the corpse-filled battlefield, while Chun Zhao checked his pets. Princess was shot a few times, but her skin and fat layer were too thick. She was mostly fine. Abido's was the cleverest one. He was not hit at all. Black Ma and White Ma were hit once and twice respectively, but their injuries weren't too bad either. Failai suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 609, Bring Back Home. Chapter 609, Bring Back Home. Everyone gathered around Failai's side. They also saw the albino puma laying in the grass that was pulled apart. "Is it dead?" "Yeah, it's dead." Failai ignored the casual talk from Kane and the others. She looked at Chun Zhao. "You don't have to say anything. I know what you're going to say." Chun Zhao cut Failai off. "I knew you're the best. Can you two not be like this? There are so many people here." For couldn't help but roll her eyes. Chun Zhao picked up the albino puma. "What kind of taste do you all like?" What taste?" Failai stopped Chun Zhao immediately. "What do you want to do to it? Don't you want to eat it?" "When did I say that I want to eat it?" "You can still say it now. What flavor do you want?" "I want you to save it. Look how pitiful it is. You haven't seen how cruel it is when it kills people. It's better to kill beasts who kill humans." Princess and the others killed too. "That's not the same. They're our family. Are you going to save it or not?" The puma's injuries weren't too bad. It had lost a lot of blood, but nothing critical was injured. Even though it was the same size as the silly twins, it was much weaker. This was understandable, though. After all, it was only an ordinary beast. When they come to the mountain, they considered all sorts of things. They brought a lot of medical equipment, especially since Chun Zhao, the doctor, was here. After wrapping up the injuries, the puma quickly woke up. Chun Zhao pressed the puma onto the ground while warning, "Don't move around." The puma shrunk back. Samuel, standing on Chun Zhao's shoulder, was small, but its aura was enough to make any creature stop in the distance. "Human, no. Master, let it become my subordinate. I'll be impressed if it doesn't eat you." "It won't dare." "No, it killed people. I don't want to adopt a wild beast that has killed people before." Just then, Failai walked over. "Chun, can we keep it?" "Sure." "Samuel." Everyone else came over too. "Chun, you're really going to keep it?" "It's too dangerous." "Yeah, it killed someone before." According to the standards of modern society, any animal that bit, killed, or ate a human would be killed by humans. This was because humans thought animals had habitual memory. Dogs that had bitten people would remember the feeling. A beast that had killed or eaten a human would also remember it. If an animal did it once, they would do it a second and third time. From a certain angle, this was true, but not entirely. Once, a child was attacked by a dog, and then the dog was killed. But actually, the dog smelled something on the child. Later, they discovered that the child's arm had a mutated tumor. The dog didn't know how to take care of it. It just wanted to protect the child this way. Of course, dogs were known as the safest pets. Due to selection and professional training, domestic dogs were very loyal and protective of children. For example, Risfar's Laffer was a very excellent pet dog. Cats were actually close to humans after domestication too. Of course, cats had a natural killing habit. What was a killing habit? They would often kill rats, birds, and other small animals. It wasn't for food, but merely to satisfy their desire to kill. This was similar to humans liking hunting, but humans would never say that they liked killing. In comparison, other animals rarely had this kind of habit. Other animals would only attack because they were frightened and sometimes for food. In reality, most animals didn't like the smell of humans. Chen Zhao looked at the albino puma and then at Feilai and Four with their expectant eyes. We can keep it, but don't approach it for 3 days. I have to tame it. Everyone knew that Chen Zhao was great at taming animals, such as with Princess. You could say that Princess was the strongest beast on dry land, but usually she acted like a sweet little girl. Occasionally, she would act cute and whine or sunbathe on the ground. But today, they saw how terrifying Princess was after Chen Zhao released her natural instincts. Of the many pets, she was the most terrifying because she ripped the poachers apart with her paws. Her thick fatty layer made it so a normal gun couldn't cause too much damage. As long as they didn't shoot continuously, Princess was practically undefeatable. Then there was Abitos. Laurent and the others felt differently about Abitos and Princess. If Princess was a wild warrior, then Abitos was a calculative killer. They remembered how Abitos had done a sneak attack on the poacher earlier. Like a ghost, he'd appeared out of nowhere and without warning. Then he dragged the man into the shadows and disappeared. "You three go take care of the bodies," Laurent said. "Dad, aren't we going to call the cops? It's too troublesome." Chen Zhao felt that this former senator wasn't very law-abiding either. Everyone was in bad shape tonight and had a few injuries, especially the albino puma. They set up camp on the spot and rested for the night. The next morning, everyone hurried down the mountain. When they reached home, they were just in time for lunch. But when Laurent, Kareem, Kane, Howard, and Four saw the feast of a lunch at home, they were all stunned. "Chun, who cooks in your house? Do you have servants?" "No. How come we've never seen them before?" "Then what's with this food?" "It's people in town. Usually, when Feilai and I are too busy, we'll have a restaurant prepare food and bring it here." "He has your key. He knows where I hide my key," Chen Zhao said. "Aren't you afraid of them stealing things? There's nothing valuable here. They can't move the most valuable thing anyway." "Dad, let's hurry and eat. Everyone's tired," Feilai urged. She didn't want everyone to get caught up on this either. "Oh, what should we name the puma?" Before he finished, a car pulled up outside. West stood outside the door. Chen Zhao looked at him and furrowed his brows. Walking to the door, he stared at West. "What do you want?" Chapter 610, A Visit to the HQ. Chapter 610, A Visit to the HQ. "President, don't you think you should visit the HQ? Did you deceive me into becoming the president so that you can lure me to the HQ and then kill me?" "President, can we be serious, please?" "Fine, but come in first. I just returned from the mountain. Let me rest for a bit." West entered the living room and saw the group around the dining table. When Chen Zhao returned to the table, Feilai asked, "Is that your friend? Ask him to come and eat with us." "He's not hungry." Feilai widened her eyes. "Aren't all Chinese people hospitable? That's clearly false." "Where did you hear that from?" Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. Chen Zhao did not want to entertain West, but Feilai would not allow it. She took some roast meat and poured a glass of purple brew for West. "Sir, please help yourself." "Thank you." "Ah, it smells so good." Feilai realized that West was not really affected by the purple brew. He must have little love experience, Feilai guessed. West was also a spiritualist. Although he was not a combatant, he possessed magical power. The purple brew would only cause normal people to cry. The stronger one's magical power was, the weaker this effect would be. Nevertheless, the purple brew was not completely useless to spiritualists. As West drank some purple brew, he immediately felt energized and filled with magical power. His magical power even increased slightly. It was not a lot, but it was obvious. West gasped. Had Chen Zhao always been treating his guests with such luxuries? In comparison, the supernatural organization seemed much stingier. West saw many pets of various sizes entering and leaving the dining room. He was surprised, but not horrified. He knew that Chun Zhao owned many pets. After all, he had investigated Chun Zhao in advance. Nonetheless, when he saw the white cougar, he was somewhat taken aback. West placed a finger on his forehead and started thinking. Fei Lai, I'm going out in the afternoon. Sure. With Mr. West. Yup. Okay. Don't be back too late. Chun Zhao boarded West's car, and they sped off. Drive slower. Actually, with his current fitness, Chun Zhao might not even die in a 300 km/h car crash. However, he did not enjoy the feeling of speeding. West said confidently, President, I have an exceptional memory. How is that related to driving? I remember every turn and intersection. West paused and then asked, President, did you kill someone today or last night? Is it that obvious? How did you know? I know not only you've killed people, but also who they are. Oh, that white cougar has a bounty in the black market. $5 million. That much? Chun Zhao exclaimed. Should I sell it? That's as much as what I own in total. In his 7 or 8 months in the country, Chun Zhao had earned around a few million. A group of poachers has recently come to L.A. Their leader is called Milford Leon, who's also an experienced criminal. So, they're here to catch the white cougar. Now, the white cougar is in your house. Also, your pets and the cougar are all injured, which means you've had a conflict very recently. Chun Zhao looked at West in surprise. You can make that link? Have you always been acting stupid in front of me? President, like what I've told you, I'm adept at spells that improve my thinking. When I cast quick thinking, I can, well, think quickly. Why didn't you think of the consequences before you harassed the former president's secretary? I was serious about her, West answered in a serious voice. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. West was shameless enough to describe workplace harassment as love. President, can you sell that wine to our organization? Oh, how many bottles? 100, West said. Isn't the organization broke? We can still afford cheap stuff. All right then, $150 million. Thank you for your patronage. Screech. The car came to an abrupt stop. President, is that extortion? Extortion? You didn't even know how much my wine costs. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. How much can your wine cost? Have you heard of the Purple Brew? Of course, wait. That's the Purple Brew? Yup. The market price is $1.5 million per bottle, so $150 million for 100 bottles. I think that's correct. You mean I drank 500,000 just now? West looked as if his family had just died. He couldn't think about it without feeling hurt. It was 500,000. He had of course heard about the famous Purple Brew. Everyone on the streets had been spreading various rumors about it. He would never have guessed that the wine he had drunk was actually the renowned Purple Brew. The Purple Brew had almost become a legend. The masses longed for a closer look, while the rich longed for a tiny sip. President, don't even think about it. I've already condescended to become your president. Do you want me to spend both effort and money? Chun Zhao rejected West without hesitation. He had not even received a single penny from the job. Why would he make any contributions? Was he stupid? Chun Zhao began to ignore West. The car drove into the slums. The more prosperous a city was, the more likely it was to have slums. The world-renowned city Los Angeles also had world-renowned slums. Did you arrange a last supper for me? President, can you please think like a normal person? But you're at least the prestigious supernatural organization of America. Why would your HQ be here? It seems more likely that you've arranged a few gangsters who'll shoot me after I alight. Even the government can go bankrupt. The organization sometimes has a very tight budget. President, please understand. Chun Zhao sighed. How tight is the budget? Actually, sometimes I really envy China. Why? Is the organization in China very powerful? Chun Zhao felt proud. No, but at least you can pick up trash and sell it for money there. Stop, I'm leaving. I don't want to be your president anymore. What did that mean? Is the organization so broke that they have to pick up and sell trash? Then what am I as the president? Chapter 611, President's First Hell Meeting. Chapter 611, President's First Hell Meeting. West settled Chun Zhao with much difficulty. For this, he even activated quick thinking and used all his persuasion tactics. After he made a bunch of unreliable promises, Chen Zhao finally managed to accept. The car parked before an abandoned two-story brick house. There was a puddle of black water before the door. Chen Zhao got out of the car. When he'd first come to America, he'd lived in similar places. But looking at this kind of building now, it hurt his eyes. It's really here? Yes. Wes looked away. There was a metal ladder on the side. They climbed up to the second floor. The second floor was a single room divided by man-made fiberboards. The interior design was even simpler. No, more accurately, it wasn't even furnished. All right, at least it was clean. That was probably the only good part. Wes brought Chen Zhao to the largest partition, the conference room. Even though it was crude, it had everything necessary. There was a long office table, a dozen chairs, and an old-fashioned projector. There were 10 people in the room. Other than Belia, Burr, Moore, Morid, and Jalanash, there were 5 more people. But the 10 didn't look very spirited. They were either chatting amongst themselves or playing on their phones. Wes coughed, but everyone ignored him. Quiet, Wes called again. Everyone, look at my eyes. Chen Zhao suddenly pointed at his forehead. Everyone looked at Chen Zhao in confusion. The next moment, they felt extreme heat. Their surroundings started burning and collapsing. The sky turned blood red. What happened? Where is this? Where are we? Belia ran forward in fright, but then the ground before her collapsed. It was scalding lava under it. The terrible heat wave hit her. If she took another step, she would fall down. The air was filled with the smell of sulfur. Hallucination. This is a hallucination. This was a hallucination, of course. It was the Hell Knell. It was quite effective against people with lower magic abilities than Chen Zhao. Even though it won't cause any actual damage, the scary effect was very good. It was easy to accidentally hurt someone, though. Wes grabbed Chen Zhao's hands tightly. President, if it's a hallucination, please undo it for me. I can't stand this feeling. I can't undo it. I haven't learned how to do it yet, Chen Zhao said. Okay, the first meeting as president starts now. Chen Zhao held onto the table. It was still too hard to cast Hell Knell on so many people at once. But if he wanted to act cool, he had to finish no matter what. If you want to stay in that environment forever, you can let me know. I'll arrange an eternal package for you. Chen Zhao knocked on the table. Quiet down. Do you really want the eternal package? The 10 in the room finally quieted down. Even though they knew this was a spell, they would still be afraid of the end of the world, no matter how composed they were. Those 5 don't need to introduce themselves. The other 5, introduce yourselves. President, I'm Worcester, the treasurer. A middle-aged bald man stood up and said. His forehead was covered in sweat. I'm in charge of the warehouse and repairs. Padaloo. Arms expert, Jalik. Strategy logistics, an elite. Security guard, Aduz. Also, I'm the only regular person here. President, can you undo the spell for me? I think I need to change a pair of pants. No, sit down. Chen Zhao made a downward gesture. He had to spend more magic to undo the spell. He was very tired now, so he had to wait until his magic recovered to undo the spell. Since he wanted to intimidate them, he would make it more memorable. The 10 members of the Supernatural Club were almost going crazy. Since when did someone just cast a spell like this? And it was such a great spell that made them think it was real. Worcester, report to me how much money is left. $23,000. So, you still have $23,000? Why don't you rent a better office? President, we haven't gotten paid this month yet. Chen Zhao was speechless. When do we get more funding? President, if we don't take care of the evil spirits in Mapleville, we'll never get the funds. What department is in charge of our funds? Go send some evil spirits to their head and let them feel the significance of our existence. The anti-terrorist department. Okay, pretend I didn't say anything, Chen Zhao said. Let's talk about the evil spirits in Mapleville. Someone tell me the results of the previous attempts. Failed, 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 and failed. Then, do you have any data for the specific number and abilities of the evil spirits? No. What do you mean no? Didn't you attack them many times? Yes, Wes said. But other than destroying some on the fringe, we didn't have any other results. There's still many evil spirits inside. Every time we try to venture in, we suffer from even more intense attacks. Now, make an action plan immediately, Chen Zhao said. Huh? Huh, what? If you don't want to do it, then whatever. I'm being the president for nothing too. Then, President, what about you? I'll cooperate with you, Chen Zhao said. Don't think I'll do everything by myself. I'm the president, after all. Also, Worcester, give me the financial records. I want to check them. Huh? What? Chen Zhao looked at Worcester. Worcester lowered his eyes. Oh, okay, dismissed. Chen Zhao slapped the table. Also, look at my eyes. Who? Everyone's hell knell was finally undone. They all sprawled on the table, covered in sweat. President, I'm old, Burr complained. I can't go through that again. I'm mentally traumatized. Amongst them all, only Jalanash was still composed. The others had very fragile hearts. The hell knell wasn't all-powerful. Usually, people with a stronger mind or knew about supernatural things wouldn't put up a scene like them. Okay, Chen Zhao would have to see about this president situation. If he really couldn't do it anymore, he could run off like the previous presidents. This was the worst group of supernatural people that Chen Zhao had ever met. Chapter 612, Disloyalty. Chapter 612, Disloyalty. Jalanash, Worcester called out to her. Wait, I have something to say. Jalanash stopped and looked at him. What? Jalanash, you don't like that Asian either, right? Worcester asked. She studied Worcester. You want me to mess with him? No way. Go if you want, but I'm not going to commit suicide. Jalanash was proud, but she wasn't stupid. She wouldn't go up against Chen Zhao just because of Worcester's provocation. Anyone in their right mind would be able to see that Chen Zhao was very strong. He's a wizard. You're a witch. What are you scared of? Don't you know that there'll always be one or two special people? Jalanash asked indifferently. Worcester clenched his teeth, eyes flickering. He'd already gotten pissed earlier when Chen Zhao said he'd take over finances. Chen Zhao had just come and was already going to check the budget. Wasn't this forcing him to a dead end? Menace flashed in Worcester's eyes. The supernatural organization was a mess, but as the accountant, there was a lot of money to be made. The others didn't understand finances, so he could just mess around and easily make one mission cost a few $100,000. In actuality, it was only a few thousand. The rest went into his own pocket. After these few years, he'd already become quite wealthy. Even though this year's funds still weren't given, the government wouldn't disband the organization. They would still have to give them funds. By then, a large amount would go into his own pocket again. This president, who'd just arrived, actually wanted to cut off his source of income. Worcester obviously couldn't bear this. Fine, Jalanash wasn't willing to help, but that was okay. In the end, she was only a regular witch. If she was able to do well outside, she wouldn't have joined this group. The truly powerful witches viewed the supernatural organization with disdain. Worcester picked up his phone and called a number. Hi, is this Witch Rupert? Yes, it's me. I have a job, $100,000. Will you take it? Sure. What job? Kill someone. I'll do it if you multiply by 10. Then, how about you just disable him? Or make sure he'll never appear before me. Send me the target's info first. Soon, Rupert got the info, and she scanned it. She almost threw her new phone onto the ground. Fuck, are you messing with me? What? Go die. Fuck you, fuck. Rupert hung up. Worcester was confused. What happened? Hadn't they made a deal? How come she turned on him so quickly? Whatever. He'd find a professional. Hi, I want to hire a witch assassin. What country are you in? Which city? America, L.A. Okay, there's a very powerful witch assassin in L.A. right now, but she's quite expensive. It'll be at least $1 million. That expensive? Of course. Or, how about you wait a while, and we'll send a cheaper one. Whatever, this'll do. Then I'll give you your contact info. Worcester received a text. It was only a phone number. Hi, are you a witch assassin? Yes, I am. I need you to kill someone. I'm quite expensive. I know. $1 million. No, it's not just 1 million. That's the base. My price will change according to your target. Your target is a wizard. I need his info. I'll send it now. 10 seconds later, the others started cursing him out. Fuck, you want me to die? I won't do it, even if you give me $1 billion. With that, they hung up. Worcester's expression changed. What was going on? Was that Asian really so scary? L.A. Witches knew him. Even witch assassins knew him. The two had the same tone, too. It was as if a new president was as scary as a demon. But how come Worcester had never heard of him before? No, if this was the case, then he had to get rid of the man. If he really was so scary, then Worcester would be dead meat if he found out that he'd messed with the finances. What should he do? Local witches didn't work. The witch assassin didn't work either. The assassin also said that they wouldn't do it even if he paid $1 billion. He couldn't afford that either. It seemed that he couldn't use an outsider. It was even more impossible to get rid of the Asian with the failures in the organization. They didn't dare either. Suddenly, Worcester thought of an idea. Didn't that Asian want to clear out the evil spirits in Mapleville? He could use this chance to make the man die in there. Worcester had personally taken part in the missions, so he knew how scary the evil spirits there were. Worcester believed that the evil spirit group of Mapleville could definitely kill this new president. Hey, Chun, it's Rupert. Oh, how come you're calling me today? Someone just called me to give me a job. Wanted me to kill you. Oh, don't you think that I helped you by telling you? So, does this count as you owing me? Who's the guy that wanted to kill me? I don't know. I didn't see him. It was just a call. You don't even know who it is. How do I know if you're telling the truth? You doubt me? Of course. Then I don't care about you. Go die. Rupert hung up angrily. As soon as Chun Zhao ended that call, he received West's call. President, we've already made the action plan. When will you have time to discuss it? I don't have time now. Send the plan to me, and I'll study it. West was annoyed. It felt like he was the only one working hard in the entire organization. No one else cared, from the president to the members. No one took this job seriously. But since Chun Zhao finally became the president, he had to be steadied first. West could guide him slowly in the future. He believed that, under his guidance, Chun Zhao would definitely become a responsible president. And under his leadership, the supernatural organization would strengthen. Chapter 613, Troublemaker Duo. Chapter 613, Troublemaker Duo. Chin, did you finish taming Snow White? Snow White? You named it Snow White? Chin Zhao turned to look at the albino puma. What, is it not pretty? No, it's a great name. It wasn't his name. Whoever wanted to be called Snow White could use that name. But if they have kids in the future, he definitely wouldn't let Phalai name them. No way. Otherwise, their kids would hate them for life. Snow White, come here. Snow White had a blank expression. Who? Samuel. Tell it that its name is Snow White. Meow, meow. Snow White walked over slowly and tried to lick Chun Zhao. Its tongue was covered in bristles. Most cats had this kind of coating on their tongues. It wouldn't hurt Chun Zhao, but he was afraid it would hurt Phalai. Phalai, don't let it lick you. Otherwise, it'll scratch your skin. Hugging Snow White's neck, she looked at its eyes. It looks like an albino breed. What do you mean? Albinism and albinos are different, Phalai said. Albino was a recessive inherited disease. The body lacked tyrosinase, while that was the main ingredient for synthesizing melanin. The patient's main characteristic was expressed in skin, hair, and irises. On the other hand, albinism was also an inherited disease, and its genes were very common. Around 1 in 70 people had the genes, while the ratio for expression was 1 to 17,000. You could usually distinguish between the two from the eyes. Snow White was an albino. Its eyes were red. Because its irises lacked melanin, the color was very light. Albinos were very afraid of sunlight and couldn't be under it for long periods because their bodies lacked the protection of melanin. The sunlight could damage their bodies and eyes. Snow White and Princess seemed to match well. Unfortunately, they were different species and of the same sex. It's so soft. Phalai was petting Snow White. It didn't actually feel that great. It was just because it was new. When Princess had just arrived, she'd also been spoiled. But the feeling faded as time passed. But because they were so familiar, like with people, they became more casual with each other. They wouldn't hug Princess and say things like, "You're so nice," or "You're the best." Princess was like their family. Now, Phalai was curious about Snow White. After they became familiar, it would probably be like with Princess. Phalai played with Snow White while Chun Zhao sat outside, studying the plan that West had sent. The plan was very simple. They would take advantage of Jolig's magic bombs. It could cause large-scale destruction in an instant. Even spirits wouldn't be able to avoid danger. In addition, there was a magic flamethrower. The fuel contained magical phosphor and was also effective against spirits. But someone had to enter Mapleville first and lure the evil spirits out into the trap. The person who went to lure them would clearly be in danger. Chun Zhao wasn't afraid, but he wasn't willing to go. He was the president. Why'd he have to do this stuff? If he accepted this mission directly, he would be a pure idiot. Of course, the plan overall was quite reliable. Oh, is Laurent not here today? He went to drink with an old friend. Without a doubt, he'd gone to find his sand. Old thing again. Laurent and Hassan were at a small pier, completely drunk. They were surrounded by cans. No one knew how much they drunk. Gazing at the sunset on the horizon and the beautiful flaming clouds could fill people with fantasies. Oh, if only those other guys were still alive, Hassan said, sighing. Hassan, do you know about Pamela? Pamela? After she quit, I only know that she got married a decade ago, and then we lost contact. So do you know that she died? Died? How is that possible? She's even younger than you. She got some disease, Laurent mumbled. Hassan sat in his wheelchair and didn't speak for a long time. Would you believe me if I said I saw Pamela's spirit a few days ago? Cut the crap. It's true, Laurent said. I wonder where she lived before she died. Technically, she contacted me first. Don't ask why a ghost called me. Where did she live? I think it's called Mapleville, but that place is kind of scary. Fuck, I don't believe in ghosts. How about we go now? Laurent asked. We might be able to see her. I'll go if you dare to go. Then let's go. It doesn't seem far from here. Laurent pushed Hassan's wheelchair toward Mapleville. When they reached there, Laurent gulped. The cold wind along the way had woken up his senses. It's here. Do you dare go in? Fuck, I haven't lived in a lot of places these years, but I did live in these abandoned slum places. There's nothing to be afraid of. Hassan's voice was very loud. He wasn't shrinking back at all. There really are ghosts inside. Old thing, it's only been a few years, and you're such a scaredy cat now. If you're scared, then fuck off. I'll go in by myself. I'm going to find Pamela, if I can really meet her. Who's afraid? Not me. Laurent had actually met Pamela before, so he was a little afraid. But he had to go, no matter how afraid he was. Otherwise, Hassan would never let him forget it. Anyway, it was Pamela. She wouldn't hurt them. By now, the sky had started darkening. The neighborhood didn't feel comfortable at all. How come we're still not at Pamela's house? What, you're scared? If you're scared, then I'll push you out. Who's afraid? Hassan yelled loudly. You think I'm like you? It's the one up front, Laurent said, pointing at the White House in the distance. When they got there, Laurent went up and knocked on the door. Pamela, are you here? Hassan and I are here to see you. The house was dark, and Laurent felt shivers when looking in. Laurent, push me in. It's cold outside. Chapter 614, Intimidated Instantly. Chapter 614, Intimidated Instantly. The instant they entered, the door slammed shut. Laurent, why did you close it so hard? You scared me. No, I didn't close it. Hassan could feel that Laurent's hands were shaking. Not you, not me. Tick-tock. Hassan and Laurent could both hear the tick of a clock. A shadow appeared in the darkness. Ah, GG Ghost. Hassan yelled. Laurent stiffened and froze as he looked at the figure that walked out of the darkness. It was none other than Pamela. Push me away. Push me away. Fuck. Why'd you two old bastards come here? Pamela's tone was like she was disappointed. She really was pissed at these two old guys. She really is a ghost. Laurent could feel clearly that his hair stood up when Pamela walked closer. It was an instinctive reaction. Why did you come here? To see you. Why didn't you come during the day? Don't you know how dangerous it is? Huh. Stop joking. Laurent, you and Pamela planned this to fool me, right? It was as if it suddenly dawned on Hassan, and he wasn't afraid at all anymore. Before, he'd often pull these pranks, but this time he really did get scared. Asan smiled and rolled his wheelchair toward Pamela. Pamela, you don't seem to have changed a lot. Look how old us two are now. He reached out to hold Pamela's arm, but he missed. Pamela was still standing there, but he couldn't grab her hand or touch her body. Asan's expression froze, and he turned his neck stiffly. Laurence, I think she really is a ghost. Laurence's smile was stiff too. I told you. Fuck, I thought you were joking. You said you weren't afraid. You two shouldn't have come, Pamela said. It's very dangerous. What's dangerous? You won't hurt us, Laurence said. Didn't I come last time? Last time, it was because of that candle. It's the candlelight of the rested. As long as it's lit, the evil spirits outside won't be able to see you. Then, light another one. There's none left, Pamela said. When the clock rings 8, the evil spirits will come out. Pamela pointed at the clock hanging on the wall. There were only 2 minutes before 8 p.m. We'll go now. Too late. Pamela shook her head. Go hide in the basement and don't come out before 1. Huh? Go in the basement? Laurent was terrified by the basement. Oh, don't touch the skeleton. Asan shuddered. There's a skeleton in the basement. Shut up and hurry. Laurent hurriedly pushed Asan toward the basement. But he was in the wheelchair now, and Laurent couldn't pick him up. He could only nudge the wheelchair down step by step. Be careful. I don't want to die here. Shut up. Don't distract me. Suddenly, the wooden step under Laurence's foot cracked. Asan was thrown forward. He fell out of the wheelchair and landed heavily on the ground. Asan clenched his hand and seemed to touch something. Bone? A bone. He pulled his hand back quickly. Laurent, I think I touched that skeleton. Didn't Pamela say we can't touch the skeleton? What will happen? How would I know? Did you die yet? It was too dark in the basement, so he couldn't see clearly. Just then, something lit up in the basement. Red light. 2 spots of red light appeared before them. It came from inside the skeleton's eye sockets. Clack, clack, clack. Crisp clacks came from inside. Clack, clack. I woke up again, the skeleton said. How long have I slept for? He looked at his arms. It seems that I died while I was sleeping. You 2 bastards really did wake him up. Right then, Pamela appeared at the basement door. Should I explain? Laurent looked helplessly at Pamela. Pamela, you died too? The skeleton looked at her. You kill me. Me? I didn't kill you, the skeleton said. When you died, your body released the plague curse. It killed me and more than 100 others. Oh, is that so? The skeleton murmured. Don't go anywhere and just accompany me, please, Pamela said. Where's our daughter? The skeleton suddenly asked. Laurent and Asan exchanged glances. This thing was Pamela's husband. Dead. Died in your hands too. No, don't lie. I may only be a pile of bones, but I can sense that she's still alive. She still exists. So what? Do you still want to appear before her, looking like this? You want to stop me? The skeleton looked at Pamela. Pamela spat softly and sprayed icy air on the skeleton. It suddenly realized that its lower half was frozen. You actually found out how to transform into a witch? I didn't think that it would be possible. No, I didn't become a true witch. The skeleton fidgeted but couldn't move its lower half. You think this can stop me? When dawn comes, your power will weaken, but I won't. This will be all in vain. Pamela's expression was heavy. She glanced at Laurent and Asan, who were shrunk in the corner. Laurent, call your in-law here. What? Call him over. I don't feel like pranking him. Laurent was suddenly terrified. It's not a prank. We need his help. How can he help? He can't do anything. No, he can help. Only he can. I don't know what you mean. He could take you out last time. He can take you out this time, too. I don't know what kind of person he is, Pamela said. But he can help. Chapter 615, so dumb. Chapter 615, so dumb. Are you sure? Laurent was still doubtful. Every day at this time is when it's the most dangerous out there. But he could walk to my house safely. Do you think it's possible he's normal? So if he comes, we'll be saved. I don't know, Pamela said. What exactly is he? Laurent asked. The skeleton cackled. Do you want immortality? I can give you immortality. Help me shatter the ice over my lower half. Immortality? But not even you're immortal. Asand and Laurent were drunk, but they weren't stupid. The skeleton wasn't even alive right now. How could it help others gain immortality? I wouldn't die if it wasn't for Pamela, the skeleton said. She starved me to death. Don't listen to him, Pamela said. He turned himself into a monster to find immortality. He experimented on humans, ate human flesh, drank human blood, and cast spells on himself to try and change his genes. As his wife, I couldn't stand his inhuman actions, so I imprisoned him here with a spell and had him die naturally. But I didn't expect that he still wouldn't die completely, even like this. I've said that I'm already immortal. No one can kill me. The skeleton tapped the ice around the lower half of his body. A melted hole appeared, but it wasn't very big. If he wanted to undo the ice entirely, he had to tap a few hundred times. Pamela, seal him in ice again. It looks like he can be freed really quickly. Do you think I can use spells so casually? That's Banshee's breath. I have to rest a few days to recover. Laurent looked around and found a rusty bat. Can I break him apart? He wasn't afraid now. Or rather, he felt excited from the fear. In a way, he was similar to Phalai. They were both afraid and curious of the unknown. His body contains a horrible curse. Every bit carries a fatal aura. Back when his body was rotting, the curse release caused a plague in this town. Are you sure you want to break him apart? Then, is there no solution at all? Yes. Find some strong witches to seal him entirely or destroy his soul. Can't you do that? I can't even stop him right now. Suddenly, the skeleton spat out some acidic liquid onto the ice. The ice melted even faster. Laurent and Asand immediately smelled the foul scent. No, go out. But Pamela's warning was too late. Laurent and Asand felt their heads getting heavy and they couldn't keep their balance anymore. Laurent took out his phone and dialed with difficulty. But before he could say anything, the phone already fell onto the ground. Then he lost consciousness too. By now, most of the hard ice had melted. The skeleton applied pressure and a huge chunk of ice disappeared. A few more times later, the skeleton was completely freed. Seems like you still can't stop me. The skeleton sauntered out of the basement. Jerry, you've already committed a huge sin and now you're dead. What more do you want? Pamela followed the skeleton. She couldn't stop him now. Of course, the skeleton couldn't do anything to her either. Since I've already attained immortality, then let me pursue life again. I'm filled with so many ideas right now. I'm filled with vigor again, and I have unlimited time to come back to life. No one can stop me this time. Jerry walked out of the house and discovered many evil spirits. They also discovered Jerry and came rushing over at him. So much food. Clack, clack. Jerry's upper and lower jaws smacked against each other crisply. I'm hungry. He opened his mouth and swallowed an evil spirit. It wasn't enough. He sucked in another one and another. After 8 or 9 evil spirits were sucked in, they finally realized that this skeleton was terrifying and turned to run. This is a great place. Jerry was very spirited. He could feel that his magic power was replenished again. You pieces of trash, from now on, you must call me Skeleton King. Come to me and submit. Anyone who refuses will become my food. The surrounding evil spirits all looked at Jerry timidly. They could feel fear too. Jerry was much, much stronger and eviler than them. Pamela followed Jerry the entire time. Jerry, is it bad to stay here? Why do you have to do those evil things? You think I'm evil? I once thought that I could create a new era. If you didn't stop me, I might have succeeded already. Create a new era? With those cruel and evil human experiences of yours? Just then, a bright light appeared outside the neighborhood, along with the faint sound of brakes. A while later, a figure walked in. A living person? A living person has come? Pamela saw the newcomer. It really was Chun Zhao. I'm here to find Laurent. Asand should be here too, right? Am I bothering you? Chun Zhao looked at Jerry and Pamela. I declare that you have the honor to become my first experiment. Me? Chun Zhao pointed at himself and then at Jerry. Your experiment? Kid, run, Pamela said. You can't beat him. Isn't that just a skeleton thing? Chun Zhao pointed at Jerry. I've seen a bunch of those. I have a lot at home. Skeleton thing? Jerry cackled, and he waved his arms. Fluorescent green specks started floating around. I'm the Skeleton King, Jerry. Kneel before your king. Snort. Skeleton King? What a dumb name. Pamela's expression turned serious. Don't touch the plague curse near him. Curse? Chun Zhao's mouth of gluttony was already open. He sucked in deeply. After the mouth of gluttony swallowed the curse nearby, Chun Zhao shuddered. The feeling that came from the mouth of gluttony was great. It tasted amazing. Swallowing all the curses will only make you die faster, but this is okay. I'm missing an infected body. You can act as my infected body. Go on. Go spread the plague in the city. Chapter 616, Pre-Battle Meeting. Chapter 616, Pre-Battle Meeting. Miss Pamela, Chun Zhao said. Has he read some 80s or 90s horror novel? His brain isn't normal? He's never been normal, Pamela complained surprisingly. Kid, I'm going to tear you apart. Furious, Jerry lunged at Chun Zhao directly. Chun Zhao's right arm swelled and bit down on Jerry's left side. Chun Zhao had an eerie smile on his face. Your body tastes pretty good. Me? Tastes good? Crack. The mouth of gluttony already bit off half of Jerry's skeleton. He lost balance and fell to the ground. His bones were about to come loose. Why aren't you affected by the plague curse? Sorry, can you release some more? Chun Zhao stood before Jerry with a gentle smile. I didn't have enough. It's rare for me to eat such a delicious curse. Pamela was stunned. Was he eating the curses and Jerry like food? What kind of person was he? Whatever. It seems like it can't wait any longer. Chun Zhao's mouth of gluttony opened again, clamping down at Jerry. The surrounding evil spirits had all cleared out. They obviously didn't dare to appear before Chun Zhao anymore. Jerry was already scary enough to them. He ate the evil spirits as if they were food. But this man was even scarier. He ate Jerry as if he was food. This was the man who truly stood at the top of the food chain. Pamela, excuse me, were Laurent and his sand. Inside, they were cursed with the plague and are in danger now. Oh, take me to them. When Chun Zhao entered the basement, he saw Laurent and his sand on the ground. Their faces were green. Chun Zhao used the mouth of gluttony to inhale at them. The green vapor floated out of the two. The mouth of gluttony sucked it all clean. Thank you, Pamela said. No problem. Oh, can you tell me what exactly happened? Pamela recounted everything from start. Jerry, my husband, is a toxicologist. He was an idiot who wanted to strive for immortality. When I discovered his evil ways, I used magic to imprison him here, and he starved to death. But the plague he released when he was about to die killed me and the hundreds of people in the neighborhood. I remained to guard him in case he woke up one day and continued his evil ways. It's solved, so I should go now. Okay. Oh, Laurent actually isn't bad. I refuse to accept that. Goodbye, Pamela. Achoo. I forgot again. Such a glutton. Should we attack? Maybe we can kill him. Maybe he already spent up his mana while fighting that skeleton, and he's hiding in the room to rest now. Let's break in and kill him. I'll count to 3 and we'll break in. 3, 2, 1. The door suddenly opened. Chun Zhao walked out with Laurent and his sand in each hand. His nose itched. The mouth of glutton itched even more. Achoo. Boom. Pamela's yard and the house across the street were flattened instantly. A dozen evil spirits were ripped apart too. I feel much better after that sneeze. Chun Zhao's mouth of glutton had gone back to normal. He touched his nose. It was more comfortable too. Chun Zhao didn't encounter more evil spirits along the way. No one dared to come forward. Laurent woke up with a start and saw that he was in his own bed. I'm back. He touched his body. It was all normal. He rushed downstairs and saw Chun Zhao sunbathing outside. Chun, you brought me back. The police called me. Honestly, you two are so old, and one is confined to a wheelchair. Can't you two calm down? Running to the sea to drink. Were you tired of living and wanted to get buried in the sea? You mean Asan and I got drunk by the sea last night? No shit. You can't remember? My brain is in a mess right now. Chen Zhao glanced at him. You two weren't quiet drunks. You kept screaming about seeing Pamela. Lauren's head was muddled and his thoughts grew disorganized. He didn't know what was true and not. Want some? To sober up. Laurent took the medicine and sipped it. His mind indeed cleared up a bit. But there were still many confusions that he couldn't resolve. Right then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. Hi, West. What's wrong? President, we're planning the strategy right now. Would you like to come over? Fine. Chen Zhao glanced at Laurent. I have to go out. When he arrived at the Supernatural Organization's headquarters again, everyone arrived at the meeting room instantly. This time, no one dared to be relaxed before him. Okay, who'll explain how we'll attack the evil spirits of Mapleville? Elite stood up now. As the support and strategist person, he was the main planner this time. President, after researching and discussing, we realized that the evil spirit group is very powerful and large. With the numbers we have, we obviously can't win if we go straight up against them. My plan is to set up a trap first. We'll lure the evil spirits out and then deactivate the trap. What about the specific procedures? Jolig is the main guy. He'll create magic bombs and flamethrowers. If they can meet our requirements, then this plan should be quite successful. Jolig, do you have any problems? Chen Zhao asked. Neither the bombs or flamethrowers are hard in theory or production. I just need enough resources. No problem, Worcester said. I'll provide Jolig with enough resources. Then that's that, Chen Zhao said. President, there's a problem, West said. What? Who'll be the bait? Everyone lowered their heads. No one was willing to be the bait. Anyone in their right mind knew how dangerous being the bait was. No volunteers? Then I'll call someone out. Chen Zhao glanced at them all. President, look at my old limbs. I can't run quickly even if I want to, Burr said. He needed a cane in everyday life. President, everyone started giving all sorts of excuses. Chapter 617. This is Mapleville? Chapter 617. This is Mapleville. None of you are willing. Chen Zhao looked at everyone. President, you should think for me. Me too. Me too. I'm only a child. Everyone had great excuses and no one wanted to go. Chen Zhao narrowed his eyes. Looking at them all, he said, since none of you want to go, then all of you will go. Huh, all of us. One person might not be able to lure out all the evil spirits. If you 5 go, then you'll be able to lure out more. We'll die in there. Burr wailed. Be braver. Look at Moore. He's a kid, but he's not afraid at all. Look how calm he is. Chen Zhao pointed at 15-year-old Moore. President, I peed my pants. Moore lowered his red face, not daring to look at Chen Zhao. President, won't this be too hard on them? West looked at Chen Zhao. Then how about you go too? I support your decision fully. Chen Zhao looked at Jolig. When can you get the stuff prepared? As long as there's enough material, I'll be able to finish tomorrow. Then we'll go tomorrow night. Tomorrow night? Won't it be too much of a hurry? What hurry? It's just one place, and you haven't had a result after many tries. How much longer do you want to drag it out for? Chen Zhao glared at them and left, cursing out loud. Everyone in the meeting room exchanged glances. No one spoke. Mr. West, Worcester said, upset. That president only knows how to talk. He never said what he would do. I think we should protest against him. Protest? How can we protest? You want to fight him? If you can beat him, then you can be the president. I can't do it by myself, but we can't let him rule over us and use his power like this. Worcester, how come you keep trying to get us to fight against the president these days? Jalanash looked at him coldly. What are you trying to do? What could I be trying to do? He's an outsider. What right does he have to order us around? If you're upset with him, you can go talk to him yourself. There's no need to keep provoking us. Okay, shut up. West hit the table. It's not the time for you to have internal conflicts. We're going to have an official mission tomorrow. This isn't just a scuffle on the fringe and leaving after killing some evil spirits. This time, we'll go deep into Mapleville. I need protective gear, Burr cried. I won't go without it. I need it too. Me too. Jolig, prepare 5 protective suits for them. Mr. West, If I have to prepare the protective gear and the weapons, I won't have time. I can stay to help, Worcester said. The next afternoon, Chun Zhao came to the meeting room again. Are you all ready? So what if we're not ready? Worcester muttered. It's not like you'll let us run away. Chun Zhao glanced at him. Right. Did you prepare the financial records I want? They're ready. I'll bring them tomorrow, Worcester said. Inside, he thought, but you probably won't have the chance to see it anymore. Okay, Chun Zhao called. Let's go and get it over with. President, the rest of us don't have to go, right? Other than Aduz, everyone else has to go. Aduz was a regular person and only earned the salary of a regular security guard, so Chun Zhao allowed him to stay at the headquarters. Everyone else were spiritualists and supernatural people. No one earned the salary of a regular person, so now that they were needed, no one was allowed to shrink back. Technically, Burr, Morid, Jalanash, and Belia were fighters while West, Worcester, Padalu, Jolig, and an elite were support staff, but they actually had something they were best at. This supernatural organization was tiny, but they still divided it up in such detail. What a joke. So, Chun Zhao wanted all of them to participate in combat. It was like a mercenary group. Everyone had their specialties, but everyone had to pick up their guns in a fight. They were unwilling, but under Chun Zhao's pressure, they could only give in. President, this is the protective gear I prepared for you. Put on. It has great magical defensive abilities and protects against the attacks from evil spirits too. Let's try to kiss up to Chun Zhao. No need. Chun Zhao didn't like this type of gear. It stuck to his body, and he couldn't move around comfortably. But it's dangerous. It's just a few evil spirits. What's so dangerous? It's not just a few evil spirits. Mr. West, since the president doesn't want it, why insist upon it? Worcester said pointedly. Chun Zhao glanced at him. This Worcester had been sarcastic the first day he got here. He was also the finance guy. Chun Zhao bet his name that he had some corruption problems. Everyone got into the organization's bus. It was probably the most expensive piece of property that the organization had. Chun Zhao got in, and the bus started off soon. It smelled like mold, and the seats all had a layer of dust. As the bus drove off, everyone's heart was pounding. They all knew how terrifying the evil spirit group in Mapleville was. Even more, they knew how dangerous this mission was. Wes got up from the back and took out a bottle of water from the box in the front. This is recovery potion. It can replenish a portion of your magic. Everyone take one bottle to use when needed. What? They even have recovery potion. How come it's like going to play some hidden level? President, this is yours. You're strong, so I prepared two for you. No need. Chun Zhao shook his head. The bus drove for half an hour and stopped outside Mapleville. Huh? Here? Chun Zhao was surprised. This was Mapleville. Wasn't this the place that he'd come twice in the past few days? Pamela's home was here. He thought it was some super scary place, but it was just this slum town. West went over to pull on Chun Zhao. President, we're here. Oh, coming. As soon as he got out of the bus, Worcester bumped into Chun Zhao. Something in his hands splashed onto Chun Zhao. What are you doing? He flicked at the liquid on him. It was odorless, but it felt sticky. Sorry, President. Worcester quickly apologized. I didn't see you get out. Chapter 6-18 Mission. Chapter 6-18 Mission. Chun Zhao looked at Worcester with annoyance. Are you blind? Sorry, President. Chun Zhao waved his hand. Whatever. Jolig, go set up the trap. Yes, President. Jolig deftly began burying bombs. These magic bombs were quite powerful. They were destructive for both regular people and spirits. After he finished with the trap, the sky started darkening. President, I finished setting up the trap. Okay, go eat something good, and after you all finish eating, go in. Be careful. President, you're not going? I have to stay to control the trap. Someone has to stay. President, I could deactivate the bombs too, actually. I can too. Me too. I'm the president. I have to stay back because if the plan fails, I have to take care of the mess, Chun Zhao said matter-of-factly. Haven't any of you seen the big boss at the start of the game? Everyone grumbled inwardly. Chun Zhao made it sound honorable, but couldn't change the truth. He was scared. He wanted to shrink back like a turtle. Chun Zhao looked at the time. It was already past 7. Okay, go on in. President, I'll miss you. Wes latched onto Chun Zhao. Fuck off. Chun Zhao kicked him aside. By now, the sky was already dark. The entire Mapleville was pitch black. Everyone entered the neighborhood. Okay, Wes said. Everyone spread out and throw a flash bomb in a house, and then run. Flash bombs were the best at infuriating a spirit. Not only were they useful against humans, they also worked for spirits. After the spirit lost vision temporarily, they'd regain their vision gradually and then become furious. But the process of them regaining their vision gave them enough time to escape. This was also part of their plan. Everyone, match times, Wes said. 7:50. Be careful and keep in contact, Wes said. There's only one chance for the trap. We have to lure the spirits toward the trap at the same time and bomb them all at once. If there's too much time in between, then we'll still have to face a large number of evil spirits. Okay, we understand. Wes looked toward Burr. Burr, you're the slowest, so you take this area. It's the closest to the exit. If you don't have time, use your strength magic. Moore, you take that area. You can use your cloning to attract attention. West was quite experienced, so he assigned tasks for everyone. West, I think you should keep being the president, Worcester said, instead of finding a coward who doesn't do anything. Everyone agreed now. West furrowed his brows. Okay, everyone has their own area. Spread out and start at 8 o'clock sharp. It's them again. Are they here to look for death? Pamela saw the supernatural organization through her window. She wasn't unfamiliar with them. Even though she hadn't interacted with them before, she knew that they'd come to Mapleville many times and fought with the evil spirits. However, they were just average. It was a feat if they could kill 1 or 2 evil spirits each time. They fled immediately if there were more. Tick, tick. When 8 o'clock arrived, Belia smashed something into the window. What's that? Boom. In an instant, the sharp light blinded Pamela. Ah, my eyes. I'm going to kill her. I'll kill that little bitch. Belia ran immediately. She went next door and threw another flash bomb. Halls came out of the house immediately. Similar scenes replayed in every corner of the neighborhood. Belia flew past one area and tossed a bomb into a dozen houses. With a whoosh, an aggressive, evil spirit broke out of a house behind her. Bitch, I'm going to kill you. This evil spirit was 2 or 3 times bigger than usual. He was like a small giant. Belia ran back in fear. While running, she yelled out, I'm pretty much done luring. When can I run back? Belia, you're the deepest in. You can start back now. I'm almost done too. Hearing Wes's words, Belia rounded a fountain and started running back. Suddenly, the evil spirit behind her caught up and clawed her back. Light flashed on her back. She rolled on the ground and then continued running. The defensive gear was quite effective, but it couldn't provide unlimited protection. Its effect weakened with each use. If that kind of attack happened again, the armor would probably lose effectiveness. Run! There was a large group of evil spirits behind Burr, too. There were even more than behind Belia. Old Burr tossed his cane away and ran for his life. As he ran, his body enlarged. Finally, he was like a small giant as he rushed toward the gates. At that time, the others caught up too. They also had a large group of evil spirits behind them. They weren't very strong, but they were all great at luring monsters. The evil spirits were grouped together now. They covered the sky and moon, howling and screaming. It was like the end of the world. These rookies had never seen anything like it before. Everyone was about to piss their pants. Suddenly, there was a pain scream. Evil spirits caught up to Moore's clone. It didn't even last a second before getting swallowed up. Worcester was the first to burst out of the entrance. Then there was a second, a third. They burst out of the trap area one after another. President, hurry. Deactivate it. Chun Zhao looked around. There were 10 of them, all present. The next moment, Chun Zhao pressed the remote control. Kaboom! The dozen magic bombs were deactivated all at once. Firelight and shards flew into the sky, turning the surroundings into ruins. The explosions lasted for a full minute. Chun Zhao had never seen such brilliant fireworks before. Haha, success. We succeeded. Everyone was extremely excited. They'd killed so many evil spirits. None of them could survive such an intense explosion. But when the fire died down, the evil spirits were still unharmed. Not a single one had died. Everyone's expressions froze. But the evil spirits actually started lunging at Chun Zhao. Hurry, let's run. Worcester cried. They're going for the president. We have time to run. Chapter 619. Nobody can leave before explaining. Chapter 619. Nobody can leave before explaining. Don't move, Chun Zhao yelled. He was livid. The entire plan was carried out perfectly, but the end result was so poor. Not a single evil spirit was killed in the intense explosion. This clearly wasn't normal. Chun Zhao's voice made all the members of the supernatural organization and evil spirits stop moving. They all turned around. The evil spirits actually stopped within a few meters of Chun Zhao. Worcester was getting impatient. Were they stupid? Hurry and kill that man. Chun Zhao looked at the supernatural organization. Whoever dares to move will die here today. The members discovered that the evil spirits closest to Chun Zhao actually took steps back. Worcester was even more impatient. There were so many of them. Why were they afraid of this man? And no one better think about escaping. Chun Zhao's eyes gleamed with evil light. No one. They discovered that the evil spirits actually had fearful expressions. Suddenly, a pained cry came from behind the 100-some evil spirits. One seemed to be grabbed in an invisible hand and dragged into the void. This scene was horrifying and unsettling to both the supernatural organization and evil spirits. I said, no one is allowed to run without my permission. Whoever runs will die. Chun Zhao looked at the evil spirits. You can try if you think that I can't do anything just because you have an advantage in numbers. Then he looked at the supernatural organization. Everyone felt chills. Chun Zhao intimidated all the evil spirits by himself. No one dared to take a step forward or even run. I wanted to give you failure's chance. If you succeeded in this plan, I would help train you all, but you've disappointed me too much. Chun Zhao looked at the 10 members. Jollig, why were the magic bombs ineffective? Give me an explanation. If you can't explain, then I'll feed you to them tonight. I don't know. I made the bombs according to the standard ratio of gunpowder. They can't be ineffective unless... Jollig suddenly looked at Worcester. Unless the material you gave me had problems. Bullshit. Don't blame me. What does this have to do with me? Worcester immediately yelled nervously. It's your own problem. Don't drag me into this. Chun Zhao glanced at Worcester and then at the evil spirits. Then, why did you all run toward me? Is it because I'm ugly? Asians don't fit my beauty standards. Some nameless evil spirit said that, and Chun Zhao's eyes shone with murderous intent. A few other evil spirits were affected too, dragged into the void by that invisible hand. Who can give me an answer? Chun Zhao yelled. Speak. Are you all mute now? Mr. Chun, let me answer your questions. Pamela knew that Chun Zhao was strong, but she didn't think he was this terrifying. She didn't even understand how Chun Zhao had killed those evil spirits. He didn't have any magic waves or even do anything, but those evil spirits were swallowed up. Okay, speak. You have an aura that's full of life, Pamela said. To the dead, that's the most luring smell. We were attracted by that, and that's why we all swarmed to you. Chun Zhao looked down at the part of his shirt that got wet from the liquid. He took off his shirt and tossed it to Pamela. Smell it. Is it this smell? Yes, this is it. Chun Zhao looked at Worcester. Seems like we have an answer now. Worcester turned to run, but someone stuck their leg out and tripped out. Who eats meat? Come out. A few evil spirits walked out and went to stand behind Chun Zhao. Everyone got chills and subconsciously moved away from Worcester. Worcester was on the ground. President, I messed up. Please forgive me. They didn't know how strong this new president was, but they knew that he was definitely more than 100 times scarier than the other presidents. Why did you do this? Chun Zhao looked at Worcester. Because you want to check the records. It suddenly dawned on everyone. No wonder he tried to provoke everyone whenever Chen Zhao wasn't here. It was just because Chen Zhao wanted to check the financial records. Did that mean that Worcester had stolen most of their budget? This infuriated everyone. At first, they thought that Worcester had something personal against Chen Zhao and even sympathized with him. But it was actually because he used their budget. How much did you take? A few $1,000,000. Be more specific. I don't know. Worcester lowered his head. Where's the money? Here. With me. Worcester was a sniveling mess from the fear. President, I'll definitely change. Please forgive me. This card? What's the password? Worcester recited a string of numbers. Chen Zhao tossed the card to West. Check how much money is in here. West took out his phone to check. $455,000. Only 10% of a few million is left. Where's the rest of the money? Gone. Gone. I spent it. Great. Chen Zhao sneered. Rip him apart. No. West couldn't take it anymore and took a step forward. President, you want to speak up for him? How about you get punished in his place? West took a step back. No one else spoke. A while later, Worcester was a lump of ground meat. Chen Zhao looked at the evil spirits. Now, as the president of the supernatural organization, I'm issuing the final order. If you don't leave Mapleville in 3 days, I'll have to evict you all. Mr. Chen, we have nowhere to go, Pamela said. If we leave and scatter, we'll bring more danger. At least, she knew Chen Zhao and was the strongest spirit here. She still had a voice. Then I'll destroy you all. Right then, West got close to Chen Zhao. President, how about we take them in? Take them in. Chen Zhao glanced at him. Are you sure? Yes. They aren't entirely without use. They can become our supernumerary members. Chen Zhao looked at Pamela. Are you willing to become part of our organization? If you're unwilling, you can tell me now and I'll send you off. Another cry. Blackie was too fast. All of the evil spirits were speechless. He didn't give them a choice at all. Who dared to say no? Chapter 620 Relic. Chapter 620 Relic. West, when we go back, help me write up some rules. In the future, we'll do things according to the rules. The first one is to listen to the president's orders no matter what. Everyone was speechless. Did he have to be so blatant about giving himself more power? If he said so privately, they wouldn't have been able to do anything even if they found out. But now that he was saying it in public, they still didn't dare to say anything. But they felt depressed inside. What did it feel to have more than 100 evil spirits stuffed into a minibus? Even though spirits didn't have a tangible body, there were still 100 of them stuffed in there. It was still very terrifying. Is there room for us to keep so many evil spirits? We have money now, West said with flushed cheeks. We can move locations. Move? Did I agree? Chen Zhao glared at him. You want to move just because we have some money now? Do you think the organization is yours? Sorry, President. I didn't think carefully. It's okay this time. Next time, remember to report to me. Chen Zhao was sick of this area too. It was a complete insult to his status as the president. If anyone asked him who he was, and he said he was the supernatural organization's president, and they asked where he worked, it would be too embarrassing to say that it was some ghetto. President, do you have any requirement for the new headquarters? First, it has to be big, at least big enough for so many new members. There needs to be a kitchen, Jolinash added from the front seat. A shower room, Belia said. Everyone looked at her. They'd all seen Belia strip? No, war dance before. They shouldn't overthink. In a playground, Morse said. No, Chen Zhao said without hesitation. How old are you and you still want a playground? Reject, Wes said. We'll get you a seesaw at most. Okay, notify me immediately after choosing the location for the new headquarters. Chen Zhao looked at Pamela. Pamela, you're an official member of the supernatural organization now. Help watch them for me. Remember to tell me if anyone causes trouble. Pamela was a spirit, but her abilities and knowledge of magic were definitely the highest of the group. If she became an official member, she could help manage the evil spirits too. These horrible evil spirits were as tame as lambs before Chen Zhao. but they might not be so obedient before the other members. Chun Zhao couldn't watch over them every day either. Thus, if Pamela watched them, no big problems would occur. Pamela had to agree and submit to Chun Zhao too. If she said no, Chun Zhao might plaster her to the wall. They didn't have a close relationship, after all. The ancient and weather-worn cave painting was made up of crude lines and paint, but the story that it recorded was true history. This relic seems to be worth the hike. The professor touched the painting with a gloved hand. Fanity wasn't very interested in the relic's paintings. This relic was half public. It wasn't fully public, but it didn't forbid exploration or research teams. Fanity walked deeper into the relic. Suddenly, a strange sound traveled out. It was like a child's laugh. This kind of relic obviously shouldn't have any children's voice. But Fanity heard it clearly. She didn't think that it was a hallucination. But when she turned around, she didn't see any child. The other team members were still taking pictures and studying the cave paintings. Fanity's eyes flickered, and she looked back at the tunnel leading into the depths. From the information that she'd received, this relic had already been explored fully. Many other teams had come before. There weren't any forgotten corners at all. But with her professional senses, Fanity felt that there was a mysterious aura around here. Ring. Suddenly, Fanity's phone rang. The sudden ringtone shocked everyone in the relic. Fanity answered the call. Hello, is it Fanity? Yes, it's me. Professor Pitts wanted me to send some information to you. Can you give me your email? Sure. Where's Professor Pitts? He went out to sea. See? Why? Fanity was confused. She'd worked with Pitts for many years. Pitts had come to this relic before too, and then kept egging her on to come to look. She might have some special discoveries. Now that she'd come, Pitts went out to sea. Didn't he hate going out to sea? Why'd he go now? Sorry, I don't know either. I'm just a student, but Professor Pitts said that you'd understand. Understand? Understand what? Fanity was utterly confused. After she ended the call with Professor Pitts' student, she received the information sent to her. She opened it. How come it was all pictures of this relic? What was this for? Mr. Steelan, can you come here? Steelan was a very knowledgeable scholar on her team. A friend sent this to me. Can you help me see what it means? Steelan took her phone. There are pictures of here. Yes. This picture seems to be of that side. Steelan compared the relic to the pictures. It looks weird. More specifically, the painting inside it. What's weird? In Incan records, they worship the sun and sky, so most of their paintings look up to the sky and sun. But look at this picture. Steelan pointed at the painting on the wall. This tall man is looking at the ground. Are there no Incan paintings looking at the ground? There are, but very rarely. Looking at the ground symbolizes death. If someone in the painting is looking at the ground, it means that he's about to die. I still don't understand what's strange about this. Why can't it symbolize death? Fanity, look at this row of paintings. This man is like a hero of a fairy tale. He accepted 3 missions, killed a hungry man-eating wolf, defeated a crocodile in the water, and the bear king of the forest. He's walking on the path of becoming king. The path symbolizes glory too. He should be looking up at the sky when he's becoming king. Incan kings wouldn't look down even up until death, but he's doing that when getting crowned. Then, what does that represent? Chapter 621, Rufford's Personal Record. Chapter 621, Rufford's Personal Record. Belief, Steelan said. This is an unusual ruler. He didn't believe in the sky or the sun. He believed in the earth and death. And then, the story ends here, Steelan said. Fanity turned in confusion. Earlier, she heard that child's laughter again. This made her feel that she was going crazy. She looked around. Leader. Huh? What? What's wrong? Are you okay? No, I'm fine. Fanity shook her head. Can you tell what the significance is of these pictures my friend has sent me? It should be the key point of this relic. What key point? After I came in, I sensed that this relic isn't complete. I suspect that a portion of it isn't here. I still don't understand. The relic was cut apart by someone and moved to another place. The wall paintings here actually point to where the other part is. Moved to another place? How could such a big relic be moved? Rather than move, you could say that it was built elsewhere, Steelen said. It's possibly due to the environment or political reasons at that time, making it impossible for the relic to be continued to be built. So the relic's owner changed location for some reason and continued to build the remaining parts. As for the reason, I don't know. Steelen paused before continuing. But judging from the various phenomena, your friend has already found the other half. He sent you an invitation. If you can decode it, then you'll qualify to explore more secrets of the relic with him. Chun, come walk with me, Laurent said. Go by yourself if you want to walk. Why do I have to go? We don't have that great of a relationship. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. I'm going back to Sacramento tomorrow. Oh, is Winnip back? Chun Zhao celebrated inside. This old bastard was finally leaving. He could have his two-person world with Fei Lai again. Suddenly, Chun Zhao felt like the world was sunny and fresh again. The entire world had become beautiful. I want to walk around Pamela's neighborhood again. Come with me. This old bastard was such a coward, so why did he insist on going there? Although, Mapleville wasn't dangerous anymore. No, go by yourself. If you don't go with me, then I'll tell Fei Lai that you hit me. If you tell Fei Lai, then I'll tell Winnip that you're looking for your old lover. Laurent was furious. I'm so pissed. Why would Fei Lai fall for someone like you? I'm curious, too, as to how an asshole like you can make someone like Fei Lai. I'll go alone. Laurent left with Chun Zhao's keys. Chun Zhao picked up his phone. There was a notification. American athlete Rufford won first place at the Tokyo leg of the Diamond League for men's 100 with 9:59 seconds. This broke his personal record and also made him become the first contestant to break 9:6 seconds. The current world record holder is Usain Bolt, but compared to Bolt, Rufford still has a lot of room for improvement. Bolt is already 32 years old, while Rufford is still in his prime. He is still improving quickly. In the past year, he'd run under 9.7 seconds many times. In the last national championships, he'd run 9.6 seconds. This was his first time attending the Diamond League, and he'd outdone himself again. Will he be able to maintain this level in the second leg in London? Or surpass his own record, or even the world record? Even though the world record of 9.58 seconds is already very hard to break, Rufford still has hope. Chun Zhao slapped his forehead. Rufford's Diamond League competition had already started. He remembered Rufford saying that the sixth leg of the race would be in New York on June 21st. He'd also promised Rufford to go watch the race. Chun Zhao called Board. Hey, Board. It's me. Mr. Chun, can I help you? Is Rufford training? Yeah, he's training now. Where are you two? We're in London right now. We came early to get used to the track environment. Oh, Rufford's condition is pretty good recently, right? Very good, Mr. Chun. You saw the news of him winning Tokyo, right? Yeah, I saw it, Chun Zhao answered. Tell him that I'm happy about his current condition. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. The more successful Rufford was, the more he earned. Rufford was starting to make money now. In the past 3 months, he signed 2 endorsements. One of the endorsements was $1 million. This price was still far from a true superstar's level, but it was a good sign for Chun Zhao. What was a superstar or a track runner? One race could create a superstar. It was the same in both America and China. If Rufford could break a world record, the media would naturally turn him into a god. This wasn't like basketball or soccer players who had to prove themselves with an entire season or more. A top athlete star would earn at least $10 million. In a luxurious manner. I'm sorry, Mr. Taylist. I can't go to your party tonight. I'm sorry. It's okay. I understand, Taylist answered politely. As soon as he hung up, another call came in. Hi, Mr. Taylist. I'm sorry. I can't go to your party tonight. 20 minutes later, Taste was about to smash his phone down. 5 people who'd agreed to come to his party had declined the invitation in the past 20 minutes. He was a famous person, but now, it was like he was being excluded. Another call came in. It was his old friend. Angus, you're not calling to say you won't attend my party tonight, right? Hey, Taylist, how did you know? Can you tell me why? I got Rasfa's invitation. You know that Rasfa is my enemy. You should support me. Talist almost spat out blood in anger when he heard this answer. Talist, I would support you in business, but I heard that Rasfa's party has the legendary Purple Brew. Purple Brew. Chapter 622 Value. Chapter 622 Value. What's Purple Brew? Talist asked in confusion. You don't know? Angus said. It's the practically legendary wine. Oh, I remember. Is it the magical wine that apparently saved all the elites at the Hilda Hotel last time? Yes. Talist was even more pissed. Even though he and Rasfa were equals in the company, they still competed in terms of abilities, connections, and wealth. This time, his party was rejected by many guests, and they instead chose to attend Rasfa's party. This was a provocation or even a declaration of war to him. That night, Talist discovered that practically no important guest had come. He was so furious that he smashed everything in his bedroom. It wasn't just a party. To upper-class elites like him, the guests at his party could reflect his identity and status. Like today, only some nobodies had come. This was like humiliation for him. It would be all right if 1 or 2 people didn't come. But practically no important guests had come today, so what would the 1 or 2 important ones think? They would think that Talist's power had weakened and was abandoned by his allies. On the other hand, everyone running over to Rasfa was also a great blow to him. Parties were important for strengthening and expanding connections too. One party might not be able to represent anything, but what about 2, 3, or 4 times? Regular people would grow apart if they didn't meet for a long while, let alone interest groups. They also needed all sorts of gatherings and parties to maintain their relationships. Talist called Angus again late at night. Hi, Angus. It's me, Talist. Oh, Talist, what's wrong? How's Rasfa's party? Do you want to hear the truth or lie? Truth, of course. It's an addictive wine. It's amazing. You're saying that he drugged it? No. It's completely the wine's own attraction. It's hard to describe. I've never drunk such a mesmerizing wine. It's filled with fantasies, and it has a faraway and exotic taste that makes me. As Angus started talking about the Purple Brew, he started rambling endlessly. Angus grew even more furious. Enough. I don't want to hear your bullshit. Why are you yelling at me? Talist realized that he'd lost his temper. Angus was his important ally in the company. The man was the 3rd largest shareholder in the company. Talist was able to compete with Rasfa in the company due to the support of Angus and other shareholders. They didn't have a vertical relationship. He didn't want to lose this ally due to this. Sorry, Angus. Is that wine really so tempting? Can it make people lose their minds? No, it's the opposite. It can make you more clear-headed. It's just so magical. Angus started rambling again. He could feel Talist's feelings too. To be honest, if Rasfa provides this wine again and you hold a party too, I'll choose him too. Sorry, this isn't about interests. The wine is just unforgettable. Talist wasn't stupid. If Angus kept attending Rasfa's party, who could be sure that he wouldn't lean towards Rasfa? Do you know the wine's background? No. I asked him too, but Rasfa wouldn't answer. The others answer vaguely too. They say that it's from an Asian winery clan. That damn Scrooge. Talist growled through clenched teeth. Is there any way to get information about the wine from him? I can't. He's really guarded against me, as you know. Soon, there was a trending line among the wealthy of L.A. Don't hold a party without Purple Brew, or else it'll be very boring. It was an incredibly proud thing to be able to host a party with Purple Brew, even if each person could only get 1 glass. Rasfa's friend pulled on him with a livid expression. Rasfa, you've already thrown 3 parties. Each time, you say you ran out of Purple Brew, but then you can take 1 bottle out for the guests. You're obviously lying to me. Nelson had come to all 3 parties and drunk 3 glasses. But he grew even more obsessed. Each time, he would pull on Rasfa and try to get information about the Purple Brew, or try to get the actual wine. But Rasfa kept his lips sealed about the Purple Brew and any information. Nelson wished he could tie Rasfa up and pry his mouth open. Yesterday, Nelson also held a party, but he discovered that many guests were a bit disappointed. One friend even asked why he didn't have Purple Brew. Nelson almost exploded. Why didn't he have Purple Brew? Didn't they know how precious that wine was? Nelson didn't lack money. His company's total value was 20 times that of Rasfa. He also had a small portion of the film industry. But Rasfa, someone who worked in entertainment, had something that he didn't. This was an insult to Nelson. Nelson, I got this bottle today, and I hurriedly called everyone here to taste it. Doesn't this show my sincerity? Being invited to taste the purple brew was completely different from having one's own bottle and inviting friends to taste it. Rasfa, just tell me, what price are you willing to sell it for? Nelson, I really don't have any more. I heard that your company will screen a movie in July. I can help you add at least 500 theaters. Rasfa arched an eyebrow. Steven's new movie was airing in July. But Steven also came to complain that there wasn't enough time and there weren't many theaters. Nelson, I'll try my best to get you a bottle. How long will it take? I can't promise you. You don't have any in your house. You can search me. If you find one, I'll give it to you for free. I'm hosting an important guest in 3 days. I hope I can get a bottle by then. Any price is fine. You know that I don't care about money. Chapter 623, Winnip's Call. Chapter 623, Winnip's Call. Ding. $2 million have been transferred to your account 45 ****. Your current balance is $3,922,441. 15. If you asked Chun Zhao what was the best thing in the world, it would be watching his current balance keep raising while he was saving up money. He picked up his phone and kissed the screen. It was close to $4 million in savings. He counted as a rich person now, right? Of course, the happiest thing was that Loran finally scrammed. Finally, no one would disturb his two-person world with Phalai. Just then, Rasfa called. Chun, did you get the transfer? Yes, thank you, Rasfa. Huh, you gained money and I gained connections. In the end, I gained without giving anything. I got a lot just with the purple brew. Chun Zhao knew that, in this world of interests, one had to pay to make money. He couldn't make Rasfa promote the wine without doing anything. Of course, he could, but it would cost feelings. He would have to pay that back too. No one was required to pay or sacrifice for someone else. If Chun Zhao relied on his own connections, he mostly only knew regular people. Even though he had Risfar and Del, he couldn't sell them wine every day. Del was rich, but he couldn't take all those expenses either. As for Risfar, it was the same. It would affect their relationship if he sold his own stuff to them for such a high cost. After ending the call with Rasfa, Zola's call came in. Zola, did you discuss it with your dad to call right after him? You were talking with Rasfa? No wonder I couldn't get through. Is something wrong? I can't call you just because I want to. Sure, of course. Can you lend me Princess for a few days? Zola asked. See, you do need something, Chun Zhao teased. Will you lend me her or not? If you need Princess, you can come and take her the day of and return her the day of too. Why do you need her for a few days? Actually, I need to go to New York. Oh, when? June 20th to 25th, Zola said. My brand is opening up a new business in New York. There's a fashion show. I'm going to New York on June 21st too. Oh, it would be even better if you can come. No, I won't go to the fashion show. It's too repressive to Phalai and I. Fine. Zola was slightly disappointed. What are you doing in New York? Going to see the New York leg of the Diamond League race. You like track? No, my friend is competing. Oh, how about we go to New York together? Sure, but how will we transport Princess? She doesn't like to be in a cage. We'll just borrow Rasfa's private jet, Zola said. Oh, I'll have Triss, Nat, and Cooper go over to you in a few days. They'll call when they go. This isn't necessary, right? Phalai and I don't need clothes. You're overthinking. It's for Princess, not you. She's going to take part in the fashion show, so she obviously needs her own tailored outfit. Oh yeah, Chun Zhao really did think too much. But he had to admit that Triss, Nat, and Cooper were talented in fashion design. Even though his and Phalai's clothes had been hanging in the closet ever since that day, both the suit and gown were very beautiful. Chun Zhao was quite bored these days, but he didn't think he would get Winnip's call. Chun, are you busy? No, Winnip. How are you? Loran came back. He said a lot of bad things about you. Huh. Loran loves joking around. Winnip knew that Chun Zhao and Laurent didn't have a good relationship. Of course, she wouldn't go ask about them either. Chun, the wine that you had Laurent bring back is great. If you like it, then I'll send you 2 bottles the next time I produce more. Have you thought about selling the wine in my supermarket? No, Chun Zhao said honestly. What kind of place was a supermarket? It had a small profit but a quick turnover rate. There were some luxury items, but the highest price was only a few $10,000. How could he sell $1 million wine there? Chun Zhao wasn't crazy. Of maybe Winnip didn't know the price yet. Chun, I know what you're worried about. Winnip, are you sure you know the cost? I saw the news. Plus, I have friends in the upper class of L.A. 2. I know what the value of the purple brew is to them. But you still want to? I considered 3 points. First, this allows regular people to learn about the purple brew. Even if they don't get a chance to taste it, if you put it in my supermarket, they'll be able to see the bottle and produce many fantasies about it. Second, it'll obviously attract more customers. Third, it's the most direct benefit. You'll supply my supermarket a collector's edition of the purple brew and set a price that no wealthy person would buy. This would produce an even bigger uproar. Chun Zhao considered it. You said to set a price that no wealthy person would buy. What price is that? $99,999,999. $100 million. No wonder Winnip said no one would buy it. Even people he knew, like Rasfa or his own mother, wouldn't pay for that. Instead of something to be sold, it was more like an artifact. But then, Chun Zhao got another idea. What if he combined the purple brew with the Spring of Youth? Would that combined effect qualify for that number? He could try the effect first. Winnip, I can't give you an answer now. I have to modify the wine. I can't just change the label and multiply the price. Chun, no one will buy it anyway. But what if someone does? What if the customer finds out that the collector's edition is the same as regular purple brew? This isn't a regular name brand bag. This is $100 million. If someone really bought it, it would be a huge blow to your supermarket and the purple brew. I don't want to take this risk. Fine, but are you sure you can raise the value of the purple brew 10 times higher? Chapter 624, Wine Worth $100 million. Chapter 624, Wine Worth $100 million. Chun Zhao went straight into the river map. Old Turtle, take out the oldest wine. Old Turtle looked at him. The 100-year wine? Even you probably can't take it. Chun Zhao only used 10-year brews now. Wine that was put here for 10 days were basically all 10-year brews. For regular people, 10-year brews could make one shed tears. But it wasn't very effective for people with magic. Last time, Chun Zhao took a sip of a 50-year brew and slept for 20 full days in the river map. Regular people didn't have to drink it. They could get drunk with just a whiff. As for the 100-year brew, Chun Zhao wasn't sure what would happen if a regular person took a sip. They wouldn't die, though. Plus, the spiritual qi in the wine was very beneficial for the body. Old Turtle took out a bottle of 100-year brew and placed it before him. Chun Zhao didn't even drink it. Just smelling the fragrance made him feel like he was floating. It wasn't like getting drunk. He felt truly awake and clear-headed. The moment he opened the lid, the fragrance poured out like a fountain. Chun Zhao grew dizzy and fell to the ground, asleep. Hey, wake up. After a while, Chun Zhao was woken up by Old Turtle. How long did I sleep for? How many days? If you want to sleep, go outside, Old Turtle said. Don't sleep here. Chun Zhao pursed his lips. After waking up, he felt refreshed, but also like he didn't sleep enough. If Old Turtle hadn't woken him up, he could probably sleep for another month. Old Turtle, put in a drop of this. Chun Zhao took out a few drops of the Spring of Youth and placed it on the lid. Then he ran 100 meters away, so he wouldn't get affected by the wine again. Do you have to run so far away? Old Turtle looked at the Spring of Youth on the lid. Hey, this combined the essence of the mountain and shine of the sun and moon. It's quite a nice treasure. With that, the Old Turtle opened the 100-year wine. Even though Chun Zhao was 100 meters away, he could still smell the heavy fragrance. He started getting dizzy and had to run back some more. But after Old Turtle added in the Spring of Youth, A gust of almost tangible spiritual chi poured out. Great wine, great wine. Old Turtle poured the wine into his mouth. Chun Zhao was in pain. That was the spring of youth. He'd already used up a lot, and only 1/3 was left. Old Turtle drank it all in one gulp. He smacked his lips. This wine is indeed incredible, but a mortal can't drink it. What will happen if they do? Their spirit will be washed clean by the spiritual chi and become an empty shell. Chun Zhao was shocked. That's serious? Yeah. What did you pour in earlier? Spring of Youth. The Spring of Youth is quite effective, but you can't mix it with 100-year wine, Old Turtle said. Even you can't drink it, let alone regular people. Then what can I do if I want to improve the wine's quality, but still have regular people accept it? Easy. Old Turtle took out another internal alchemy stone. He didn't know how many house-sized internal alchemies he actually had. He scraped the thing, creating a layer of powder. He mixed it into the wine and shook it. Now, add another drop of Spring of Youth. Old Turtle added in a drop. Done. That's it. What more do you want? Old Turtle rolled his eyes. This wine is the best thing in the world for most people who are in a slump. If you use it often, it can nourish your body. You won't age, and a regular person's ailments will all disappear. There are no side effects other than sleeping for 3 days and nights. Chun Zhao took a sip of the 100-year wine. He started swaying, but didn't hit as hard as the wine earlier. The wine was quite intense, but it was still acceptable. Why did it weaken after you put in the internal alchemy stone? The spiritual chi in the wine was absorbed by my internal alchemy stone, so it won't affect the body. After you drink it, the internal alchemy powder will nourish your body, so it's like magical wine to regular people. Old Turtle got a segment of purple bamboo and poured all the wine into it. Purple bamboo can repel demons. It's also a treasure. Chun Zhao felt that this was enough. To be honest, he hoped it could sell, even though he knew that it was impossible and just a daydream. Suddenly, Chun Zhao had an idea. How about we call it Daydream? Not bad, quite interesting. Old Turtle's finger moved, and he carved some ancient-looking words onto the bamboo. Purple bamboo, Daydream. After exiting the river map, Chun Zhao called Winnip. Winnip, have Kareem, Kane, and Howard come to L.A. and take the wine I made back. Chun Zhao didn't dare to ship the wine to Sacramento. If anything happened along the way, he would cry. Is there something special about it? It's good for your health, Chun Zhao answered simply. He didn't dare to tell Winnip directly. If Winnip herself was tempted and wanted it, Chun Zhao wouldn't be able to supply her. After all, it contained the Spring of Youth. Okay, I'll have them 3 go to L.A. After Chun Zhao hung up, Wes came to his house without warning again. Chun Zhao came out of the door. How come you're here again? President, we've decided on a location for the new office for the supernatural organization. Please come take a look. Okay, let's go. Chun Zhao got into Wes' car, and he drove Chun Zhao to the suburbs. It's this far from a city. President, we have more than 100 evil spirits now. It's inconvenient to stay in the city. Okay, that makes sense. After driving for more than an hour, a forest appeared. Chun Zhao frowned. This far? We're almost there. As soon as he spoke, Chun Zhao saw a huge gray building deep within the woods. The building looked quite old. It was like the foreign buildings in Shanghai from the 1920s or 30s. President, this is our office from now on. What do you think? How much is the rent? Rent? President, I bought this place. Chapter 625, Our Own Standards. Chapter 625, Our Own Standards. You bought it? How much did you spend? $400,000. Wes shrunk back, voice turning smaller. He spent $400,000 to buy this ancient thing. Chun Zhao was speechless. Glancing at Wes, he said, You already signed the contract? Can you destroy it? How about we send some evil spirits to terrorize the seller? President, we're a legit government department. Fine. Chun Zhao's heart felt dead. President, there are a lot of caves and a mountain behind it, West explained. It can act as a residency for the evil spirits. They can help train our members and also participate in our future missions. Fine. Chun Zhao was annoyed. His plan to get himself a pretty office was ruined now. This place is really big. Not only did we buy the land, but the forest belongs to us now, too. We can build more infrastructure here. Where's the money? President, we succeeded in Mapleville, so we'll get this year's funds within 10 days. How much? $500,000. How come it's only $500,000? Didn't you say we get a few $1,000,000 each year? The funds are given per season. Then, won't they compensate us for the missing funds from before? President, you're overthinking. Let's go take a look. Chen Zhao took in the headquarters. Even though the building was old, it was quite big and had quite a lot of rooms. There was a big yard in the back. A group of people were practicing magic there. Ugh, how about no? Chen Zhao felt annoyed when looking at his subordinates. I think that we should find our own profitable business, Chen Zhao said seriously. Such as licensing or something. We can evaluate supernatural figures and charge them for it. What? Is my suggestion bad? Chen Zhao glared at West. West forced himself to look at Chen Zhao. Good, it's obviously good, but we don't have any standards. Then, create a standard now. President, are you serious? Yeah, do I seem not serious? No one had ever evaluated supernatural figures. West found it weird. Plus, their committee wasn't a really authoritative organization either. How could they rate others? Jalik, come here. President, you're calling for me? Can you make a tool for measuring magic? What? Can you or not? Jalik thought about it and said, technically, I can, but I've never tried it before. Then try it. I need material, Jalik said, looking at Chen Zhao. Take whatever you need from the warehouse. If you can't find it, have West buy it. Sensory rockwood. Why do you need sensory rockwood? That thing's expensive. West immediately showed his stingy side. It can sense magic. If I use that and connect it with some circuits, I can create the simplest tool for measuring magic. Do we have any in the warehouse? Chen Zhao asked. Yes. Take it out. West unwillingly took out a thing that looked like wood and rock, but also like neither. It was the size of a fist. It was gray and pitted all over. Jalik took the sensory rockwood and started creating the magic tester. He needed some more material too. Chen Zhao and West just looked on from the side. They didn't know what Jalik was messing around with. Finally, after half an hour of work, a crude magic tester was completed. It was like a scale, but with an extra sensory rockwood ball. It also had a dashboard. President, Mr. West, it's done. Do you want to try? How does it work? Put your hands on the ball. The sensory rockwood can sense the user's magic. West walked over and held the ball. The needle on the dashboard started jumping. But there were only tick marks and no numbers. Why aren't there any numbers? President, I don't know the standard for measuring magic. We'll set our own standard, Chen Zhao said. Call the others over. We'll discuss it together. West saw that Chen Zhao seemed to be pretty serious. He didn't look like he was joking at all. After everyone gathered over, West explained to them. Chen Zhao suddenly thought of something. Aduz is a normal person. Does he have magic? Everyone looked at him. He felt speechless. I can't have magic, right? Come try. Aduz held the ball with both hands, and the needle moved slightly. Regular people have magic too, but it's very weak. How about we use Aduz magic as the standards one? Chen Zhao suggested. No one had objections. Chen Zhao was right, no matter what. Everyone was quite interested too. They wanted to know what level they belonged to with their skills. Jalik made some slight changes to the tool and quantified it. Finally, after the second revision, Mana Tester 1. 0 was officially complete. Aduz measurement was 1. He would also be the standard. The full name of the quantified magic value was Aduz Standard Mana 1. Who'll try first? Chen Zhao looked at everyone. I'll go first, Jalanash said. She walked forward and held the ball. The needle shot up instantly and finally stopped at 75. Jalanash looked around. She wasn't sure if her mana was high or low. Belia was second. Her mana was 95. Jalanash wasn't happy. Someone had higher mana than her. However, Belia wasn't a fighter and her combat abilities weren't as high as her, so she could manage to accept this. Third was the old man Burr. His mana was 102. Jalanash's face darkened, but okay. He was old, so it was normal that he had higher mana. Fourth to test was Moore. His mana was 74. Fifth was Morit. His mana was 76. West, 85. Jolig, 58. Padaloo, 40. Unelite, 99. Aduz, 1. Jalanash was unhappy. She realized that her mana was only second tier. But now everyone looked at Chun Zhao. Chapter 626, Mana Classes. Chapter 626, Mana Classes. Chun Zhao glanced at everyone and held the sphere with his left hand. The pointer shot up at once. It stopped at 205. The party was somewhat bewildered. They thought that Chun Zhao's mana would be significantly higher than them. But 205 was lower than what they had expected. Why is it only 205? Weird. Chun Zhao's combat power was unquestionably much higher than theirs. But his mana was not. President, try using both hands. After thinking, Chun Zhao put his right hand there too. Immediately, the pointer jumped and reached the limit of 500. Everyone was wowed. Indeed, Chun Zhao was much more powerful than them. President, I'll modify it again. That's not urgent. Since we can obtain a precise value for our mana, we can now come out with a grading system, Chun Zhao said. Then we'll produce certificates or badges that show which classes we're in. Let's have 5 classes. A B, C, D, E, West suggested at once. Those below 100 mana will be in the lowest class E. For every 100 mana increase, the class will increase by 1. The president is of course in class A. In this case, apart from Chun Zhao, only Burr would be in class D. Everyone else in the supernatural organization would be class E. Nobody minded, but Jalanash was very displeased. She had always viewed herself as being superior, but in the end, she was in the lowest class like the others. Sound great. Let's do that. Chun Zhao did not mind too. He just wanted a standard, any standard. How should we indicate that? Using cards? West asked. No. If we use cards, when spiritualists meet next time, they won't be able to see each other's identity and class directly. Do you want them to take out their cards and be like, "Hi, I'm a Class D spiritualist. Hi, I'm a Class B spiritualist. Nice to meet you." Don't you think that's too awkward? Then how? Brooches? Isn't that awkward too? Rings, Chun Zhao said. Rings? If we use ordinary metal, it'll affect the release of magical power, but it's too expensive to use magic metal. Chun Zhao had an idea. He had many raw materials from hell. Chun Zhao immediately took out a dozen different metals from hell. Everyone was clearly surprised by the sudden appearance of the items. They had no idea where Chun Zhao had hidden them. Take a look. Which of these could be used to make rings that won't handicap spiritualists? That's so many magic metals. What are those? I've never heard of them before. Jolig and Padaloo had some understanding of magic materials, but they had never heard of the materials that Chun Zhao had just taken out. Don't worry about where I've gotten them from, Chun Zhao said lightly. Take it as my contribution to the organization. Since Chun Zhao became the president, he had basically not contributed anything. It was his first contribution to the organization. Anyway, he would not really have an opportunity to use these magic metals. He might as well donate them here. President, can we use these metals whenever we like? Jolig stared at Chun Zhao, his eyes glittering. Many of them can be used to craft magic weapons. Sure. Ask West for approval first. President, if someone wants a class assessment, how much do we charge them? Flat rate, $1,000. We'll also give them a corresponding ring. Will anyone come for a class assessment? Dunno. Go and advertise it, Chun Zhao said casually. He did not have to do anything himself anyway. It was like how a boss issued a casual order and the workers could work to death because of it. West seemed upset. What could he do, given that Chun Zhao was the president? Moreover, he was the one who had invited Chun Zhao here. Also, give those evil spirits some class assessment too. The supernatural organization had been organizing their HQ these few days. Jolig had also been improving the mana tester. He increased the limit of the tester. Chun Zhao's right arm had a mana of 615. When Chun Zhao put both of his hands on it, the reading was 754. Of course, the strength of one's magical power was not the sole indicator of one's combat power. An example would be Jolinash. She was in Class E with 75 mana, which was mediocre in the organization. But her combat power was really outstanding among all the members. Also, Burr was the only Class D member. But he was only a 10-second man. After 10 seconds, he would become a burden. Moreover, he would habitually sell the wine before its time. Sometimes, he might be done in 3 seconds. Chen, I have an ordinary client for you. 10,000. Now, Ethan would only give Chun Zhao clients whose pay was over 10,000. It was not little. In fact, most people could not earn 10,000 a month. Chun Zhao had also passed the times when he needed to expand his social circle and increase his reputation. After receiving the address, he went straight to the client's house. It was an apartment. The location was pretty good, so the client must be rich. When Chun Zhao reached, he knocked on the door. A man in colorful clothing and heavy makeup opened the door. Are you the one who needs a doctor? Yes. You're the doctor? The man studied Chun Zhao with some contempt. Then, he continued in an odd tone, "Come in." The man turned around and walked off, wiggling his hips. Chun Zhao rubbed his forehead. Chun Zhao was not really homophobic. For example, Robio was positive and upright. It was hard to dislike him. However, Chun Zhao could not accept someone with such an attitude and appearance. While the man had the right to dress up however he liked, people had to socialize. Chun Zhao just found it distasteful. Chun Zhao entered the house and realized that it was rather messy. Cloths and drawings were scattered all over the place. On the few workbenches lying in the living room, there were many unfinished pieces of clothes. All the things here are very expensive. You better watch yourself, he said. Chun Zhao scanned the place, but did not find anything that looked valuable. How may I help you? Chun Zhao asked. The man removed his hat. Chun Zhao covered his mouth and almost burst into laughter. The man looked fashionable, but he was actually bald. Chapter 6:27. I will ruin your reputation. Chapter 6:27. I will ruin your reputation. The guy didn't look happy. Don't laugh. Chun Zhao pursed his lips. Laughing at a patient was indeed impolite. But this kind of style clash made it hard for Chun Zhao to keep it in. He squeezed his nose, trying to suppress the urge to laugh. My hair keeps falling over the past few days, the guy said. Chun Zhao had him sit down and did a checkup. Does your father suffer from hair loss? Chun Zhao asked. It could be genetic and only pass through the men. No, the guy answered. He sounded annoyed and had a frustrated tone. Chun Zhao held a hand to the guy's forehead and looked around. What have you been eating recently? Nothing special. You probably have testosterone oversecretion, Chun Zhao said. I'll make a diet list for you. Eating according to the list can help recover your hair loss damage. I need to go back to the normal volume as soon as possible. You already lost hair. It won't grow back quickly unless you get transplant. I heard that you're the best. I need the best service. But in the end, you're just a sham. Chun Zhao frowned. This baldy was just looking for disappointment. Any normal person knew that, even if balding could be cured, hair couldn't grow back quickly. If he discovered the problem earlier, Chun Zhao could help curb the situation. But he was powerless against hair that had already been lost. He could only perform recovery treatment, mainly by changing the patient's dietary habits and reduce testosterone secretion. The man's body had to recover from the damaged hair follicles before new ones could grow out. If you think I'm unable to solve your problem, then I'll take my leave. Did I say you could leave? The guy looked at Chun Zhao. If you don't want a reputation ruined, you better stay here. I'd like to see how you'll ruin my reputation. Chun Zhao scoffed and went toward the door. Just then, the guy rushed over, blocking his path. I suspect you're a thief. Thief? Do you have anything worth stealing? Chun Zhao glanced at him. I have the original material for producing high fashion. If I say I lost it, then I lost it. The guy looked at Chun Zhao and touched his chest. Stay the night with me, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, I'll make it impossible for you to stay in L.A. Chun Zhao knew that some people were perverted, but he didn't think that he would meet one and get sexually harassed. Crack. Fuck. Chun Zhao slapped the man. Stay away from me. He never imagined that he would get sexually harassed one day. But as soon as he went downstairs, he saw a few policemen walk toward him. Chun, it's you? David looked at him in surprise. Sharon was beside him. What do you mean? You're here for me? We received a call that someone broke into a designer's home and hurt him. Just then, the elevator behind them opened. The guy rushed out, holding his face. Officer, arrest him, arrest him. He robbed me and hit me. I need an ambulance. I need an ambulance. I need to get my injuries recorded. David looked at Chun Zhao. He could only extend his hands. What could he do? He couldn't attack the police, right? David handcuffed Chun Zhao and took him to the police car. Chun, what exactly happened? Chun Zhao was annoyed. You know what I do? I went to give him treatment, but he wanted me to stay the night with him, or else he would defame me. I slapped him. So, is this troublesome? David obviously trusted Chun Zhao. Don't worry. It's not troublesome. Someone like him must have done this before. We'll just need to look at the past records, and it'll be easy to get things clear. He won't dare to go to court either. After all, this is a completely unplanned trick. Chun Zhao didn't need to explain too much with David. He'd already learned from Kate what Chun Zhao had done for him. To take revenge, Chun Zhao had destroyed an entire criminal group. Just this made it worth it to help Chun Zhao no matter what. As for saying Chun Zhao broke in steel, it was nonsense. David knew that Chun Zhao had a high personal worth. It was obviously impossible for him to go rob someone in broad daylight. Chun Zhao wasn't worried that he would get sued. He was just unhappy. He was harassed by a pervert and then framed. At the police station, Sharon started laughing at Chun Zhao. Chun, I didn't think you'd end up like this one day, getting handcuffed by David. She didn't believe that Chun Zhao would rob someone either. She didn't like Chun Zhao, but it was mostly due to his frivolous actions. A while later, the guy came out of the confession room. His face was wrapped in gauze. Seeing Chun Zhao, his eyes filled with hatred. He sat before Chun Zhao. Chinaman, I told you that I'll ruin your name and make it impossible for you to survive in L.A. Just then, Wright came. Chun Zhao was a professor at UCLA, so the police would notify her if something happened. Who did you say you'd ruin the name of? And who are you? The guy looked up at Wright. He was unsure at the sharp aura. I'm the president of UCLA, Wright said powerfully. All the professors and students of the law school and the lawyers and judges graduated from the school are ready now. Are you ready? The guy's expression stiffened. It felt like he'd run into a beehive. Wright slapped the table. I'll dig out all the secrets of your entire family, how many people you fucked before, and if you've had sex with underage minors. I'll find it all. Then she added, oh, and the length of your dick. The guy opened his mouth. Chun Zhao and Sharon were both stunned by Wright's powerful opening. Perhaps you want to experience the atmosphere of the highest court, Wright said. I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. The guy's face was gray. He didn't think that framing Chun Zhao would make the principal of UCLA pop out. Just then, another person came in. Kate walked in. Hi, Chun. Hi, Kate. He wants to sue you. Chapter 628, Displeased. Chapter 628, Displeased. David told you about it. Chun Zhao was surprised by Kate's arrival. Kate looked at the sissy. Perhaps you don't know me, but I can introduce myself. I'm the chief reporter of the L.A. Daily News. I have 30 freelance reporters under me. If you contact any minor, I can turn it into child sexual abuse. Chun Zhao felt like he had become a vicious bully. In the end, the sissy canceled the accusation and escaped with his tail between his legs. But this did not mean that they had buried the hatchet. Chun Zhao had really been disgusted. If they had made any peace, it was only legally. Chun Zhao was no longer his old self, who would keep quiet and pretend that nothing had happened after being bullied. Had he not known so many people, he might actually have to go to court. Regardless of whether he would be sentenced, it would be an unpleasant experience. David and Kate walked Chun Zhao out of the police station with teasing smiles. Chun, to be honest, being harassed by a pervert is a special experience in life. Exactly. Look, David's never been harassed before. Are you still my friends? Chun Zhao was upset. I'm leaving. Let me drive you home, David invited. Forget it. I'll get a cab. before you have another chance to mock me. Since David got injured last time, his relationship with Kate had been improving. Chun Zhao was pretty glad. At least he did not have to worry about them suddenly breaking up. Once Chun Zhao returned home, Fei Lai came to comfort him. Fei Lai, why do you know about this too? David told me. Fei Lai was the last person Chun Zhao would tell the incident to. It was simply embarrassing. He was harassed by a sissy and then arrested by the police. Fine, Fei Lai just wanted to comfort Chun Zhao. But very soon, the atmosphere changed. Because even she found it hilarious. Chun, don't be sad. At least this proves your charm. You can even attract men. Chun Zhao pulled Fei Lai and did it with her on the spot. Fei Lai, do you want to go to New York on the 21st of June? Haven't you just been there? The Diamond League has a track and field competition in New York on the 21st of June. Rufford is taking part. Fei Lai had seen Rufford before, but they were not close. On Leonardo's birthday at that time, Chun Zhao had brought them to watch Rufford's competition. After the match, Rufford had a short conversation with Chun Zhao's friends. However, they had not contacted each other since then. Fei Lai remembered Rufford because she knew that Chun Zhao had been investing in him. When Chun Zhao went to New York last time, she did not go with him. But she wanted to. After all, she had never been there. I'll see. I don't know if Robio will approve my leave application. It's already been 4 months since you last took leave. You've even been working overtime on weekends. I think it's reasonable for you to take some leave. Actually, it's not Robio's fault. It's summer now. There have been many tourists on the beach. Also, I plan to bring all the pets there this time. I can't take care of them by myself, Chun Zhao said. Since he returned from New York, Samuel had been throwing tantrums. As the most prosperous city in the world, New York was the most featured city in Hollywood movies, especially disaster films. It was as if a disaster would be significantly less catastrophic if it did not involve New York. Chun Zhao suspected that Samuel was planning to start world destruction with New York. Black Ma and White Ma had also been complaining about why Chun Zhao had only brought Blackie there. In fact, Chun Zhao did not even enjoy his last trip. He could not play with Yura and Cheryl around. I'll try. No, you have to. We've never been to another place together. Does Sacramento not count? Of course not. Fine, fine. With Fei Lai's promise, Chun Zhao could finally hug her and sleep in peace. Early the next day, Chun Zhao received a call from Kareem. Chun, we've arrived in L.A. Great. Come here yourself. Chun Zhao looked at the time. It was only 6 in the morning. Why did they call him this early? When was their flight? Brighton, what happened to your face? Don't remind me. I met a barbarian. If he wasn't pitiful, I would have sent him to jail. Brighton still had gauze on his face. Can you still work today? We're going to see an important client later. If you still feel unwell, you can rest at home, Nat said. Don't worry. It won't affect work. Brighton had just become Nat's assistant designer. Since the client was important, Brighton did not want to be absent. Then cheer up. Cooper and Triss are going too. Don't embarrass me there. Hearing that Cooper and Triss would be going too, Brighton was energized. Who's the client? Triss, Cooper, and Nat were the 3 lead designers for Baroness. Usually, a celebrity could only meet one of them. In addition, the client would come to their place, not the other way around. This time, the designers were actually going to the client's house. And all 3 of them were going. It was obvious how important the client was. It's a friend of the boss, Nat said coldly. Mind your own business. Stop asking questions. He did not want to talk about Chun Zhao. After all, they had had a conflict before. Of course, he had never thought of revenge. Anyway, Chun Zhao had not done anything to him after the incident. They also did not have any further conflicts. Moreover, if he really wanted revenge, he would probably lose his job. The work this time was quite important. Nat had a serious attitude. Remember, do not make that client angry, or I'll kill you, Nat cautioned. Understood. Hearing Nat's solemn warning, Brighton did not dare to be careless. He was pretty new to fashion design. Even Nat could bully him, not to mention the client that caused Nat to be so anxious. Just then, Cooper and Triss came with their assistants. Nat, are you ready? Let's go together. Sure, I'm ready too. Nat stood up, and waved his hand at Brighton. Pack the tools. We're leaving. What happened to your assistant's face? Nothing. He's fine. Chapter 629. Enemy comes voluntarily. Don't throw up in the car. Kareem yelled while driving, but this couldn't stop Kane and Howard. The car was instantly filled with foul vomit. They drove to L.A. instead of taking a plane. Actually, they'd arrived in L.A. yesterday, but they stayed the night at a bar. Winnip wasn't here, so no one could stop them. Chun Zhao didn't know they'd arrived either, so they could do whatever they wanted. They left the bar in the early morning and went to find Chun Zhao, reeking of alcohol. They were almost at Chun Zhao's house. Kareem was at his own limit too. He slammed on the brakes, and the car stopped before Chun Zhao's house. He rushed out and started throwing up wildly in the corner of the yard. After getting rid of all that, he felt much better, but just as he planned on going to say hi to Chun Zhao and Fei Lai, he discovered a red shadow where he'd thrown up. Oh no, Kareem paled instantly. Abitos had already stuck his head out and was glaring at Kareem. When he looked back, he saw Kane and Howard getting out of the car. The two swayed over. Smiling drunkenly, Kane said, "Hi, Abitos," and then he threw up too. Chun, help. Fei Lai was still in bed, but she heard the cries outside. She patted Chun Zhao. Chun, I think I hear Kareem's voice. It's not just Kareem. Kane and Howard are here, too. What's wrong with them? They drove under the influence, and something happened. Ignore them. Let's keep sleeping. Chun Zhao pulled the covers over and continued sleeping. We should get up. It's almost 8. The environment is so nice here. Brighton looked at the scenery along the way. He could see Mirror Lake through the woods at some places. It is indeed nice, Nets said. Rich people like living here. When they took a turn, they suddenly saw a bloody figure run out. Help! Help! Everyone in the car was terrified. They were about to get out of the car when a red shadow darted out. It bit the man's thigh and dragged him into the bushes. Help! 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 They could still hear that tragic sound, and they were all terrified. Was that Abitos? Nat, Cooper, and Triss had all seen Abitos before. He'd become bigger, but that fiery red skin was his unique trademark. What should we do? Should we call the cops? Of course. That guy's going to get eaten. Just then, they heard rapping on the glass. Turning around, they saw that the person who'd been dragged into the woods had come out. But his state was even more terrible. It was like he'd just gotten taken out of the front lines. Hey, give me some fire. Some fire? Shouldn't he be pleading to call the cops now? Or maybe they should be calling the ambulance. Give fire? Are you okay? Before Kareem could finish, his foot was pulled again. Help. Yeah, this was more normal. Brighton was terrified. Mr. Nat, what just happened? Maybe they're just joking around. Nat's smile was a bit stiff. Probably even he didn't believe his own words. Let's hurry up, Triss urged. Mr. Chin's house should be right up ahead. They didn't want to care about this. They couldn't care about it either. Who knew if Abitos would drag them into the woods after getting out of the car too? They didn't know if the person had died or not either. The people in the car were frightened again. They didn't dare get out. Just then, Fei Lai came out of the house. Seeing the car, she went over. Hello, you are? Ms. Fei Lai. Do you remember me? Triss asked from the window. Oh, Triss, it's you. Come on in. Triss looked at Kane and Howard on the ground, a bit hesitant. Ignore them. They asked for this. When they passed by Kane and Howard, they saw that they were just as injured as Kareem, who they'd met earlier. What a pity. Just then, Kareem darted out of the woods again. He walked past them like nothing was wrong. Get up. Abitos is coming. Stop playing dead. Kane and Howard opened their eyes. They quickly climbed up and hid inside the house. Everyone was speechless. They hadn't died. It was Nat and the others' first time coming to Chun Zhao and Fei Lai's house, so they were a bit reserved. They weren't as relaxed as Kane, Howard, and Kareem. The three bloody guys were even eating breakfast as if nothing had happened. Triss, did you all eat breakfast? Yes, thank you, Triss said with a smile. Oh, this is my assistant, Jabery. Hi, Miss Fei Lai. These are Cooper and Nat's assistants, Faven and Brighton. Hi, Miss Fei Lai. Hello. Just then, Chun Zhao came downstairs. But when he saw Brighton in the group, his expression changed instantly. When Brighton saw Chun Zhao, his expression changed too. Chun, Are Triss and the others here for you? Yeah, Chen Zhao said. Fei Lai, you're going to be late for work. Oh yeah, help me host them, Fei Lai said. Bye Triss. Bye. Fei Lai hurried away. Chen Zhao scanned each person. Sit down. Chen Zhao ate breakfast as usual. Kareem, Howard, and Kane glanced at him and stood up immediately. Chun, we're full. You can keep eating. Go sit over there, but don't sit on the sofa. It's hard to clean. Everyone watched Chen Zhao eat his breakfast slowly. He didn't seem to be in a good mood. Chapter 630, I suspect he's dangerous. Chapter 630, I suspect he's dangerous. Chen Zhao finally finished the food. He was emitting a crushing aura. As he walked past the group, everyone could feel the suffocating pressure. Finally, Chen Zhao stopped before Brighton. Brighton paled at once. What do you want? It's America. It's... Suddenly, Chen Zhao grabbed Brighton's neck and flung him out. Brighton smashed into the wall and then fell onto the floor. Everyone was astonished. They did not expect Chen Zhao to assault Brighton so suddenly. Brighton was covered with pain. He felt as if his body was falling apart. Chen Zhao whistled and Abitos rushed in from outside. Drag him out, Chen Zhao said, pointing at Brighton. Mr. Chen, do you know Brighton? Has he offended you? Nat looked at Chen Zhao with an awkward face. Yesterday, I went to his house to treat him, but he asked me to sleep with him or he'll force me to leave L.A. He also tried to sue me for burglary. Everyone exchanged looks in bewilderment. Kareem, Howard, and Kane found it extremely unbelievable. Someone in the world dared to make such an unimaginable request to Chen Zhao. How brave was he? Was he sick of being alive? When they looked at Brighton again, there was no more pity. Brighton was truly courageous and successful in seeking death. Help! Abitos dragged Brighton out. Everyone was terrified by the clear screams of misery. Princess, come in. When the group saw Princess, they were startled once again. Nat, Cooper, and Triss had seen Princess before and even made a costume for her. But they realized that Princess was now significantly larger. Their original data were completely useless. As for the other two assistants, Jabari and Faven, they were totally astounded. Princess was even bigger than Abitos. Only Kareem, Howard, and Kane could remain calm. The three designers and two assistants took Princess's measurements in disorderly haste. Princess, can you stand up? Indeed, Princess stood up right away. But she was almost 4 meters tall. The designers could not reach her at all, so they had to stand on chairs. Just then, Samuel expressed his indignation. He felt that he was the most important member of the family. Meow. Chen Zhao was speechless. Design a costume for my cat, too. He wants it too, Chen Zhao repeated, pointing at Samuel. Fine, you're the boss. Whatever you want. They were really scared that Abitos would drag them out, as well should they reject Chen Zhao's request. After some tiring work, they finally finished everything. Mr. Chen will probably come again in a few days for Princess and the cat to try their costumes. Sure, call me before you come. I might not be at home. Understood. About Bright. I have yet to vent my anger. What? Are you going to persuade me? Chen Zhao glanced at the group. Of course not. He deserves it. It was obviously impossible to dissuade Chen Zhao at the moment. Try would only get themselves involved too. It was wiser to protect themselves. They did not want to risk themselves for that idiot. Chen Zhao made a call. West, I have someone here. I suspect he's dangerous. I don't care what you do, but force him to speak. Everyone shivered. Was Chen Zhao treating Brighton as a terrorist? It was slightly violent. Soon, West arrived and dragged Brighton into his car. Okay, you may leave now. Nat and the rest escaped immediately. They did not dare to stay here any longer. Chen Zhao's identity had also alarmed them. The only thing they could do now was to pray that Brighton could come back alive. Chen, that's brutal. I feel I was merciful enough. Look, I didn't kill anyone. The three found Chen Zhao's words reasonable. Now that they thought about it, Brighton was actually not murdered on the spot. Well, lucky guy. All right, boss asked us to come here to take something, but she didn't tell us what. Wait a second. Chun Zhao left the three and took out Daydream. The bottle's opening had already been sealed tightly. When the three saw the wine, they asked, "Isn't this the purple brew?" "It's not the ordinary purple brew," Chun Zhao said. "It's a special one." Winnip set its price at $999,999,999. "What? Nobody's going to buy it." "I know. It's for exhibition," Chun Zhao said. The three were very surprised. When they got to the house, they saw two bloody guys laying on the ground. It was okay when Feilai was here, but after she left, his expression became frosty. "Mr. Chun, did we disturb you? Should we come another day?" Chapter 631, Coincidental Win. Chapter 631, Coincidental Win. "President, you're so awesome. How did you find out?" Wes looked at Chun Zhao excitedly. Chun Zhao looked at him indifferently. "What's so hard about it? I can see through whoever looks at me." Inside, he thought, I really hit the jackpot with this coincidence. He could catch a supernatural criminal like this. "But he seems really weak," Chun Zhao said. "His mana is 122. He's a Class D criminal, but his combat power isn't that strong. His mana is mostly used to maintain his looks. He's actually already in his 50s. Chun Zhao felt really uncomfortable. He was actually harassed by an old man in his 50s. No wonder he had such bad hair loss. He was already over 50. "President, in the beginning, he said that his family wouldn't forgive us." "Family? Does he have supporters? Did you investigate his family yet?" "President, I think the family is an organization." "What organization? Have you heard of it before?" "No." "Continue to interrogate him," Chun Zhao said. Since they'd already determined that the guy was a supernatural criminal, then it was under their authority. After 30 minutes, West came out. He was exhausted and sweaty. "West, how come it looks like you just had sex with him?" "President, please don't joke like that. I'm tired from beating him up. We're a supernatural organization, and you're interrogating using such normal methods? How lowly." "Then, President, how about you do it? This crew job doesn't suit me. Call the others over." The other members were summoned. After the situation was explained, everyone wanted to try and show off. Of course, Chun Zhao had a simple requirement: use supernatural powers to make him talk. Unfortunately, Brighton's mouth was tighter than they'd imagined. Just then, Pamela spoke. "Let me try." She was now an official member, so she had the right to take part in this kind of mission too. "Okay, you try." Pamela could feel that the members of the organization still weren't comfortable with her. However, she wanted to fit in. After all, being a lonely ghost was far from as comfortable as having a refuge like this. Pamela didn't need anyone to open the door. She went right through the wall of the room. And then everyone heard pained cries stream out of the confession room. The cries were honestly blood-chilling. A while later, Pamela came out of the interrogation room. "How did it go? Did he talk?" "No." Everyone was disappointed. They thought that Pamela could be more useful. But in the end, it was the same. She couldn't make Brighton talk. Then Pamela said, "He might have been cursed by a talking spirit." "Huh? Talking spirit?" "If he says any critical information, he'd get killed by the talking spirit," Pamela said. "That's why he doesn't dare to talk." Chun Zhao considered it. "So, there's no way to make him confess." From his fragments, I guess that the family includes very strong spiritualists. LA might have other members too. To be honest, don't you think this group is kind of funny? Chun Zhao asked. Maybe he was affected by a certain Chinese reality TV show, but he just found it funny. Would they yell out, "We are family," whenever they go on a mission together? "President, we're talking about something serious." After getting to know Chun Zhao, they discovered that it was hard for him to be serious. It was such a grave discussion, but how did he get led astray? "What? You're talking about something serious, but I'm not? Are you looking down on me?" "President, how about we take a break today?" "Fine. Don't kill him. I'll go back and think of a way to pry open his mouth." Just then, Chun Zhao got a call from Zola. He guessed that she was here to ask about Brighton. "Zola, are you going to ask about that guy?" "No. What does his life or death have to do with me?" Zola indeed didn't plan on getting involved. With her relationship with Chun Zhao, she would support Chun Zhao no matter what. Plus, when she'd heard that Brighton harassed Chun Zhao. Even she wanted to kill the man. As for his fate, she cared even less. I just wanted to ask if there's anything you need help with. Anything. Zola's words were already very clear. If Brighton was dead, she was willing to help quell the problem. Whether Zola was able to or not, Chun Zhao had to be grateful. Thank you, but I don't need to bother anyone about him. No one will come to cause trouble either, not even the police. Zola didn't expect that Chun Zhao's connections were already this broad. He could make someone disappear in broad daylight and not be affected at all. Okay, I did this for nothing. No, I should thank you for your concern. Let's stop talking about this. I heard that old man, Stephen, has a problem. Will you go visit him? Sure, I'll find time to go see him. Chun Zhao knew about Stephen's problem. It was the movie. Stephen was unhappy these days and buried himself in the movie production. Last time, he'd asked Chun Zhao for 2 bottles of wine to invite some people from the theaters and media to help with screening and promotion. But it wasn't very effective. After all, this wine wasn't a drug. It wouldn't mess with their minds just by drinking the wine. Chun Zhao couldn't do much to help Stephen other than giving him some wine. But judging from Zola's tone, Stephen was in really bad shape. Chun Zhao felt that, as a friend, he had to visit him. After leaving the headquarters, he called Stephen. Stephen, it's me. I want to drink with you. Where are you? Chun, I'm kind of busy. We'll drink after this. I want to drink with you now, Chun Zhao said directly. Chun, I'm seriously busy. Where are you? Chun Zhao pressed on. After a pause, Stephen finally said, Okay, come. I'm in my studio. That's better. Wait for me. I'm coming now. Chapter 632, True Form. Chapter 632, True Form. Sir, who are you looking for? Stephen. The receptionist blocked Chun Zhao's way. Do you have an appointment? The receptionist looked at Chun Zhao. With 2 bamboo containers on his back, Chun Zhao really did not look like a decent person. Yes, you can call Stephen. Of course, please wait. The receptionist was about to return to the front desk and call Stephen when he realized that Chun Zhao had entered the elevator by himself. Sir, wait. The receptionist quickly rushed into the elevator. Sir, please go down and leave with me. Outsiders are not allowed in here. Don't worry. I've really made an appointment with that old man. Sir, please. If you have an appointment, let me ask first. I might lose the job because of this. I promise you won't. The elevator stopped, and Chun Zhao shouted right away, Stephen. Stephen walked out from a dim room, his hair messy. There were obvious dark circles below his eyes. Mr. Stephen, I'm really sorry. He entered by force. I'll get the security. Stephen waved his hand. No need. Don't stop him if he comes again. Oh, understood. The receptionist glanced at Chun Zhao. There were only 2 people who could come here without notice. But now, there would be one more. Where's your office? Let's go there. Asshole, you knew that I'm super busy, and yet you had to come and disturb me. I was worried you'll just die. You look terrible. After they entered the office, Chun Zhao closed the door. When Chun Zhao opened the cover, an indescribable, intense aroma filled the air. Stephen gasped. This is not the purple brew. No, but it's better. Chun Zhao grabbed the wine. But it'll make you sleep for 3 days. Are you sure you want to drink it? Stephen understood it at once. Chun Zhao wanted him to rest. Stephen began to hesitate. The wine smelled way too good. Even the smell was unforgettable. He even felt slightly energized. If he could take a sip, how good would it be? Stephen gulped. Leave the wine here. I'll drink it after I finish my work. Fuck, I'm here to drink with you. And you want me to leave the wine here and then leave? Are you still my friend? Fine, take the wine away, Stephen said, his face filled with pain. But his rationality eventually defeated his impulse. No matter how good the wine was, it was not as important as work. Stephen, don't tire yourself out too much. You need a rest. I know you're trying to help me, but Chun Zhao did not know how to persuade Stephen. Stephen's attitude was firm. Work was the most important thing. In the end, Chun Zhao still left the wine here. Stephen could drink it if he wanted to. As soon as Chun Zhao entered the elevator, Stephen hurried into the dim room. Chun Zhao called Rasfa, asking him to look after Stephen. Stephen was in really bad shape at the moment. Chun Zhao was a doctor, not a housekeeper. If his patient would not take care of their own health, there was nothing he could do either. By the time he returned home, it was already after 8 p.m. Chun Zhao had a quick dinner. Then, he sat beside the lake with Fei Lai, enjoying the quiet moment. No one disturbed them. Everything was calm and peaceful. Just then, Abitos climbed over. Chun, is Abitos really a fire dragon? Fei Lai knew Abitos' real identity since the beginning, but she had never seen his true form. Chun Zhao glanced at Abitos. He petted Abitos and then threw him a demonic crystal. Abitos charged toward the lake. Just as he was about to run into the water, he kicked the ground hard and jumped a meter into the air. As he was falling, a pair of wings suddenly opened from his back with a whoosh. Abitos slapped the water with his tail, gliding just above the surface. Fei Lai was rooted to the spot. She opened her mouth, but made no sound. Many bony pockets appeared on Abitos' head. They looked like immature dragon horns, and there were more than just a pair. The 2 rows of bony pockets extended from his brow bones all the way to the back of his head. His limbs also became slightly longer and his body stronger. This was Abitos' true form. Of course, it was his true form in the human world. He had similarly come to the human world in his true form, but he could communicate with his parents. Chun Zhao had no idea how it was done. Moreover, Abitos could change his form for a short time, just like the Silly Twins combination. The Silly Twins combination skill also had a time limit. Suddenly, a column of water shot up from the lake. The Bourdamon was actually actively provoking Abitos. Dodging the water pillar, Abitos fired back with a mouthful of dragon breath. Amon hid under the water. Although Abitos' dragon breath was powerful, it could not hurt him. Then, Amon slapped the water with his tail, and a huge wave stormed toward Abitos. Abitos flew 20 meters into the air, avoiding the wave. It seemed as if Abitos was preparing something in his mouth. His whole body gave off a red light. Then, Abitos blasted something out of his mouth. A fireball dropped down. Boom! It was like 1 kilogram of TNT had been detonated. Massive waves raged within 10 meters of the point of impact. Chun Zhao and Fei Lai were totally flabbergasted. Even Chun Zhao did not expect Abitos to have such a potent ultimate. It was probably as strong as his sneeze cannon from the mouth of Glutton. Amon would not resurface again. He was probably frightened by the attack too. Fortunately, he had hidden in the water. If he was on the surface and hit directly, he might have died. Nonetheless, after making the attack, Abitos seemed weaker too. Flapping his wings, he returned to the shore, after which he restored his usual form. Has Abitos always been this strong? Fei Lai touched Abitos, who lay beside her. He's only a child. A child? How strong will he be when he becomes an adult? Chun Zhao was unsure too. It would depend on how much Abitos was suppressed by the principles of the human world. Anyway, there was no way he would be as strong as his mother, Oris. Furthermore, he could not maintain his fire dragon form forever. Ada, Mother told me that the human soul has completed the translation. Can you tell me the translated content? No, it's too much. I can't maintain the connection with Mother for too long. Chun Zhao sighed. It seemed like he had to go to hell again. Chapter 633, Devil's Day, Baptism. Chapter 633, Devil's Day, Baptism. Chun Zhao came to hell again. Today, it seemed to be special. The sun and moon were both out. Chun Zhao's mouth of gluttony appeared directly. The curse vision and eye of shadow vision opened at the same time. He felt excitement in his blood. Human, welcome. Oris went to give Chun Zhao a hug. Beelzebub Zophi also hugged him. Even though they were both superior demons, Chun Zhao liked hugging Oris more. Zophi didn't know how to control his power at all. The hug made Chun Zhao feel that his bones were about to get crushed. Lord, madam, is today a special day? I feel like my blood is boiling. Devil's Day, Zophi said. I picked today to summon you here. In the West, Devil's Day was June 6th. Chun Zhao realized that it was indeed Devil's Day in the human world. He just didn't notice. He didn't think it was an actual thing either. Why? Every demon has one chance to be baptized. It allows their demon power to be purer and stronger, Zophi said. But based on each demon's wealth, they receive different benefits from the baptism. Zophi and Oris brought Chun Zhao to the highest point of Obsidian Castle. It was the top of a circular tower. It wasn't covered with a roof, and there was a big magic formation drawn on the gray tile with blood. There were also a dozen bodies. They were all demon corpses. Judging from their size, they didn't seem to have a low status either. Chun Zhao suspected that they'd been Samuel Logan's underlings. "Do you still have angelic crystals?" Zophi asked. "Yes." Chun Zhao took out a perfect crystal. He'd received this from killing Jerry last time. Zophi didn't like the aura, but merely touching it wouldn't hurt him. He crushed it with all his might. Chun Zhao realized that he could crush the angelic crystal without much power. But Zophi seemed to have trouble. Was it because they countered each other? Then Zophi sprinkled the powder over the magic formation. "What is this for?" "Sacrifice," Oris said. "To a mighty demon king, all beings can be sacrificed. The more superior the sacrifice, the more you receive in return. Regular demons may prepare the entire year for this. As His Majesty's enemy, angels would be the highest level of sacrifice. Of course, no one can actually sacrifice angels, so we can use angelic crystals in their place. No, go stand in the center of the magic formation." Chun Zhao dragged his huge right arm and stood in the center of the formation. Oris lowered onto one knee while murmuring something. "I'm not sure what you'll receive from His Majesty," Zophi said. "But if you feel like you can't take it anymore, leave the center. If it surpasses your limit, you'll burst from his power." "Okay, understood." Zophi also lowered onto one knee at the side. Next, he and Oris placed their wrists at their mouths at the same time and bit down hard. The blood of the two superior demons dripped onto the blood-red magic formation. "Sahu Mursala, Hilda was Yidua." Zophi and Oris uttered complicated and difficult syllables. Chun Zhao understood the demon language, but he still didn't know what they were saying. Suddenly, he felt something. He looked up at the red sun and moon. In that instant, he saw a figure descend from the sky. It seemed to be filled with light, but also shrouded in darkness. Chun Zhao couldn't see the six-pointed star emblazoned into the figure's eyes. As if his right arm had lost control, it raised in the air. His entire arm was covered in blood, and the mouth of gluttony was screaming. Right then, his clothes exploded. Black lines appeared under his skin. This was the blood from the King of Wrath that Logan had left in him last time. Samuel still hadn't helped cleanse him of it. Right now, that blood was also affected and emerged. The figure in the sky grasped Chun Zhao's right arm. The other hand pressed onto his chest. The figure opened his mouth and uttered syllables like Beelzebub, Zophi, and his wife. Next, the black lines on Chun Zhao started falling. They landed on the ground and transformed into a pool of black liquid. His right arm also shrunk back to its original size. Chun Zhao felt that the mouth of gluttony didn't weaken. Instead, it became even stronger. Immediately after, the mouth of gluttony bit down at the figure. The figure was now missing a corner. The black liquid on the ground also extended and wrapped the remaining parts of the figure and dragged it into the darkness. Before it was completely dragged into darkness, the mouth of gluttony took another bite. Then Chun Zhao shook his head. He woke up. The blood-red magic formation on the ground disappeared. Zophi and Oris stood on the side, looking at him. "You completely accepted His Majesty's gift." Chun Zhao scratched his head. "I can't really remember what happened. That's normal. Most demons can't remember the process. Even if they remember, the baptism in everyone's memories are different. I sensed Logan's blood in you. You swallowed his blood before." "Yes." Chun Zhao didn't deny it. He looked at his right arm. It looked a bit darker than his left arm. Then he lowered his head and looked at his shadow underfoot. Suddenly, his heart jumped. His shadow suddenly extended a hand that had been formed by the black liquid. He was shocked. This was too strange. But as he got distracted, the hand transformed back into a liquid and returned to his shadow. "Come, try punching me," Zofie said. "Punch you?" "Yes, use all your power." Chen Zhao grasped his right arm. "So, punch you with all my might." He knew that he was still far from Zofie's level, so he didn't worry that he could hurt Zofie. Chapter 634, The Third Eye. Chapter 634, The Third Eye. Charge. Chen Zhao drew in a deep breath, quietly feeling the power flowing in his body. Power had never felt so real before. It was not magical power, just pure, physical power. It flowed in every corner of his body as if it was matter. At the moment, it was flowing into his right arm. Suddenly, Chen Zhao felt something on his arm. It was familiar yet strange. The third eye opened, and a surging power was gathering. Oh! Some surprise flashed across Aura's eyes. With a loud yell, Chen Zhao's fist flew across the air with unstoppable momentum. Beelzebub Zofie extended 2 fingers. When Chen Zhao hit Beelzebub Zofie's fingers, his fist was deflected at once. Indeed, their powers were too different. The gap was hopelessly colossal. Beelzebub Zofie had easily blocked Chen Zhao's punch with just 2 fingers. And he was in his human form, not true form. Even though Chen Zhao felt that he was pretty strong already, he was still so powerless before this great demon lord. "Lord, next time you test my strength, please use your entire hand, no matter how big our difference is. At least I'll feel better." "Human, I know you're not that fragile. I only wanted to let you know your true strength, not to deceive you." Chen Zhao shrugged helplessly. "Lord, you seem keen on training me. Why?" "At the start, it's only because you saved Oris and my bastard son," Beelzebub Zofie said. "But you showed no signs of rejection to my power. Do you know? There's almost no way a human world species could accept the bloodlines of the 7 great demon kings. You could, and you aren't affected by the principles of a human world. You're the most special one. The stronger you are, the safer Abitos will be. If you think that Abitos won't be safe in the human world, you can summon him back here. No, I hope that he'll remain in the human world forever, at least when you're still alive." "What? It's not time for you to know yet." Chen Zhao almost managed to repeat the line with Beelzebub Zofie. "I knew you would say that. How uncreative. It seems like your third pristine eyeball has opened." Oris walked up and held Chen Zhao's arm. Beelzebub Zofie looked at the eye on Chen Zhao's arm. "It's the eye of power. What does it do?" Chen Zhao asked. "Did you feel anything unusual when you attacked me?" "I felt I'd become much stronger." "Correct. I would have just used 1 finger, but because of this eye, I had to use 2. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. "Was there any difference between 1 finger and 2? Double the humiliation." Chen Zhao was not at all pleased that Beelzebub Zofie used only 2 fingers. "The Eye of Power can double your power, but your Mouth of Glutton will only last half as much time. Double the damage, double the exhaustion. Your magical power is just too little," Oris said. "Is there a way to increase that? Can you give me some of your magical power?" "Bloodlines can be transferred, but not magical power. Every individual's magical power is unique. If you rashly accept magical power from someone else, the consequences are unpredictable. If the magical power you accept is weaker than yours, you may not experience much, but if it's stronger, the consequences will only be disastrous." Chen Zhao suddenly recalled the times when he became allergic because the Mouth of Glutton had devoured whatever it encountered. But it did not affect him much. It seemed like he was only lucky. "The Mouth of Glutton is too greedy. Sometimes it'll eat my enemies due to pure instinct." The Mouth of Glutton was a bloodline of gluttony. After all, gluttony was its instinct. If it ate things without magical power, Chen Zhao would be fine. He did not encounter any problem when it ate metal or bulletproof glass. But sometimes it would swallow his enemies directly. In the past, Chen Zhao did not know the possible consequences. Now that he knew it, he would not dare to let the Mouth of Glutton eat whatever it wanted. The instinct of the mouth of glutton cannot be suppressed, even for me. I frequently eat random things, Beelzebub Zophi said, but I would convert my enemy's magical power and release it immediately. Chun Zhao thought of something. Release the magical power. Wasn't it just the sneeze cannon? When a glutton eats their target, they will absorb some of their target's characteristics, but not everything can be absorbed. An example is magical power. So as gluttony subordinates, we have a method to release what's not needed. Beelzebub Zophi looked at Oris. Understanding what he wanted, Oris opened her mouth and shot a fireball at Beelzebub Zophi. Beelzebub Zophi opened his mouth and swallowed the fireball directly. Chun Zhao felt that the couple was spitting saliva at each other. Shouldn't you go back to your room to play this? Forget it. I can't afford to offend any of you. Let's not speak. Beelzebub Zophi's chest expanded slightly. The next instant, he blew in the air and a fire pillar rocketed into the sky. Chun Zhao realized that it was similar to his sneeze cannon. But there are also some differences. Come and try it. Wait, what do you mean by try it? Boom. Oris blasted Chun Zhao away with her saliva. Too slow. Can't you warn me first? Chun Zhao rubbed his black face. You enemies will not warn you. Again. Boom. Again. Hot, hot. Finally, Chun Zhao managed to catch Oris' mini dragon breath. But he was immediately scalded by it. Once you've managed to devour the spell, hit it with your own magical power, and then release it from the mouth to counterattack your enemy. Again. Too slow again. Too slow again. Use your magical power to attack the spell. Don't hesitate. Again. Chun Zhao had never received such a formal training session. The couple's joint special training really managed to torture Chun Zhao. As Chun Zhao's summoner, Beelzebub Zophi could not attack Chun Zhao. But Oris was different. She could hit Chun Zhao however she wanted. Moreover, her attacks were simply unreasonable. Although she had kept her power to the minimum, Chun Zhao still felt like he was being blasted by grenades one after another. Chapter 635, Bring Him to Me. Chapter 635, Bring Him to Me. After Oris tossed a few hundred grenades, Chun Zhao finally didn't die. In movies, the people who survived were the main characters. Those who didn't were random passersby. Okay, this kind of attack had some effect. At least, Chun Zhao wouldn't die if anyone threw a grenade at him, as long as he didn't try to eat the grenade. At least, he wouldn't die if they threw the grenades one by one. Anyway, Chun Zhao's ability to take hits had improved greatly. He felt like he could go challenge a police station now. Of course, if the police station had a few machine guns, Chun Zhao would probably have to surrender still. However, against these targeted magic attacks, Chun Zhao could manage. If he faced this kind of situation in the future, he wouldn't have to rely on the Qingyi armor to take it head-on. Actually, the theory behind these sneeze bombs was simple. It was just using the incompatibility between your own magic and the swallowed magic. The moment you swallow it, use your own magic as the spring to release the spell again. But even though the theory was simple, only the glutton could actually use it. If anyone else tried it, their lips would probably explode. Oh Lord, I have a question. What is it? Is there a way to make someone cursed with the talking spirit to talk? No, Beelzebub Zophi said. No way at all. If he's in the human world, you can kill him and send his soul to me. I'll interrogate him for you. But after someone dies, their soul falls randomly into hell, right? If you put one of my mementos with him before he dies, then his soul would land near me after he dies. Zophi tossed Chun Zhao a ring. This ring will send the soul directly to me, but it can only be used once. Okay, I understand. Oh, this is the thing that the old human translated. Zophi gave the Naval Diary translation an original to Chun Zhao. Do you want to keep the old guy? Keep him. I need to check if the diary was translated correctly or not. When he returned to the living world, it wasn't dawn like before. Feilai was eating dinner when he returned, and she saw him appear suddenly. Oh, Feilai, I'm back. Chun, you kept your phone with me. Yesterday, Mr. Rasfa called, saying that Stephen is hospitalized. He wanted me to tell you as soon as you came back. Feilai handed him the phone. Chun Zhao's happy mood was ruined instantly. That old bastard, Chun Zhao said, annoyed. I told him a few days ago to take care of his body. I don't care about him now. Fei Lai stared at him, and Chun Zhao fidgeted under her eyes. Okay, I'll go calm him and see if he's dead yet. Chun Zhao dialed Steven's phone. Old bastard, if you're not dead yet, tell me which hospital you're in. But an old woman's voice traveled from the other end. Who are you? Steven isn't able to answer the phone now. This was awkward. Chun Zhao and Steven usually talked without holding back. He didn't think that someone else would answer. You're Steven's personal doctor, right? Yes. He's in Chantilly Hospital. I'll go over now. Fei Lai already brought over Chun Zhao's clothes. Go shower and change before going. Right now, he was dressed like a bum. Chun Zhao hurried to the hospital and knocked on the door to Steven's room. A moment later, an old woman opened the door. This was Chun Zhao's second time meeting Halifa Oliver. Hello, miss. Hi. Steven is laying in there. Come in. Thank you, miss. Chun Zhao still showed respect towards seniors that he didn't know. Oh, your wine is very nice, Halifa said. I won't disturb you and Steven anymore. With that, Halifa left the room. Entering the door, Chun Zhao saw Steven laying in bed, but he was awake. But his expression was dark. Chun Zhao's expression darkened too. Old bastard. Chun, help me get better faster. I need to be discharged. I can't stay here now. Chun Zhao clenched his teeth and stared at Steven. I told you already to rest or drink that wine. Even if you sleep for 3 days, it'll help you recover. But you didn't listen and insisted on being so stubborn. And just like I expected, you messed up your body. It's not the time to blame me now. I need to be discharged. I can't help discharge you right now, but it's not too late. Drink this wine. You only need 1 glass and sleep 3 days. Then you'll recover. There's no other way, or you could spend more time in the hospital. You can choose. Steven hesitated. He stared imploringly at Chun Zhao. But Chun Zhao was unmoved. Steven was just overexhausted. It wasn't hard for him to get discharged quickly, but Chun Zhao would be harming him if he did that. Chun Zhao didn't want to lose a friend. No matter what state the movie was in, Steven was still more important. Okay, Steven sighed. Help me call that old woman in. Chun Zhao went outside and called Halifa in. Halifa, go to my studio and take the wine out of my safe. You asshole, you're crazy. Look at your health. You still want to drink? Steven looked at Chun Zhao, so he explained, Miss, please believe me. That wine will only help Steven instead of harming him. Is it the purple brew? Halifa licked her lips. She wasn't an alcoholic, but she really liked it. That flavor was memorable and tempting. It's not purple brew, but it's better, Chun Zhao said. Steven, I won't stay here. Okay. Oh, you disappeared for more than a day. Where did you go? No, I just wanted to get medicine from the mountains and forgot my phone, Chun Zhao said. You picked the medicine that you usually use from the mountains. Okay, let's stop talking about me. I have other stuff to do. Miss, goodbye. Bye. Halifa could feel how close Chun Zhao and Steven were. Chapter 636, Burr's Death. Chapter 636, Burr's Death. Chun Zhao was driving on the forest path leading to the supernatural organization. Suddenly, he stamped on the brakes. He had almost hit someone. The person standing in the middle of the road also did not expect a car to come on this road. He walked to the roadside and glanced at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao also looked at him. Chun Zhao was about to continue driving when he realized that something was amiss. There was only one road here, and it led to the supernatural organization. Why would the person be standing in the middle of the road? Chun Zhao alighted from the car and walked toward the person. When the person saw that, he turned around and ran at once. Chun Zhao immediately gave chase. Just then, the person turned around again without warning. Shit! Chun Zhao saw the person point a gun at him. Bang! Chingy armor. Chun Zhao's magical power turned into a shield. The next instant, he felt a sharp pain in his forehead as he fell on the ground. After an entire minute, Chun Zhao finally stood up again. He felt like he had been punched in the head. There wasn't enough time for him to cast Chingy armor completely. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. He was almost shot in the head. Chun Zhao was totally enraged. When West saw Chun Zhao's car stop at the entrance, he immediately went downstairs. "President, what's wrong?" Chun Zhao's face was filled with a gloomy and murderous expression, as if he was about to kill someone. West was very confused. Without saying a word, Chun Zhao entered the HQ. "Where are our people?" He only saw 2 or 3 unimportant members there. "Jalan Ash and Belia are having combat training with the Evil Spirit Group," West said. "Jalig and Padalu are equipping the modification room. Burr's been experiencing a backache recently and was hospitalized. Moore is in school. Is Moore still studying?" West secretly rolled his eyes. Wasn't that obvious? He was only 15. What else would he be doing? "How about Unelite and Morit? We don't have any missions now. Unelite is busy with his own work. Morit is sleeping upstairs." What could Chun Zhao say? The supernatural organization sounded glorious, but almost everyone was part-time. Of course, that included Chun Zhao himself. In the entire organization, the only full-time member was the security guard Aduz, probably. Fine, even Chun Zhao would not force himself to spend all his time on the organization. So he was not in the position to ask others to do that. "By the way, what's their salaries?" Chun Zhao asked. "I was planning to make a salary table. Class E members will get $6,000 a month. Class D, $8,000, West said. "Before every mission, we'll assess our members, rewarding those with outstanding performances." "Great. I have no objections." Chun Zhao trusted West. "Oh, President, do take a look at these financial bills." "What are the bills for?" "Electricity, water, internet, funding applications from Jalig and Padalu, work injury application from Burr." "Wait, Burr's backache is counted as a work injury?" "He said he got the injury from Mapleville." Chun Zhao covered his forehead. "Forget it. I'll leave the finance stuff to you." Chun Zhao thought that he was really a busybody. Why did he want to manage the finance? It was a complete mess. He would rather not see it. Out of sight, out of mind. Also, Jalig and Padalu have made this together. Rings to display one's class. West gave Chun Zhao a ring. Chun Zhao knew at once that it was made from demonic gold. Nevertheless, people who had never seen demonic gold before would probably think it was real gold. "This is a Class A ring," West said. "Your name is on this one, as well as the symbol of the supernatural organization. In addition, the ring has been enchanted with spells. It'll change its size according to the size of your finger. How about Class B, C, D, and..." Look, West took out a few rings with a similar design, but different colors. They were red, silver, blue, and gray respectively. They look pretty nice. "President, our rings can boost one's magical power slightly. Do you think we should sell them? Do you know potential customers?" "Yes," West nodded. "But they can only buy it after a magical power assessment," Chun Zhao said. "I'll leave that to you too. Remember to show me the financial statements. Don't be like Worcester, or I'll kill you." West shivered. Who would dare to play with finance now? Just look at what happened to Worcester. "Is the sissy still alive?" Chun Zhao asked. "Yes. Bring me there." After they reached Brighton's interrogation room, Chun Zhao walked in. West did not follow, but very soon he heard a scream from inside. After a while, West saw Chun Zhao standing there. Brighton, with his neck slanted, was already dead. "President, didn't you still need to interrogate him? Why did you kill him?" "I have a way to make him speak, but I need him dead first." "President, you have a way to lock his soul?" "No, I'm sending him to my friend," Chun Zhao said lightly. "All right, I'll inform you if I learn anything." "Ah, Burr, what are you doing?" The young nurse dodged Burr's hand and scolded him. The nurse was already used to this. Burr took back his hand with a smile. Just as the nurse left, someone else walked in. The person had on a pair of sunglasses and a leather jacket. As he walked, he cracked his fingers. "Who are you?" Burr looked at him puzzled. The person approached the hospital bed. Suddenly, he grabbed Burr and threw him out of the window. Luckily, it was only on the second floor. In his panic, Burr quickly transformed. By the time he landed, he had already turned into a mini giant. Burr lifted his head and looked at the person by the window. The person also jumped down. With a loud roar, Burr flung his fist at the person. However, when his punch hit the person, he felt as though he had just struck a piece of iron. Burr almost fractured his hand. While still in midair, the person lifted his fist and smacked Burr's face. Burr was completely stunned. Then, the person punched out again. It hit Burr's chest directly. Burr vomited a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the ground. The person raised his leg and stamped on Burr's chest. Burr opened his mouth, his eyes almost popping out. The next moment, his body finally went soft. "Think I killed him. Grandfather asked me to keep him alive." The person scratched his head. "Grandfather will definitely scold me for this." Chapter 637. You Need Insurance Now. Chapter 637. You Need Insurance Now. Oh, there's fog. There was fog in the schoolyard. Moore looked outside the window. Where did the fog come from? No, this was magic. Moore shot to his feet. All the students and the teacher looked at him. "Moore, what are you doing? Sit down. We're in class." "Sorry, I suddenly thought of something. Get back here. Where are you going?" Ignoring the teacher's warnings, Moore rushed out of the building. But after a few steps, he realized that he was lost. The fog was too heavy, and he couldn't see the street at all. He walked a bit and then wanted to go back to school, but he realized that he couldn't see the building anymore. Moore grew nervous. He could only search in the fog. He suddenly heard a sound. Was it on that side? Moore walked toward the sound. The next instant, a huge force sent him flying. A balding man rushed out a car, and people crowded around. "Not me, not me." He suddenly ran into the street. The balding man paled in fright. Moore lay on the ground in a bloody mess. His pupils were dilated. There was no fog around him. Nothing at all. In the distance, a girl was holding her phone. "Grandfather, I took care of it. That kid from the Supernatural organization is already in the hospital." "Chloe, good job," an aged voice said on the other end. "You're my good granddaughter. What about Jack? That idiot killed the man." "I told you that you don't have to trouble people for things like this," Chloe said. "I could take care of it by myself." "Will the Supernatural organization kill Brighton in anger?" "I don't know. I hope they don't do something so stupid. Otherwise, there'll be no need for them to exist anymore." "Grandfather, these people are nothing. Why don't we charge directly into their headquarters?" Wooly searched the premises. "The organization is really weak, but they seem to have a lot of evil spirits. I don't know what agreement they have with the evil spirit organization, but they coexist in harmony. If we attack impulsively, not only will we face the Supernatural organization, we'll also face a large number of evil spirits. We can't attack the headquarters. I don't want my grandchildren to do such a dangerous thing." "Then let's attack them during the day. Right now, we only have you, Wooly, Jack, Darius, and I. Even if the evil spirits don't come out during the day, it's still not safe. Let's wait until your parents bring people to L.A. This is annoying. Why don't we just capture their leader and force them to hand Brighton over?" Wooly said that when he was checking out the organization yesterday, he ran into the president along the way and shot him. "That's hilarious. What a weak Supernatural organization. Their boss got killed with one shot." Chloe started laughing loudly. "What's so scary about a failure group like this? I could take care of it by myself." "President, there's a problem." Chun Zhao heard Wes panicked and low voice as soon as he picked up the phone. "What's wrong?" "Burr has died, and Moore's in the hospital from a car crash." Accident?" Chun Zhao asked in confusion. "Burr was beaten to death inside the hospital," Wes said gravely. "According to an eyewitness, Moore ran into the street and was hit by a racing car. I suspect he fell into a hallucination." Chun Zhao frowned. "Who did it?" "I don't know. I have no clue." Chun Zhao thought of how he'd gotten shot in the morning. He was pissed. He'd forgotten the feeling of almost dying. Wes paused for a few seconds. "President, something happened to Moore too." Chun Zhao's mood fell. Everyone who had an accident was outside the headquarters. "Have everyone stay here for now." "Oh, any news from an elite?" "No, I'll call him now. I'll contact him. You watch everyone in the headquarters. Don't let them run around." Chun Zhao looked down on the Supernatural organization, but he was the president now. He couldn't just stand to the side as his minions were bullied. Plus, he'd almost gotten killed today too. Hi, I'm the lead. Where are you now? Huh? President, I'm at a meeting right now. I'll call you back later. Some group is attacking our members. Burr died. Moore and Morid are both hospitalized. Where are you? I'll go find you. Huh? Elite was shocked. I'm in my office. Fuck. I'm asking where your office is. XXXX Violet Road. Stay in your office and don't go anywhere. Those guys probably won't attack randomly. I'm coming over right now. Chun Zhao hurried to Angelite's office building. Elite sold insurance. When he was downstairs, Chun Zhao called him. But it took Elite more than 10 minutes to come down. How come you're so slow? President, I was preparing this. Elite handed him a document. What's this? Guarantee slip. President, this is a rare chance. If you buy this, you'll definitely make money with no risk of losing. If anything happens, the warranty of $12,000 can pay for $1,250,000. Don't you think it's a great deal? Since Chun Zhao didn't reply, Elite continued excitedly. It's not just for you. I prepared one for all our members. Did you buy one too? Chun Zhao asked. Not yet. We have a rule that we can't buy for ourselves, Elite said. I don't want anyone else to make this money either. You better go buy one fast, Chun Zhao said with clenched teeth. Otherwise, I'll have the urge to slap you to death. Elite shuddered, not daring to look at Chun Zhao. Suddenly, Chun Zhao's eye of shadow vision opened. He saw a woman looking at them in the distance. Expression unchanging, Chun Zhao patted Angelite's shoulder. Let's go. My car. But my car's still in the parking garage. Then go. Oh, there are two people watching us right now. I'm sure that they'll follow if you go into the garage. Elite took out his phone. Chun Zhao looked at him. Who are you calling? My colleague. I want him to buy me insurance. Chapter 638, Fight by the Roadside. Chapter 638, Fight by the Roadside. President, we're safe now, right? Chun Zhao glanced at Elite. Safe? Nope, they're still behind us. What do we do? Open the window. Elite opened the window, and Chun Zhao poked his head out. Then, he pointed his middle finger at the pursuing car. President, what are you doing? Provoking them. And then they'll keep following us. How do we get them otherwise? Can you beat them? Elite asked. Of course. Are you looking down on me? Then why won't you just alight? There are too many cars and people here. Shouldn't we, the supernatural organization, keep a low profile? What? There's been no such rule. Fuck. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Chun Zhao cursed. Stop the car. The car stopped by the roadside, and Chun Zhao alighted. In the car behind them. Darius, they stopped. What do we do? Crash into them, Darius said. But Grandfather said he wants them alive. I've already killed one of them in the hospital. Grandfather scolded me. Shut up and do it. If Grandfather scolds you, tell him that I asked you to do it, Darius said, unconcerned. Okay, you'll be responsible, Jack said. Then Jack stamped on the accelerator, and the car shot toward Chun Zhao and Elite. Standing at the roadside, Elite seemed extremely nervous. President, they're going to crush us, right? Looks like it. What do we do? What do you think? We dodge. Do you want to get hit? Chun Zhao pulled Elite and dodged to the side. Chun Zhao had been standing still, so Elite almost thought Chun Zhao was going to stop the speeding car with his body. Bang! Jack's car smashed into the car that Chun Zhao and Elite had been in. Jack, you idiot. Don't you know how to brake? Darius covered her head. Her face was in close contact with the airbag. Jack, on the other hand, seemed completely fine. Beside the car, Chun Zhao and Elite were both stunned. How stupid are our enemies? Is it a suicide attack? Just then, the car door was kicked open. Darius staggered down from the car. Jack also walked out. He looked totally normal. Chun Zhao glanced at Elite. Which one do you want? Elite gulped. He looked at the sturdy Jack, and then at the weakened Darius. The woman, Darius took one step forward, and one of her hands burst into flames. You're fighting me? Angelite's cheek twitched as he glanced at Chun Zhao. Can I change to the big guy? Jack grabbed the car hood beside him and started to crush it. Very soon, the metallic hood was squeezed into a 20-kilogram iron ball. Then, Jack flung the iron ball at Chun Zhao and Elite. Ah! Terrified, Elite squatted on the ground and covered his head. Thud! Chun Zhao caught the iron ball. The force was not bad, but was only not bad. Elite, what exactly is your power? Speed. I can speed myself up and run twice as fast as a normal person. You should become a runner. That was my plan, but when I was in the youth team, Mr. West discovered me. He promised me a bunch of great things, and then I joined the supernatural organization. Chun Zhao glanced at the iron ball and crushed it further. It became even smaller. Jack, he's the same type as you. He's yours, Darius said. Darius took a step forward and roared. Nobody could be stronger than Jack. A metallic luster covered Jack's body. President, don't fight him physically. He's a rare metal magic. Bang! Chun Zhao had already hurled the iron ball at Jack, who crashed into the car behind him. Boom! The car exploded at once. Chun Zhao quickly pressed Elite on the ground. The fire immediately engulfed Darius. What did you say? No, nothing. Elite gulped. Just then, however, a fire pillar shot out from the explosion. Bang! Chun Zhao was knocked back at once. Elite lifted his head and watched as Jack and Darius walked out uninjured. In particular, the fire was being absorbed by Darius. Fire Witch. Elite looked serious. Jack walked forward with large steps. Don't move. Let Jack break your neck. Angelite's legs trembled in fear. He could not even run. One was a metal spiritualist, while the other was a fire witch. Why would he encounter them? Why must he fight them? Just then, he heard a series of coughs from behind. Elite turned his head and saw Chun Zhao stand up, his clothes tattered. Now, you've managed to make me angry. Chun Zhao tore his shirt off. Darius looked at Chun Zhao. She was surprised that her attack did not manage to kill him. No, he did not even look hurt. So what if you're angry? Darius raised her hand. Fire hovered on her arm and converged to her palm. Swish! Another fireball flew toward Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao similarly lifted his right arm. When the fireball reached him, it suddenly disappeared. Everyone was puzzled. Just then, a red beam appeared from Chun Zhao's palm. However, the red beam from the mouth of Glutton lost its accuracy. It actually blasted through Chun Zhao's own car. There was firelight again, and the car went up in flames. Elite, in such a scenario, how much will I get from car insurance? Darius looked at Chun Zhao, confused. She actually had no idea what spell it was. Jack, go. Jack walked up with a grin. Come, let Jack break your neck. Chun Zhao lifted his right arm and caught Jack's right fist. Idiot, don't you know that Jack's grasp is 3 tons strong? Darius sneered. Nobody is stronger than him. The two went into a stalemate, but Chun Zhao still looked relaxed. On the other hand, Jack's expression was rather unnatural. Crack! Jack knelt on the ground, his face filled with pain. Chun Zhao did not even look at Jack. He had been staring at Darius. What did you say? Please repeat that. Darius's pupils contracted greatly. She was flabbergasted. Impossible. How can he be stronger than Jack? And it was not just slightly. It was an absolute defeat. Chapter 639. Looks better after burning the Mohawk. Chapter 639. Looks better after burning the Mohawk. Elite was also shocked. He didn't have many abilities, but this didn't mean that he didn't know about metal magic. It was known as the strongest physical magic in the world. They had such good endurance that they were practically indestructible. They also had superhuman strength that was practically impossible for the physical body to support. But now, Jack's metal arm was actually twisted by Chun Zhao. Jack's arm was completely distorted. He was completely crushed by Chun Zhao in terms of strength. Chun Zhao let go of Jack's arm, and he fell to the ground in pain. Grandfather, save me. Save me. No one can save you. Chun Zhao grabbed Jack's arm. Crack. Then Chun Zhao tossed Jack to the side like he was a rag. Little witch, your turn. Darius's arms were completely red like burning metal. Her eyes contained shock, but also anger and battle intent. If you think you can do it, then come. Chun Zhao sped up toward Darius. She raised both arms, and burning flames shot out of her palms. Chun Zhao raised his right arm, and the fire disappeared before him. He took however much Darius shot out. When Darius used up all her mana, Chun Zhao grinned. No more. Darius felt unsettled. Chun Zhao was already standing before her. He pried open her chin and covered her mouth with his right hand. Poof! Darius's hair shook, and then smoke came out of all openings. She fell to the ground, dead. Her skin turned scorched black. Her inside was completely fried. Done. That's a wrap. Unelite gaped at Chun Zhao. This was a true magic battle, a fight between the strong. President, why didn't we arrest them for interrogation? Chun Zhao looked at him without answering. Can't you say it faster next time? I already killed them, and you tell me to capture them alive. Looking at the burning car, Chun Zhao felt disappointed. He hadn't benefited after becoming president, but he had to keep putting in energy and money. Grandfather, Darius and Jack are dead. What? How? Darius was fried and Jack's neck was snapped. Grandfather was silent for a while. Who did it? They went after Unelite of the Supernatural Organization. That Unelite is that strong. According to the files, he only knows speed spells. He can only escape. We were lied to. Damn it. I should have known that the Supernatural Organization isn't this weak. Grandfather, what should we do now? Don't do anything for now. The Supernatural Organization must be on alert now, but you, Chloe, and I are the only 3 left in L.A. If we attack brashly, we may fall into their trap. We'll have to wait until your parents bring people over before taking revenge. When will Dad and Mom arrive? In a few days, probably. Chun Zhao and Unelite returned to the headquarters. President, you're back. Did you get attacked along the way? West looked at how miserable Chun Zhao was. He even lost his shirt. He also had scorch marks on his body. It looked like he'd experienced a huge battle. Yeah, you two are fine, right? President killed the 2 attackers, Unelite said. President, do you know who they are? When I killed one of them, he yelled for Grandfather to save him. Family. Should be them. Chun Zhao nodded. Seems like they already know that we killed that guy, Wes said. They're taking revenge. I haven't gone for them yet, and they're giving themselves up already. Chun Zhao squinted. How are more? They're badly hurt, Wes said. I had Belia, Jalanash, Padalu, and Jala go to the hospital together and bring them back here. A while later, the 4 brought the injured Moore and Moore back. Moore was hit by a car and was still unconscious. Moore had burns. He had heavy injuries, but they weren't fatal. Judging from his injuries, he was probably attacked by Darius. You already see the consequences of doing things independent of the group, Chun Zhao said seriously. If you don't have other business, stay in the headquarters, and those random guys won't be able to attack you. I have to praise Belia and Jalanash. Look at them. They stayed in the headquarters and even did some training to not waste time. President, will there be a cash reward? Belia asked shyly. I'm not in charge of finance. West is in complete control. You won't have any if he doesn't want to give you. West stared at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao could give bonuses with 1 word. Could he not push all responsibility to him? Okay, I have to go back. President, you just said that we can't leave the headquarters alone. Am I like you all? I have a family and a job. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. After a few steps, he came back. Oh, apply this ointment on a Morid. But he suddenly looks better after his mohawk was burned off. President, I can still hear. Rest well. Take care. After getting home, Chun Zhao stripped to take a shower, but Abitos crawled to the bathroom. Ada, my father has information for you. What? He says Foundation Mountain. There are people hiding in Foundation Mountain. Chun Zhao frowned. Did this mean that the family was hiding in Foundation Mountain? After showering, Chun Zhao took out his tablet to search for Foundation Mountain. Oh, it was here. He discovered that Foundation Mountain was the mountain that he'd gone hunting on with Risfar and Dell. They also met Fanity's group there. What were they doing there? Chun Zhao didn't like getting close to there. It was too dangerous. If they dared to stay in that place, it meant that they were very strong. At least, they could ensure that they wouldn't get hurt by the crypt demons. Chun Zhao couldn't even be that confident, so he had to be more careful. Take Jack and Darius from today, for example. They were already scarily powerful, but they couldn't be the core members. And that grandfather who hadn't shown up yet, how strong could he be? Abitos, did your dad say anything else? He said, get the foundation gem. What does that mean? What foundation gem? Chun Zhao was confused after hearing that. Chapter 640, Firearms. Chapter 640, Firearms. Chun Zhao had an idea. Maybe Sienna would know what the foundation gem was. Chun Zhao gave her a call. Sienna. Chun, do you know how sinful it is to disturb a lady's sleep? I have a bottle of cream, which is definitely better than a single night's sleep. What do you need? Do you know what's the foundation gem? Foundation gem? Foundation stone? No idea. I heard it from my friend. I can't confirm if I've heard it wrong or if my friend said it wrong. I don't know what the foundation gem is, but I know the foundation stone. And what's that? It was part of a cruel method in ancient times. People would draw out the magic sources from 10 spiritualists and then combine them in a special way, creating a foundation stone. What does a foundation stone do? Don't tell me you're trying to make one. I don't even know what it is. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. Never have that thought, or we'll be enemies. Don't worry. I'm not planning to make a foundation stone, but I suspect that there might be one somewhere. Foundation stones are useless, Sienna said, at least to you. A foundation stone serves as an extra magic source for the user, but because it's made from 10 different magic sources, the magical power it contains is too impure. Any user will be tortured until they lose their soul. Chun Zhao had an idea. They could not use a foundation stone, but the mouth of Glutton could. The mouth's magical power was separate from his own. Moreover, the mouth of Glutton did not have a soul in the first place. A thought appeared in Chun Zhao's mind. He had to get the foundation stone. After Fei Lai fell asleep, Chun Zhao went to the basement. Nibor, come here. Master. Nibor floated beside Chun Zhao. He was already used to living in the space crevice. Furthermore, he was also the third in command here, being inferior only to Chun Zhao and Blackie. You said there's a place I can get arms, right? Yes, Nibor answered. In America? Yes, my previous supplies were from Americans, Nibor said. How long do I need to get them? Arms dealers are distributed across all the major cities. Once you call them and both parties are confident that the deal is safe, you can probably get the stuff on the same day. If I want to equip 100 mercenaries, how much will it cost? It depends on the equipment, Nibor said. If you're talking about the U.S. Army, one set of equipment costs about $20,000. No need for that. I don't need things like bulletproof vests. In this case, less than $5,000 per unit. So it would cost $500,000 for 100 people. Chun Zhao still felt pain. Should he buy arms or not? How does the deal work? Is it safe? It's hard to guarantee that it's 100% safe. If you're alone, the dealer will very likely kill you for the money. Chun Zhao squinted, which means I can do the same to them. Nibor suddenly recalled that the person standing before him was a demon. He actually naively thought that Chun Zhao was going to complete the deal properly. He was still too simple. Nibor began to pray for the arms dealers that he knew. He hoped that they would be fine. What's their number? Master, are you going to call them with your own phone? That's super risky. Oh, right. Chun Zhao slapped his head. He indeed should not use his phone. Nevertheless, if he could complete the deal normally, he would not do otherwise. After all, fighting an illegal arms dealer was certainly risky. Chun Zhao was not strong to the point where he could ignore everything. A few machine guns were enough to make him kneel down and be conquered. Chun Zhao was in no way resistant to such piercing attacks. If he was shot bullet by bullet, he could still block them with Qingyi armor. For example, he was shot in the head in the morning. Although he was slightly injured, it was not fatal. However, continuous shooting would actually kill Chun Zhao. Instead, Chun Zhao was more resistant to explosives such as grenades. In addition, the mouth of Glutton could absorb the flames and impact of explosions. After informing Fei Lai, Chun Zhao left the house. He found a telephone booth and called an arms dealer. Hey, I want some arms. Sorry, wrong number. Then, the person hung up at once. Nibor had told Chun Zhao that this was normal. Why would the arms dealer respond to a stranger asking for arms? But the dealer had the usual secret code procedure. Chen Zhao called the person again. I need sandwiches, a large number of fries, and also fried drumsticks. For how many people? Sandwiches for 100 people, a lot of fries, and 1,000 drumsticks. Which restaurant for your sandwiches? Burger King. 2,000 for a sandwich, $1 for 5 fries, and $12 for a drumstick. Chen Zhao licked his lips. Sandwiches were guns, fries were bullets, and drumsticks were grenades. It was much more expensive than the usual price, but it was the black market, after all. If people could get those items from the normal market, illegal arms dealers would lose their job. Nonetheless, the price was significantly lower than Chen Zhao's expectation. Sure. Who's your leader? The Australian Kangaroo. The Australian Kangaroo was Nibor's nickname in the black market. Illegal arms dealers would only begin the deal after confirming the leader. The Australian Kangaroo's dead. I found out about you from him in the past. Sorry, I don't sell to strangers. Forget it. I'll look for Scar. Chen Zhao did not hesitate. However, the other party suddenly changed their attitude and said, the gravel beach 80 kilometers south of LA, 3 a.m. Only you can come. If you're late, I'll leave. How troublesome. He could not even do a bank transfer. Forget it. Chen Zhao would do it in order to equip his army. Chen Zhao searched the location, after which he called him on and went there via the sea. He reached the gravel beach at 2:50, but there was no one there, although there were people secretly watching him in the dark. Chen Zhao pretended that he did not know anything. He waited in silence, frequently checking the time. Fuck, are they playing me? Just come out. I'm alone. Why are you scared? Chapter 641, Black on Black. Chapter 641, Black on Black. Boss, he's here. He's here? The people on the road didn't report that they saw a car. I think he came from the sea. He swam to land by himself. See? Do you see a boat? No. Did he bring the money? He has a case. Okay, let's go down. Chen Zhao saw a group finally appear, coming down from the highway. There was a 30-meter long hill and cliff from the highway to the beach. It was very hard to walk through. There were about a dozen people. The leader was a man in his 40s. You want the weapons? Yes. Chen Zhao nodded. Where's the money? Chen Zhao opened the case and showed it to the group. The leader's underling went forward to take Chen Zhao's case. But Chen Zhao pushed it aside. Where's my stuff? We need to confirm if you brought enough money. Chen Zhao considered it and tossed the case to them. The underling counted the case and nodded. Boss, the money's right. Where's the stuff? The boss raised his gun without warning. Bang! Chen Zhao fell. The boss sneered. Where's this idiot from? I told him to come alone, and he really did come alone with all this money. Boss, what do we do with the body? Toss it into the sea. The two underlings dragged the body and tossed it into the sea. Let's go, the boss called. The group came quickly and left quickly. Boss, we made money big time today. We got $400,000 for nothing. PSA, each of you gets 2 girls later. My treat? The boss was very happy. Even though they did firearms trading, it still depended on the other person. If they were at the same level, then it was regular trading. If the other was weaker, then there was nothing to say. Who didn't want free money? This wasn't their first time turning on each other. But this time was easier. Drive. The car still wouldn't move. Annoyed, the boss kicked the guy sitting in the driver's seat. Drive. The guy's head lolled to the side, and he fell down. Fuck, what's this? Boss, Buck Teeth is dead. What? How? How'd he die? His neck was broken. No, we got tricked. Clang. Suddenly, everyone in the car heard a muffled sound. They saw that the car behind them had fallen down the cliff. Everyone hurried out and walked with their guns out in high alert. But it was too dark, and the highway was in a remote place. They were surrounded by tall weeds. Ah, save me. Something caught me. A guy yelled miserably. Everyone saw him get dragged into the darkness by something. But there was nothing. There was nothing on his body. They just watched as he was pulled into the grass forcefully. Ah! A pained cry came from the grass. Everyone got goosebumps. What was going on? Just then, another guy was dragged into the darkness. It was another invisible hand that had grabbed him. Boss, save me, help. The others hurriedly grabbed him, but they were powerless. Another guy was pulled into the shadows too. Come out. Get out of here. I see you. Come out. The boss was terrified by now. 3 guys stuck to his side, also terrified. A figure appeared in the darkness. Are you calling for me? You? It's you? Didn't you die? Die? Did you just kill my brother? The boss's expression darkened. Of course, it was night, so one couldn't see his expression. What do you want? Where are my weapons? Chun Zhao discovered his new technique, Shadow. It was a really awesome technique at night. He couldn't kill someone directly, but he could attack soundlessly. The other wouldn't even know what hit them. In the trunk. Take your money. Take the weapons for free to make up for my mistake. Oh, that's not enough, Chun Zhao said. What else do you want? For you all to die, obviously. No. I'll kill you. Unfortunately, they couldn't do anything. After their final wild attack, everything fell silent. Chun Zhao opened the trunk. There indeed were weapons. It seemed that Nibor had been right. If the other party was too weak, it was easy for them to get betrayed. These guys did plan on doing the trade. But when they saw that Chun Zhao was alone, they quickly chose to betray him. Rest in peace. Don't come to find me if you have any complaints. I was forced. After collecting the weapons, he also took his money back and took care of the site. He left soundlessly from the sea and went home. He started arming the skeletons. Blackie, lend me your skeleton soldiers tomorrow. Take them. Blackie was generous because half of the things here were given to him by Chun Zhao. So he wouldn't be stingy toward Chun Zhao either. Do you need my help? I'm facing living people, so you won't be able to help, Chun Zhao said straightforwardly. Blackie was undefeated against spirits, but he wasn't very useful toward the living. The next day, Chun Zhao went to the headquarters. He gathered everyone, other than the injured Mor and Morid and the dead Burr. Chun Zhao had just taken over the supernatural organization, but 1 had died and 2 were injured. He was in a pretty bad mood. Aduz, are you sure you want to listen about the following mission? Chun Zhao glanced at the security guard. I can't listen. Whatever. Ignoring him, Chun Zhao continued. I already got the information. The members of the family may be hiding in Foundation Mountain. Foundation Mountain? That doesn't seem far away, Aduz chimed in. Unelite, you're in charge of strategy. Do you have any plans? Surround and attack them, of course. Chun Zhao was surprised. He'd thought that an elite would be slow. He didn't expect the man to be so proactive. Good. You were the right choice. Because of them, I don't even dare to go to work. I lose so many clients every day. Okay, don't get off topic. Chun Zhao cut him off. Talk directly about the strategy. President, how familiar are you with the family? Chapter 642, Family. Chapter 642, Family. Not at all. We don't even know their numbers or abilities. How can we strategize? But I do have some knowledge of Foundation Mountain, Chun Zhao said. It has an ancient relic that contains a lot of weird creatures called crypt demons. Regular guns can't hurt them at all. The weakest ones are like lions and tigers. Some stronger ones are even bigger than an ox. Everyone was speechless. They hadn't even taken care of the family yet, and now this group of monsters had appeared. How could they fight? Jalag, Padalu, can you two modify guns? President, we don't have the equipment, so we probably can't. Modifying firearms has a higher requirement for equipment. Chun Zhao was now much stronger than last time. He wasn't as against going to the Relic with the crypt demons. And he knew that the crypt demons weren't friendly toward him, but they wouldn't be friendly toward the family either. President, the 2 members of the family that you killed yesterday were definitely Class C or B, Ung Elite said. Also, Moore woke up. From his description, I can infer that one of the family is an illusionist. They also created the illusion for Moore without him realizing. President, I have a solution if it's an illusion, Padalus said. What solution? We can buy an awakening potion from a witch. How much is a bottle? $10,000, Padalus said. Chun Zhao bared his teeth. It was so expensive. Not counting Aduz, they had 7 people. If each had a bottle, it would be $70,000 in expenses. Chun Zhao picked up his phone and called Sienna directly. Sienna, can you make awakening potions? No, but Rupert can. Do you need it? What's the price? Expensive. Give me the price. $10,000, but I'll take $2,000 in commission. Chinzhao looked at Padalu. He probably wanted to make that money too. Padalu averted his eyes, clearly afraid of getting yelled at. I want 10 bottles. When can I get it? Huh? 10 bottles? Sienna cried out. If one bottle was $2,000, then 10 bottles was $20,000. Tomorrow morning, Chun Zhao said. Sent to my house. Okay, no problem. I'll tell Rupert to be faster. After hanging up, Chun Zhao continued asking, what other places should I be aware of? Jalik, prepare some equipment for everyone these 2 days, both for attack and defense. Understood. Jalik looked at West. Okay, you need funds. West looked at Chun Zhao. President, I wish you all good luck on your mission. Only a dues, and the injured don't have to go. Chun Zhao tapped the table. West, do you want to be injured too? No. I didn't say I won't go. Oh, Burr's death counts as a work injury, Chun Zhao said. Is there any compensation for his family? He doesn't have a family. He's all by himself. Oh, that saves some money. Chun Zhao felt a little uncomfortable when saying that. Send the family to him as companions. Just then, Pamela ducked in. President, I want to join too. Are you sure? Pamela was strong, but she was still a spirit. Other than the failures here, other spiritualists were able to deal with spirits. That's why Chun Zhao preferred to have Pamela stay. Plus, someone had to watch over the headquarters. Chun Zhao wasn't reassured to have a dues here by himself. President, I'm not a typical spirit, Pamela said. I'm very difficult to destroy now. Why? I have an incomplete banshee's body. What's that? Everyone was confused. Chun Zhao was surprised. Oh, you're a banshee? President, you know about the banshee's body? I know a strong banshee. Everyone turned toward Chun Zhao at once. Pamela was even more in disbelief. Impossible. There are no real banshees in the world. Chun Zhao shrugged without explaining. Since you're a banshee, you can take part in the mission. Chun Zhao didn't know how Pamela's abilities were, but he remembered how terrifying Jessica was. He felt that even if Pamela wasn't as strong as Jessica, she should have a portion of her strength. Next, there were some miscellaneous matters to take care of. The mission was planned to be in 2 days. After all, they still needed to prepare. Jalik couldn't produce the equipment today either. A team entered Foundation Mountain. Grandfather, Mom, and Dad have come, Chloe cried out happily. And Akiro, Ruby, Axon, and Fendilon. An elder walked out of the tent and looked at the 7 people coming from the distance. The storm on his face finally disappeared after days. Hopkins, Tarila, you're finally here. Grandfather opened his arms and embraced the man and woman. Grandfather, what happened? Hopkins asked. You messaged us that Brighton, Darius, and Jack died. Yes, Grandfather said. They died in the hands of the supernatural organization. How dare they hurt my kids? Tarila said with a hawkish expression. I'll tie them to the guillotine. Grandfather, what kind of strong figure does the organization have to kill them? Hopkins asked in confusion. I thought like you too, but when Jack and Darius went to kill one of them, an elite, both of them were killed. They died under their proudest skills too. Jack's arm was broken and his spine crushed. Darius was roasted from the inside while her outside was unharmed. Hopkins and Tarila both frowned. Hopkins turned toward Tarila. Do you know what spell this is? No, but it must not be weak. It doesn't matter what magic it is, Akiro yelled. We have so many people. Why are we scared? Whoever hurts my siblings, I won't forgive them. Indeed, Grandfather said. But before that, we must get the foundation stone first. Something flashed past the eyes of Hopkins and Tarila. How's the investigation? There are many crypt demons. It's not looking good. Chapter 643, Akiro. Chapter 643, Akiro. Grandfather, can you use your abilities to let us in? Yes, but we were close once. When we approached the inner zone, I felt something. Something very frightening. What thing? I don't know. It sensed us, so we retreated and waited for you all. Then we'll take the foundation stone first, Hopkins said. And then we'll avenge Brighton, Darius, and Jack. Jack is such a cute kid, but they could bear to kill him. Tarila huffed. Hey, where's Akiro? Where did Akiro go? Grandfather suddenly realized that Akiro was gone. Oh no, he wouldn't have gone to find the supernatural organization, right? Damn it, he was best friends with Jack. Hurry and chase him back. Don't let anything happen to him. It's too late. What can we do now? Get the foundation stone first, Hopkins said calmly. Anyway, Akiro might be strong enough to defeat the supernatural organization. At least, he'll be able to survive. But Akiro is a bit dumb, just like Jack. There's no helping that, Hopkins said. It's the side effect for distortion magic. Tarila's eyes flashed, but she didn't refute him. If they dare to hurt Akiro, I won't forgive them, Grandfather said through clenched teeth. But he also didn't object to getting the foundation stone first. Akiro arrived outside the supernatural organization and hid in the woods. He looked at the headquarters from afar. He took out a knife with strange patterns drawn on it and slashed his palm. Blood spilled out instantly. Wanderer from the world of darkness, I use the blood of the living as my most fervent offering. Please bestow upon me indestructible power. Blood dripped onto the ground, and gray threads started rising up. They dug into Akiro's body. He felt power replenishing his body. Akiro's body felt extremely refreshed. This power sent him to Cloud 9. This power is so memorable. Akiro's fingers cracked. Suddenly, an evil spirit that was floating around discovered Akiro. Who are you? Akiro pounced on the evil spirit. The evil spirit didn't have time to dodge and was thrown to the ground. Akiro bit the evil spirit. Amidst pained cries, the evil spirit was torn to pieces. Then Akiro strode toward the headquarters. Halt! Who are you? Seeing Akiro walking over, Aduz immediately stopped him. Akiro opened his mouth. Its width far surpassed human limits, and his mouth was filled with fangs. Aduz was terrified and ran for his life, almost on all fours. Help, monster! Help! By now the people in the headquarters heard Aduz and ran out. When they saw Akiro, they were all shocked. What is that? Is it distortion? Everyone's expressions grew serious. If it was distortion, then they would be in trouble. Distortion magic was gaining extreme power from a certain sacrifice. The more you did it, the greater the power you receive. However, it was called distortion because it distorted the user's soul and body. The more you used it, the closer your soul got to a monster. In the end, you would be distorted into a true monster. Many of the magical creatures hidden around the world were evolved from humans. Right now, other than his limbs and body, it was impossible to tell that Akiro was human from his facial features. Who is an elite? Akiro rasped out, opening his mouth. Everyone looked toward an elite, and he was almost pissing his pants. Could they not do that? You killed Jack. Jack? Who? An elite was utterly confused. Who's Jack? You got the wrong guy. You forgot him so quickly? He's my brother, the one who used metal magic. His arm was broken and his neck was snapped. Do you remember now? I didn't kill him. The president killed him. An elite cried hurriedly. Kid, our president is really powerful. You better escape before he gets back. Yeah, right, Wes chimed in. If our president gets back, you're dead. But really, they were just putting up an act. They didn't know if Chan Zhao could take care of this monster. But they did know that all of them put together couldn't do it. Yeah, our president is undefeatable. Aduz called out too. Everyone was gulping inside. Akiro looked too scary. Then call him over. I'll rip him apart before all of you. You better not regret it. Hurry up, Akiro growled. A bloody wind swept up before them all. Even the proud Jalanash didn't dare to move. Akiro was terrifying. He emanated an unsettling aura. Hello, P. President, Wes said to his phone with trembling hands. Hi, I'm too busy to answer the phone now, but you can leave a message. I'll call you back later. Everyone's expression stiffened. He wasn't here at this time. Was this on purpose? Everyone looked at Akiro fearfully. They felt like he would rip them apart the next second. Since he can't come, then I'll go look for him, Akiro said. Mr. West, can you please bring this This, sir, to find the president? On the lead asked. West clenched his teeth hatefully and stared at Akiro. You bring me to him. Everyone else, wait to meet your president in hell. Wait, an elite cried out. I suddenly feel like I should watch you fight with our president. I'm sure it'll be a spectacular fight. I think so too. Sir, shouldn't you defeat our president before all of us? That's right. You'll see your president kneel before us and beg me, huh? Akiro started laughing maniacally. Everyone's expression was uncomfortable. Akiro's aura was getting stronger. They all had goosebumps and hoped that their president wouldn't disappoint. Otherwise, the supernatural organization really would be disbanded. Chapter 644, Coming from Afar to Feed. Chapter 644, Coming from Afar to Feed. Everyone sat in the organization's bus. Mr. West, did that monster get bigger than before? An elite whispered. That's how distortion is like. The longer it lasts, the stronger it becomes. Then do you think the president can beat him? West looked at Akiro with hesitation and a headache. Mr. West, you don't have confidence in the president? Monsters transformed by distortion are hard to kill, West said with a hushed voice. Why? Before they complete the final transformation, power from an unknown dimension will keep pouring into his body, West said. He'll have practically unlimited power. Then, isn't he undefeatable? Huh, yes, I'm undefeatable now. You can't kill me. Akiro heard their hushed conversation, but he didn't care. It was more interesting to have them be surrounded by fear. The car stopped before Chen Zhao's house. Everyone was shocked at seeing it. Of them all, only West had come here before. Everyone else's eyes filled with envy after seeing Chen Zhao's luxurious house. Get out of the car and get your president over here. President, president. Everyone was forced to call out in unison. President, please come out. If you don't, we'll all die. Just then, the automatic door opened. Everyone was relieved, thinking that Chen Zhao had come. But it was actually Abitos. Everyone took a step back in fright. Abitos had seen West before, so he didn't react strongly. But the moment he saw Akiro, Abitos grew excited. He charged straight at Akiro. Fuck, what is this? Get away from me. Akiro tried to kick Abitos away. The next moment, Abitos sprang up and tackled Akiro. Get away. Everyone was stunned. They watched as Abitos opened his mouth to bite down on Akiro. And Akiro seemed unable to do anything about it. Abitos clamped down and tore off a chunk of bloody flesh. Help! Akiro cried out. Help? Aren't you asking the wrong people? If you don't get it away, I'll kill you all. Abitos bit off another chunk. Akiro used all his might to push Abitos aside. Just then, he was blocked by two black and white wolves. West, and the others all jumped aside. Mr. West, what's going on? What is that giant lizard and wolves? The president's pets. His pets are so mean. Akiro angrily broke free from the silly twins. He stumbled as his body began recovering. Distortion meant that it was very hard for him to be killed. As long as he wasn't immediately killed, he could keep recovering. Distortion could also strengthen him. But before he could take 2 steps, Princess had her teeth around his arm. His arm was tugged right off. Everyone was frightened. Even West hadn't seen Princess before. So, when they saw her, they all shuddered in fear. Princess was honestly too big enough to be terrifying. She really liked Akiro. No, more accurately, she liked his taste. He was delicious. Akiro gave up on his arm and finally broke free from Princess. He looked side to side. Princess, Abitos, and the silly twins were all staring dangerously at him. He felt like he'd run into hell. Run. He must run. This place was too scary. He had to get out of here. Only one place didn't have these hellish creatures right now. The lake. Escaping through the lake should be safe. He turned and dove into the water as quickly as possible. He ran away. What a pity. If the president was here, he wouldn't have escaped. Who knew that his pets are all so scary? Seems like we've underestimated the president. Suddenly, Akiro, who'd swam a few dozen meters, started swimming back. What's going on? He's back. Fuck, does he want to kill us? Everyone hid behind the group of pets. Princess, Abitos, and the silly twins looked at Akiro with gleaming eyes. Help! What did he just yell? I think he's yelling for help. Did you hear wrong? What's that behind him? Water? There's a big guy in the water, chasing the distorted monster. Akiro finally climbed onto land, but just then, Amon burst out of the water. Its huge body landed on the ground and clamped down on Akiro's legs. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their expressions froze too as they gaped at Amon. A whale? Really? Is that seriously a whale? Is this a saltwater lake? Isn't this whale too big? Biting on Akiro's legs, Amon was about to drag him back into the water. But Princess, Abitos, and the silly twins wouldn't let this happen. They ran over and all bit down on one of Akiro's body parts. Were they fighting for food? Everyone watched this strange scene. The terrifying, distorted monster in their eyes was just food for Chen Zhao's pets. It sent chills up their spine. What did Chen Zhao usually feed them? Of course, Akiro was the one with the biggest mental breakdown. He didn't understand how this happened. He had unparalleled strength, so why couldn't he beat a few pets? Amon finally applied force and bit off half of Akiro's body. Then he wriggled with difficulty and returned to the water. As for Princess, Abitos, and the silly twins, they were still clamoring for Akiro's upper half. Then they met eyes as if discussing something, and they let go of Akiro at the same time. Weren't they all fighting for the monster? Why did they let go? Do they know about distorted monsters? Are they waiting for him to regrow? They couldn't help but shudder again. There was no way that the pets knew this by themselves. The president must have taught them. This meant that it wasn't the first that the president and his pets encountered a distorted monster. They must have had a great experience to learn about the monster's characteristics. It also helped develop their taste and habit of preying on the monsters. Chapter 645. Actually, he's our captive. Chapter 645. Actually, he's our captive. Taking advantage of that, Akiro opened his arms wide and started crawling on the ground. Just then, a car came over, tires screeching. Hey, why are you all in my house? Chen Zhao came out and looked at West and the others in shock. Adus, aren't you supposed to be watching The Office? Everyone stared at Chen Zhao. What's wrong? It dawned on Chen Zhao. Are you all looking at my car? Okay, I just bought it. He discovered that they weren't looking at him. Instead, they were looking at his new car. It was only $30,000. They didn't have to look at it like this, right? Were Americans this ignorant? Chen Zhao followed their gaze and saw the body crushed under the wheels. Fuck. Right then, Princess rushed over and dragged the body out. But as soon as the body was dragged out, it started pouncing toward Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao's right arm started feeling things. Hunger. Yes, it was hunger. The mouth of gluttony opened wide and clamped down on Akiro's shoulder. With a crack, his shoulder was broken. Did it taste good? But everyone was watching, so he had to control his appetite. Everyone stared at Chen Zhao with terror. This president was so scary. Princess, Abitos, and the silly twins circled Akiro. He regrew an arm, and they split it up. What a frightening family. They even knew to take advantage of sustainable development. Why did you come? Didn't you say you would send the president to his knees? You sure you aren't here to feed them? Suddenly, they felt pity for Akiro. It would be fine if he was defeated by the president. But getting tortured by his pets, what was this? Did you all send this thing to me? Chen Zhao asked. Yes. Everyone lowered their heads. It wasn't like they could say that they were held hostage by him. That was too embarrassing, so they couldn't admit it. President, West said. He's from the family and came to cause trouble at the office. We captured him, so we brought him over, but your pets. Huh? Why didn't you say so? Chen Zhao immediately went over to shoo the pets away. Then he picked up Akiro's broken body. Hey, are you dead? I think he's dead. Whatever, eat him up. Chen Zhao tossed him onto the ground. Akiro quickly opened his eyes. No, I'm not dead. Seeing how strong Akiro's voice was, it didn't sound like he was injured at all. Just how strong was his life? He still didn't get killed. But since Chen Zhao was here, all of the members were fearless. President, I first discovered him before he attacked the office, Aduz said righteously. And I stopped him fearlessly, giving West and the others more time. President, I fought with him too. Me too, Belia said seriously. All credit goes to my war dance. Me too. It's all because of my defensive fear that they could defeat him without getting injured. Only Jalanash turned her head. She was honestly embarrassed to be in a team with these shameless motherfuckers. You all, Akiro was furious. But everyone went over to kick and beat him up. They didn't give Akiro a chance to speak. You're just dog food to our president. Shut up. Okay. I have questions for him, Chenjiao said. President, how about you just kill him? He's probably cursed with a talking spirit like the other guy. You won't get any answers. No, I'm not cursed. I'll tell you everything I know. Please let me go. Okay, tell us everything you know. Tell us all the spells that the members of the family use. Grandfather uses invisibility, Akiro said. He can make everyone invisible. Invisibility is a lost magic. I didn't think anyone in the world could still use it. That's troublesome. West's expression was solemn. Everyone else was solemn too. How could they fight if they couldn't even see the enemy? What else? Chen Zhao continued asking. Dad is a beast whisperer. He can control all the animals in the nearby mountains. Everyone looked at Chen Zhao. If he brought his pets, it would be problematic. If they were controlled by the enemy, they would become a great threat. President, no need. I wouldn't bring my pets to a dangerous place either. Chen Zhao wouldn't bring his demon subordinates who had their true forms in the living world. However, he could still bring the projections to the battle. Mom is a death speaker. That's easy, Wes said. Hand him to me. The average death speaker could control a few evil spirits, but it was manageable. Mom can control the spirits of 10 ancient witches. Each witch could do a lot of spells. Can't you say it all at once? I'm going to kill you. Wes glared at Akiro. Then, can you take the mom? President, I think we should plan from a long-term angle. Chun Zhao looked at Akiro. Continue. What about the others? Chloe knows I hallucination. If you meet her eyes, you'll fall into her hallucination. Everyone looked at Chun Zhao again. At his first meeting, he had everyone look at his eyes and fell into his hallucination. Wooly is a boxing and assassination master. He knows judo, taekwondo, karate, Brazilian jiu-jitsu. President, I'm not good with physical fighting. Me neither. Me neither. Everyone knew that Chun Zhao was great at close fighting. Without a doubt, he'd have to take care of this one too. Ruby is an ice witch. Denver is a curse master. Axon is a ground crawler. Fendilon can change their features. Everyone was speechless after hearing Akiro. All the members of the family were difficult to manage. Chen Zhao looked at everyone. I don't have high standards. Just choose one that you think you could take care of. If you can't even take care of one, then I'll be too disappointed. Everyone stared at each other and mumbled about for a long while. Finally, they made a decision. You chose one. Yes, President. We decided. Which one? We'll choose the ground crawler. We already thought of a way to defeat him. Chapter 646, Entering the Relic. Chapter 646, Entering the Relic. President, I think we should do some realistic training. How about you fight us? Wes looked at Chun Zhao seriously. This was probably his most serious offer. I can't control my strength, so how about no? Chun Zhao said, I'll find something to be your training partner. Find something. Everyone was confused. Go outside. Everyone went to the beach beside the front yard. Chun Zhao came a while later. Everyone ready. Everyone was nervous, but they nodded in unison. Ready. Okay, I'll call it out. Whoosh. Something fell from the sky. The group was taken aback. They looked carefully at the thing that had fallen. A stone statue. It was a bit larger than an adult and made completely out of purple-black stone. It looked like some creature. Its entire body was covered by something like bat wings, and its appearance wasn't clear. Chun Zhao snapped his fingers, and the gargoyle awoke. Everyone's first reaction was to run and scream for help. Did they want to fight with the family with that level? A mere gargoyle could mess up their entire formation. The only one who remained composed was Jalanash, but her elemental spell couldn't harm the gargoyle. She was still too weak. The power of her wind blades was like tossing a knife. Her fireballs were probably as strong as a firecracker. Perhaps she could hurt a human, but it was negligible toward a gargoyle. It was only slightly harmful against spirits, too. Chun Zhao was speechless. What was this? Belia, support me with your war dance. Jalanash yelled. You all, help give me and Belia more time. I'll do something big. She realized that the gargoyle wasn't very smart. The others knew that they couldn't keep going like this. Mainly, Chun Zhao's expression was looking worse and worse. They'd suggested doing a realistic practice, but they were performing so badly. They really were testing Chun Zhao's patience. They had to work together. Belia started stripping. Jalanash felt for the dance's effect. Chun Zhao scratched his nose. Thankfully, Feilai wasn't here. To be honest, if you ignored the war dance's effect, Belia's dance was also very seductive. If Feilai saw that he had a stripper dance at home, he didn't know how she would feel. Jalanash accumulated power for a minute and finally released the bomb. Move away. Boom. The bomb exploded on the gargoyle. Its lower body shattered instantly. It fell onto the ground, turning back into a stone statue. Success. We did it. But their smiles didn't last long before they saw that the gargoyle was recovering. Their faces fell as if their parents had died. Thankfully, the gargoyle didn't continue to attack. It was daytime, so the gargoyle wasn't very lively. Night was the gargoyle's stage. At night, their liveliness and recovery speed would improve greatly. Chun Zhao looked at all of them. Their performance still didn't pass, but there was no need to continue training now. After all, they would set off soon. Continuing would use up their strength and mana. Okay, go take a break. We'll leave after lunch. President, can we bring that thing too? This way, we'll be much stronger. I need someone to guard my house too, Chun Zhao said matter-of-factly. The group couldn't say anything. It wasn't like they could say, no, our fight is more important. Okay, let's go. Adieus, drive yourself back to the office after you drive us to the place. After arriving at Foundation Mountain, the group organized their equipment and then entered the forest officially. After half an hour, they found a camp. This must be the family's camp from earlier. But where are they? They might have gone into the ancient relic, Chun Zhao said. Forgot to ask that Akiro why they came. It's not far from the ancient relic, Chun Zhao said. Let's go there too. President, are the crypt demons really that scary? They all had unnatural expressions, looking at Chun Zhao nervously. Chun Zhao glanced at them. Yes, very scary. There was once an expedition team that had firearm equipment, but they suffered serious casualties. President, should we change our plan? Do you want to join more? Pretend I didn't say anything. Under Chun Zhao's lead, the group arrived at the mouth of the cave. Chun Zhao was very familiar with this place now. Don't worry, there aren't any crypt demons here. President, can we light a fire? Jalanash asked. It's too dark here. Humans were innately afraid of the dark. Darkness meant the unknown and danger. It was passed down from prehistoric times. After Chun Zhao nodded, Jalanash snapped her fingers. A ball of fire appeared in her palm. Then it split into three and flew before the group. In the darkness, a shadow had appeared near the group. Wooly hid in the darkness. Even when the three fireballs flew past him, they still couldn't illuminate him. Grandfather had cast invisibility on him, so he was now invisible. Grandfather, the supernatural organization has arrived, Wooly whispered into his walkie-talkie. They actually found this place? The grandfather was surprised. Not only that, but their president is also still alive. I see him in the group. Stop them. Don't let them approach the pyramid. Their arrival will alert the crypt demons. Wooly took out a dagger and snuck toward Chun Zhao. He was invisible now, and even his smell was covered. He wouldn't be discovered even if he stood right in front of the supernatural organization. Not even the crypt demons could discover him, let alone them. But it was still dangerous to approach crypt demons, not because they were blind, but they had sharp noses. They could sense heat too. That's why the family all had a cold treatment. They carried an ice cube to lower their body temperature. Wooly raised his dagger, preparing to slit Chen Zhao's throat. Oh, I have something to say. Chapter 647, Abandoned. Chapter 647, Abandoned. President, what do you want to say? Chen Zhao grabbed in the darkness without warning. No one knew what he was doing. Wooly, who was invisible, was stunned. This guy could see him? He could sense him. Why don't you learn Chinese Kung Fu? Thud. Chen Zhao punched the air. You look down on Chinese Kung Fu? Thud. Everyone was confused. Thud. Are you racist? Wooly was about to cry. This was against the rules. Oh, right. You shot me in the forehead a few days ago, too, Chen Zhao said. Now, I won't make it hard for you. I'll punch you once, and we'll be even. You already hit me so many times. Wooly wanted to cry. Chen Zhao suddenly let go of Wooly and swung his right arm. Poof! Everyone saw blood spray out of the darkness, and then a headless corpse fell onto the ground. Everyone exchanged glances. Finally, they realized that someone had been invisible around them. They felt the aftershock. They didn't know how Chen Zhao had discovered him. But if Chen Zhao wasn't here, they probably would have all died. They probably wouldn't know what had happened up to their deaths. Chen Zhao picked up Wooly's walkie-talkie and asked, "How do you use this?" "President, you just press this. You don't have to change channels." Chen Zhao pressed the speaking button. "Hi, I'm the president of a supernatural organization. You're surrounded now. Put down your weapons, undo your spells, and wait for us to arrest you all. Otherwise, I'll raid your nest under the charges of disrupting law and order, personal injury, and intentional murder." Everyone in the family had uncomfortable expressions. Grandfather, Wooly, is dead. Hopkins, Tarila, and the grandfather were all livid. Seems like we've underestimated them. By now, the family had reached the outside of the pyramid. What do we do now? The ancient pyramid was right before them. The foundation stone was right inside. The clingy supernatural organization was right behind them. Actually, the family was indeed established with familial relationships, such as grandfather, father, and mother, but they were still a group of outsiders. To them, their own interests were the most important. If it wasn't necessary or worked out easily, they weren't willing to abandon their own benefits to take revenge for the others. But the supernatural organization clearly wasn't planning on forgiving them. They took the initiative to come looking for them and had breached the relic too. "Lure out the crypt demons," the grandfather said. "Have them take care of the supernatural organization. I don't believe they're able to defeat the demons too." Everyone's eyes flashed. This was indeed a good plan. "Axon, you go," the grandfather said. "You're a ground crawler. As long as you go underground, the crypt demons won't be able to do anything to you." Even though Axon was a ground crawler, he couldn't stay underground forever. Just like with swimming, he had to come out to breathe too. Moving between different terrains and soils used up different amounts of mana too. The pyramid was made completely out of stone. Even though he could move underground, it used up a lot of mana. Axon's invisibility effect was undone. Instantly, he sensed a bloody aura. Something discovered him. Axon didn't dare to hesitate further and quickly dug underground. He went inside the pyramid, and after wriggling underground for a moment, he came out. He saw a few huge crypt demons in the distance. They discovered him too and immediately pounced toward him. He hurriedly ducked back underground and continued moving. He was acting as the bait now. Soon, a large group of crypt demons was behind him. Axon wanted to lure some crypt demons on the upper level. Suddenly, he felt a blood-chilling aura coming from the entrance of the stairs to the upper level. That thing was so terrifying. Was it the frightening thing that the grandfather mentioned? Axon could only leave the stairs and continue luring on this level. Soon, there were a dozen demons behind him. Axon came above ground every now and then to ensure that the crypt demons would continue chasing after him. When he reached the exit, he felt that he'd used up too much mana and couldn't hold out any longer. "Grandfather, hurry! Make me invisible!" Axon sped up to the exit of the pyramid. The grandfather looked at the crypt demons behind Axon. He still didn't appear. Because if he was to cast invisibility on Axon, he'd have to become visible too. The instant he did so, he would get ripped to shreds by the crypt demons. With his old body, he didn't think he could survive a round with the demons. Axon, don't blame me. Just take it as your sacrifice for our family. You old thing. You asshole. Motherfucker. I don't want to die. Make me invisible. Axon panicked. He could feel that he was at his limit. It would only be 1 minute, or not even. Now, Axon had two choices. He could come above ground and get ripped apart by the crypt demons, or he could stay underground and be trapped forever. In the end, he chose to come out. At first, he decided to be buried underground forever. But in reality, this was very difficult because everyone had the desire to survive. It was just like how someone in shallow water would automatically float to the top when they were about to suffocate. But the moment that Axon appeared, the crypt demons surrounded him. Wait, help! Axon's lower body was still underground, but his body above ground was already torn apart. Everyone in the family was chilled at Axon's death. The grandfather acted like a benevolent elder, usually. But he was so decisive about abandoning his allies. He didn't hesitate at all. Axon's death was very tragic. His body was completely torn apart. Finally, his head was chopped off too. After taking care of Axon's body, the crypt demons paced outside the pyramid instead of returning immediately. Cause some commotion, the grandfather said. Don't let them return immediately. As long as they didn't have to become visible, the family didn't mind helping. Any random sound could make the crypt demons sensitive. Chapter 648, Look at them, then look at you. Chapter 648, Look at them, then look at you. Do you guys think that we're like the antagonist? The family sounds like a loving family. We killed their relative in a clash, and their feelings for their family caused them to become our enemy. President, can we be more serious? We're the good guys. Okay, the serious stuff. Chun Zhao had wanted to liven up the mood, because they all looked depressed. Each person was nervous and sweating with stiff limbs. With that state, they wouldn't be able to fight at all. Just then, they arrived at the entrance of the cave. There doesn't seem to be anything here. There haven't been any crypt demons. President, do they really exist? So big, they could see the silhouette of the huge pyramid in the darkness. Do you want to see crypt demons? You'll get your wish granted soon. Because there were many crypt demons on the empty space before the pyramid. And they'd seen Chun Zhao's group. They're here. The grandfather and the others saw a light outside the entrance. Strange. Why aren't the crypt demons attacking them immediately? The path along the side is narrow, and the demons are so big. They can fall down easily. They're definitely waiting for the supernatural organization to come down before attacking. The group walked down along the craggy path and finally reached flatland. President, where are the crypt demons? Jalanash, raise your fireball and you'll see them. She raised the fireball and illuminated more land. Right then, everyone finally saw the crypt demons that were gathered in groups. Don't scream, Chun Zhao reminded. They're very sensitive to noise and smell. Everyone's legs trembled. Were these the crypt demons? They were scarier than they'd imagined. It was even more terrifying. The grandfather's group also looked at the demons and Chun Zhao's group with confusion. Why aren't the demons attacking them? Hurry and attack, you idiots. Actually, the crypt demons were hesitant too. They stood together in clusters. Some took a tentative step forward before shrinking back immediately. Hi, friends. I'm back, Chun Zhao announced loudly. Did you miss me? Grandfather's group was speechless. What was with the crypt demons? They'd been so bloody and horrible when killing Axon earlier. But why were they so scared when facing Chun Zhao's group? Watching the crypt demons, a sword suddenly appeared in Chun Zhao's hands. The demons instantly were terrified and shrunk back as a group. What was with this person? Why did he scare the demons so much? What had he done to them? Chun Zhao was a beast whisperer and could communicate with wild beasts. But he wasn't sure if he could communicate with these crypt demons. They were wild beasts, but they also had a clear hierarchy like humans. Someone come out. Let's talk. Then a frail crypt demon came out. Rather than frail, one should say that it was old. Everyone could see clearly that this crypt demon was an elder. It approached Chun Zhao timidly. "Inin, leave." Chun Zhao felt the crypt demon's attitude. "We can't go now. We're here to capture our enemy. How about we work together and take them out?" Chun Zhao pointed at the family who were invisible on the side. The expressions of grandfather and the others changed drastically. How'd that guy know that they were there? And he could communicate with the crypt demons. Chun Zhao glanced over. "You're still hiding? It's meaningless now. You know you can't hide forever, so why cover yourself up?" Chun Zhao waved his hand. Behind him, West and the others took their guns out. Water guns. Squirt. Instantly, grandfather and the others were dyed with paint. "See, this is much easier. I also added a fragrance to them, so you can see them more easily." "Go!" Hopkins yelled, leading them back into the pyramid. Ruby opened her arms, creating an ice wall at the entrance. The family was very fast and quickly reacted. "Look at them. All of you look at them. They're true professionals. Now look at yourself." Chun Zhao had a disappointed expression. "President, it's not the time to scold us." The crypt demons didn't continue to attack Chun Zhao's group. Instead, they worked on scratching the ice wall. They wanted to break through, but ramming with their heads or scratching with their claws wasn't very effective. "Move aside, you failures." Chun Zhao walked over and smashed his fist down with full force. Cracks appeared throughout the entire wall, but he was surprised. His fist was more than 10 tons, but the wall didn't shatter. He opened the Eye of Power and punched again. Boom! The ice wall shattered instantly. The crypt demons swarmed in. But when they reached the stairs, they all started rolling down. "Do not pass." Denver blocked the path. The crypt demons that had rolled down all started convulsing. Colorful flowers bloomed under their skin. When they stood up again, they'd lost their instincts and were controlled by Denver. "Look at them and then look at you. President, please don't do this to us before outsiders." West and the others lowered their heads. Chun Zhao went over and sliced up 2 possessed demons with one strike. Seeing the heat come, an eerie smile appeared on Denver's face. "You want to die?" With that, Denver poured powder at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao raised his arm. The mouth of gluttony swallowed all the powder. "Tastes not bad. Do you have more?" Denver's expression froze. He turned and ran. "Run faster, faster." The supernatural organization were all speechless. "We're here for a serious battle. Can't you take it seriously?" Without needing Chun Zhao to pursue, the crypt demons had already charged forward and ripped Denver up. The demons were crazed now. They ran forward wildly, no longer caring about Chun Zhao's group. It was probably also because they couldn't defeat him. They followed the winding stairs up and reached the upper level. Chun Zhao's group followed before, running to the exit of the stairs. There was a huge platform with empty windows on all 4 sides. A huge ox lay in the center. Well, it was probably an ox. At least, it had some ox characteristics. It was like a man with an ox head. But its size was huge. It was at least 6 meters tall. Beside it, there was a stone platform with a black stone on it. The Godfather, Hopkins, and Tarila surrounded it, not daring to get close.
Chapter 448. Emperor Zhao, have you thought of a way to revive yourself? Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart as he looked at the fat cat not far away. This guy was lying on his back, basking in the sun. His bulging belly was exposed like a ball, making him want to step on it. Emperor Zhao said disappointedly, "How can I? Sigh, I'm too young. I never thought that I would die." If he were to be revived, he would surely be more arrogant than Emperor Jundao. Zhou Xuanji nodded and did not speak further. He continued to sense the heavenly law of celestial power. A few days ago, he reached 105 years old. 2.5 years passed. He obtained 6 legendary swords. They were the Evil Trust Sword, Saint Thief Sword, White Wall Sword, Phoenix Arching Sword, Shao Xian Sword, and Thorny Fish Sword. The highest was Heavenly Soul, which was not of much help to him. He had a deeper understanding of the heavenly law's celestial power, but he could not refine it as he pleased. As for cultivation, he fell behind. No matter how talented he was, it was too difficult to break through to void extreme immortal through cultivation. Without any special serendipity, he might need to cultivate for thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years to succeed. Which void extreme immortal in the great thousand world was not tens of thousands of years old? The hegemon sword emperor was close to 20,000 years old. He only broke through early because of special serendipity and made a name for himself in the Center God province. Half a year later, if what the old immortal said was true, then he would need to search for the 18 divine swords in Xian Xianghua. Xiao Chan walked over quickly with a Ganoderma in her hand. This Ganoderma should have been nurtured for 10,000 years. It's filled with spiritual qi. Take it. She looked proud, as though she was asking him to praise her. Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly before taking the Ganoderma and examining it carefully. Xiao Chan did not receive any compliments, so she curled her lip and left with a low snort. When she passed by the fat cat, she kicked its stomach. Meow, the fat cat cried out miserably and ran into the forest, twisting its butt. Zhou Xuanji laughed and stored the Ganoderma into the supreme storage before continuing to cultivate. 3 months later. A majestic voice resounded across the Center God province. The Center God province is the center of the great thousand world. Order is in chaos, and evil demons roam freely. I decided to lead the immortal gods to regain order in the Center God province. Evil demons shall not disturb us. 100 years later, I will open a preaching hall in the 9th heaven. All living beings in the world can come and listen to my teachings. Boom! The Center God province was in an uproar as countless exclamations sounded. Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating, opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Here it comes. Was this the opportunity that old immortal had mentioned? That person was from the ancient immortal clan. He even had to preach the Tao. Zhou Xuanji immediately took out the ancient god's sword and communicated with the 9 souls. The ancient celestial races also have heavenly saints. It shouldn't be. F***ck, brat, your luck is too heaven-defying. You actually encountered the arrival of an almighty being. Since he dares to call himself a saint, he must be a heavenly saint. He even subdued an ancient celestial race. This is incredible. Malicious Buddha and Xian Daoya will not dare to enter the Center God province again. What realm is heavenly sage? Interesting. I didn't expect the heavenly saints to really exist. Heavenly saint. Zhou Xuanji felt quite curious and asked Sovereign Xian what a heavenly saint was. However, Sovereign Xian refused to tell him and said that if he leaked information about a heavenly saint, he would be punished by the heavens. After chatting with the 9 souls for a while, he could no longer sit still. He stood up and walked to the front of the Daoist temple. He respectfully asked, "Senior, is this the opportunity you mentioned to break out of this situation?" He suddenly felt as though the clouds had parted and he could see the sun again. It felt so good. The 3-year deadline is not up yet. The demons might be hoping for luck. Let's wait a little longer. The old immortal's voice came from the temple. It was very calm, and no one could tell from his emotions. Zhou Xuanji understood this. How did you know that the heavenly saint was coming? He asked curiously. The old immortal could divine this. Could he be a heavenly saint too? Zhou Xuanji was filled with respect at the thought of this. You know about the heavenly saint. It seems like your sword is not simple indeed. The old immortal said with a faint smile, which made Zhou Xuanji sweat profusely. Since the old immortal was unwilling to speak, Zhou Xuanji did not dare to disturb him. He returned to his original spot and continued to comprehend the heavenly law's celestial power. At this moment, the old immortal appeared behind him suddenly. Looking at the sky, he said softly, look at how vast this world is. An immortal lives in the sky. What does that mean? Zhou Xuanji was shocked. He instinctively wanted to stand up, but a formless force pressed down on him and prevented him from doing so. He calmed himself down and began to ponder about the old immortal's words. The old immortal was definitely not chatting casually. There must be a deeper meaning. Immortals live in the sky. His pupils shrank and his breathing quickened as he asked, you mean the heavenly law's immortal force needs to be extracted from the sky? The old immortal lowered his head and smiled amiably at him. Not only are you talented, but you are also open-minded. Not bad, being able to comprehend the heavenly law's immortal energy at the Revolution Golden Immortal Realm. Since ancient times, there have not been many people with such talent. You must have learned some kind of divine art. I won't ask who taught it to you, but I hope that you will remember this. The heavenly law's immortal energy is still the heavenly law's immortal energy. Don't be greedy or you will dig your own grave. After that, he turned around and walked into the forest. As he walked, he shook his head and said, heaven doesn't see the birth of all living things. My Tao came from the heavens. If we were to talk about who is the leader since ancient times, the heavenly saints, Buddhas, and demons are all conceded. Zhou Xuanji remembered this sentence and leaped up into the clouds. He sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the heavenly law's celestial power. After a while, strands of heavenly law celestial energy descended from the sky and poured into his body, causing him to be wild with joy. He tried to continue flying, and he discovered that the higher he flew, the more heavenly law immortal power he sensed. Soon, an invisible barrier blocked his path. He looked up. The sky was still too high to reach, but he could not go any higher. 3 heavens. 33 heavens. Each heaven had a heavenly law restriction. With Zhou Xuanji's power, he could break through the first heaven. But after some thought, he decided to give up. The 3-month deadline was not over yet. He could not be reckless. He began to extract heavenly law celestial power. His goal was to change the magic energy in the Tianxia map into heavenly law celestial power. Heavenly law celestial power was more powerful than the power of the world. If he could use heavenly law celestial power as his normal battle power, his power would be explosive. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. In the dim world, lightning flashed and thunder roared. A lone peak stood in the middle of a massive lake, and the surrounding lake water surged like raging waves. A group of blood bats flew over and landed on the peak. There was a stone palace here, and an old tree stood in front of it, enduring the wind and rain. Xiao Hongjun walked up to the door of the stone palace and shouted, Wu Wang, get out here now. The heavenly saint is here, and you still want to wait for your death. Wu Wang. The peerless demon emperor from the northern wilderness region 110,000 years ago. He almost led the demon race to rule over the northern wilderness region. You can leave by yourself. I have my own ways. Great Emperor Wu Wang's indifferent voice came, which infuriated Xiao Hongjun. She came to visit him out of goodwill, but he did not even open the door. She gritted her teeth and said, the violet demon monarch's heart that you left in the mortal realm has been taken away by someone. It might be Zhou Xuanji. Let's go and take revenge. In the northern wilderness region, there were only a handful of people who had the ability to take the violet demon monarch's heart. The most likely one was Zhou Xuanji. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 449. Knowing that the violet demon monarch's heart had been snatched away, Great Emperor Wu Wang did not get angry. Instead, he remained silent. Xiao Hongjun could not take it anymore and said angrily, do you despise me that much? Come out and meet me. Do you want to die? Emperor Wu Wang remained silent. Xiao Hongjun was so angry that she swung her palm at the door of the stone hole. The door shook violently, but she could not break it open. After venting for a while, Xiao Hongjun left angrily. After a long while, Emperor Wuang's voice floated out. It looks like I really should leave. What a pity that I can't participate in such an exciting era. 3 years had finally passed. Zhou Xuanji absorbed a lot of heavenly law celestial power, and his power grew tremendously. He came before the Daoist temple and asked, Senior, is the Center God province safer than before? Will the great Emperor Dao Court and demonic Emperor come back? The old immortal's voice sounded, if you can break through the barrier with the northern wilderness region, then go ahead and do it. Next will be the era of hundreds of clans competing. It's a rare opportunity to become a saint, so make good use of it. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and bowed toward the Daoist temple. In a sense, this old immortal could be considered half a master to him. He called Bai Suan and prepared to leave. Xiao Chan followed up and shouted, Don't think of leaving me behind. Now, she had changed into a clean white dress. Although she was not devastatingly beautiful, her appearance could be considered pretty, especially her temperament, which was youthful and lively like a child. Zhou Xuanji asked, Isn't it better to stay here? It's dangerous to follow me. Xiao Chan curled her lips and said, I want to. Old immortal chased me away 30 years ago. If it wasn't for you, how would I have the face to come back? Zhou Xuanji heard him and could only give up. In the future, she would be a maidservant. Next, Zhou Xuanji prepared to find the divine cliff and help it recover. He then found a mountain to establish Emperor Sword Court's base in the Great Thousand World. It was not difficult to find a Dharma formation that connected to the mortal world. There was definitely one in the divine cliff. Now that the heavenly sage was in control of the Tao, it was time for the Emperor Sword Court to ascend. Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt that he was no longer important. If he had come 10 years later, would the heavenly saint have come on time? Would the divine cliff be able to escape this calamity? He shook his head. Everything had its own destiny. There were no ifs. From then on, he would see himself as a member of the divine cliff. As he strengthened the Emperor Sword Court, he would also support the divine cliff. All the way forward. Zhou Xuanji stopped occasionally to inquire about the whereabouts of the 18 divine swords. Unfortunately, to most living beings in the vast thousand world, the 18 holy swords were just a fictional legend. Several years passed. Divine Cliff City had been rebuilt, but the surrounding mist had dissipated a lot. There were not many disciples on the streets, and the whole city was filled with a deathly aura. Inside the Cliff Master Hall, Yang Yutian and 2 elders were discussing sect matters. Another mortal realm has been seized. Yang Yutian gritted his teeth and asked with an ugly expression. This was already the 6th mortal realm that had been seized. All the cultivators from the Divine Cliff who were stationed there had either been killed or chased away. At that very moment, the Divine Cliff was like a tiger that had fallen to the plains and was being bullied by dogs. A white-haired elder nodded and sighed. There are less than 10 true gods in the Divine Cliff, and less than 30 void extreme immortals. Each of them is guarding an area, and none of them can come back to support us. The other elder's expression was also ugly. Back then, the 36 envoys had all died in battle. Among the direct disciples, only Yang Yutian had survived. More than half of the core disciples had died, and the rest had been sent to various garrisons in the 2 realms. The 3 of them fell into silence, feeling the pressure. They did not want the Divine Cliff to perish in their hands. At this moment, a disciple shouted from outside the gate, Cliff Master. Core disciple Zhou Xuanji is back. With this, Yang Yutian and the others were pleasantly surprised. Yang Yutian immediately cried out, invite him in. The 2 elders chatted excitedly. Zhou Xuanji is back. The Divine Cliff has not lost yet. He's a first-class great emperor. Now that the immortal gods are ruling the world, the Divine Cliff's opportunity is here. Yang Yutian was also excited, but he tried his best to remain calm. The divine cliff was in such dire straits because of Zhou Xuanji. After Zhou Xuanji disappeared, he almost broke down. Fortunately, this brat came back. Soon, the gate opened. Zhou Xuanji walked in with Xiao Chan, and Bai Suan was in his arms. Seeing that he came back unscathed, Yang Yutian and the others were completely relieved. Zhou Xuanji spoke first, "I'm sorry. It's all my fault. From today onwards, I will do my best to protect the divine cliff." These words almost made Yang Yutian and the others cry. Yang Yutian walked up quickly and grabbed his hands. "It's good that you are back. It's good that you are back," he said with a trembling voice. The divine cliff was in such dire straits, but Zhou Xuanji was still able to come back. He could not help but feel touched. He suddenly understood Han Shuzi's intention. His revered teacher was really good at judging people. Zhou Xuanji said, "I'm already a 10th Revolution Golden Immortal and can be considered a Void Extreme Immortal. Tell me, who was the one who bullied the divine cliff recently? As long as it's not a true god, I will kill him." Yang Yutian frowned and said, "Cultivate well. If there's anything you need, we will help you. The divine cliff needs your help, but not now." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "If we don't act now, the divine cliff will only be bullied more and more. Since the calamity has only passed for a few years, we must show our might." All the demons were chased out of the Center God province. Under such circumstances, we should be like our predecessors and show our might. The all-evil yin-yang destruction and the holy light divine shadow sword appeared behind him at the same time, spinning in the air. Two extremely powerful auras exploded out, shaking the Cliff Lord Palace violently. All the disciples in the divine Cliff City felt their hearts tremble. Yang Yutian and the others opened their eyes wide and looked at the two Armageddon legendary swords in disbelief. Such a powerful divine weapon. "Okay. Elder Yuchuan, bring him to the teleportation point of the Wangwei realm. If a true god attacks, I will do it myself." Yang Yutian instructed with a deep voice, and an elder beside him agreed immediately. Zhou Xuanji pointed at Xiao Chan and said, "She's my maidservant. She saved my life before. Arrange for her to stay in my residence." After that, he handed Bai Suan to Xiao Chan before leaving with Elder Yuchuan. Looking at his back, Yang Yutian clenched his fists and his blood boiled. "Revered teacher, the divine cliff will not fall because of this. We will surely soar," he mumbled to himself before arranging a place for Xiao Chan to stay. To the north of the divine cliff, above the boundless fog and layers of clouds, hundreds of powerful cultivators sat in the air, surrounding a long bridge. There was a teleportation gate on the bridge, which was guarded by two Void Extreme Immortals. They were chatting and laughing. "The divine cliff has really fallen. Our sect doesn't even need to send out true gods, and they still don't dare to act. Of course. Although Yang Yutian is powerful, he belongs to the younger generation after all. If he were to act against us, the other sects and clans would take the opportunity to act. He has no choice but to compromise." At this moment, more than 10 top-tier factions were watching the divine cliff. Each faction had a true god. They were waiting for Yang Yutian to come alone and kill him. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 450. The faction that occupied the Wangwei realm was called the Eight-Fished Sect, and it had a few true gods. Before, they were so insignificant before the divine cliff. But now, they worked together with other factions and treated the divine cliff as their prey. The two Void Extreme Immortals and hundreds of Golden Immortals dared to occupy this place. This showed how much they despised the divine cliff. They were not afraid of Yang Yutian because many powerful cultivators were waiting in the dark. The divine cliff was like a huge cake. First come, first served. Humph. A cold snort came. Zhou Xuanji came over on a river of swords with the all-evil yin-yang destruction in his right hand and the holy light divine shadow sword in his left. His black robe danced in the wind, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Elder Yuchuan was beside him and looked excited. I can finally fight back. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, all the 8-fished sect cultivators got up and prepared for battle. The two void extreme immortals smiled in disdain. Zhou Xuanji said coldly, all of you, come here and die. Don't touch the portal. With this, the 8-fished sect cultivators took out their enchanted artifacts and looked at Zhou Xuanji furiously. A void extreme immortal laughed in disdain. A 10th revolution golden immortal dares to be so arrogant. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have a senior beside you? After that, he charged toward Zhou Xuanji first, followed by the other cultivators. Just when Elder Yuchuan was about to attack, Zhou Xuanji activated the world-destroying power of the all-evil yin-yang destruction and slashed with the sky-dominating divine sword soul. Boom! The sword flashed, and everyone closed their eyes instinctively. The void extreme immortal opened his eyes wide and slammed his palm. Shortly after, he and the golden immortal behind him were turned into ashes. The clouds were destroyed, and the sword chi swept across and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Silence. Elder Yuchuan was dumbfounded. The surviving cultivators from the 8-fished sect were all stunned. Deathly silence. Brat. You are seeking death. The other void extreme immortal from the 8-fished sect roared furiously. He disappeared on the spot and wanted to sneak up on Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji stomped his right foot, and 30 legendary swords soared up. They glowed with silver radiance and revolved around him at high speed. Elder Yuchuan sensed an extremely powerful repulsive force coming toward him. He immediately recognized that it was Zhou Xuanji's power. He did not resist and moved a few hundred meters away from Zhou Xuanji. The void extreme immortal suddenly appeared behind Zhou Xuanji with a snake-like black sword in his hand. He was going to kill Zhou Xuanji with one slash. Puchi! 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 Silver light flashed, and he was instantly pierced by 30 divine swords. He was like a hedgehog, and blood sprayed across the sky. Zhou Xuanji did not look back but looked at the cultivators from the 8-fished sect. His gaze scared the cultivators so much that they broke out in cold sweat and retreated one after another. How is this possible? The void extreme immortal of the 8-fished sect was drenched in cold sweat. He had a ferocious look on his face. He wanted to bring down the black sword, but it was a pity that his magic power was being sucked away rapidly. The heavenly law's immortal energy was of a higher grade than his magic energy. He was completely defenseless against it. The 30 divine swords moved again and directly minced him into pieces, turning him into a bloody mist. The two void extreme celestials were as weak as mortals in front of him. With the 2 Armageddon legendary swords and sword sect immortal Ghost Weep, he could kill enemies of a higher stage. With his cultivation stage, 2 slashes could exhaust the heavenly law's immortal energy in his body. But he still had the Tianxia map, which stored abundant heavenly law's immortal energy. It was enough for him to fight for a long time. He charged toward the other cultivators from the 8-fished sect and started a massacre. The cultivators were so terrified that they fled in all directions. Elder Yuchuan was stupefied and could not come back to his senses for a long while. Why was a 10th revolution golden immortal so powerful? He could not understand at all. Could this be the heaven-defying power of a first-class great emperor? No wonder those factions were willing to heavily injure the Divine Cliff and Dao Heaven sect just to kill Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji! You still dare to show up? A loud cry came. A 3,000-meter-tall silhouette appeared in the horizon and charged toward Zhou Xuanji swiftly, stirring up clouds and mist. Heavenly Law True God. The stage above Void Extreme Immortal. Elder Yuchuan was only a void extreme immortal. If not for the divine cliff being heavily injured, he would not have become an elder. Seeing the true god, his face turned pale with fright. Zhou Xuanji did not panic at all. He activated the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha straightaway. Stepping on the sword Buddha's head, he flew up swiftly. He laughed proudly and said, "A mere true god dares to kill me. Even the malicious Buddha cannot kill me. Let alone you. If you dare to attack me, the existence behind me will not let you off. Neither will the malicious Buddha. The malicious Buddha and the demonic Emperor still want to use me. Do you have the right to stand against them?" The true god was so frightened that he stopped in his tracks. His body was glowing with a radiance, and no one could see his expression clearly. But he had to believe Zhou Xuanji's words. Even Han Shuzi died in the hands of the malicious Buddha. How could Zhou Xuanji survive? Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly, "If you don't get lost, you and those scoundrels hiding in the dark will all die." He was filled with a murderous aura and released all of his aura, looking fearless. This made the Eight-Fished sect's true god even more uncertain. Zhou Xuanji swung his sword. The sky-dominating divine sword Soul and Sword Chi swept out and clashed with the Eight-Fished sect's true god. The true god exploded instantly without causing any damage. He was shocked in his heart. A heavenly law true god was this powerful. Zhou Xuanji. You win. The Eight-Fished sect's true god snorted coldly and left. As for the other Eight-Fished sect cultivators, they were long gone. The Eight-Fished sect retreated. At the same time, the true gods hiding in the dark were also shocked. It was not that they were not smart enough, but the malicious Buddha's deterrence was too powerful. Even someone as powerful as Han Shuzi was killed. How could they fight against him? Elder Yuchuan came up to Zhou Xuanji excitedly. He wanted to say something, but Zhou Xuanji gave him a look, and he understood immediately. The two returned to the Cliff Lord Palace and told Yang Yutian about this. Yang Yutian sighed in amazement. A 10th Revolution Golden Immortal can kill 2 Void Extreme Immortals and hundreds of Heavenly Revolution Golden Immortals so easily. This is too ridiculous. Not only that, but you also know how to bully others. I can sense that those true gods have retreated. I don't think the other factions need us to do anything. They will be scared away. Bully others. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. How could he say that? Next, Yang Yutian began gathering the core disciples to conquer the portals to the mortal realm. Zhou Xuanji told him about the northern wilderness region, and Yang Yutian readily agreed. Emperor Sword Court was merely a faction in the northern wilderness region, and it was not a big deal for them to merge with the Divine Cliff. However, the Divine Cliff had been attacked, so they needed to create a new teleportation gate and buy world stones, which would take some time. Zhou Xuanji also asked Yang Yutian about the 18 divine swords and Xian Xianghua, and Yang Yutian readily agreed. That day, news of Zhou Xuanji's return spread throughout the Divine Cliff City. At first, the disciples were quite furious, but after hearing that Zhou Xuanji had repelled the various factions, their anger dissipated. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji sensed many hostile gazes. He was not angry. If it were him, he would feel displeased as well. Under Elder Yuquan's lead, he returned to his original residence, which had yet to be destroyed. Fei Hai stood in front of the gate excitedly. When he saw Zhou Xuanji, he cried tears of joy and said with a trembling voice, "Senior, it's great that you are all right. You're finally back." Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 451. Seeing that Fei Hai was safe and sound, Zhou Xuanji was not pleasantly surprised but felt a little amazed. Several years had passed, and the people had changed. He then thought of Han Shuzi and Shishenzong. He nodded and said, "Get up. The Divine Cliff is in trouble. You don't have to serve me anymore." Cultivate well and become the backbone of the divine cliff. Fei Hai shook his head and said, I can still serve you, and I will not delay my cultivation. Zhou Xuanji did not insist and walked into the residence. The servants in the mansion were still there. It was still the same people. Zhou Xuanji packed up and flew into the sky to continue extracting heavenly law celestial power. When he attacked the true god just now, he didn't manage to inflict any damage to the other party, causing him to feel a sense of crisis once more. He needed to accumulate more heavenly law immortal energy. In the next half a year, Zhou Xuanji did not leave the Divine Cliff City, and news of him returning to the Divine Cliff quickly spread. The demons were chased out, and Emperor Jundao was once again active in the eyes of the world. Now, Zhou Xuanji had also returned. Would the two newly advanced first-grade great sovereigns fight? In half a year, the Divine Cliff did not encounter any more attacks. Yang Yutian continued to recruit disciples. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 106 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations sword owner, you have obtained, Intimidating Spirit, Bitter Sword, 9 Suns Spirit Source Crown. Zhou Xuanji, who was high up in the sky, was attracted by the sword spirit's voice. He opened his eyes, and the legendary sword's information appeared before him. Sword name, Ku Ti Sword Grade, Intimidating Spirit, Description, a wooden sword that contains Bodhi materials. Anyone struck by this sword will suffer the pain of being stabbed by thousands of blades and being devoured by hundreds of beasts. Not bad. Zhou Xuanji smiled and took out the 9 Sun Spirit Source Crown. The crown was golden in color and was 10 centimeters tall. 9 golden dragons were engraved on its surface, and they were very small. There were 3 golden needles attached to it, which could be used to tie one's hair. 9 Sun Spirit Source Crown, not only can it increase the speed at which the host refines his magic power, it can also absorb the power of the sun. When it encounters a fatal attack, it will automatically counterattack the enemy. The sword spirit introduced, and Zhou Xuanji immediately put it on. After wearing the crown, his entire temperament suddenly changed, becoming even more divine and handsome. He continued to refine the heavenly law immortal energy and found that the rate at which he could refine it had indeed increased by a lot. Not bad. Zhou Xuanji's mood became joyful. At this moment, Yang Yutian transmitted a message to him, telling him to head to the Cliff Master Hall. He quickly arrived at the entrance of the Cliff Master Hall and strolled in. Apart from Yang Yutian, his previous direct disciples Wu Qiu and Lan Xiangying were also present. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "You're still alive?" He thought the two of them were already dead. Hearing this, Lan Xiangying coldly harumphed, while Wu Qiu enthusiastically waved at him and revealed a bright smile. Yang Yutian laughed loudly and then closed the door. "I called you here because I have the whereabouts of the divine sword. The location is a little far, so I want junior brother and junior sister to accompany you. I have to watch over the divine cliff. I hope you can understand," Yang Yutian said. Zhou Xuanji heard him and his eyes brightened. He said, "I can go alone. Leave them here to guard the divine cliff." Lan Xiangying curled her lips and said, "Are you afraid that we will snatch them from you?" Wu Qiu shook his head and said with a smile, "That place is an ancient site that the two of us discovered in the past. There are many restrictions inside, and many of our disciples died there. If we bring you there, it will save you a lot of trouble. Besides, don't you need someone to keep watch when you're retrieving the sacred sword?" Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Then I will trouble the two of you. But since you have been there before, why didn't you find the sacred sword? Could it be that something had happened?" Wu Qiu stopped smiling and said, "That ancient site is at the western end of the Center God province. 3 months ago, my informant there sent me a message saying that the Heavenly Hall and the Buddha Ghost sect discovered the ancient site. It was said that they forced the birth of a powerful sword. Even a 9th Revolution Golden Immortal could not control this sword. I guessed that the sword might be the divine sword. Now that the immortal gods control the Center God province, evil cultivators are no longer around. Why don't we go and take a look? Zhou Xuanji was a little disappointed. So it was not accurate information. Wait, the Buddha Ghost sect is not an evil cultivator, he asked curiously. Yang Yutian replied, although they are ghost cultivators, the Buddha Ghost Emperor made great contributions to protect his descendants. The heavenly law recognizes them, and the immortal gods do not reject them. After that, the 4 of them discussed and decided to depart today. Zhou Xuanji, Wu Qiu, and Lan Xiangying went back to make some arrangements before leaving the Divine Cliff together. Bai Suan and Xiao Qian wanted to follow but were rejected by Zhou Xuanji. This was a risky trip, and he did not want to bring along 2 burdens. Lan Xiangying flew on a cloud, while Zhou Xuanji sat on the cloud and continued to extract heavenly law celestial power. Wu Qiu cultivated as well. Because he was close, he could sense the powerful ripples of heavenly law celestial power. He opened his eyes and asked in astonishment, "There's something wrong with your magic energy. Why does it feel like an immortal god?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and asked, "You've seen an immortal god before?" Wu Qiu nodded and began to tell him about his past. Back then, he was only a 9th Tribulation scattered immortal. When he was traveling in the Center God province, he encountered an injured immortal. After saving the immortal, they became friends and spent some time together. He was very familiar with heavenly law celestial power. After that, they parted ways. Until today, Wu Qiu did not know where that immortal was, nor did he know why he was injured. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself and said, that heavenly saint brought an immortal god to control the Center God province. What's his intention? Could it be related to your immortal friend's injury? In the Center God province, immortal gods were still an illusory legend. Zhou Xuanji knew that the immortal gods came from the ancient immortal clans. This time, it was all thanks to the heavenly saint and the ancient immortal clans that he was able to escape. However, he always felt that there was a massive conspiracy behind this. If the immortal gods were so kind, they would have appeared long ago. Wu Qiu did not reply. He was also thinking about this. Ever since he witnessed the malicious Buddha's prowess, he had a strong desire for power. This time, he not only wanted to help Zhou Xuanji obtain the divine sword but also to obtain a serendipity for himself. Under the dark clouds, the entire mountain was filled with graves. There were countless of them. Behind a tombstone, a hand suddenly reached out from the soil. It was as dry as firewood and looked eerie. The soil opened up, and a skinny man climbed up. His clothes were corroded, and only strips of cloth were left. His hair was dry, and his eyes were lifeless. He rolled down from the soil and lay on the ground, panting heavily. He glanced over and saw the words on the tombstone. My brother, M.O. The last 4 words were corroded by the wind and sand, but the 3 words at the bottom were still recognizable. Established by Emperor Xia. The skinny man stood up with difficulty and looked up at the dark clouds in the sky, trembling. Suddenly, he burst out laughing like a madman. Ha 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 ha, I'm alive again. All of you, wait for your deaths. I'm going to regain control of the Center God province. I'm the true sovereign. He laughed wildly. Strands of black chi floated out from the other tombstones and gathered on his body. His body grew fuller at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 452. The historical site that Wu Qiu was talking about was called the Nether Demon Stream. It was said that a long time ago, the demon race had once occupied the Center God province. The Nether Demon Stream was one of the demon race's territories, but it was destroyed by a powerhouse. It took a long time to travel from the Divine Cliff to the Nether Demon Stream. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji and the others did not encounter any danger. After the heavenly saint spoke, the demons all disappeared. The only strange thing was that the heavenly saints and immortal gods had not appeared yet. If not for the fact that some demon factions had been razed to the ground, the world would have thought that the immortal gods were joking. Zhou Xuanji asked Wu Qiu to help him find out where Xian Xianghua was, and Wu Qiu asked about her. Demonic cultivator. She might have already left the Center God province, Wu Qiu said with a frown. Wu Qiu frowned, which made Zhou Xuanji's heart sink. Lan Xiangying said, there are no more demonic cultivators in the Center God province. Zhou Xuanji frowned and thought to himself. He was not too worried. Xian Xianghua had lived for over 10,000 years after all, and she was proficient in the celestial devil rebirth technique. She should be able to protect herself. Half a month later. The three of them were less than 10,000 kilometers away from the Nether Demon Stream. Lan Xiangying stopped and landed on top of a mountain. Wu Qiu moved his hands, and golden mirrors of light flew out from his sleeves and hovered in front of them. The mirrors reflected the scene of the Nether Demon Stream from a different perspective. The surrounding 10,000 kilometers was a boundless mountain forest. Mountain ranges rose and fell, and the Nether Demon Stream was like a black line that divided the land into two. It was so deep that they could not see the bottom. They saw many cultivators moving about, and some even flew into the Nether Demon Stream. There were also people fighting. Wu Qiu coldly laughed and said, "It's so lively." Zhou Xuanji asked, "Are there any true gods here?" Wu Qiu shook his head and said, "The demonic factions in the Center God province have all retreated. The true gods of the various factions are busy fighting for territory. How can they have the time to come to the Nether Demon Stream?" Zhou Xuanji heard him and felt that it made sense. The serendipity in the Nether Demon Stream was not worth mentioning to true gods. As for that saint sword, he had not verified whether it was real or not. Since there are no true gods, should we act directly? Zhou Xuanji asked. He could already rival Void Extreme Immortals, and Lan Xiangying and Wu Qiu were both Void Extreme Immortals. With the three of them working together, there was naturally nothing to fear. Wu Qiu raised his hand and said, "Don't be anxious, I think I saw someone from the Tang King clan." Tang King clan. After the Northern Wilderness region's war god Xiling ascended, he was recognized by the Tang King clan. He even married the Tang King clan's young mistress and married into the Tang King clan. To this day, war god Xiling was still an extremely powerful existence in the Center God province. He had become a true god long ago and was the pillar of the Tang King clan. Zhou Xuanji had a deep impression of war god Xiling. Back at Juadi Cliff, he had been killed by war god Xiling's heavenly law puppet. From what he sensed, war god Xiling was not inferior to Lu Wuji at all. Lan Xiangying frowned and said, "The Tang King clan is tyrannical, it is not good to offend them. If the Tang King clan's disciples suffered a loss, the clan's powerhouses would stand up for them. Even the Divine Cliff at its peak would not dare to provoke the Tang King clan." Zhou Xuanji suddenly looked at a golden mirror of light. In the image, a group of heavenly guards were discussing something by the cliff, and he saw Emperor Yan of Zhou. Emperor Yan of Zhou was silent in the group, and he stood at the back. After ascending from the Mahayana realm and joining the heavenly palace, one could only start from the lowest rank of soldiers. Zhou Xuanji only took a glance and did not pay much attention to it. The fate between the two of them had come to an end. By helping the great Zhou Empire become stronger, he had already done enough for Emperor Yan of Zhou. After that, the three of them decided to enter the Nether Demon Stream from a place where there was no one around. The walls of the Nether Demon Stream were slippery and it was unknown where the water was coming from. As he flew down, he could feel a gust of cold wind blowing at him. The whistling sound of the wind sounded like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. Wu Qiu transmitted his voice, "Do your best to hide your aura. Do not make a move before we find the holy sword." No one knew exactly how many people were in the Nether Demon Stream, so they had to be cautious. Zhou Xuanji was not too worried. The Tianxia map had already stored a massive amount of heavenly law celestial power. Even if he had to fight against many, he was not afraid. The nether demon stream was not as deep as he had imagined it to be, only about 4,000 zhang deep. The mountain walls were filled with all kinds of crystal stones that gave off a faint glow, allowing them to see the path within 100 meters. They walked in a certain direction, using their inner sight to scan their surroundings. Along the way, they saw many corpses. Most of them had fallen to their deaths. There were even cultivators who had died not too long ago. Zhou Xuanji took out the ancient god's sword and communicated with the 9 souls in his mind. Nether demon stream, what a nostalgic place. Back then, I also came here before. Me too. You're all so young. I remember that the nether demon stream was created by a junior from the demon race. We're all remnant souls, don't act cool. There are holy swords here. It's possible that the 18 holy swords have disappeared for countless years, so they might have fallen in a place like this. The 9 souls started to bicker. Some of them had been here before, which made things much more convenient for Zhou Xuanji. Wu Qiu and Lan Xiangying continuously avoided the restrictions, and Zhou Xuanji would occasionally warn them, making them feel quite shocked. You've been here before. Wu Qiu could not help but ask. Zhou Xuanji could find restrictions that they did not know about. This was quite embarrassing. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, I just have good eyesight. These words made Wu Qiu feel even more depressed. Soon, they encountered a group of cultivators. They immediately hid behind a massive boulder, concealing themselves, and their auras almost disappeared. The Tang King clan is too domineering. Despicable. Is that sword really a holy sword? It feels so strange. The Tang King clan's Tang Juetian has come, let's leave. Tang Juetian is a second-class great emperor, and now that he is a void extreme immortal, his strength is enough to sweep across the void extreme immortal realm. All of us together are not a match for him. Hearing the cultivators' discussions, Wu Qiu and Lan Xiangying's expressions slightly changed. After the group of cultivators flew away, Wu Qiu gritted his teeth and said, Tang Juetian has also come, this is not good news. Tang Juetian is one of the top geniuses in the Tang King clan. Even if all of us combined, we are not a match for him. Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows and asked, aren't you all geniuses of the divine cliff as well? Why are you so lacking in confidence? Wu Qiu rolled his eyes at him. Lan Xiangying explained, Tang Juetian has a great emperor divine weapon and is extremely powerful. In the Great Thousand World, enchanted artifacts and magic treasures were not divided into many grades, but Great Emperor divine weapons reigned above most enchanted artifacts and magic treasures. Great Emperor divine weapons were forged by heavenly law Great Emperors using Great Emperor fate. Once they were formed, they would be incredibly powerful and contain Emperor's might. Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed as he said, I'll go and meet him. He now had 2 Armageddon-grade swords. He wanted to see which one was stronger compared to the Great Emperor divine weapon. After saying this, he prepared to rush out. Wu Qiu held him back and said in a low voice, right now, the divine cliff is not on the same level as the Tang King clan at all. We can't fight them head-on, we need a plan to steal the Saint Sword without anyone knowing. Zhou Xuanji frowned. The strength of their faction was a big problem. He did not want to make more trouble for the divine cliff. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 453. In the depths of the nether demon stream, there was a large door at the bottom of a mountain. Even though it was incredibly damaged, the palace inside still existed. The palace was very big and was guarded by 30 Tang King clan disciples. Tang Juetian was standing in front of a stone coffin. He wore a large blue robe and had a cold expression. His gaze was sharp, and he looked like a spear, giving off a powerful aura. Following his gaze, there was a stone sword within the coffin. This stone sword was 1 meter long and 10 or so centimeters wide, and it was elongated like a gourd. There was an eyeball between the hilt and the blade, which looked like a human eye. It was still spinning, as if it was looking around, looking incredibly shocking. Tang Juetian muttered, "Is it really a saint sword?" A voice sounded in his heart, tempting him to grab the sword, but his heart was as firm as a boulder and did not move. At that moment, a disciple walked 10 steps away and cupped his fists as he called out, "Young master, the great heaven god dynasty's Lu Tingjun is here." Lu Tingjun. Before Emperor Jundao appeared, he was the #1 genius of the great heaven god dynasty. He had reached void extreme immortal at 8,000 years old, and he was now over 10,000 years old. Tang Juetian's eyes narrowed as he said, "Who would have thought that he would also come?" "That's good, we haven't decided a victor in our battle last time." He turned and walked towards the door as he said, "No one gets close to the stone coffin. That sword is an evil sword and can bewitch people's hearts. If anyone grabs it, their soul will be devoured." Hearing this, the 30 Tang King clan disciples were given a big fright. They were all from the same clan, and they believed that Tang Juetian would not lie to them. After all, Tang Juetian had not touched that sword at all. Soon, Tang Juetian left. Not long after he left, Zhou Xuanji and the others came over. Zhou Xuanji and the other two came over and looked into the distance. They could see that there were cultivators guarding the door. Wu Qiu said, "Lan Shangying, you go and draw away a wave of enemies. I'll act and draw away another wave. After that, Brother Xuanji can go and take the sword." Lan Shangying nodded and did not say anything as he quickly raised his sword and rushed out. These Tang King clan disciples were only golden immortals. Even though the weakest was at least 7th revolution, how could they be a match for Lan Shangying? Lan Shangying quickly grabbed a female disciple and said with a sneer, "Tang King clan is only a so-so." With that, she snatched the female disciple away. Immediately, 8 male disciples roared and chased after her. "Stop! Release my cousin. Where did this demoness come from? Does she want to offend the Tang King clan? Damn it!" The light underground was dim, and they couldn't see Lan Shangying's face clearly. After they left, Wu Qiu charged out and used the same method to attract the 7 disciples. There were only 13 disciples left in the palace. Zhou Xuanji put on his iron mask and charged forward with the soft velvety sword. He first absorbed all of the disciples' magic power, then stabbed them with his sword, causing them to fall to the ground powerlessly. In order to avoid falling out with the Tang King clan, he didn't take their lives. The Tang King clan was considered to be on the righteous path, but in the future, if they were to argue, their skills would be inferior and they would not have the face to speak. Soon, the 13 Tang King clan disciples powerlessly fell to the ground, looking at Zhou Xuanji furiously. They didn't even have the strength to speak. Zhou Xuanji came up to the stone coffin and glanced at the stone sword. "This is the holy sword. Why is it so strange?" Zhou Xuanji looked at the eye on the stone sword in confusion. He did not immediately stretch out his hand and instead started to converse with the 9 souls. Lu Wuji said in a low voice, "It shouldn't be a holy sword. I can sense soul ripples from within the sword." Oh. Could it be that there was an old demon hiding in the sword that pretended to be a holy sword to take over? Zhou Xuanji raised the ancient god's sword and slashed out. Clang! The stone sword shattered, and the eye's pupils constricted. It no longer spun around and even lost its expression. Zhou Xuanji's expression was calm, but the 9 souls exploded. Emperor Zhao cried out in shock, "My big brother, you killed it just like that. You haven't investigated it clearly yet." The other souls could not understand either. They had come from so far away, even if it wasn't a holy sword, it was still a gain. Zhou Xuanji said casually, "Apart from holy swords, I don't need any other swords." He now had close to 200 swords and did not need to worry about swords. After the stone sword shattered, there were no abnormal signs. Everything seemed incredibly calm. Zhou Xuanji stared at the eye and thought to himself. He suddenly stretched out his hand and used Heavenly Law Immortal Energy to dig out the eye from the air. He directly put the eye into the supreme storage. He had asked the sword spirit before, and if evil things entered the supreme storage, they would be suppressed. Of course, the supreme storage would reject living things. This eye was not alive. After doing all of this, Zhou Xuanji quickly left. He quickly found Wu Qiu and Lan Xiangying. The two of them let go of the Tang King clan disciples, and the three of them quickly disappeared into the darkness. The Tang King clan disciples understood that this was a ploy to lure them away, so they did not give chase and returned to the palace. When they saw the stone sword shatter, they were all dumbfounded. Zhou Xuanji and the others landed behind a massive boulder. Wu Qiu asked about the situation, and Zhou Xuanji answered truthfully. After hearing that he had destroyed the stone sword with a single strike, Wu Qiu said in pity, "Looks like it's not a holy sword. How could a true holy sword be so weak?" Lan Xiangying nodded. They had come here for nothing. They started to plan their return. Zhou Xuanji said, "I want to challenge Tang Juetian. We'll only fight to determine victory and defeat, not to kill him. That shouldn't give the Tang King clan an excuse to attack, right?" Wu Qiu's eyes widened as he said, "Are you crazy?" Tang Juetian, who had a great emperor divine weapon, was someone that even he could not deal with. Did Zhou Xuanji really want to lose? Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "If the divine cliff wants to rise up, it needs fame. If I defeat Tang Juetian, will more people want to join the divine cliff?" Lan Xiangying rolled her eyes at him and asked, "What if you lose?" Zhou Xuanji said confidently, "I won't lose." He wanted to test his true strength. Wu Qiu and Lan Xiangying could not dissuade him, so they could only allow him to challenge Tang Juetian. The two of them did not follow, in case they were recognized by the Tang King clan disciples. Zhou Xuanji took out legendary swords, which formed a river of swords. He stepped on the river and rose into the air, looking incredibly domineering. Seeing this, Wu Qiu and Lan Xiangying looked at each other and could see the shock in each other's eyes. What a powerful aura! On the ground, Tang Juetian was currently fighting with the Great Heaven God Dynasty's Lu Tingjun. The two of them had powerful auras and were incredibly fast. They were like two rays of light madly clashing in the air, causing powerful gales to blow up the trees in the surrounding 1,000 kilometers. Many cultivators watched from afar. So powerful. Both of them are second-class great emperors. It said that they fought before, but there was no clear victor. Ever since Emperor Jundao joined the Great Heaven God Dynasty, Lu Tingjun has been overlooked. I never thought that he would be so powerful. Their strength is quite strong even among Void Extreme Immortals. Looks like there's no hope for the Saint Sword now. The Heavenly Palace's people were also watching. Emperor Yan of Zhou looked at this incomparable battle, a look of admiration on his face. If he was this powerful, he would not have to work so hard for the Heavenly Palace. He suddenly thought of his son, Zhou Xuanji. He wondered what that boy's strength was now. His smile became bitter. They were father and son, but there was a gap between them that was even deeper than enemies. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 454. Tang Juetian continuously struck out with his palms. The wind from his palms was so strong that Lu Tingjun was unable to get close. Lu Tingjun was wearing black armor and a red cloak. He looked valiant and domineering. He held a red tasseled spear in his hand. The spear's blade was wide and rectangular. His expression was resolute. He held the long spear in his right hand and stabbed repeatedly. His left hand formed hand seals and cast different spells. Wind could increase his speed, water and fire could increase his power, and lightning was even more domineering. Tang Juetian didn't even take out his divine weapon, and easily received all of his attacks. Lu Tingjun, my cultivation base has improved, but you haven't. You are no longer a match for me. Tang Juetian laughed proudly, filled with confidence. In the past, he and Lu Tingjun were on the same level, but now, he had already left Lu Tingjun behind. Lu Tingjun was indifferent. His eyes were burning, and his aura gradually increased. Right now, he was in a very awkward situation. The favoritism he received from the great Heaven God dynasty had decreased because of Emperor Jundao, and his reputation in the world had also been overshadowed by Emperor Jundao. Now that he was facing Tang Juetian, he was actually unable to gain the upper hand. Bang! An extremely powerful aura came from the horizon. Countless sword shadows turned into a desolate mountain and river, rushing over with unstoppable force. Tang Juetian and Lu Tingjun subconsciously turned around to block. Countless sword shadows collided with them, bursting forth with dazzling light. Everyone looked over and saw Zhou Xuanji walking over on a river of swords. He had changed into white clothes and was not wearing the iron mask. The all-evil yin-yang destruction and the holy light godly shadow sword in his hands caused gusts of wind to swirl around him. The people from the heavenly palace were all moved. Zhou Xuanji's face had long since spread throughout the heavenly palace, and Emperor Yan of Zhou felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Who are you? Tang Juetian shouted loudly as he frowned. The sight of nearly 200 divine swords was truly spectacular. In the present age, there were not many people who liked to use so many swords. Most importantly, he could tell at a glance that Zhou Xuanji only had 10th Revolution Golden Immortal cultivation. Divine Cliff, Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji replied. Immediately, 50 legendary swords rose up, each giving off a powerful light as they spun around him at high speed. There was no pattern to them at all, and they were as wild as the wind. Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep. With the support of Heavenly Law Immortal Energy, Zhou Xuanji's speed greatly increased, and he quickly came before Tang Juetian and Lu Tingjun. 50 divine swords attacked them fiercely, catching them off guard. Tang Juetian immediately took out his great emperor's divine weapon. It was a large blade that was wrapped in raging flames. The blade took up a third of the entire blade, and there was a dragon's head at the tip of the blade, looking incredibly domineering. He slashed out with his saber, and the saber chi that was like a violent storm deflected more than 20 divine swords. Lu Tingjun was forced into a passive position. This scene frightened the spectators. As soon as Zhou Xuanji appeared, he suppressed Tang Juetian and Lu Tingjun. Some cultivators with high cultivation bases were dumbfounded. A 10th Revolution Golden Immortal was this powerful. As expected of a Grade 1 Great Emperor. It seems like the rumors are true. Too strong. Crossing realms to fight, and 1 against 2. Between him and Emperor Jundao, who is stronger? How does he control so many swords? It feels like every sword's trajectory is different. They are all so strong. The cultivators began to discuss among themselves in shock. Emperor Yan of Zhou's expression was complicated. It had only been a few decades, and Zhou Xuanji had already reached such a level. If he had protected Lady Zhao Xian and her son back then, his current situation would be completely different. Lady Zhao Xian's beautiful face appeared in his mind. He then thought of the great Zhou's empress. In the end, even though he had ascended, he had not left anyone behind. There was only boundless loneliness accompanying him. Zhou Xuanji used Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep and quickly injured Lu Tingjun. However, Tang Juetian was not injured at all. He stared at the great emperor's divine weapon in Tang Juetian's hand and inwardly felt quite shocked. He could sense danger coming from that great emperor's divine weapon. If he was not careful, that divine weapon could fatally attack him. As for Lu Tingjun, he did not place him in his eyes at all. He did not know how strong Void Extreme Immortals were, but the two people in front of him were at least above average Void Extreme Immortals. It had to be said that Heavenly Law Immortal Energy and Armageddon Grade swords were indeed powerful. He felt much more confident and started to try to condense the 9 sword souls. Using 2 domineering divine abilities at the same time would be a great challenge to his soul's endurance. He had always tried and had succeeded before, but it was not stable enough. In battle, he could always challenge his limits. After each battle, he would become stronger because of this method of challenging his limits. It was just like training. Muscles used up a lot of energy, but after resting, they would become stronger. Clang! The 2 Armageddon Grade swords slashed against the saber, giving off countless sparks. Tang Juetian was more powerful than Zhou Xuanji, but Zhou Xuanji had Heavenly Law Immortal Energy, so he was not at a disadvantage at all. Lu Tingjun was blocked by the 20 swords and could not get close to Zhou Xuanji at all. He did not dodge. Under everyone's gazes, he had to gain face for himself and could not bring shame to the great Heaven God dynasty. Tang Juetian started to fight with his full strength. The great emperor's divine weapon gave off a domineering aura, forcing Zhou Xuanji back with a saber strike. The 9 sword souls behind Zhou Xuanji continuously slashed out. Sword light flashed, but they were all blocked by Tang Juetian. Zhou Xuanji. You're indeed incredible. But don't think about defeating me. Tang Juetian wildly laughed. He looked very domineering, but he was inwardly panicking. If he was defeated by a 10th Revolution Golden Immortal, he would lose a lot of face. Even if he returned to the clan, the elders would still punish him. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Zhou Xuanji's gaze became serious, and the other legendary swords also joined Sword Sect Immortal Weep. Close to 200 light swords crazily revolved around his body, and as soon as Tang Juetian got close, he was surrounded and attacked. The scene was incomparably spectacular, and the spectators felt their blood boil. Only the people from the Heavenly Palace had mixed feelings. They had watched Zhou Xuanji grow. Once upon a time, Zhou Xuanji was just an ordinary person in their eyes. Now, they could only look up. Emperor Yan of Zhou remained silent, his emotions complicated. In the distance, Wu Qiu and Lan Xiangying were dumbfounded. How can he be so strong? Wu Qiu gulped and asked with a trembling voice. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be more powerful than him, and not just by a little bit. Lan Xiangying didn't reply. She was also feeling very complicated. Back when he had gone to capture Shishenzong, Zhou Xuanji had not been very strong. How long had it been? Was this the talent of a first-class great emperor? Lu Tingjun completely gave up on close combat and cast divine abilities and spells from afar. His attacks were like a vast ocean that flowed endlessly, wave after wave. Zhou Xuanji relied on Sword Sect Immortal Weep to defend against his attacks, and at the same time, he resisted Tang Juetian. Tang Juetian and Lu Tingjun did not realize that they had unknowingly teamed up. If it was in the past, they would definitely scoff. However, Zhou Xuanji's name was too great and his aura was too powerful, so they had no choice but to work together. In the spectators' eyes, Zhou Xuanji's aura and image were already superior to the other two. Is that all you have? Zhou Xuanji said as he coldly laughed. The World Fool's Sword was activated, causing Tang Juetian and Lu Tingjuan's expressions to change. Chapter 455. Ignorant Child. Don't be so arrogant. Tang Juetian coldly harumphed, his shoulders trembled, and flames started to burn on the surface of his body, causing his aura to explode. He wildly swung his saber 18 times at Zhou Xuanji. Saber light flashed, each strike stronger than the one before. The sea of clouds was slashed apart, and the ground below directly collapsed. Zhou Xuanji frowned and instinctively used the Holy Light Divine Shadow Sword and all evil yin-yang destruction to block in front of him. There was a loud bang. Zhou Xuanji was sent flying backward. His qi and blood surged up to his throat, and he almost spat it out. He endured the discomfort and swallowed the blood. Tang Juetian charged over once again. 18 Blades of Madness. It was a peerless saber technique that he had created himself. This saber technique has been recorded in the Tang King clan's library for future generations to learn. This was Tang Juetian's strongest attack. Under his domineering saber qi, Zhou Xuanji was pushed back. Lu Tingjun stopped and frowned as he looked at Tang Juetian. The terrifying might of the Emperor's divine weapon caused his heart to palpitate, and he knew that he really wasn't Tang Juetian's match. On the other hand, although Zhou Xuanji was being suppressed, he had not lost yet. He was still resisting. TSK, the Tang King clan also has such a genius, there's finally no need to find a son-in-law. Emperor Zhao, aren't you afraid of angering War God Xiling? War God Xiling is indeed powerful. He's probably no weaker than Tai Chu Yudao now. It's a pity for Tai Chu Yudao. He could have been even stronger and even fought against the heavenly saints. How is little brother Zhou going to win? The 9 souls chatted happily in Zhou Xuanji's mind without any pressure. Even though it would be very difficult for Zhou Xuanji to defeat Tang Juetian could forget about killing him. There was a lot of heavenly law celestial power in the Tianxia map, it was more than enough to fight against Tang Juetian. Even though Tang Juetian's cultivation was higher than Zhou Xuanji's, using 18 berserk blades of extinction took a great toll on him. Zhou Xuanji immediately unleashed Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. A 30,000-meter tall golden Buddha rose from the ground, its surface giving off a faint silver light. Its 1,000 hands stretched out, directly swinging their swords towards Tang Juetian. The Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha, formed from heavenly law celestial power, was incredibly powerful. Tang Juetian was instantly suppressed and could only passively defend. Damn it! What is this? Tang Juetian's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. Lu Tingjuan's entire body was trembling, and he felt powerless. Too strong. Zhou Xuanji stood at the top of the Buddha's head and looked down at Tang Juetian. Seeing Tang Juetian bitterly struggling, he felt quite delighted. It was this feeling of power. Previously, when he faced malicious Buddha and Xian Daoya, he felt immense pressure and even doubted himself. Now, it felt so good. Tang Juetian, on the other hand, felt extremely sullen. Being suppressed by a 10th Revolution Golden Immortal, even Zhou Xuanji felt quite sullen. After all, he was also a genius. Between geniuses, there was no such thing as submission. The ground collapsed in succession, trees were swept away, and mountains were shattered. Everything was like a scene of the end of the world, and it forced the other spectators to dodge. Wu Qiu became excited and said excitedly, "Amazing. He might really win." At this moment, he had already forgotten about everything else and only hoped that Zhou Xuanji could win. If they could defeat both Tang Juetian and Lu Tingjun at the same time, the Divine Cliff's prestige would definitely soar. In the future, many people might join the Divine Cliff because of Zhou Xuanji. For the Divine Cliff, which had suffered great losses, it was of utmost importance. In the distance, an old beggar lay on a cliff as he watched the battle. It was Di Guanlong's teacher. Back when he had met Zhou Xuanji, he had wanted to take Zhou Xuanji as his disciple. He looked quite satisfied and continuously nodded as he smiled and said, "Not bad, not bad. No wonder the demonic emperor and great emperor Dao Court want him. Now that they don't dare to enter the Center God province, this boy is mine. A first-class great emperor. Even though I have a first-class great emperor disciple, I haven't nurtured one in a long time." The smile on his face became vulgar, and he almost drooled. Tang Juetian quickly adapted to the thousand-hand sword Buddha's attacks. He began to fly up and prepare to counterattack. Zhou Xuanji frowned. This boy was so difficult to deal with. Use the World Overlord technique to absorb heavenly law celestial energy and circulate Emperor's might to gain the acknowledgement of the heavenly law. A chuckle sounded into Zhou Xuanji's ears, causing his expression to change. Who was talking? He did not have time to think and immediately did as he was told. The Emperor's might of a first-class great Emperor exploded out, causing Tang Juetian to feel some pressure. However, with his cultivation, he could still endure it. Traces of formless heavenly law celestial energy descended and entered Zhou Xuanji's body, causing the heavenly law celestial energy in his body to become more and more powerful. Zhou Xuanji seemed to come into contact with something. The pressure on Tang Juetian increased, and he was once again suppressed. The thousand-hand sword Buddha did not have any sword techniques, and it just randomly slashed out, making it so that Tang Juetian could not find any openings and could only randomly defend. Zhou Xuanji sank into a mysterious state. He felt as if his soul had come to the heavens, and he ignored everything else in the world. Tang Juetian wanted to pull away and fight, but Zhou Xuanji instinctively used universal attraction, making it impossible for him to escape. Lu Tingjun was completely reduced to a spectator. He sighed, looking quite dispirited. Boom! Tang Juetian finally could not hold on any longer and was blasted down, falling into the ruins. Zhou Xuanji came back to his senses, and seeing that Tang Juetian had been defeated, he came back to his senses. That feeling just then, he felt quite excited. He had never thought that the world Buddha art and Emperor's might could help him cultivate. As Tang Juetian was defeated, the heavens and earth gradually calmed down. Zhou Xuanji did not follow up with another attack. This was a challenge, not a battle to the death. He looked at Lu Tingjun, using his eyes to ask him if he wanted to continue. Lu Tingjun cupped his fists towards him before turning and leaving. He was willing to concede defeat. The spectators all felt incredibly excited. Heavens! Is a 10th Revolution Golden Immortal really this powerful? Too powerful, no wonder the divine cliff was destroyed because of him. Tang Juetian was defeated just like that. He won in a very domineering manner without any tricks. He didn't kill Tang Juetian, that's admirable. The cultivators were all convinced by Zhou Xuanji, and the heavenly palace's people stealthily left. Emperor Yan of Zhou did not stay. He did not have the face to face Zhou Xuanji. After the dust settled, Tang Juetian, who was lying in the ruins, breathed raggedly. He did not even have the strength to stand up. Swish! The Holy Light Redemption sword descended and stabbed into his shoulder, causing him to become furious. In the next second, his expression froze. He could sense that his injuries were recovering. This sword, Zhou Xuanji descended and stopped in the air, less than 30 meters away from him. You're very strong. Zhou Xuanji praised, causing Tang Juetian's mood to become better. However, you're not as strong as me. Tang Juetian coughed, and blood flowed out of his mouth. After healing Tang Juetian for a while, Zhou Xuanji took his sword and left. Tang Juetian sat up and looked at him with a complicated expression. News of today's battle would definitely spread throughout the Center God province. However, he wholeheartedly accepted his loss. This boy was so strong. Zhou Xuanji put away his sword and flew towards Wu Qiu and Zhou Xuanji. However, on the way, he suddenly disappeared. He opened his eyes again. He found that he had appeared in a forest, and he instinctively became wary. He looked ahead and saw an old beggar lying under a tree, looking somewhat familiar. Chapter 456. What do you want? Zhou Xuanji asked in a low voice, his gaze locked onto the old beggar. Hearing this, the old beggar lay on the grass, scratched his butt, and said with a smile, "Of course I want to take you as my disciple. Have you forgotten our last meeting?" Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly, I'm not interested. Although the old beggar was very strong, he didn't like having an elder above him. The old beggar stood up and said seriously, I can help you surpass the malicious Buddha and the demonic emperor. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said, I can anyway. The old beggar was so angry that he stood up with his hands on his hips and scolded, You are becoming stronger, but so are they. When can you catch up with them? Zhou Xuanji fell silent. He understood the logic, but he did not want to take him as his teacher. Moreover, this person didn't look like a decent person, and he looked even more unreliable than Daoya old man. If he wanted to be apprenticed to someone like the old immortal, it should be someone who was unfathomable and calm. The old beggar seemed to see the doubt in his heart. He rolled his eyes and suddenly had an idea. Do you think I'm unreliable? Let me tell you, Tai Chu Yudao is just a junior in front of me. Back then, if it wasn't for me, the demonic emperor would have died a long time ago. Malicious Buddha once knelt before me. The old beggar started boasting, and Zhou Xuanji almost believed him. He could not help but say, just say that you are the heavenly saint who appeared out of nowhere. The old beggar was silent. He suddenly showed a sad expression. Zhou Xuanji's heart skipped a beat, and he said unpleasantly, Don't tell me that I found out. The old beggar shook his head and said, I am not him, but he was once of the same generation as me. Do you believe me? Zhou Xuanji looked at him deeply and asked, Since you want to take me in so much, why didn't you protect the divine cliff back then? I don't need a master now. He had many ways to become stronger, so why would he need another master? I was busy back then. Didn't you see that I brought your senior brother Di Guanlong with me? That brat doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He first challenged Han Shuzi, then Tai Chu Yudao. He's now challenging experts all over the world. The old beggar sighed with a very sad tone. But Zhou Xuanji could only hear the aura of arrogance. Zhou Xuanji's heart began to waver. He said hesitantly, How do I know if you have other motives? Xian Daoya even said that he wanted to be my backer. The old beggar was so angry that he laughed. He walked around him and said, Kid, you're scared, aren't you? You don't even dare to grasp the opportunity when it's in your hands. Do you know how many people are crying and begging me to be their teacher? There's one in the great Emperor Dao court who is my disciple, and he beat Xian Daoya up. One of my crazy apprentices obtained one of the holy swords you sought. Next time, I'll help you get it back. Di Guanlong is very strong, right? Among my subordinates, he's the weakest. No, you're the weakest. Zhou Xuanji was so scared that he hesitated. The old beggar continued to praise his disciple. Zhou Xuanji suddenly took out the ancient god sword. He pretended to be on guard, but he was actually communicating with the 9 souls. How could it be him? Get away from him! Demon Lord Ryuan exclaimed. This is a heavenly opportunity, quickly take him as your master. Emperor Songhai said excitedly. The 2 souls' words clashed, causing Zhou Xuanji to feel quite stunned. Lu Wuji followed and said, This person's name cannot be directly said in the great thousand world, or you will incur the wrath of the heavens. Even though he's unreliable, his ability to teach disciples is unparalleled. Emperor Zhao said, You're praising him like that, could it be that you're also his disciple? Lu Wuji did not reply. Hearing the soul's words, Zhou Xuanji came to a conclusion in his heart. The old beggar was truly strong, and he was not boasting. He said, How about this, you teach me, and I'll repay you in the future. As for taking you as my master, the old beggar glared at him and shouted, How can you skip the ceremony of taking me as your master? A massive might descended, causing Zhou Xuanji's expression to fall. His right leg weakened, and he half knelt down. He looked at the old beggar in terror. What a terrifying might! He was unable to resist at all. However, the old beggar left him a trace of dignity and did not make him kneel down. From today onwards, you are my disciple. As long as you don't seek death and provoke the old monsters above the 33rd heaven, anyone who is more senior than you will not be able to harm you. Of course, if an opponent from this era defeats you or wants to kill you, I will not act, the old beggar said in high spirits. He raised his head and puffed out his chest as he domineeringly waved his hand and said, "To become my disciple, you must defeat everyone in your generation. Otherwise, your death will not be regretted. Di Guanlong has already walked on this path, you're next." Zhou Xuanji stood up and asked, "So according to what you're saying, in the future, we disciples will have to kill each other to decide who is the most powerful?" He felt that there was a conspiracy. The old beggar rolled his eyes and said grumpily, "I'll nurture you all and then have you all die. Do you have nothing better to do?" Zhou Xuanji felt completely at ease. The old beggar said, "I'll mark you first so that you won't be killed by the senior apprentice brothers." After saying this, he walked over to Zhou Xuanji and slapped his palm against Zhou Xuanji's chest. In the next second, a picture of a phoenix spreading its wings appeared on Zhou Xuanji's face. Why is there a palm print on your body?" "Wait!" The old beggar cried out in shock. Zhou Xuanji felt quite confused. "Wait!" Zhou Xuanji looked furious and roared, "Back then, the person who ambushed me in the yin-yang boundary was you. Back then, he had almost been killed." The old beggar's expression was strange as he said awkwardly, "So that boy was you. What a coincidence." Zhou Xuanji grabbed his neck and said furiously, "You almost killed me. Why are you still pretending? Is your memory that bad?" The old beggar smiled awkwardly and did not know how to explain. He faked a cough and said, "In the future, when you senior apprentice brothers meet, the mark will appear. All right, you can go back now." After saying this, he turned and left. Zhou Xuanji felt quite startled. "Oi! You're not going to teach me anything." He held back his anger and reminded the old beggar. The old beggar waved his hand without looking back and said, "Didn't I teach you a little before? I'll go and get some treasures for you. Wait for me at the Divine Cliff." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. He did not know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. He did not think too much about it and left to search for Wu Qiu and Zhou Xuanji. In a pale white space, 16 shadows appeared one after another. They were of different shapes and sizes, and they circled around each other. Revered teacher took in another disciple. A tall and sturdy black figure said. The other shadows also spoke. Could it be that Emperor Jundao? It could also be Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji. It's best not to. I still want to send my disciple to challenge him. If it's Zhou Xuanji, it will be fun. Tisk tsk, that old man still dares to run around. Isn't he afraid of being hunted down by the immortal gods? The shadows started chatting. Some were gloating, some were furious, and some were disdainful. There were all kinds of attitudes. The only female shadow said, that old unscrupulous man wanted to take Zhou Xuanji as his disciple before. Why did he wait until now? Is he hiding something from us? With this, all the shadows fell silent. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 457. After parting with the old beggar, Zhou Xuanji quickly found Wu Qiu and Lan Xiangying. The two of them curiously asked him where he had gone, and he did not hide it. In any case, he didn't know the old beggar's name. Lan Xiangying muttered, that person is Di Guanlong's master. He probably has an extraordinary status. Wu Qiu felt envious, but he was very rational. He said, it's best not to spread this matter. Recently, Di Guanlong has been challenging people everywhere, and the world is in an uproar. Who knows how many enemies he has provoked? Those people can't beat him, and they might come to make trouble for you. Zhou Xuanji nodded. In actuality, he really wanted some trouble to see if the old beggar was boasting. But he quickly threw this thought to the back of his mind. I can't surf. The three of them returned home. Even though he had not found the Saint Sword this time, Zhou Xuanji had defeated Tang Juetian and Lu Tingjun, bringing glory to the Divine Cliff. Both of them were from Overlord-class forces. Together with Zhou Xuanji's powerful backer, the Divine Cliff's future became bright again. In the next half a month, news of Zhou Xuanji defeating Tang Juetian and Lu Tingjun quickly spread throughout the Center God province. Zhou Xuanji was a first-class great emperor to begin with. This time, he was a genius who defeated 2 Void Extreme Immortals, and many people started to promote him. Who was stronger between Zhou Xuanji and Emperor Jundao? If the 2 first-grade great sovereigns were to fight, both sides would definitely suffer. This was a scene that the other righteous sects would be happy to see. As righteous sects, they could not make trouble for Zhou Xuanji and Emperor Jundao for no reason. He could only incite public opinion and plot against the world. Within the mountain peaks, Baihao Yisin and Feng Qiu were currently cultivating, and there were 300 meters between them. The muscular man suddenly descended and stood in front of Baihao Yisin, causing the ground to tremble. Baihao Yisin did not open his eyes and asked, "What is it?" Seeing him, the muscular man was infuriated. He kicked Zhou Xuanji and cursed, "From today onwards, you don't need to target Zhou Xuanji anymore." Baihao Yisin crawled up from the ground. He was first furious, then delighted. He asked in surprise, "Why?" Previously, the muscular man forced him to cultivate and mentioned Zhou Xuanji frequently. Otherwise, now that Baihao Yisin had formed an alliance with Zhou Xuanji, he would hate Zhou Xuanji to death. Because he became your martial uncle. The burly man said angrily and disappeared on the spot. Baihao Yisin was stunned. What the hell? Not too far away, Feng Qiu's eyes widened as he pounded the ground in anger. How hateful. I should have grabbed hold of Zhou Xuanji back then. When Zhou Xuanji and the others returned to the Divine Cliff, it had already been 2 months since the battle at the Nether Demon Stream. Before they had returned, the news of the battle had already arrived. Walking in the Divine Cliff City, the disciples on the way looked at Zhou Xuanji with gazes filled with worship and fanaticism. He's Zhou Xuanji, so handsome. As expected of a first-grade great sovereign. His bearing is truly admirable. Keep bragging. Although he's powerful, you guys are too exaggerated. I have a feeling that the Divine Cliff will reach new heights under his leadership. Since ancient times, has the Divine Cliff ever had a first-grade great sovereign? The disciples whispered to each other. Their attitude was completely different from when Zhou Xuanji left. Zhou Xuanji used his power to prove that it was a wise decision for the Divine Cliff to protect him. It was already strange for a 10th Revolution Golden Immortal to defeat a Void Extreme Immortal. Not to mention that his opponent was one of the strongest Void Extreme Immortals, a second-grade Great Emperor. And it was 1 against 2. This achievement was enough to dispel any doubts. At least, Emperor Jundao had never performed so spectacularly. Zhou Xuanji and the others returned to the Cliff Lord Palace and reported the situation. Yang Yutian was very happy and praised Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji no longer had the spirit of a genius. Instead, he looked mediocre and oily. He was transforming into a true Cliff Lord, but his power and demeanor had not reached that level yet. The 3 of them returned to their respective residences. Wu Qiu and Lan Xiangying did not tell anyone about Zhou Xuanji becoming their teacher. Zhou Xuanji did not try to guess their intentions. Trust was necessary sometimes. The human heart was complicated, but not everyone's heart was ugly. After returning to his residence, Zhou Xuanji greeted Xiao Qian and Bai Suan before leaping into the sky and began cultivating. He used World Overlord and Emperor's might to absorb the heavenly law's celestial power. This method could greatly increase his cultivation speed. Half a year passed quickly. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 107 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained, glorious gold, lofty great wall sword, celestial shaking, Kuinhong sacrificial sword, hidden sprout. Above the clouds, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. A celestial shaking legendary sword was not bad. Hidden sprout was a seedling of hidden grass. This grass was very useful and was worth planting in large quantities. Zhou Xuanji did not take out his legendary sword and instead sensed the surging heavenly law immortal energy within his body. Ever since he had obtained this new cultivation method, his cultivation had been improving. However, he was still very far from void extreme immortal. He continued to cultivate. He had now reached 107 years old. If it was on Earth, he might have already been buried in the ground. However, in the Great Thousand World, he was still a child. 3 days later. The Divine Cliff welcomed an esteemed guest. It was Bai Suan's father, Bai Yinqiong. Bai Yinqiong was a true god of the Nine Heaven Divine Snake clan and was extremely powerful. In the current Divine Cliff, there was no one who could compare to Bai Yinqiong. Under Yang Yutian's guidance, he came to Zhou Xuanji's residence. Seeing Bai Yinqiong, Bai Suan shot into his embrace like an arrow. Bai Yinqiong was tall and had a head of white hair. He looked incredibly domineering and mighty, but seeing his daughter, he gave a kind smile. Xiao Chan walked out and looked at Bai Yinqiong curiously. Yang Yutian smiled and asked, "Where's Xuanji?" Senior Bai still wants to see him. Xiao Chan pointed at the sky and said, "He's still cultivating." Yang Yutian felt quite surprised, he could not sense Zhou Xuanji's aura. Was this boy's cultivation that ridiculous? Bai Yinqiong looked over and gave a deep smile as he said, "Good boy." A ray of sword light suddenly descended, it was Zhou Xuanji. He stood in front of Xiao Chan and nodded to Yang Yutian before looking at Bai Yinqiong and saying, "Your daughter is very kind. She helped me ascend a lot." Facing Bai Yinqiong, he was neither servile nor overbearing, but his words were very sincere. Even though he had not needed Bai Suan's help back then, her kindness had moved him. Bai Yinqiong smiled and said, "Of course my daughter is good. I'll have to trouble you to take care of her in the future." Zhou Xuanji nodded and was immediately stunned. What was this? Bai Suan was incredibly excited and quickly flew over to Zhou Xuanji's shoulder. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "She hasn't taken human form yet, are you willing to let her continue to follow me?" Bai Yinqiong replied, "When the two of you ascended, you already formed a bloodline contract. This is the Nine Heaven Divine Snake's innate divine ability. She will support your karmic luck, and so will you. From today onwards, the two of you will be connected. You will prosper, and you will suffer." Zhou Xuanji fell into chaos. Hee, then I'll stay by little Xuanji's side. Daddy, in the future, not only do you have to protect me, but you also have to protect him. Bai Suan said as she spat out her tongue. Chapter 458. Bai Yinqiong wanted to talk to Zhou Xuanji alone, so the two of them left Divine Cliff City and came to a dense fog, landing on a mountain peak. They stood side by side, looking into the distance. They were silent for a while. Bai Yinqiong broke the silence and laughed loudly. "Not bad. When I sensed that someone had formed a bloodline contract with my daughter, I was furious. However, when I learned that it was you, I was pleasantly surprised. Even in the current Nine Heaven Divine Snake clan, there wasn't a single first-grade Great Emperor." He did not feel any pressure handing Bai Suan over to Zhou Xuanji, and the elders in his clan would not say anything. Zhou Xuanji did not know what to say. Why did it feel like he was marrying off his daughter? He did not have that kind of feelings for Bai Suan. He only treated her as a pet. Of course, he couldn't say this out loud. He changed the topic and asked, "Where is the 9 Heaven Divine Snake clan? I rarely hear about your deeds in the Center God province." The 9 Heaven Divine Snake clan had always been a legend of the Center God province, and could even be said to be a legend of the Great Thousand Domains. Bai Yinchong smiled and said, "Above the 10th heaven, if you have the chance, you can come to my race as a guest. Your fame has already spread throughout the race, and many people wish to meet you." Zhou Xuanji nodded calmly, feeling pleased in his heart. He had already reached the level where everyone in the world knew of him. The immortal God has already created the divine palace in the 9th layer of heaven. Soon, the various forces in the Center God province will be summoned by the immortal God. Also, you must attend the Heavenly Saint's sermon. If possible, it would be best if you could get an official position in the divine palace. Bai Yinchong glanced at him and reminded him meaningfully. Divine palace. Zhou Xuanji thought about it. Previously, he was still wondering why the immortals and gods did not appear. It turned out that they were busy building the divine palaces. He didn't know if this so-called divine palace was similar to the heavenly court in Chinese mythology. Following this, Bai Yinchong and Zhou Xuanji chatted about everything, occasionally discussing the heroes of the world. During this period, Zhou Xuanji brought up the 18 divine swords. Bai Yinchong immediately agreed, promising to help him find the 18 holy swords. 2 hours later, the two of them finally returned to the mansion. Bai Yinchong said a few words to Bai Suan before leaving. Zhou Xuanji stood in front of the gate and thought to himself, great ups and downs. Your luck changed. Before, he had been suppressed by the great Emperor Dao Court and the demonic emperor to the point that he had been unable to breathe. After the birth of the Heavenly Saint, he had a powerful backer and was favored by the 9 Heaven Divine Snake clan. Now, he could finally be like the geniuses of the other major forces and display his brilliance without fear. He could even secretly take the northern wilderness region under the control of the Divine Cliff. He began to miss his wife and daughter. Especially Jiang Shui. This was the first time he had not seen her for such a long time. This girl must be thinking of him too. He smiled faintly and leaped into the sea of clouds to continue cultivating. In the past 6 months, he had discovered a way to cultivate without being discovered by others. It was very dangerous to absorb the celestial power of the heavenly law in the sky. He used the celestial power of the heavenly law to wrap himself up and hide his figure and aura, becoming one with heaven and earth. Even Yang Yutian, who was a true god, did not notice his existence due to his carelessness. If he could use this state in battle, it would definitely become a killing technique. However, in order to enter this state, one needed time to calm their mind and focus. Trying to achieve it in battle was tantamount to courting death. Above the mysterious tribulation crater, the Dao Heaven sect was like before, like an eternal kingdom in the sky. A figure stood on a cliff at the edge of the mysterious tribulation crater, looking up at the Dao Heaven sect. He was wearing a black robe with python patterns on it and had a dragon crown on his head. His figure was tall and straight, and his eyes were cold and filled with veins of blood. Looking at the sky, he gave a cruel smile. Tai Chu Yudao, I didn't think you'd already become so old. You've let down your cultivation. You've let down your cultivation, he muttered to himself as he walked towards the sky. A towering killing intent exploded out like a blood-red tornado, sweeping up dust and sand and scattering the sea of clouds. A massacre was about to unfold. The second month after Bai Yinchong left, Zhou Xuanji returned to his residence to rest, and Fei Hai came to find him. Senior, Shi Shenzong has already won the 100 Swords Martial Gathering and obtained the Heaven and Earth Sword Embryo. Sword Sovereign Gu greatly praises him and even asked Shi Shenzong to stay and receive his teachings, Fei Hai said excitedly. Even though Shi Shenzong was not at the Divine Cliff, he believed that Shi Shenzong would come back. The Hegemon Sword Emperor could not keep the Sword Saint. Zhou Xuanji knew about the 100 Swords Martial Gathering, and Sword Sovereign Gu was the most powerful sword cultivator in the Center God Province. The Heaven and Earth Sword Embryo could be used to forge a Rui legendary sword, which could only be used by him. He was not interested in the Heaven and Earth Sword Embryo. After all, he had the Supreme Legendary Sword System. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "It's not bad for him to have this opportunity. However, it's impossible for him to catch up to me." Fei Hai nodded. He did not doubt this at all. "Do you know where Xian Xianghua is?" Zhou Xuanji asked. After ascending for so long, he had not received any news about Xian Xianghua. The more time passed, the more worried he became. Fei Hai shook his head, and Zhou Xuanji could only give up. That day, a piece of news spread to the Divine Cliff City, causing the entire city to explode. The Dao Heaven sect had been slaughtered. Taichu Yudao had died in a seated posture in a Daoist temple, his body petrified. When Zhou Xuanji heard about this, he felt quite confused. In his eyes, Taichu Yudao was an incredibly powerful existence, and he had once been the most powerful expert in the Center God Province. He had died just like that. He quickly came to the Cliff Lord's palace. Yang Yutian, a group of elders, and core disciples were all there with serious expressions. The Divine Cliff had a good relationship with the Dao Heaven sect, and they had both been attacked by malicious Buddha. Now that the Dao Heaven sect had been slaughtered, would the Divine Cliff follow in their footsteps? Yang Yutian's expression was the most unsightly. As the Cliff Lord, he felt the greatest pressure. Seeing Zhou Xuanji come in, the tense atmosphere did not ease. Zhou Xuanji asked, "How long has it been since the Dao Heaven sect was slaughtered?" Wu Qiu replied, "Half a month." Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "Why did it take so long for news to spread?" Wu Qiu explained that no one from the Dao Heaven sect had survived, and it was only discovered when a cultivator visited the Dao Heaven sect. In other words, this battle did not cause too much of a commotion. The Dao Heaven sect's enemy was unimaginably powerful. The palace fell into deathly silence, and no one spoke. Don't think about it. After Han Shuzi died, no one in the Divine Cliff is worth him attacking. Just focus on developing. The Divine Cliff is only a second-rate faction now. A condescending laugh sounded throughout the palace, causing everyone's expressions to fall. Zhou Xuanji's expression became strange. Cheap teacher. The old beggar appeared beside him and put his hand on his shoulder as he chuckled and said, "Disciple, did you miss your teacher?" Disciple. Everyone stared with wide eyes and strange expressions. Zhou Xuanji sighed and introduced the old beggar to everyone. Hearing that the old beggar was Di Guanlong's teacher, everyone became excited. Yang Yutian hurriedly asked, "Senior, who was the person who destroyed the Dao Heaven sect?" The Dao Heaven sect was one of the top existences in the Center God Province, and it had been destroyed just like that. This was simply too shocking. The old beggar shrugged and smiled as he said, "That person disappeared 500,000 years ago and died 150,000 years ago. He was buried by his sworn brother, Emperor Xia." Chapter 459. That person was once the most outstanding genius of the Center God Province. He was in the same situation as this disciple of mine, being suppressed by various forces and suffering unspeakably. Fortunately, he persevered and rose in the end. He naturally wanted revenge. Back then, Taichu Yudao had suppressed him. Everyone in the hall widened their eyes. They had not expected Taichu Yudao to have such a past. In their impression, Taichu Yudao was unfathomable, kind, and benevolent. He had actually suppressed geniuses before. They could not help but look at Zhou Xuanji, feeling a chill in their hearts. Fortunately, Zhou Xuanji was one of them. Zhou Xuanji felt quite speechless. "Why are you looking at me? It's not like I slaughtered the Dao Heaven sect." Yang Yutian asked, "In other words, our Divine Cliff is not in danger?" The old beggar nodded before pulling Zhou Xuanji and preparing to leave. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "What's that person's name? Why haven't you told me?" The old beggar whispered, "Mo Jiuqing, he is also my disciple." Zhou Xuanji's face twitched. The others heard it too, and their expressions became strange. The terrifying expert who slaughtered the entire Dao Heaven sect was his disciple? Adding on Di Guanlong and Zhou Xuanji, just how many disciples did that fellow have? The two of them quickly left the cliff master hole. The pressure on the others also disappeared instantly. Elder Yuquan smiled and said, "Our divine cliff has benefited from Brother Zhou's master." Yang Yutian's emotions surged, and he began to look forward to a beautiful future. The other side. Zhou Xuanji and the old beggar left the divine cliff city and came to a forest in the distance. "Tell me about Mo Jiuqing first. How powerful is he? Isn't he afraid of angering the immortal gods by doing this?" Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity. He had mixed feelings. He had a good impression of Tai Chu Yudao. Tai Chu Yudao had even protected him. The old beggar shook his head and said, "I don't know how strong he is. That guy has already betrayed me. He is blinded by hatred, but you don't have to be afraid. He won't harm his fellow disciples. As for whether the immortal gods will find trouble with him, let them." He was not worried about Mo Jiuqing at all. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. He wondered how many disciples this guy had. The old beggar smiled and said, "From today onwards, I will teach you a divine ability. I will only leave after you have learned it. What I will teach you in the future will depend on my mood." "Divine ability? What divine ability?" Zhou Xuanji asked. The old beggar raised his finger and touched his forehead. Boom! A huge wave of memories surged into his mind, and it felt like the supreme legendary sword system's divine ability. After a while, he opened his eyes, a look of amazement on his face. The old beggar sat under a tree not far away, crossed his legs, and said with a smug smile, "Am I very strong?" Zhou Xuanji nodded and took a deep breath. This thaumaturgy was called Evil Spirit Retribution. When he used this divine ability on his enemies, all the attacks he made within the time limit would suddenly descend on the enemy after a period of time. This divine ability was simply terrifying. It didn't make any sense. He looked up at the old beggar and asked curiously, "Did you create this magical power? How did you create it?" There was no cultivation method for evil spirit retribution. Just now, when the old beggar gave him the inherited memory, he also passed him a strange energy. This kind of energy fused with his soul, allowing him to comprehend this divine ability directly. However, it would take a long time to familiarize himself with this ability. "Nonsense, how can you imagine my creativity? Don't ask, I'm just that strong," the old beggar said proudly with a smile that deserved a beating. Zhou Xuanji asked further, "Do all your disciples know evil spirit retribution? What if he became enemies with other disciples one day?" This divine ability was too ridiculous and impossible to defend against. The old beggar shook his head and said, "Other than you, only one person knows it. It's a pity that that guy disappointed me too much. He's probably thinking about killing me every day now." Zhou Xuanji was speechless. "Thinking about killing you? How did you teach your disciples?" He remembered that Di Guanlong was also very impatient with the old beggar. But it was true. This guy's character was too jumpy and annoying. After that, Zhou Xuanji began practicing evil spirit retribution. In the beginning, he could only cast it for half a second, and the explosive time was 3 seconds later. It was far from enough. According to the inherited memory, if he reached great accomplishment, he would be able to control time as he pleased. He could even cast the divine ability in advance and attack the air for 2 hours. After that, he would look for an enemy and attack again, unleashing the attack that he had used for 2 hours. Most importantly, this attack would definitely hit the enemy, and the enemy could not dodge it and could only block it head-on. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. If he could reach great accomplishment with evil spirit retribution, his strength would greatly increase. When that time came, he could use the Furious Ape sword to store up energy for 100 years and use evil spirit retribution against an enemy. When the sword chi shot out, even if the enemy blocked it, after a while, the 100 years of sword chi would appear again. He could not understand how a divine ability like this could exist. The old beggar gave a pleased smile and said, "I've created many powerful divine abilities, evil spirit retribution isn't the most powerful. Treat me well in the future, and I'll consider whether or not to teach it to you." Zhou Xuanji ignored him and focused on cultivating. 3 months after the Dao Heaven sect was destroyed, the Tang King clan was attacked by Mo Juqing. War god Xiling and many of the Tang King clan's ancestors attacked, and in the end, more than half of the clan was killed. War god Xiling was heavily injured, and that battle shook the heavens and the earth. If it wasn't for the immortal gods, the Tang King clan might have been massacred. This news once again shook the world. Mo Juqing's name also spread, and all sorts of things about him were dug up. He had been a top-tier expert 500,000 years ago. Before that, he had been the #1 genius and a first-class great emperor. He had been suppressed by various factions, and he had become the disciple of a mysterious teacher. He had risen up, and he had fought with the heroes of the world before mysteriously disappearing. From then on, his name had become taboo, and the various factions had tried to cover up this shameful past. This made everyone think of Zhou Xuanji. How similar was Zhou Xuanji's experience to Mo Juqing's? In just an instant, while everyone feared Mo Juqing, a storm of discussion erupted. If a genius was suppressed by the heroes of the world, what would they do? This sort of thing was not uncommon, but Mo Juqing was simply too terrifying. In less than half a year, he had destroyed 2 overlord-level factions. Within a mountain range, Bai Hao Yisin and Feng Qiul sat in front of the well-built man, dumbfounded. "Revered teacher, you have such a ridiculously powerful junior apprentice brother?" Bai Hao Yisin asked excitedly. Mo Juqing's performance had completely shocked him. Feng Qiul was also shocked. However, he felt even more unwillingness and regret. After all, Zhou Xuanji was from the same sect as Mo Juqing. The well-built man coldly harumphed and said, "I don't have a junior apprentice brother like him. He's blinded by hatred and is not worthy of being called an expert." Bai Hao Yisin said disdainfully, "Only those who are deeply in love can contend for the great Tao." His eyes burned with passion, and he suddenly wanted to see Mo Juqing. Having such a person as his martial uncle was simply too awesome. However, thinking about how Zhou Xuanji was also his martial uncle, his mood instantly plummeted. Chapter 460. Cultivate well. Don't be too happy. Mo Juqing's recklessness might draw the wrath of the immortal gods for us, the muscular man said as he stared at Bai Hao Yisin. The muscular man glared at Bai Hao Yisin. He loved and hated this disciple in front of him. Bai Hao Yisin was his most talented disciple, but he had a bad temper and was always sloppy. Although Bai Hao Yisin had already become a true god before he descended, to him, true god was not the end. But now, this brat was only a revolution golden immortal. Every time the muscular man saw him, he wanted to beat him to death. "Revered teacher, don't worry. I will become more powerful soon," Bai Hao Yisin said unconcernedly. Bai Hao Yisin said unconcernedly. In his heart, cultivation was never the most important thing. No matter how hard he cultivated, he would always meet someone more powerful. Feng Qiul sensed the murderous aura and quickly pulled Bai Hao Yisin, signaling him to shut up. Bai Hao Yisin looked up and saw that the muscular man's face had already turned into a demon, and his murderous aura soared into the sky. He immediately shut his mouth, but his thoughts were on Mo Juching. The storm of revenge that Mo Juching stirred up made it difficult for the Center God province to calm down. After the Dao Heaven sect and the Tang King clan, who would be the next faction? Previously, the immortal gods saving the Tang King clan caused a huge commotion. The immortal gods finally appeared. The Center God province would welcome the era of immortal gods. But none of this had anything to do with Zhou Xuanji. He was still practicing evil spirit retribution in the forest near the Divine Cliff. The old beggar would occasionally sneak into the Divine Cliff city to steal good wine and food. Yang Yutian knew that they were in the forest, so he ordered that no disciples should come close so that they would not disturb Zhou Xuanji and his disciple. Half a year later, Zhou Xuanji had great attainments in evil spirit retribution. He could cast it for 3 breaths of time, and the explosive effect was 10 breaths later. It seemed right, but it was enough to kill the enemy. The old beggar was very satisfied. He shook the wine flask and said with a smile, "I like to teach geniuses. I took in an idiot before, and he reduced my lifespan. How is that person now?" Zhou Xuanji asked casually. He often heard the old beggar mention his other disciples, and each one was more powerful than the other, which made him suspicious. He's not in the Center God province anymore. He went to another place to be a Buddha. The old beggar replied casually. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji suddenly stopped and turned to look at him. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Is it 9th Nether Buddha?" He had heard of the 9th Nether Buddha in the Nether Realm. He was the strongest expert in the Nether Realm. The old beggar rolled his eyes at him and said snappily, "9th Nether Buddha. That's one of the supreme figures of creation, so how could he possibly be my disciple? The reason why the Netherworld has always been able to maintain peace and order without anyone disturbing it is precisely because of his strength. Your senior brother is still far from the 9th Nether Buddha, but if he were to be placed in the Center God province, he would be invincible." Zhou Xuanji heard him and asked with squinted eyes, "You mean that the Center God province is not the most powerful province in the Great Thousand World?" The Center God province was big enough in his eyes, but he did not know how big the boundless universe was. That's only natural. The Center God province is only located in the center of the Great Thousand World. In terms of strength, it can't be considered the peak. Many ancient experts are hiding in the wider world to concentrate on their cultivation. If all of them were to enter the Center God province, the structure of the Center God province would definitely be reshuffled. The old beggar said gloomily. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji had even more questions to ask. He immediately waved his hand and said, "Stop asking and focus on your cultivation. I'm bored out of my mind here. I want to go out and play quickly. Don't delay me." Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly and continued to cultivate evil spirit retribution. With the swine-culling sword in his hand, he hacked at a giant boulder. He did not use any magic energy and controlled his strength to prevent the boulder from shattering. A month later, the old beggar felt that he had mastered it, so he decided to leave. "This bead is for you. This bead is not simple. I can't tell you what it is for now. You must carry it with you at all times and don't put it in your storage bag." The old beggar opened his right hand, and a red bead the size of a thumb appeared in his hand. It looked like a glass ball. Zhou Xuanji took the bead. Before he could ask, the old beggar disappeared into thin air and left. He looked at the red bead for a while but could not figure out what it was. So, he took out a special string and hung the bead around his neck. He did not continue to cultivate evil spirit retribution. The current evil spirit retribution was enough for him. He had to continue to increase his cultivation. Cultivation was the most important thing. After returning to his residence, he saw Xiao Chan and Bai Suan cultivating together. Fei Hai was nowhere to be found, and the other servants were busy with their own tasks. He did not disturb anyone but went back to his room to pack up. After that, He flew into the sky and began to extract heavenly law celestial energy. 3 days later, a piece of news came to the Divine Cliff. Mo Joching massacred the 8 Desolate Spirit sect. The 8 Desolate Spirit sect was one of the Overlord-level factions. It was located in the west of the Center God province and controlled 23 mortal realms. It was extremely powerful. But this time, before the immortal gods could descend, the 8 Desolate Spirit sect was massacred. No one survived. Mo Joching only left a line of words in blood on the stone steel of the 8 Desolate Spirit sect's gate, 10,000 years of blood feud, one more eliminated. The world was in an uproar. Countless people were terrified. Most of the people from the Tang King clan, Dao Heaven sect, and 8 Desolate Spirit sect did not participate in suppressing Mo Joching back then, but they were all massacred. If this continued, would the entire Center God province be massacred by Mo Joching? The Divine Cliff was the most relaxed. Yang Yutian had already informed his disciples that the Divine Cliff had a benefactor helping them. That benefactor was Mo Joching's apprentice brother, so he would not be implicated. Of course, this must not be spread out. Zhou Xuanji did not know about Mo Joching's latest news. He was still cultivating on the clouds. This day. He opened his eyes suddenly and took out the spirit communication heart. Marquis's voice came, "This is bad. A true god discovered the northern wilderness region. He has already entered the upper realm. If he sends the location of the northern wilderness region back to the upper realm, the northern wilderness region will surely be destroyed." Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji frowned and said with a deep voice, "I will return now." He stood up and thought for a while before slamming down with his palm and activating 9 Hellflame Extinction. He wanted to seek help from the Divine Cliff, but Yang Yutian was the only true god left in the Divine Cliff city. If he left and something happened to the Divine Cliff, Zhou Xuanji could not bear the responsibility. He quickly entered the yin-yang boundary. Northern Wilderness Region, in a world of ice and snow. Demon Emperor Dugu stood on the peak of a snowy mountain and looked down. Through the drifting snow, he saw a silhouette radiating a dazzling radiance that even the snow could not conceal. That person wore silver-white armor and looked majestic. He was 30 meters tall, and his eyes were filled with a powerful radiance that no one could see his pupils. He was like an unparalleled war god. Just by standing still, he gave off an aura of invincibility that could withstand the collapse of the world. Demon Emperor Dugu gritted his teeth and said, "Lu Jingfeng, why are you here?" He felt as though he was facing a great enemy. He knew how terrifying this person was. Lu Jingfeng turned to look into the distance and said calmly, "Massacring the northern wilderness humans and capturing Dark North Monarch Tao." Chapter 461. Hearing Lu Jingfeng's words, a murderous intent flashed in Demon Emperor Dugu's eyes. Their eyes met, and they could see through each other's thoughts. "If you try to stop me, I will destroy your soul," Lu Jingfeng said indifferently. He raised his right hand slowly, and a beam of light shot out from his palm and formed a blade of light. He walked up to the peak and stared at Devil Emperor Dugu. He found Devil Emperor Dugu the moment he arrived in the northern wilderness region. He was shocked that he was still alive, so he did not start a massacre but went to find Devil Emperor Dugu first. There were too many powerful cultivators in the northern wilderness region, and it had many secrets. It was not easy for the northern wilderness region to survive under the suppression of so many factions. Does the Xian court have a feud with the northern wilderness region? Why do you want to be used? Devil Emperor Dugu did not panic at all and said casually. Strands of demonic chi flowed out from his body and formed a demonic cloud, stopping the snow. Lu Jingfeng stared at him and said, "It's not a feud. I just dislike the demonic emperor. I'll give you a chance. Acknowledge me as your master, and I will spare your life." Devil Emperor Dugu's talent was astounding. Back then, he was famous in the Center God province. The Xian court wanted to rope him in, but they did not have the chance. Now that the Xian court was chased out of the Center God province by the Heavenly Saint, Lu Jingfeng traveled around. Coincidentally, he discovered the Northern Wilderness region. He quickly made a decision to massacre the Northern Wilderness humans. Then, he would support a new race to regain control of the Northern Wilderness region and plan for the future. You're so confident that you can kill me. Even Han Shuzi could not kill me. Who do you think you are? Devil Emperor Dugu said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he swooped down towards Lu Jingfeng. Zhou Xuanji came to the netherworld and realized that he was not in Magistrate Chui's territory. He frowned. He could not descend to the mortal realm because his cultivation would be suppressed by the power of heavenly law. No one in the divine cliff could help him resist the power of heavenly law. He could only enter the netherworld directly and descend into the Northern Wilderness region. He could not pass through other mortal realms along the way. Without much hesitation, he moved quickly. The netherworld was mostly similar. It was filled with eerie qi and never saw sunlight. Not long after, he caught a ghost messenger. The truth sword was useful against ghost soldiers too. He asked how far this place was from Magistrate Chui's territory. The answer was a relief to him. The owner of this netherworld was Judge Xiao, who was Judge Chui's neighbor. The relationship between them was not bad, at least there was no enmity between them. He didn't go straight to Magistrate Xiao, but let the ghost messengers lead the way. He wanted to immediately go to the underworld where Magistrate Chui was. The ghost messenger was forced to bring him to the edge of the Yellow Springs. Drive in this direction, and you'll reach Judge Chui's underworld region. It had always been pierced by the truth sword, so it could only speak the truth. Zhou Xuanji asked, "How do I cross the river? Can we fly there directly?" There were too many legends about the Yellow Springs, so he had to be cautious. The ghost messenger said with a trembling voice, "Either you ride the Yin boat to cross the river, or you fly over, but if you accidentally fall into the river, even if you're a true god, your soul will definitely scatter." Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "Are there any restrictions on the Yellow Spring? How far is it?" The emissary replied, "There aren't any restrictions, but it's very far. As for how far, I don't know, but even an Anitya Hellguard would be able to fly." Having heard it, Zhou Xuanji immediately threw it down and flew away on his sword. He didn't have the time to look for more boats. No matter how fast the ship of the netherworld was, it was still not as fast as he could fly on his own. Even though he used the truth sword, he was still a little uneasy. But when he thought of his wife and daughter, his heart became strong and fearless. He flew at full speed. After flying for 6 hours, he finally reached the shore. He headed straight for the Judge Palace. At the same time, in the Judge Palace, Judge Chui chased out all the ghost messengers and was alone. He frowned and fell into deep thought. He sighed faintly, "Zhou Xuanji, oh Zhou Xuanji, I still underestimated you. There are too many people fighting for you. How long can I protect you?" Zhou Xuanji's potential was worthy of his protection, but there were even more powerful beings fighting for him. He was now in a passive position. After a long while, Zhou Xuanji rushed into the Judge Palace hurriedly and said urgently, "Judge Chui, the Northern Wilderness region is in trouble. Send me back quickly." Judge Chui did not look surprised but looked at him calmly. The Northern Wilderness region was found by Lu Jingfeng from the Xian court. Not to mention how powerful the Xian court is, there will be more powerful factions searching for the Northern Wilderness region in the future. How long can you protect them? Judge Chui asked slowly as he locked his gaze on Zhou Xuanji's eyes. Zhou Xuanji's heart sank. "Someone threatened you?" he asked. "Xian court. What did it have to do with Xian Daoya?" Xian Daoya had been to the Northern Wilderness region before, so it was not difficult for him to find the Northern Wilderness region. To prevent the demonic emperor from becoming more powerful, He indeed had the motive to massacre the northern wilderness humans. Judge Chui sighed and said, Zhou Xuanji, I value your potential and endured unimaginable pressure for you. Don't let me down. After that, he stood up and prepared to bring Zhou Xuanji back to the northern wilderness region. Zhou Xuanji was silent and looked at Judge Chui with a complicated expression. Judge Chui's support for him was equivalent to saving his life. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to repay him but only hoped that Zhou Xuanji would help him after he became more powerful. Judge Chui seemed to have an ulterior motive, but it was nothing compared to what Zhou Xuanji had done. I will not promise anything. You are no longer just a friend in my heart. Zhou Xuanji said softly. Judge Chui heard him and smiled. The two walked out of the judge palace side by side. They were silent along the way. They came to a cliff. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, This is the second time you are sending me off. Judge Chui shook his head and said with a smile, Now, I don't want to persuade you anymore. Follow your heart and hope that you will always be as determined as you are now. I also hope that I can send you off for the third time, the fourth time, or even more. He waved his right hand. Just when Zhou Xuanji was about to speak, he was swept away by a powerful force and disappeared into the billowing clouds. Zhou Xuanji's vision darkened, and he felt that the world was spinning. He did not lose consciousness. He was no longer the same as before after all. Northern Wilderness Region. I'm back. At Skyfall. Jiang Shui sat under a tree at the top of the mountain and was knitting clothes. She looked so beautiful against the starry sky. Zhou Shaoxian appeared beside her and squatted down. Mother, you are knitting again. These clothes are useless to father. Why do you need to knit one every year? She said with a pout. Jiang Shui smiled and said, I want to remember his age. She watched Zhou Xuanji grow up. Since he was 2 years old, she would knit clothes for Zhou Xuanji every year. She wanted to maintain this habit. Zhou Shaoxian pouted. She sighed when she thought of her father. She often went out to train. The geniuses and influential people she met were even older than her father. When those geniuses were still competing in the northern wilderness region, her father had already ascended. While she was proud, she also felt a sense of pressure. She did not want to embarrass Zhou Xuanji. Who said it's useless? I like the clothes your mother knitted for me. Zhou Xuanji's voice came suddenly, which made Jiang Shui and Zhou Shaoxian open their eyes wide. Chapter 462. Zhou Xuanji appeared beside Jiang Shui and stroked her hair with a gentle look in his eyes. Jiang Shui looked up in surprise and immediately leaped into his arms. You're finally back. She mumbled softly as a smile appeared on her face. Zhou Xuanji hugged her tightly and said, This time, I will bring you along. Her body trembled slightly, and her smile became even more blissful. Zhou Shaoxian was a little jealous and cried out, Oi oi, father, aren't you going to greet me? She sounded like she was complaining, but there was a tinge of excitement in her voice. Zhou Xuanji had been away for so many years, and his image in her heart grew. Somehow, when she saw her father again, she felt that he was giving off a divine aura that made him seem superior. Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and said, Why aren't you married yet? Zhou Xuanji almost laughed out loud when he heard this. Are you still my father? You want me to marry so badly. Humph, if I don't surpass you, I won't marry. Zhou Xuanji looked at her in astonishment and said, You want to be a single dog forever. Zhou Shaoxian was so angry that she wanted to grab him but was stopped by Jiang Shui. Don't mess with your father. He's mine. Go back and cultivate first. Don't disturb our time alone. Jiang Shui pinched her face and snorted. Zhou Shaoxian was heartbroken. She stomped her foot and snorted coldly before leaving furiously. Only Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui were left on the summit. The two sat under the tree and hugged each other tightly. Zhou Xuanji first asked Jiang Shui how she spent all these years. Jiang Shui replied with a smile that she had never left Skyfall and had been cultivating every day. With the help of the colorful celestial fruit, she had already reached Great Realization Level 1. After that, Zhou Xuanji told her about his experiences. Jiang Shui's heart tightened as she listened. Even though he spoke casually, she could feel the pressure. How nervous was he when he was being hunted by malicious Buddha and Xian. She did not dare to imagine. She also learned about Daoya old man's identity from that. Should we tell Grand Teacher about this? Although he was formed from a split of Xian Daoya's soul, I believe he will not harm you. He had no choice. We should help him escape his suffering. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He never hated Daoya old man. He sighed and said, "Don't worry about him for now. A true god has arrived in the northern wilderness region." Jiang Shui glared at him and grabbed his collar tightly. She said uneasily, "You're going again." Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and said, "After this battle, I will build a portal on Skyfall that connects to the Divine Cliff. In the future, when people from the northern wilderness region ascend, they can enter the Divine Cliff directly." Jiang Shui was still very worried. Because Zhou Xuanji told her about the stage above Great Tribulation Scattered Immortal. After all, the Void Extreme Immortal stage was between a 10th Revolution Golden Immortal and a true god. The two of them chatted a bit more before Zhou Xuanji gathered all of Emperor Sword Court's higher-ups. Knowing that Zhou Xuanji had returned, everyone was very excited. Zhao Zongjian, Lin Chang'e, and the little black snake pestered Zhou Xuanji, asking him to tell them about the upper realm. Zhou Xuanji stared at them, and everyone quietened down. He told Xiao Jinghong about the teleportation gate and asked Xiao Jinghong to handle it personally. Soon after, he spoke of the crisis of the true gods, which moved everyone. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion came from outside the hall, causing them to turn their heads in shock. A massive aura weighed down on their hearts, and their scalps even felt numb. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and mumbled, "I didn't expect someone to fight against a true god." As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. There was someone who was as powerful as a true god in the northern wilderness region. They thought that Zhou Xuanji was already the most powerful cultivator. They did not expect someone even more powerful. Zhou Xuanji got up and said, "Guard Skyfall and wait for my return." After that, he flew out of the palace like a gust of wind and disappeared into the horizon. Jiang Shui put her palms together and placed them before her chest, praying for Zhou Xuanji. On a grassy plain that had turned into ruins, Devil Emperor Dugu and Marquis stood up with great difficulty. Both of them were covered in injuries and looked extremely pathetic. Marquis spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed, "If I were here, I would have killed you with a slap." Lu Jingfeng levitated in the air with his blade of light and looked down at them. Devil Emperor Dugu looked up. His face was hideous, and his eyes were blood-red like a demon god. He tried his best to channel his demonic chi, which shook the ground violently. "You can't defeat me at all. Why are you still fighting? Trying to buy time? Are you waiting for Zhou Xuanji to come back?" Lu Jingfeng looked down at them and asked coldly, "I'm waiting too. Someone wants him dead." Devil Emperor Dugu and Marquis were not surprised. They continued to look at him viciously. "He is already here. It's time for you to die." After Lu Jingfeng spoke, he slashed down with his blade. Marquis could not dodge in time and turned into ashes on the spot. The horrifying impact sent Devil Emperor Dugu flying away. Far away. Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat were also watching the battle. The two tribulation executives looked at everything in silence and could do nothing. Devil Emperor Dugu charged out from the billowing dust and charged toward Lu Jingfeng fearlessly. Almost instantly, he came up to Lu Jingfeng and slammed with his palms. The demonic qi around him transformed into ferocious beast heads that bit at Lu Jingfeng with unstoppable force. Lu Jingfeng snorted coldly, and the beasts' heads exploded immediately. Devil Emperor Dugu flew backward while vomiting blood. Boom! Lu Jingfeng stomped on Devil Emperor Dugu's chest and sent him crashing into the ground. The ruins collapsed under the immense force and formed a horrifying crater with a diameter of 100 miles. The mountains far away shook violently, and a hurricane swept up the forest. Even the clouds in the sky were dispelled. The power of a true god was far beyond the mortal realm. Devil Emperor Dugu grabbed onto Lu Jingfeng's leg and struggled with all his might. Lu Jingfeng looked down at him from above and said, "Devil Emperor Dugu, I'll give you one last chance. Acknowledge me as your master, and I will spare your life." Devil Emperor Dugu gritted his teeth and said, "I'll be a devil again, but I will never be a slave." Lu Jingfeng frowned. He slashed down with his blade and was about to decapitate Devil Emperor Dugu. Swoosh! An air-piercing sound came. The 9-flame chimera demon's sword turned into a stream of sword light and collided with Lu Jingfeng's blade of light. Lu Jingfeng and Devil Emperor Dugu turned around and saw Zhou Xuanji coming over on a river of swords. "If you want to fight, fight me." Zhou Xuanji's cold voice came. He held the holy light divine shadow sword in his left hand and the all-evil yin-yang destruction in his right hand. Seeing him, Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat became excited. Zhou Xuanji really came. Lu Jingfeng glanced sideways at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Zhou Xuanji, I've heard of you. A first-class great emperor and a 10th revolution golden immortal who could kill void extreme immortals. But do you really think you are qualified to challenge a true god?" He slowly rose up. He was not in a hurry to kill Devil Emperor Dugu, and he turned his attention to Zhou Xuanji. "Do you know how many almighties want you dead?" Lu Jingfeng asked with a murderous aura. Countless golden weapons appeared around him. There were sabers, swords, clubs, and halberds. All of them were pointed at Zhou Xuanji. Thunderclouds suddenly gathered, and the might of heaven was vast and mighty. Zhou Xuanji activated the primordial chaos sword shadow too. Countless sword shadows formed into a primordial world of magnificent mountains and rivers, each occupying one side of the sky with Lu Jingfeng. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 463. There are many people who want to kill me. I don't have time to care about how many there are. Zhou Xuanji replied coldly as he approached Lu Jingfeng on the River of Swords. This was his first time challenging a true god. His heart was filled with excitement. Lu Jingfeng smiled. His smile was filled with killing intent. The number of golden light divine weapons around him reached tens of millions, and they covered the sky and earth. Their might gathered together, causing the earth to tremble. Devil Emperor Dugu and the two tribulation executives looked at him in horror. What a powerful aura! It felt as if the northern wilderness region would shatter at any moment under this pressure. Millions of golden weapons suddenly charged toward Zhou Xuanji. They moved like lightning, and the heavens and earth changed color. The primordial chaos sword shadow followed, tearing apart the sky. It was like the beginning of the primordial world, exploding with all kinds of phenomena. Zhou Xuanji and Lu Jingfeng moved at the same time. Facing a true god, Zhou Xuanji directly used nearly 200 swords and unleashed sword sect immortal ghost weep. 200 beams of silver light circled around Zhou Xuanji's body and charged at him recklessly. They were so fast that it looked like a gigantic silver orb enveloping Zhou Xuanji. The divine weapons and sword shadows that filled the sky clashed together, forming countless explosions that shook the heavens and earth. The terrifying pressure caused the entire northern wilderness region to fall into a calamity. The various city walls of the 5 empires collapsed. Countless lakes and rivers churned and the forests swayed. Avalanches occurred on the snowy mountains one after another, and the white impact swept through everything. Especially in the sea, monstrous waves suddenly rose, wreaking havoc on the seaside. The arrival of the calamity was beyond the expectations of all living beings in the world. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji and Lu Jingfeng began fighting amidst the explosions. Zhou Xuanji held both swords in his hands and attacked fiercely. He activated the sword's soul from time to time, while the sword sect immortal cry around him continued to attack. But it was a pity that they could not hurt Lu Jingfeng. Lu Jingfeng had many divine abilities and was as fast as a phantom. He moved about continuously and attacked Zhou Xuanji from different directions. With the power of 2 Armageddon legendary swords and the heavenly law's celestial energy, Zhou Xuanji could barely fight Lu Jingfeng. Immortal energy. Could it be that this fellow obtained the inheritance of the immortal god? Lu Jingfeng was secretly shocked, and killing intent surged in his heart. Zhou Xuanji felt even more pressure. The difference in their realms was too great. Even with the support of 2 powerful forces, he felt that his body would explode at any moment. It was almost impossible to defeat Lu Jingfeng. Devil Emperor Dugu flew into the air and looked at Zhou Xuanji in shock. This kid, how could he be so strong? How long has it been? His heart was filled with terror. Zhou Xuanji's talent and serendipity far exceeded his imagination. It was so strong that even he was a little afraid. The 2 tribulation executives were simply excited. As long as Zhou Xuanji defeated Lu Jingfeng, the northern wilderness region would survive another crisis. However, good times don't last long. Boom! Lu Jingfeng slashed down Zhou Xuanji with one slash. His body penetrated through the ground and fell tens of thousands of meters deep. There were rocks all around him, and there was no light. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and felt that his internal organs were already shattered. The real god power was really too strong. Lu Jingfeng suddenly rushed in front of him, grabbed his neck with his left hand, and flung him up. Zhou Xuanji lost control of his body and flew out from the ground. He crashed through the thunderclouds and was corroded by countless lightning bolts. I don't believe it. Zhou Xuanji activated the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. The 10,000-meter-tall golden Buddha landed steadily on the ground and slashed at Lu Jingfeng with its 1,000 hands. The power of an ant dares to fight against a god. Lu Jingfeng's cold laughter could be heard. A beam of golden light burst through the surface of the earth and slashed the golden Buddha in half. Peerlessly domineering. Zhou Xuanji's body turned golden, and a 9-sword purple Tai Chi diagram appeared on his forehead. He activated World Overlord and gathered the power of the heavens and earth. Pain could be seen on his face. His body had reached its limit and could not take it any longer. But he had to give it his all. If he lost, Jiang Shui, Zhou Shaoxian, Xiao Jinghong, Daoya Old Man, and the others would not be able to escape death. Millions of Emperor's Sword Court disciples would die in agony. Go to hell. Zhou Xuanji tossed out the all-evil yin-yang destruction. A black radiance flashed, and the sword penetrated Lu Jingfeng's chest instantly. Void instant kill. Lu Jingfeng was not surprised but smiled mockingly. His body turned illusory, and he appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. His hand blade landed on the back of Zhou Xuanji's neck and knocked him down again. Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat were in despair. It's over. It's over. There's no escape. Dao Seeker sat paralyzed in the ruins. He was dispirited. Zhou Xuanji, you still want to fight? Lu Jingfeng stood high above like the radiant sun. His voice resounded across the northern wilderness region. Only then did the world understand that a powerful enemy was coming. The Sword Emperor who ascended had returned to fight for them. From what Lu Jingfeng said, Zhou Xuanji was at a disadvantage. The billowing dust was dispersed by the sword qi. Zhou Xuanji got up. The Holy Light Redemption sword pierced into his back to heal him. He twisted his neck, and blood flowed from his mouth uncontrollably. Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep was still going on, but to a powerful true god, it was useless. The difference in cultivation stage prevented the legendary swords from keeping up with Lu Jingfeng's speed. He stared fixedly at Lu Jingfeng. His eyes were filled with ferocity without fear. He charged up into the sky again, but he was struck down by Lu Jingfeng in less than 2 breaths' time. Devil Emperor Dugu understood that Zhou Xuanji could not defeat Lu Jingfeng. Zhou Xuanji was already very surprising to him. He gritted his teeth, took out a skull, and raised it above his head. Demon God of the Abyss. Your people beg you to descend and eliminate the enemy for me. His hoarse roar attracted Zhou Xuanji, Lu Jingfeng, and the 2 tribulation executives to look at him. Boom! A beam of black light shot out from the skull and pierced through the clouds. A black hole formed by a black cyclone appeared. Lu Jingfeng's expression changed slightly. He came up to Devil Emperor Dugu in 1 step and decapitated him. Blood splattered all over the ground. The skull shattered suddenly and dissipated with the wind. Lu Jingfeng looked up at the black hole, and his face turned dark. A horrifying demonic might descended. Including Zhou Xuanji, all living beings in the world felt uneasy. It was as though they were facing death. A pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the black hole. They looked extremely evil. It was as though a gigantic evil god was looking down at the mortal world from the sky. Just the eyes alone were so big. It was unimaginable how big his body was. Demon Ancestor, Lu Jingfeng said with gritted teeth with an unsightly expression. He did not expect Devil Emperor Dugu to be related to the Demon Ancestor. No wonder this fellow was able to escape from Han Shuzi's grasp. Whoosh! At this moment, a horrifying suction force exploded. Countless rocks flew up. Zhou Xuanji and the others quickly lowered their bodies so that they would not be sucked away. Far away, countless humans, demons, and beasts were sucked toward the black hole. Help! What's that? Why? Why is it like this? Who can save me? Ah! It's over, all sorts of cries and screams could be heard. Zhou Xuanji wanted to save them, but he was too severely injured to do so. Lu Jingfeng made his move. He swung his saber wildly at the black hole. Countless saber chi sliced the mortals along the way into a rain of blood. The saber chi entered the black hole and disappeared without causing any sound or damage. Chapter 464. The demon ancestor devoured the mortal spirits and stared at Lu Jingfeng with his blood-red eyes. Anyone who was stared at by him would feel their hair stand on end. Lu Jingfeng was drenched in cold sweat. He was panicking and didn't know what to do. If he stayed in the northern wilderness region, he would have to face the demonic lord. If he left the northern wilderness region, the demonic ancestor would be even more dangerous to him, as there was no longer the power of the heavenly law to obstruct him. It was a dead end with no solution. Zhou Xuanji tried his best to heal himself. He stared into the demonic ancestor's eyes while guarding against Lu Jingfeng. All the divine swords gathered around him, and the voices of the 9 souls resounded in his mind. Demon ancestor. Why is he here? Were you asleep just now? That Dugu brat summoned it. No wonder Devil Emperor Dugu rose to power so quickly. He has the demon ancestor behind him. What a joke. He said that he would never yield. Isn't that yielding to the demon ancestor's tyranny? To think that the demon ancestor would still be alive. The discussions of the 9 souls shocked Zhou Xuanji. They all knew the devil ancestor, which meant that the devil ancestor had existed for a long time, even longer than the experts he knew. Just the 2 words devil ancestor were enough to make one's imagination roam. What does he want? Zhou Xuanji asked with gritted teeth. The demonic ancestor did not attack but continued to devour mortals. Could it be that he wanted to devour all living beings in the northern wilderness region? What was the difference between this and slaughtering the humans of the northern wilderness? He raised his hands, the all-evil yin-yang destruction and the holy light divine shadow sword flew into his hands. Stop right there. If you go, you will definitely die. Lu Wuji shouted. This was the first time he had ever been so serious. Seeing more and more mortal souls being swept up, Zhou Xuanji could not remain calm. He could feel that the suction force was becoming stronger. If this continued, the common people would be in trouble and Emperor Sword Court would not be spared. His eyes became determined, and all the divine swords vibrated violently. Dragon-shaped sword chi wrapped around the blades, and dragon roars sounded. Boom! Lu Jingfeng, who was far away, was the first to charge into the sky. He held the lightsaber in his hand, roared furiously, and slashed with his saber. The 1,000-feet-long saber chi rose like a crescent moon, smashing into the black hole with unstoppable force. Unfortunately, it didn't cause any damage. Lu Jingfeng didn't stop. As he charged towards the black hole, he swung his saber crazily. Countless saber auras slashed out continuously. At this moment, he was like a demon, hysterical and reckless. The true god's aura caused the land of the northern wilderness region to shatter, and the waves along the coast crashed onto the mainland. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and leaped up toward the demon ancestor. Roar! A domineering dragon's roar resounded throughout the entire northern wilderness region. Zhou Xuanji and all of his legendary swords transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon. It was thousands of meters long and shone with a golden radiance. The ancestral dragon roared as it charged out, creating a powerful gale that swept away the clouds. Lu Jingfeng charged into the black hole with the 5-clawed golden dragon. The two tribulation executives raised their necks and watched the battle nervously. Will it work? Dao Seeker muttered to himself, and his tone was filled with anxiety. A world-shaking explosion came from the sky. Next, they saw Zhou Xuanji and Lu Jingfeng falling from the sky, covered in blood. As a result, the suction force dissipated, and the mortal spirits that had been swept into the air fell to the ground. Most of the mortal spirits fell to their deaths because their cultivation levels were insufficient. Zhou Xuanji and Lu Jingfeng used to be enemies, but now they had become brothers in the same boat. The two fell into the ruins, and no one knew if they were dead or alive. Northern Wilderness Region, the tiny mortal realm. An indifferent and dignified voice rang out. It was like a giant deity from the ninth heaven was evaluating the mortal world. None of the living beings could feel a shred of anger, only endless fear. Before such a mighty aura, all the mortal spirits were so fragile. On Skyfall, Xiao Jinghong and the group of elders levitated in the sky. Millions of Emperor Sword Court disciples were scattered around Skyfall. When Xiao Jinghong drew his sword, all the disciples followed suit. Clang, the sound of millions of swords being drawn gathered together. It was so crisp that it could tear apart all noise. Everyone was trembling, but they did not give up. All of them looked up at the sky with gritted teeth. At this moment, everyone looked up and could see the demon ancestor's blood-red eyes. It was even bigger than the sun, like a peerless demon god that was unparalleled in the world. Zhou Xuanji felt that all the bones in his body were broken. He had no energy to stand up. Facing the demon ancestor, he did not even have the chance to use evil spirit retribution. He opened his eyes with great difficulty, and all he saw was darkness. Darkness of despair. Buried deep underground, he could not see what was happening outside. Emperor Zhao's voice came, "Forget it. Can't you escape by yourself? If you continue to waste time like this, you will only die here." Facing Lu Jingfeng, Zhou Xuanji had no chance of winning. Moreover, the demon ancestor was countless times more powerful than Lu Jingfeng. Zhou Xuanji desperately channeled the heavenly law's celestial power in the Tianxia map and used it to heal his body. Even in the Center God province, no one can stop the demon ancestor. Sovereign Xian sighed. He suddenly felt that he should not have died. Now, he was really aggrieved. Zhou Xuanji did not reply to them. He got up with great difficulty, and the heavenly law's celestial power burst out to help him get out of the ground. Not far away, Lu Jingfeng knelt on the ground and panted heavily. He looked like an arrow at the end of its flight, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the demon ancestor. Too powerful. He had never met such a powerful being before. Boom! A beam of demonic chi shot down from the black hole and smashed into the ground, shaking the entire northern wilderness region. Countless roars came from the beam of demonic chi, as though the resentful demons from hell were about to charge out. Dao Seeker's expression changed drastically. He knelt on the ground with a loud thud, as though he had lost his soul. The man in the woven rush raincoat clenched his fists as his body trembled. Shortly after, countless resentful demons flew out from the beam of demonic chi and charged in all directions. Zhou Xuanji activated the primordial chaos sword shadow. Millions of sword shadows slayed tens of thousands of demons. But there were just too many demons in the beam of light. They charged out continuously, like a swarm of ants coming out of a hole. There was an uncountable number of them. Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji could not help but feel despair. There was really nothing he could do, his legs were trembling, and the bones in his legs were shattered. But he still stood up with the heavenly law's celestial power. His face turned hideous. Since he was going to die anyway, he chose to die in battle. At this moment, the red bead on his neck beamed with a brilliant radiance that illuminated the heavens and the earth. Lu Jingfeng and the two tribulation executives turned around in shock. A silhouette appeared before Zhou Xuanji. He stood tall and straight. His black robe danced in the wind, and his white hair danced freely. After the powerful radiance dissipated, he was completely exposed under the sky. His face was cold, and his eyes were cold. His feet were bare, and his black robe was riddled with holes. He looked pathetic, but his aura was extremely powerful. He was Emperor Xiao's sworn brother, Mo Jiuqing. So, it's the demon ancestor. Interesting. Mo Jiuqing stared into the demon ancestor's eyes and said with a smile. After that, he walked up into the air, as though there was a shapeless stairway under his feet that led him to the top of the sky. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Who are you? He could not help but ask. Instinctively, he gripped the red bead on his neck tightly. He felt complicated. He did not expect to use the treasure that the old beggar gave him so soon. Chapter 465. Facing Zhou Xuanji's question, Mo Jiuqing did not reply but uttered 3 words. Mo Jiuqing. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide. During this period of time, Mo Jiuqing was known by everyone in the Center God province. Why did he fly out from the red bead? Mo Jiuqing no longer paid any attention to Zhou Xuanji, and he covered hundreds of meters with each step as he walked towards the sky. Lu Jingfeng frowned. He looked at Mo Jiuqing in confusion. He had never heard of Mo Jiuqing's name. He had not been in the Great Thousand World for the past few years, so he did not know about Mo Jiuqing's earth-shattering achievements. The demon ancestor looked at Mo Jiuqing with squinted eyes. I heard that the demon ancestor is peerless. Today, I shall challenge you. Mo Jiuqing laughed wildly. After he spoke, he quickly disappeared into the black hole. A horrifying shockwave came from the black hole and tore the northern wilderness region apart. Zhou Xuanji was forced to crawl on the ground, and all the legendary swords were blocking his head. The black hole disappeared suddenly. The demon ancestor and Mo Jiuqing's aura dissipated too. However, the catastrophe of the northern wilderness region had just begun. Zhou Xuanji turned around and saw that the mountains and the ground around him were cracking. The northern wilderness region was splitting apart. He continued to heal himself and prayed that Skyfall would not be destroyed. Two tribulation executives appeared beside him. "What's your relationship with that person just now?" Dao Seeker asked anxiously. He desperately hoped that Mo Jiuqing could defeat the demon ancestor. If the northern wilderness region was destroyed, the tribulation executives would cease to exist. Zhou Xuanji did not reply but looked at Lu Jingfeng. Although the demon ancestor was being held back by Mo Jiuqing, Lu Jingfeng was still a threat. Lu Jingfeng was still in shock. He thought that he was dead for sure, but Mo Jiuqing appeared. He saw clearly that Mo Jiuqing was summoned by Zhou Xuanji. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and fell into a dilemma. Should he kill Zhou Xuanji? Mo Jiuqing's powerful aura made him shudder. But if he did not kill Zhou Xuanji, could this grudge be resolved? If a first-class great emperor grew, only God knew how powerful he would be. After the thought, he raised his right hand and walked toward Zhou Xuanji with a blade of light. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and took out his two legendary swords. Both of them were severely injured, but Lu Jingfeng was a true god after all. If they fought again, Zhou Xuanji would surely die. "You can't fight anymore." Dao Seeker stopped Zhou Xuanji and said with a deep voice. Zhou Xuanji stared at Lu Jingfeng and said coldly, "If I don't fight, who?" Dao Seeker fell silent. Without Zhou Xuanji, the northern wilderness humans would have been annihilated long ago. Seeing Zhou Xuanji walk over shakily, Dao Seeker sighed and walked up to him. "In the future, the northern wilderness region will really depend on you," he said. With that, he charged towards Lu Jingfeng without any hesitation. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Wasn't tribulation executives not supposed to interact with humans? He subconsciously looked at the man in the woven rush raincoat and asked with his eyes. The man in the raincoat sighed and did not speak. Dao Seeker sprinted toward Lu Jingfeng. Dazzling light burst out of his body as bolts of heavenly thunder appeared out of nowhere and interweaved on his body. "I am the heavenly tribulation of the northern wilderness. I should protect this realm with my life." Dao Seeker's voice became solemn. Heavenly thunder surrounded him, and his aura increased crazily. Zhou Xuanji frowned. What is he going to do? Lu Jingfeng also frowned. He was severely injured and was not as powerful as he was at his peak, so he sensed the danger. Tribulation executive, he took a deep breath and slashed with his saber. The saber chi swept horizontally, and Dao Seeker clashed with it. The heavenly thunder tore the saber chi apart. He was extremely fast, sweeping up 2 rows of dust along the way, as though he was going to split the ground in half. He came up to Lu Jingfeng and slammed his palm. Lu Jingfeng could not dodge in time and was struck in the chest. With a loud boom, he flew out like an arrow and disappeared into the horizon. Dao Seeker pursued him. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. So powerful. He could sense that Dao Seeker borrowed the power of the heavens and the earth. Other than that, there was also the heavenly tribulation. Tribulation executives are so powerful. He looked at the man in the woven rush raincoat and asked, "You are so powerful. Why didn't you attack earlier?" The man in the woven rush raincoat sighed, "Once we attack, we will be annihilated." Zhou Xuanji frowned. He understood what the man in the woven rush raincoat meant. Dao Seeker wanted to perish together. On the other side, Dao Seeker caught up with Lu Jingfeng and slammed with both of his palms. Lightning struck Lu Jingfeng's body, and Lu Jingfeng could not retaliate at all. They leaped over cliffs. The northern wilderness region was in a mess now. Cities and towns had collapsed. It was as though they had returned to the beginning of the world, when the heavenly might wreaked havoc. Dao Seeker slammed with all his might, and Lu Jingfeng flew across the surface of the sea and fell into the deep sea. The ocean was still in a state of turmoil. Lightning wrapped around his body, and Tao Seeker turned into the tribulation god. He gathered the power of heavenly thunder in his palms and turned them into 2 lightning balls. He waved his right hand, and lightning struck down suddenly. The lightning ravaged the ocean and evaporated the seawater within a radius of 10,000 miles, turning it into a mist that covered the sky. Lu Jingfeng leaped up from the bottom of the sea with his saber and pierced into Dao Seeker's chest. Dao Seeker was enveloped by a powerful radiance, and his expression could not be seen. He said calmly, "Destroy my northern wilderness. Destroy the world." Countless lightning bolts exploded from his body and turned into a lightning net that engulfed Lu Jingfeng. "Ah!" Lu Jingfeng cried out miserably. The might of the heavenly thunder was so horrifying. The northern wilderness region was facing a calamity, and the heavenly thunder gathered by the tribulation executives was definitely the strongest. It was equivalent to the retaliation of the northern wilderness region. Lu Jingfeng felt that his body would explode at any time, and his soul was also facing the danger of dispersing. He quickly distanced himself from Dao Seeker. Dao Seeker slammed his palms forward, and all the lightning bolts shot out. They gathered into a lightning pillar and engulfed Lu Jingfeng. "Damn it! Just you wait. If I don't destroy the northern wilderness region, I'm not human." Lu Jingfeng's resentful roar sounded, and his aura dissipated in the heavenly thunder. He no longer existed. Dao Seeker used the power of the tribulation to kill a true god. If Lu Jingfeng was not severely injured, Dao Seeker would not have succeeded. The lightning dissipated, and the powerful radiance on Dao Seeker's body also dissipated. His feet started to petrify, and the petrification spread upwards. He took a deep breath and looked exhausted. He looked around, and his eyes were filled with reluctance. He had protected the northern wilderness for more than 100,000 years. In the end, he could not escape his fate and died fighting for the northern wilderness. "I really hope there's an afterlife," he mumbled to himself. His entire body was petrified, and he turned into a stone man that fell into the raging ocean. A bolt of heavenly thunder struck down. It struck the petrified Dao Seeker into ashes, which were dispersed by the wind. He died without a burial. "He's dead." The man in the raincoat stood beside Zhou Xuanji and said calmly. Zhou Xuanji, who was healing himself, opened his eyes in silence. He felt a little complicated. To be honest, he had always been filled with resentment toward the 2 tribulation executives. The tribulation executives were the witnesses of history. They always stirred people's hearts. When the northern wilderness region faced a true crisis, they could not do anything. But Dao Seeker's performance today dispersed his resentment. There was a tinge of inexplicable disappointment in him. That true God is dead. Although the tribulation is over, the northern wilderness region, the man in the raincoat sighed. He looked afar and saw waves rising from the crisscrossing valleys. Chapter 466. The northern wilderness region was torn apart. The surrounding ocean was affected, and the waves surged toward the continent from all directions. Zhou Xuanji left on his sword and flew toward Skyfall. He could not protect the world with his severe injuries, so he could only try his best to protect Skyfall. At this moment, on Skyfall, 1,000,000 disciples stood in formation to defend against the seawater. At a glance, the mountains around Skyfall were already submerged by the seawater. It was like a lone peak amidst the raging waves, the only pillar between the heavens and the earth. Finyu Dragon King coiled around Skyfall and breathed out dragon flames, drying up the seawater. Lin Changge, Ning Zifeng, Xiao Jinghong, Meng Tianlang, and Chen Bantian used their sword techniques to defend. Everyone was doing their best to defend. Their faces were solemn, and sweat covered their foreheads. No matter where they looked, they could only feel despair. What was the apocalypse? They finally understood. There was only one hope left in their hearts, so they continued to persevere. Living beings in the northern wilderness region, that true God has been killed by the tribulation executive. When the world is peaceful, the tribulation will be over. I am already severely injured, so you can only rely on yourselves. Persevere for a while more. Don't give up hope of survival. Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded across the world. His voice was so weak, but his words ignited a flame of hope in the hearts of all living beings. All living beings persevered, but every minute and every second, many died. This catastrophe affected every mortal in the northern wilderness region, both overseas and overseas. Although despair was boiling, it was also the beginning of transformation. When Zhou Xuanji returned to Skyfall, the waves had already calmed down. Seeing that he had returned on the River of Swords, a deafening commotion erupted on Skyfall. A smile appeared on Zhou Xuanji's fatigued face. 2 months later, Zhou Xuanji absorbed the heavenly law's celestial power above the clouds. His cultivation efficiency in the northern wilderness region was less than 1/10 of that in the Great Thousand World, but at least he could still cultivate. He opened his eyes and saw a boundless ocean below the sea of clouds. Numerous mountains stood on the surface of the ocean. At first glance, this place looked like an archipelago. After the catastrophe, the northern wilderness region was broken into dozens of continents, and the population was greatly reduced. But the humans and demons were still resilient. They began to travel around and re-establish order. In the mortal realm, there was no longer a distinction between overseas and overseas. A month ago, Zhou Xuanji sent 100,000 disciples out to train and help the weak. He slowly stood up and walked to the peak of Skyfall. A towering portal of 20 feet in height had already been erected. Zhou Xiaoqi, a big and small heir, little black snake, and Chongming demon monarch were circling around the portal. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, Xiao Jinghong hurriedly walked over and cupped his fist, saying, "Revered teacher, the portal has been successfully built." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He flipped his right hand, and a fist-sized rock appeared. There were blue lines winding around it. It was the Stone of Two Realms. Regarding Zhou Xuanji's request, Yang Yutian did his best. He bought 2 two-realm stones a long time ago. One was placed on the newly built portal at the Divine Cliff, and the other was given to Zhou Xuanji. When Zhou Xuanji returned to the northern wilderness region and connected the 2 two-realm stones, the connection between the northern wilderness region and the Great Thousand World could be realized. Zhou Xuanji placed the 2-realm stone into a groove on the portal. Next, the entire portal shook violently. There was a loud bang. All the spirit stones on the portal burst forth with energy, converging into a pillar of light that shot into the sky. The starry sky above began to ripple. Jiang Shui, Zhou Xiaoxian, Daoya old man, and the others walked over and looked up, their faces full of anticipation. From now on, the living beings of the northern wilderness region would join the Divine Cliff after they ascended. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were deep, and no one knew what he was thinking. The battle 2 months ago had made him more reserved. Apart from cultivating, he would think about many things. We can finally go to the upper realm. What are you talking about? You don't have the strength to ascend. What's there to be afraid of? Since we can't become great emperors, why don't we go to the Great Thousand World to look for opportunities? Although the ascension tribulations can increase one's strength by leaps and bounds, the time we spend cultivating in the northern wilderness region might be able to make up for it. Master didn't allow you to ascend. Xiao Jinghong, Xiao Zongjian, Han Shenbua, Huang Lianxin, Zhou Xiaoxian, and the others started talking about the upper bound excitedly. Jiang Shui walked up to Zhou Xuanji and said softly, "It's all in the past." Zhou Xuanji did not look down but continued to look up. "Not yet," he replied. "They might want it to end, but I don't." They were not referring to the people in the northern wilderness region but those who were against the northern wilderness region. All these years, the northern wilderness region had been suppressed a lot. Zhou Xuanji did not want it to end just like that. He wanted to take revenge. He wanted to use his power to prove that the northern wilderness region was inviolable. His goal now was to break through to Void Extreme Immortal as soon as possible. Just the true gods alone were enough to render him helpless. How could he compete with those powerful cultivators? 3 days later. Zhou Xuanji held Jiang Shue's hand and stepped out of the portal to the Divine Cliff. As for the other disciples, they stayed at Skyfall to cultivate. Only after they surpassed the Great Realization stage would he allow Emperor Sword Court's disciples to enter the Divine Cliff. Other than that, all living beings in the world could also ascend through tribulation and enter the Divine Cliff directly. Sister-in-law is here. Yang Yutian chuckled. 4 elders stood beside him, and they were all smiling as well. Knowing that Zhou Xuanji wanted to bring his wife along, they agreed. This would only make Zhou Xuanji's relationship with the Divine Cliff closer. Jiang Shui nodded and bowed. Thank you for taking care of me in the Divine Cliff, she said. Yang Yutian laughed heartily. After that, he personally sent Zhou Xuanji and his wife back to their residence. After entering the residence, Yang Yutian and the others left. Zhou Xuanji introduced Xiao Chan and Bai Suan to Jiang Shui. Xiao Chan and Bai Suan were very curious about Jiang Shui and wanted to get to know her. The 3 girls were not distant from each other and quickly became friends. Nightfall. Zhou Xuanji flew to the clouds with Jiang Shui and cultivated together. When he began to extract heavenly law celestial power, dense spiritual qi gathered around him, allowing Jiang Shui to get twice the result with half the effort. And so, time passed quickly. Every other year, Zhou Xuanji would return to Skyfall to take a look. Each time, he would bring back many natural resources and ask people to plant them on Skyfall. Spring passed and autumn came. Soon, 50 years passed. Zhou Xuanji reached 157 years old. In 50 years, he obtained 113 legendary swords. The highest was only God-slaying, and there was only one. During this time, 10 people ascended from the northern wilderness region. Ning Zifeng and Finyu Dragon King had already ascended and officially joined the Divine Cliff. Ning Zifeng and Finyu Dragon King still treated Zhou Xuanji as their leader. Yang Yutian turned a blind eye to this. Above the clouds. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes with a deep frown. Jiang Shui, who was beside him, opened her eyes and asked concernedly, "You still haven't found the opportunity to break through?" Zhou Xuanji nodded and sighed. He was a little depressed. Heh, you still have to rely on me to break through. Chapter 467. Zhou Xuanji looked at the old beggar. He grabbed the red bead on his neck and asked, "What is the red bead you gave me? How can it summon Mo Juqing?" Jiang Shui looked at the old beggar curiously. Zhou Xuanji's first teacher in name was unfathomable, and she had long wanted to meet him. The old beggar smiled proudly. "This is our teacher bead. If anyone is in danger, they can teleport out through the teacher bead. But they must be at least a true god and proficient in the reincarnation shuttle." Teacher bead. Zhou Xuanji was speechless at the name. "What is the reincarnation shuttle?" he asked. To be proficient in it, it must be a spell, formation, or divine ability. The reincarnation shuttle is a divine ability that shuttles between planes. With your capability, you are not qualified to learn it. The old beggar replied. He flipped his right hand, and a jade lotus appeared in his hand. A wave of fragrance wafted out from the lotus, which soothed Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui. Their senses became much clearer. This is a 100,000-year-old extreme frost lotus root. The massive amount of spiritual qi contained in it is enough for you to break through to Void Extreme Immortal. I will protect you in case another despicable person appears. The old beggar threw the extreme frost lotus root to Zhou Xuanji before he drank a mouthful of wine and smiled. He turned to Jiang Shui and praised, 5 elemental spirit body. You are quite talented. During this period, I will teach you a divine ability as well. Take it as my gift to my disciple's wife. Jiang Shui was pleasantly surprised and quickly bowed to express her gratitude. Zhou Xuanji sized up the extreme frost lotus root as he asked, how is Mo Juqing? Mo Juqing saved him, so he was concerned about him. That brat overestimated himself. If not for the fact that it was not the demonic ancestor himself, he would be dead for sure. He has already returned to the Center God province to continue his revenge. Soon, you will hear from him again. The old beggar replied casually. Apparently, he was not fond of Mo Juqing. He had so many disciples, and Mo Juqing belonged to the group that he did not like. Not the demonic ancestor himself. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. That pair of eyes almost destroyed the northern wilderness region. Lu Jingfeng was so weak before it, and yet it was not the demonic ancestor himself. How powerful would the demonic ancestor be then? He sat cross-legged on the clouds and began to absorb the extreme frost lotus root. The old beggar walked in front of Jiang Shui and said with a smile, I'll teach you a divine ability now. I see that you're cultivating a demonic art and it's not suitable for you. I'll also teach you a cultivation technique that will allow your 5 elemental spirit body to be fully improved. With that, he quickly stretched out his hand and tapped Jiang Shui's forehead with his index finger. After a while, he stopped, and Jiang Shui continued to feel the inherited memories. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and smiled as he said, I'm going to take a walk in your divine cliff city. You can break through at any time, don't worry, with me around, no one can stop you from breaking through. With that, the old beggar disappeared. Zhou Xuanji did not open his eyes but focused on absorbing the extreme frost lotus root. A wave of extreme cold ran through his body, and a layer of frost appeared on the surface of his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a huge amount of spiritual qi, and this is only a small portion. Zhou Xuanji inwardly sighed in amazement. He suddenly wanted to know where the old beggar had gotten it from. An hour later, he asked Jiang Shui to wait for him at his residence. He was about to undergo the tribulation, and he did not want to hurt her accidentally. Heavenly Revolution Golden Immortal was to transform one's inner pellet into a heavenly pellet and have 10 additional Dao patterns that contained the power of the heavenly law. Void Extreme Immortal was a transformation of the soul. In the previous stages, the soul was weak. Normally, if the body was destroyed, the soul could hardly defeat the enemy. But Void Extreme Immortal could refine the soul. Boom, thunderclouds gathered, and the heavens and earth turned dark. A vast heavenly might spread out. Even the divine Cliff City's disciples could sense it. Soon, people gathered. They looked at Zhou Xuanji from afar and cried out in shock. He's going to break through again. I heard that he's only 150 years old. A Void Extreme Immortal at 150 years old. Even if he's a first-class great emperor, it can't be this exaggerated, right? We don't understand the world of a first-class great emperor. This is a good thing. Our divine cliff will become more powerful. The divine cliff's disciples were looking forward to seeing how powerful Zhou Xuanji would be after his breakthrough. Before, he could already sweep across Void Extreme Immortals. After breaking through, would he be able to battle true gods? Yang Yutian appeared in the air and cried out, spread out and protect Zhou Xuanji. The disciples came back to their senses and surrounded Zhou Xuanji from all directions. They did not reject this mission. Zhou Xuanji was already the Divine Cliff's representative, and the Divine Cliff's future depended on him. The more powerful Zhou Xuanji was, the more powerful the Divine Cliff would be, and the more benefits their disciples would receive. If Zhou Xuanji died, the Divine Cliff would be devoured by the other factions. They would share glory and destruction. The heavenly lightning became more and more powerful, as if there was a terrifying existence rolling in the thunderclouds, causing all the disciples' hearts to pound. What heavenly tribulation was this? A lightning silhouette with 3 heads and 6 arms suddenly appeared above the clouds. He spread out his 6 arms, each holding lightning. He was 300 meters tall and looked like a god of lightning, looking divine and majestic. Zhou Xuanji looked up, and the thunderclap sword appeared above his head. He frowned slightly. This lightning silhouette was so powerful. Its aura was even more powerful than Tang Juetian's. Before he could think too much, the lightning silhouette swooped down. Tens of thousands of bolts of lightning fell, as if the sky was collapsing. It was extremely majestic. With a thought, Zhou Xuanji used Void Instant Kill straight away. The thunderclap sword shot up with extreme speed and pierced through the lightning silhouette. Everyone opened their eyes wide in shock. Such a fast sword speed. However, the tribulation had only just begun. Numerous lightning silhouettes were formed from the heavenly lightning. At a glance, there were countless of them, and they surrounded Zhou Xuanji like heavenly soldiers. Yang Yutian frowned and mumbled, "This tribulation is already showing signs of breaking through to true God. The more powerful the heavenly tribulation, the more powerful and talented Zhou Xuanji was." He was both happy and worried at the same time. At the foot of the mountain, in a dense forest, the muscular man brought Bai Hao Yisin and Feng Qiu to a cave. The muscular man said, "Mo Jiuqing, why aren't you coming out to greet your senior apprentice brother?" Bai Hao Yisin was incredibly excited and stared fixedly at the cave. He had long wanted to meet such a ferocious person like Mo Jiuqing. Feng Qiu, on the other hand, was very uneasy. He was afraid that Mo Jiuqing would go crazy and attack them. "Aoshi, why did you come to find me?" Mo Jiuqing's voice came from the cave with an indifferent tone. Aoshi was the muscular man's name. More accurately speaking, he called himself Grandmaster Aoshi and liked to take in disciples. Evidently, he had inherited this from the old beggar. Grandmaster Aoshi snorted coldly, "Can't we reminisce? You went to the northern wilderness region before. Can you tell me what happened there? Also, why did the demon ancestor's split soul appear?" A series of footsteps came from the cave, and the pale-faced Mo Jiuqing walked out. Chapter 468. The Xian court's disciples discovered the northern wilderness region and attacked, forcing a demonic cultivator to ask for help from the demon ancestor. "My sworn brother comes from the northern wilderness region, which is why I acted." Mo Jiuqing looked at Grandmaster Aoshi and replied calmly. The corner of Grandmaster Aoshi's mouth curled up, revealing a mocking smile. Wasn't his last sentence deceiving him? Xian Court. Interesting, even though the Xian Court and Xian Daoya don't have any relationship, their names are too similar, and it is precisely because there is no connection that it is so confusing. Grandmaster Aoshi touched his chin and muttered to himself. Mo Jiuqing could not deny it and did not reply. His gaze landed on Feng Qiu, and he seemed to be deep in thought. Feng Qiu felt his hair stand on end, and he instinctively hid behind Bai Hao Yisin. Grandmaster Aoshi looked at him and asked, "How about we team up and go to the Xian court? At the same time, let this junior of mine gain some knowledge and fight for some fortuitous encounters." Mo Jiuqing did not reply and instead said to Feng Qiu, "Your talent in the Tao of Fate is not bad. How about you join me? Poaching in public." Feng Qiu's heart thumped with excitement. Bai Hao Yisin asked, "Martial uncle, what realm are you at? Can you teach me a few moves?" Grandmaster Aoshi rubbed his forehead, feeling humiliated. Mo Jiuqing glanced at Bai Hao Yisin and said, "Your foundation has been damaged, and your temperament is unstable. It will be difficult for you to become great." Critical strike. Bai Hao Yisin almost vomited blood. Grandmaster Aoshi grunted coldly, "Mo Jiuqing, you still haven't answered me." The surrounding forest started to tremble as a massive might exploded out, causing Bai Hao Yisin and Feng Qiu to almost fall to the ground. Mo Juqing calmly replied, "When do we leave?" "Hanging court." His eyes flashed with killing intent. Grandmaster Aoshi laughed and said, "Why don't we go find that junior brother and go together? That's more interesting." Mo Juqing frowned slightly, feeling somewhat hesitant. That old thing must be with Zhou Xuanji. He knew the old thing didn't want to see him. The Divine Cliff. Zhou Xuanji had already endured the heavenly tribulation for 4 hours. All the Divine Cliff disciples were watching from afar. The thunderclap sword revolved at high speed, its aura surpassing that of a heavenly tribulation. All the disciples were dumbfounded. That sword, a sword that absorbs heavenly tribulation. That's not right. That sword is gradually becoming stronger. It wasn't this powerful before. This is the first time I've seen someone go through a tribulation like this. Who did Zhou Xuanji inherit his sword from? Ning Zifeng and Finyu Dragon King were the most excited. As expected of their master, he was too strong. Zhou Xuanji's magic energy began to skyrocket. He quickly condensed it into heavenly law celestial power. He wanted to transform his magic energy during the breakthrough. He converted all of his magic power into heavenly law immortal energy. Boom! His aura surged and surpassed that of a 10th revolution golden immortal. His entire soul was sublimating, and an indescribable transformation was taking place. He felt that everything around him had become illusory. Void extreme immortal. He was truly stained with the word immortal. Although most of the Void Extreme Immortals did not have heavenly law immortal power, their strength was already comparable to ordinary immortal gods. Ding! Detected that the sword owner has reached the Void Extreme Celestial Realm. Gotcha started. Congratulations, sword owner, for drawing Ancient Gazing, Wolf Ancestral Soul Sword, Gold, Evil Blue Sword, Heaven Trampling Immortal Boots. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. He was not too surprised. He had already guessed that he would get the ancient gazing sword when he broke through to the void extreme immortal realm. In the past 50 years, his luck had never been good. He was probably waiting for this moment. Information about the wolf ancestral soul sword appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Wolf Ancestral Soul Sword Level, Ancient Gazing Description, transformed from the ancient heavenly wolf tribe, contains the souls of billions of heavenly wolves, and can be used to form ancestral souls for battle. It possesses immense divine power, and requires at least a void extreme celestial mid-stage cultivation base to use. Transformed from the heavenly wolf race. Zhou Xuanji was quite shocked in his heart. How powerful would an entire race be if it turned into a sword? In addition, the evil blue sword had also appeared. He had always been thinking about the 7-colored evil swords, hoping that they could form the ancient demon sword. Evil green sword, evil yellow sword, evil purple sword, evil red sword, evil scarlet sword, evil blue sword. Just one more round. The heaven-treading immortal boots was a magic tool, so he could try it out after his tribulation. Use the Emperor's might to suppress the dermic powers in my body, and let the heavenly Tao's grace concentrate on the heavenly Tao immortal power. The old beggar's voice suddenly came to Zhou Xuanji's ears. Zhou Xuanji did as he was told. The Emperor's might was a type of suppression. It could suppress those at a lower stage than oneself. But all this while, Zhou Xuanji's enemies were very powerful, so he rarely used it. But after the old beggar appeared, he gained a deeper understanding of the Emperor's might. The Emperor's might could help in cultivation. He began to suppress his origin energy with the Emperor's might and let the heavenly law's celestial power fill his body. And so, the heavenly law's celestial power began to fuse with his bones and muscles. A while later, the thunderclouds began to dissipate. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji had already turned into a man of light. His powerful aura made everyone's heart tremble. Is this brat really just breaking through to void extreme immortal? Yang Yutian was shocked in his heart. Zhou Xuanji's aura was not far from that of a true god. Boom! Zhou Xuanji's aura exploded again. He suddenly raised his head and let out a long roar. The radiance on the surface of his body retracted back into his body, and his entire body was glowing with a faint radiance. He opened his eyes, and 2 rays of radiance shot out from his eyes as though they were real. Heavenly Law's celestial body. His body had completely transformed into an immortal body. From now on, he would be generating celestial power instead of celestial power. In other words, he was already an immortal god. A true immortal god. He was exhilarated in his heart, but his face was cold. The transformation of his body and soul caused his power to grow tremendously. Compared to before, his power grew by more than 100 times. This sense of power filled him with pride. If he were to encounter Lu Jingfeng a few decades ago, he would not be in such a sorry state. At this moment, his breakthrough was over. He sat down cross-legged and began to recuperate his qi. He stored the Thunderclap sword into the supreme storage. This time, the Thunderclap sword should be able to level up to Celestial Shaking grade, and there was hope for it to reach God Slaying grade. The lightning in its body had all been converted into heavenly lightning, which dealt innate damage to demons. The Divine Cliff's disciples discussed excitedly. They were all guessing how powerful Zhou Xuanji was now. Could he resist a true god? After that, Yang Yutian dismissed the disciples. He did not disturb Zhou Xuanji and left. The sky quieted down. The old beggar appeared before Zhou Xuanji and chuckled, "Brat, you are quite talented. This time, you can be ranked among the immortals." Ranked among the immortals. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and looked at him in confusion. At this moment, a beam of light descended from the sky and landed before the two of them. After the light dissipated, a tall man wearing silver armor appeared. He held a long spear in his hand and had a dignified expression. Zhou Xuanji has comprehended the heavenly law immortal body and can be ranked among the immortals. Now, follow me to the God Palace to meet the Master of Gods. Zhou Xuanji was stunned and looked at the old beggar instinctively. The old beggar nodded with a smile, indicating that he could go. Chapter 469. Zhou Xuanji flew up into the sky with the legendary general. They were extremely fast. Under the guidance of the legendary general, Zhou Xuanji did not feel the barrier of the first heaven. He could not help but ask, could it be because I have already cultivated the heavenly law immortal constitution that the restrictions of the second heaven are useless to me? If so, could he fly above the 33rd heaven directly? The legendary general replied, yes. But you can only go to the 9th heaven. You cannot go to the higher heavens unless you are more powerful. Of course, the higher heavens are inhabited by powerful beings. If you are not careful, you might be consigned to eternal damnation. I advise you to be respectful. As he spoke, he glanced at Zhou Xuanji intently. As a genius of the Center God province, how could the immortal gods not know of his existence? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought and did not ask further. A while later, they finally came to the 9th heaven. There was nothing special about the sky here. It was vast and boundless with blue sky and white clouds. It was relaxing and relaxing. The legendary general flew in front. Suddenly, a radiance glowed around him. Next, the space in front of them began to ripple. A group of majestic palaces appeared. The smallest palace was 30 meters tall, while the most majestic one was 300 meters tall. There were 2 300 meters tall statues of gods in front of the gates. Teams of divine soldiers patrolled the place. Zhou Xuanji even saw some fairies entering the palace playfully. The scene was as beautiful as a painting, like a dream. Soon, the two flew into an arched door and continued ahead. Most of the immortal gods along the way were cold and aloof. They did not even look at Zhou Xuanji. They continued ahead. They came to the largest palace. 8 legendary generals were waiting in front of the gate. The legendary general who led the way walked up and said a few words before signaling Zhou Xuanji to follow. The two stepped into the palace, and a powerful radiance flashed. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes instinctively. When he opened them again, he saw a gigantic silhouette on a platform in front of him. The Master of Gods. He wore a majestic silver-white emperor's robe and sat upright. His shoulders were broad, as though they could bear the weight of the world. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes seemed to hide 2 starry skies. Other than him, there was an old man in a white robe. His hair was white, but his face looked very young. The white-robed old man looked at Zhou Xuanji and said with a smile, "The youngest first-class great emperor in history. I finally meet you." The divine general who led the way bowed and left. Zhou Xuanji cupped his fist and asked, "I'm Zhou Xuanji, I wonder." The white-robed elder stroked his beard and smiled. "I'm Old Star Lord, and I'm in charge of the celestial positions in the palace. His Majesty is the master of all gods, and you'll become an immortal god in the future, and you'll listen to his orders." Zhou Xuanji's expression did not change, but he felt a little jealous in his heart. The so-called immortals and gods were also used by humans. He couldn't help but wonder who was stronger between the master of all gods and the demon ancestor. The fact that the old beggar had asked him to come meant that he hoped that he could receive the protection of the master of gods. "Zhou Xuanji, you were born in the northern wilderness region. After reincarnating, you retained the memories of your previous life. In this life, you have extraordinary talent and became a great emperor before 100 years old. Now, you are only 157 years old and have reached the void extreme immortal stage. Your talent is indeed powerful. We will allow you to directly become a 3rd-rank immortal god." The Master of Gods asked as he stared at Zhou Xuanji without blinking, giving him a great deal of pressure. He asked hesitantly, "Can you explain the difference between civil and military positions? The positions of immortals must be different from those in the mortal realm." Old Star Lord said with a smile, "A civil position is responsible for local incense offerings and astronomical phenomena. A military position is relatively freer. You can wait for orders and slay evil in the mortal realm. Both positions allow you to enjoy incense offerings in the mortal realm, provided that there are people in the mortal realm who believe in you." Zhou Xuanji thought for a while and said, "Then, I will choose the military position." He did not like the fact that the civil position was going to other places. He still had to help Emperor Sword Court and the Divine Cliff develop. "Follow me." Old Star Lord nodded and walked over. After that, Zhou Xuanji left the God Palace with him. The Master of God's expression changed. After Zhou Xuanji disappeared, he mumbled, "A first-class great emperor that even the great Emperor Dao Court and the demonic emperor want. What's his background?" He decided to observe Zhou Xuanji more. On the other side, Old Star Lord flew Zhou Xuanji among the palaces and explained the situation of immortals to him along the way. The factions of the immortals were collectively known as the God Palace. Most of the immortals came from the ancient immortal clans, but there were also acquired ones like Zhou Xuanji. Other than the immortals from the ancient immortal clans, the other immortals were not allowed to stay in the God Palace. They could only come up when the God Palace ordered them to. The God Palace would protect each immortal god and give them a salary, which was immortal spirit pills. Each pill contained massive amounts of spiritual chi. Other than the God Palace, no other place could produce them. Currently, there were more than 100,000 immortals and tens of millions of ordinary immortal soldiers. There was a fundamental difference between immortal gods and immortal soldiers. Immortal soldiers were not much different from cultivators in the Great Thousand World. Most of them did not have heavenly law celestial energy. With Old Star Lord leading the way, Zhou Xuanji came to a small palace. There was an elderly immortal god inside. When he saw Old Star-Lord, he immediately bowed to him respectfully. Register him as a third-rank immortal general. His name is Zhou Xuanji. Find out his identity first. Old Star-Lord said with a kind smile, which made the elderly immortal god open his eyes wide. Zhou Xuanji. The ancient genius who ranked 13th on the Great Emperor Steel. He took a deep breath and walked up to the counter. He pulled open a drawer and took out a bronze mirror. The bronze mirror began to reflect Zhou Xuanji's past. It was a scene of him going through a tribulation. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. What kind of monster was this boy? The heavenly tribulations he faced were not the ones he should have faced at his cultivation level. After a while, he took out a medallion and engraved Zhou Xuanji's name before handing it to Zhou Xuanji. Following this, Old Star-Lord brought Zhou Xuanji to receive Immortal Spirit Pills, 3rd-rank Divine Armor, and 3rd-rank Divine Weapon. Old Star-Lord's status in the God Palace was extremely high, and it was rare for him to personally receive a newcomer. Soon, news of Zhou Xuanji becoming an immortal god spread. Zhou Xuanji's name was like thunder to their ears, and they all knew him. I heard that boy became a 3rd-rank immortal general straight away. Why? How old is he? He already broke through to Void Extreme Immortal. Even a Void Extreme Immortal shouldn't become a 3rd-rank immortal straight away. As expected, talent is popular everywhere. The immortal gods began to discuss Zhou Xuanji. Most of them were not convinced of his position as an immortal. It was not like the God Palace did not have any first-class great emperors. Old Star-Lord stopped and said to Zhou Xuanji, "You can go back now. The God Palace will summon you through your immortal medallion. From today onwards, you are an immortal god. As an immortal god, you must act with integrity and must not harm living beings. Of course, if anyone dares to target you, the God Palace will protect you." With that, the Old Star-Lord disappeared on the spot. Zhou Xuanji played with the 3rd-rank immortal medallion in his hand and suddenly laughed. "I have another backer, and it's a giant one." Chapter 470. Zhou Xuanji kept the 3rd-rank immortal token and dived into the sea of clouds. He did not stop along the way. He passed through the 9 heavens and returned to the center god province. However, it was not the divine cliff below him. Fortunately, he was already a Void Extreme Immortal, so his flying speed was much faster than before. Half a day later, he returned to the divine cliff. He didn't tell Yang Yutian about this, but went to find the old beggar first. He told them about his trip to the divine palace. The old beggar nodded in satisfaction and said, "The master of all gods and that old guy Xing Chen really know how to behave. No, to be a god. A 3rd-rank immortal general is already a great favor for you. Remember, in the future when you are in the divine palace, if anyone with a lower immortal base dares to bully you, you have to act immediately. Because the heavenly rules of the divine palace are on your side. Similarly, don't antagonize existences with a higher cultivation base than you." Zhou Xuanji remembered these words, which meant that someone would provoke him. He asked, "How strong is the master of all gods? How is he compared to the demon ancestor?" In his heart, the demonic ancestor was a first-class existence. He stood side by side with the 9th Nether Buddha, the heavenly saint, and the old immortal. He felt that the old immortal might be the strongest because the old immortal could predict the birth of the heavenly saint. Of course, it was also possible that he was just good at divination. The old beggar glared at him and said angrily, "Focus on your cultivation. What's the point of asking these questions?" Zhou Xuanji curled his lip. "You don't know." Then, he turned around and prepared to return to his residence. "Wait, let's go to the forest where we were training. Someone is waiting for you there." The old beggar stopped Zhou Xuanji and said this before walking towards the divine cliff city. Zhou Xuanji was confused in his heart, but he still flew toward the forest. Passing through the thick fog, he arrived at the forest. He saw 4 people at a glance. They were Mo Juching, Grandmaster Aoshi, Bai Haoisin, and Feng Kyol. His expression didn't change as he walked up to the 4 people and asked, "What's the matter?" He looked at Grandmaster Aoshi. Who was this guy? Bai Haoisin crossed his arms and coldly harumphed arrogantly as he said, "Stinking brat, we're here to give you a fortuitous opportunity and a chance for revenge. Hurry up and kneel." Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and felt that his acting was quite good. Grandmaster Aoshi said, "My name is Tianhan, so you can call me Grandmaster Aoshi. I'm your senior apprentice brother, and we want to go to the Xian court to cause trouble. Do you want to come?" The true god that attacked the northern wilderness region came from the Xian court. Zhou Xuanji heard him and asked, "What can I get?" "Don't tell me it's just revenge." Feng Kyol sighed. The more he looked at Zhou Xuanji, the more uncomfortable he felt. Compared to Zhou Xuanji, Bai Haoisin was inferior in all aspects. Moreover, it was far inferior. Mo Juching said coldly, "You can take whatever you want from the Xian court." "Oh. So exciting." Zhou Xuanji looked at him and asked, "Are we leaving now?" The wolf ancestral soul sword required the cultivation of a mid-stage void extreme immortal. It would probably take several hundred years just by cultivating. He could only look for opportunities. The void extreme immortal realm was divided into 4 small realms: early, middle, late, and perfection. After reaching the great circle of the void extreme immortal stage, one could attempt to become a heavenly law true god. Yes. Mo Juching nodded. Zhou Xuanji said with a frown, "Give me some time, I need to make some arrangements." The 4 of them did not have any objections. Zhou Xuanji immediately returned to his residence and told Jiang Shui about this. Jiang Shui pouted coquettishly and said, You can never stop. You've just broken through and you're thinking about other opportunities. Come back soon, I'll wait for you." She also planned to go down to the mortal realm to see Zhou Shaoxian. The 2 of them spent some time together before Zhou Xuanji left. After coming to the forest, the 5 of them gathered. Grandmaster Aoshi waved his right hand, and Zhou Xuanji's vision darkened. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was within an orb of light. He glanced at Grandmaster Aoshi stealthily, feeling quite shocked. Just how powerful was this fellow's cultivation? It seemed that he was more powerful than Mo Juching, or else how could he be in charge of all of this? The Xian court has over 100 true gods, and the most powerful person was a first-class great emperor. Now, his strength is unfathomable, Grandmaster Aoshi said, breaking the silence. Grandmaster Aoshi said, breaking the silence and starting to talk about the Xian court strength. Zhou Xuanji silently listened and did not say anything. Since there were 2 big shots leading him, he only needed to focus on stealing things. Grandmaster Aoshi guessed that the Xian court was related to Xian Daoya, and this operation would most likely draw out Xian Daoya. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Xian Daoya comes from the great Emperor Dao court, and those people are all quite ferocious. This operation will leave the Center God province, so you must follow us. Don't get lost, or else you will die without a grave." Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows and wanted to ask why he didn't say so earlier. Was it too late to back out now? After Grandmaster Aoshi finished speaking, Zhou Xuanji looked at Bai Haoisin and said, "Why do you only have second revolution golden immortal cultivation?" This was quite heart-wrenching. Bai Haoisin almost coughed up blood and did not know how to retort. Grandmaster Aoshi coldly harumphed, "This boy is already crippled." Feng Kyol madly nodded. Mo Juching arrogantly stood by the side and did not say anything. On a wasteland, Xiao Hongjun and a man walked side by side. This man wore white clothes and a purple shirt. He had a handsome face and his hair was combed behind his head. His facial features were chiseled, and he had a big smile on his face. Hongjun, our Xian court has discovered the location of the northern wilderness. Before, a senior apprentice brother almost destroyed the northern wilderness, but he was stopped by the demonic ancestor. 50 years later, he finally returned. The Xian court plans to destroy the northern wilderness, and when the time comes, they will definitely force Zhou Xuanji to descend into the mortal realm. The man in purple smiled, looking very eager. Xiao Hongjun asked indifferently, who from your Xian court will act? When mentioning Zhou Xuanji, she felt quite angry. This fellow was like a cockroach. No matter how much she stepped on him, she would not be able to kill him. The second court lord will personally act, the man in purple said with a pleased smile. The purple-robed man smiled smugly. Xiao Hongjun looked at him in surprise. The Xian court's second court lord was extremely powerful. Was it worth such an expert personally acting to deal with Zhou Xuanji? Thinking about it, it made sense. A scourge would last for 1,000 years, and it was best to kill Zhou Xuanji as soon as possible. She smiled and said, "Is that so? I hope that when we go to the Xian court, we will be able to receive news of Zhou Xuanji's death." The man in purple chuckled and said, "Of course." He was filled with confidence towards the Xian court. In his heart, the Xian court was the most powerful existence in the world. Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating, suddenly felt the orb of light stop. He opened his eyes and saw a massive island floating in the sea of clouds below. There were countless demon birds circling around it, giving off powerful demonic qi. Even from far away, Zhou Xuanji could sense powerful auras. Very good, the Xian court's 3 court lords are all here. Today, we'll slaughter them. Today, we'll kill them all, Mo Juqing said coldly, his eyes giving off killing intent. Back then, the Xian court had suppressed him before. A python inscription whip appeared in Grandmaster Aoshi's hand as he said, "Do we forcefully attack, or do we have a plan?" Bai Hao Isin and Feng Qiu both looked incredibly excited, feeling incredibly expectant. After saying this, Mo Juqing swooped down. "I alone am enough." He turned into a ray of light and directly pierced through the massive island, and a deafening explosion sounded out. Chapter 471. Mo Juqing smashed into the Xian court like a meteor, causing the massive island to crack apart. Powerful auras exploded out, shaking the heavens. Who dares to attack the Xian court? Enemy attack. Seeking death. Kill him. Despicable, my house. Just who is it? How dare they? Furious curses sounded out, and following this, there were waves of explosions. Mo Juqing was completely unrestrained within the Xian court, rampaging about and catching the Xian court's disciples off guard. Looking down from the sky, Zhou Xuanji and the others could sense a wave of demonic qi rampaging about the Xian court incredibly quickly. Grandmaster Aoshi said, "Let's go down together. Don't get too far away from me." After saying this, the orb of light around them suddenly shattered, and the 4 of them dove down. Zhou Xuanji glanced at Bai Hao Isin and said, "Don't self-destruct again." Bai Hao Isin felt humiliated, and his face and neck became red. He did not have time to retort before Grandmaster Aoshi and Zhou Xuanji smashed through the roof of a palace, and he and Feng Qiu rushed in. Countless disciples rushed over from all directions, and all kinds of magic techniques dazzled everyone's eyes. Zhou Xuanji directly cast Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep, and 300 or so legendary swords shot out, all of them giving off silver light. They started to circle around Zhou Xuanji, forming a massive silver orb of light. Anyone who came close would be attacked by the legendary swords, and they were incredibly sharp. Bai Hao Isin and Feng Qiu kept their distance and closely followed Grandmaster Aoshi. The 2 of them looked at Zhou Xuanji, looking quite shocked. What a powerful aura! This boy's control over swords was becoming stronger and stronger. Bai Hao Isin felt quite bitter in his heart. He felt that he could not continue to wander around, or else Zhou Xuanji would leave him further and further behind. He had once been an invincible great emperor who had swept through the northern wilderness. Grand Master Aoshi. You're seeking death. A furious roar sounded out as a pillar of light descended from the sky, landing in front of Grand Master Aoshi. After the powerful light dissipated, a well-built man dressed in dark blue robes appeared. His body was like an iron tower, and he gave off a ferocious aura. He punched towards Grand Master Aoshi, his right fist flashing with lightning and sounding like a lion's roar. Grand Master Aoshi forcefully received this punch, and he took a step back with his right foot. Grand Master Aoshi laughed in disdain. Xian Court Second Court Lord, your strength has indeed stagnated. You really are trash. His chest shook, and he sent the Second Court Master flying. He raised his hands and sucked the Second Court Master toward him. Then, he raised his right leg and kicked the Second Court Master, causing him to vomit blood and fly backward. The Second Court Master crashed through many palaces and disappeared into the horizon. Tyrannical. Domineering. In front of him, the Second Court Lord was like a mortal, unable to resist at all. The other side. Mo Juqing fought with the First Court Lord and the Third Court Lord. He displayed absolute strength and suppressed the two court lords. Blood-colored demonic qi wrapped around his body, and his palms were like sabers and swords, sending two court lords flying. On the way, he also took the lives of the Xian Court's disciples. The white-haired great court lord's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, Mo Juqing. You will die a horrible death. He opened his arms, and the ninth heaven Xian thunder suddenly fell on him, and his figure quickly rose. Countless bolts of lightning exploded out from his body, filling the sky. He was even larger than the entire Xian court. Mo Juqing condescendingly laughed and waved his right palm. Countless blood dragons flew out from his palm and roared as they slammed into the great court lord, devouring the lightning on his body. His body blurred and came before the Third Court Lord, and his eyes widened. The Third Court Lord's gaze met with his, and he instantly became dazed. Puchi. The Third Court Lord's body was covered with blood, which turned into a blood mist and bound him. Mo Juqing raised his hand and grabbed his head, lifting him high into the air. The Great Court Lord tore through the lightning and blood dragons and quickly rushed over. Mo Juqing did not even look back. He turned and kicked out, causing the Great Court Lord's chest to cave in, and his body was sent flying back. Why, his power, the Great Court Lord thought to himself in shock, and despair covered his heart. The Xian court was finished. Zhou Xuanji used sword sect immortal ghost weep and darted around the Xian court, collecting all sorts of treasures. If Emperor Sword Court wanted to become powerful, it needed resources. The northern wilderness resources could not compare to the Great Thousand Worlds. The Xian court's disciples continuously rushed at him, but they were all killed by the legendary swords. Even Void Extreme Immortals could not block 3 of his swords. He was incredibly powerful. Rumble, Grandmaster Aoshi carried the Second Court Lord and smashed through the palace next to him before stepping out of the rubble. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Boy, didn't I tell you not to run around?" In his hand, the Second Court Lord's body trembled like a dead dog, and his eyes lost focus. Zhou Xuanji was inwardly startled. The Second Court Lord's aura was incredibly powerful, and he had never thought that he would lose the ability to fight so quickly. Just how powerful was Grandmaster Aoshi? You all, the Second Court Lord gritted his teeth and opened his mouth with great difficulty, wanting to say something. Grandmaster Aoshi's right hand suddenly burst into flames, burning his soul to the point that he did not even have a chance to reincarnate. Bai Hao Isin and Feng Qiul hurried over, feeling incredibly excited. This was especially so for Feng Qiul, his body trembled in excitement. Too powerful. He was incomprehensibly powerful. Grandmaster Aoshi looked in another direction and muttered, "That fellow has also finished his battle." As he spoke, Mo Juching rushed over with a gust of wind and stopped in front of the 4 people. In less than the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, the Xian court's 3 elders had all fallen. Zhou Xuanji inwardly sighed. No wonder Tai Chu Yudao had died at Mo Juching's hands, that fellow was so powerful. Mo Juching waved his right hand and countless blood-red clones flew out from his body and spread out in all directions. He was going to slaughter the entire Xian court. Zhou Xuanji did not say anything. The winner took all. This was how it was. The Xian court had wanted to destroy the northern wilderness. Back then, had they shown any mercy? Mo Juching suddenly stomped his foot, causing the ground to collapse. The others looked down and saw a spacious underground space, and deep within it was a glowing lake. At a glance, it looked like a silver river, incredibly resplendent and beautiful. So many Xian River Earth Core flowers, not bad, Grandmaster Aoshi said as he gave a pleased smile. Grandmaster Aoshi smiled with satisfaction. Then, the 5 of them jumped down. In the sky, Xiao Hongjun and the violet-robed man quickly flew. The Xian court is just ahead. When the time comes, I'll bring you to see the court lord and help you ask for some Xian River Earth Core flowers, the violet-robed man said as he smiled. The purple-robed man smiled, and he seemed very magnanimous. Xiao Hongjun nodded slightly and said, I wonder if your second court master has already set off. The purple-robed man pondered for a moment and said, soon. Recently, he has sent out his soul to search for senior brother Lu Jingfeng. Once he finds senior brother Lu Jingfeng's soul, he will head to the northern wilderness region. The 2 of them quickly passed through the sea of clouds and saw the hanging court island. They suddenly stopped and widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. The majestic hanging court island had already been shattered, and countless rocks and corpses floated in the air before slowly descending. There were special restrictions in the sky that allowed the island to float, and as the Xian court was destroyed, the restrictions gradually weakened. How is this possible? The purple-robed man's body trembled. He could not believe his eyes. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 472. Within the ruins of a palace, Zhou Xuanji and the others jumped out and landed on the ruins. Zhou Xuanji held a soul in his right hand. It was Lu Jingfeng. Lu Jingfeng's face was filled with fear, despair, and regret. He had never thought that Zhou Xuanji would come and destroy the Xian court. How could this be? In the entire Xian court, he was the only one left alive. This feeling of not being able to avoid death made him feel like he was going to collapse. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and said, You lost. He clenched his right hand tightly, and Lu Jingfeng's soul exploded. There was no possibility of him surviving. Although he did not know why this fellow still had a remnant soul, it was no longer important. There's someone there. Feng Qiu suddenly pointed at Xiao Hongjun and the purple-robed man. When Xiao Hongjun saw Zhou Xuanji, he looked as if he had lost his soul. She did not understand why Zhou Xuanji would appear here. Who are the 2 beside him? Mo Juching and Grandmaster Aoshi gave her goosebumps. It was as if she was facing her father. Grandmaster Aoshi sneered, Should we kill Patriarch Bloodbat's daughter? He raised his right hand and sucked the purple-robed man over. What's going on? No. No, 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 the purple-robed man screamed in terror, no matter how he tried to block. What welcomed him was Grandmaster Aoshi's raging flames. Amidst his blood-curdling screams, he was burnt to ashes. Xiao Hongjuan's heart was pounding with fear. She really wanted to escape. However, she found that she couldn't move. There was an invisible force binding her. She looked up and discovered that Mo Juching was staring at her. His gaze was extremely cold, as though there was an unforgettable hatred between them. Just kill him. I don't like the disgusting smell of blood. He did not have any enmity with old ancestor Bloodbat. However, He still remembered that old ancestor Blood Bat had mocked him in the past. Grandmaster Aoshi smiled and said, "Don't kill him yet. Old ancestor Blood Bat has his uses. Don't provoke him for now." Mo Juching snorted coldly before the five of them turned into a ball of light and quickly flew away. Xiao Hongjun was drenched in cold sweat as he stood rooted to the ground. At this moment, she was terrified of Zhou Xuanji. The resentment in the past had completely disappeared. After all, it was impossible for Patriarch Blood Bat to destroy the Xian court, but those two people could. She tried her best to control her emotions and made up her mind that from now on, she would never think about dealing with Zhou Xuanji again. She wanted to stay away from Zhou Xuanji. Jinx. An absolute bane. It seemed that no one who opposed Zhou Xuanji would have a good ending. The destruction of the majestic Xian court was the most terrifying example. The other side. Zhou Xuanji and the others began to discuss Xian Daoya. Grandmaster Aoshi frowned and said, "It seems like Xian Daoya has nothing to do with the Xian court." Bai Hao Isin coldly harumphed, "How is that possible? How would that bastard dare to show himself after seeing the two of you joining hands?" Xian Daoya himself was not strong, at least not as strong as Grandmaster Aoshi and Bai Hao Isin. Even if he appeared, he would not be able to help, so there was no need to add to the trouble. Zhou Xuanji did not interrupt. He did not have a good impression of Xian Daoya, but neither did he have much hatred for him. He still owed Xian Daoya a favor. Up until now, Xian Daoya had not really targeted him. Of course, if he had the chance, he would not let Xian Daoya go. Zhou Xuanji had already harvested many Xian River Earth Core flowers, and he could not wait to go back and cultivate. He asked, "What are your plans now? Are we going back?" Grandmaster Aoshi said, "I'll send you back first, and then I'll go see my revered teacher." Hearing this, Mo Juching tightly frowned and immediately left. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Grandmaster Aoshi shook his head and laughed, but he did not say anything. The four of them flew towards the Divine Cliff. News of the Xian court being destroyed quickly spread throughout the nearby provinces, and this shook the world. The various factions immediately thought of Mo Juching. The things that Mo Juching had done in the Center God province had long since spread. The Tang King clan and the Dao Heaven sect were not just famous in the Center God province. After returning to the Divine Cliff, Xian Daoya still did not appear. Grandmaster Aoshi brought Bai Hao Isin and Feng Qiul to visit the old beggar, while Zhou Xuanji returned to his residence. Before Jiang Shui had returned from the mortal realm, he gave Xiao Chan and Bai Suan 4 Xian River Earth Core flowers. He also felt that Fei Hai was pleasing to the eye, so he also gave him one. Following this, he found Yang Yutian and gave him some of the Xian River Earth Core flower seeds, leaving the rest for Emperor Sword Court. Xian River Earth Core flower. Where did you get it? Isn't this the Xian Court suppressing flower? Yang Yutian asked in delight. Following this, he felt a bit worried that the Xian Court would come to make trouble. Zhou Xuanji calmly replied, "I have 2 senior apprentice brothers who brought me to make trouble for the Xian Court and raze them to the ground." He gave a simple explanation of what had happened, but he did not say the names of his 2 senior apprentice brothers. Yang Yutian felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and he stood there in a daze. That was the Xian Court. They had been slaughtered even when 3 court lords were present. He immediately thought of Mo Juching. Could it be that Mo Juching was one of Zhou Xuanji's senior apprentice brothers? Thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji and Mo Juching's experiences were quite similar. They both had a mysterious teacher supporting them. He did not dare to continue thinking about it. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and turned to leave. Yang Yutian did not stop him and paced around the palace, feeling quite shocked. Zhou Xuanji came to Skyfall and gave the Xian River Earth Core flower seed to Huang Lianxin to plant. He then gave each of the other elders 5 Xian River Earth Core flowers. Everyone was curious about the origin of the flower, and he gave a simple explanation, which made everyone sigh in amazement. Deoya old man sighed and said, "This brat has a new teacher, I'm no longer useful." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and ignored him. After chatting for a while, Zhou Xuanji returned to the Divine Cliff and continued to cultivate. There were still 1,000 or so Xian River Earth Core flowers in the Supreme Storage. Mo Jiuqing and Grandmaster Aoshi did not think much of it. Bai Hao Isin and Feng Kyul each took some, and the majority went to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji once again immersed himself in cultivation. Within a month, news of the Xian court being destroyed spread to the Center God province. 3 months later, the Big Dipper sect was destroyed by Mo Jiuqing. The immortal gods moved out again to hunt down Mo Jiuqing. Zhou Xuanji was not summoned by the God Palace and cultivated in peace. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. With hundreds of Xian River Earth Core flowers, Zhou Xuanji finally broke through to Mid-Void Extreme Immortal. He couldn't contain his excitement. He could finally use the ancient gazing sword. In these 10 years, he had gained another 22 new divine swords. They were the Returning Void Sword, the Tumi Sword, the Setting Sun Sword, the Clay Embryo Sword, the Lingqi Sword, the Antimatter Sword, the Shrinking Steel Sword, the 9 Stars Spirit Embedding Sword, the Galaxy Mystic Dragon Sword, the Twitch Sword, the Trash Sword, the Edgeless Great Sword, the Clear Sky Sword, the North Dark Sword, the Thousand Kill Sword, the Judgment Sacred Sword, the Demon King Sword, the Illusory Sword, the Great Sun Sword, the Firmament Sword, the Primordial Heaven Sword, and the Song Chant Sword. The strongest was only at the Celestial Shaking level. There wasn't even a God-slaying level, let alone Armageddon or Ancient Gazing. Today, he could finally take out the Wolf Ancestral Soul Sword. He took a deep breath and left the vicinity of the Divine Cliff. He was prepared to head to a deserted place to test out his sword. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 473. After leaving the Divine Cliff, Zhou Xuanji landed in a mountain forest and took out the Wolf Ancestor Soul Sword. The sword was as wide as a palm, and there were many sharp hooks on both sides of the blade. They looked like wolf fangs, and there was a wolf's head connected to the hilt. It looked sinister and terrifying, and its eyes were blood red. With this sword in hand, Zhou Xuanji seemed to hear countless wolf howls resounding in his ears. Rumble, the surrounding forest shook violently, and the pebbles by his feet were shaken into the air. What a powerful strength! He felt that he could shatter heaven and earth with just a swing of his sword. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down so that he would not be so impulsive. He tried to use the divine power of the Wolf Ancestral Soul Sword. With a boom, the ground beneath his feet collapsed, and the surrounding trees were swept away by the wind into the sky. Zhou Xuanji's robe fluttered in the wind, and his expression changed. He quickly put away the Wolf Ancestral Soul Sword and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Even though he had already reached the mid-stage of the Void Extreme Immortal stage, he was still shocked by the power of the ancient gazing sword. This sword could not be used casually, or it would cause too much of a commotion. Then, he turned around and prepared to leave. "Stop right there. Kid, hand over your treasured sword." A cold cry came. Zhou Xuanji looked back and saw a man in white standing on the ruins, looking at him coldly. This person's face was grave and stern, and there was a baleful aura between his brows. He held a long sword in his hand, ready to draw it at any time. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and asked, "What if I don't hand it over?" Clang! The man in white drew his sword and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. In the blink of an eye, he came before Zhou Xuanji. His right hand trembled, and his sword stabbed out like a snake. Zhou Xuanji took out the 9-flame Chimera Demon sword and easily blocked it. His right hand was slightly numb, and he was secretly shocked. True God! If it wasn't for the fact that he had already transformed into the heavenly path immortal body and his cultivation level had reached the void extreme celestial middle stage, he might not have been able to withstand the attack. The white-robed man's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Zhou Xuanji took out dozens of legendary swords and unleashed Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep. Xiao! Xiao! Swoosh! The divine sword circled around the white-robed man in a frenzy, and he was unable to retaliate. His entire body was covered in injuries, and his white robe was almost torn apart. He hurriedly retreated, distancing himself from Zhou Xuanji. With a horrified expression, he gritted his teeth and asked, "Who the hell are you? To be able to control so many swords, and to be in the vicinity, you are the divine cliff's Zhou Xuanji." He cried out in shock. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand, and over 300 legendary swords appeared. His aura grew tremendously, and he quickly flew towards the white-clothed man. The white-clothed man was so frightened that his guts almost ruptured. He turned around and fled. Zhou Xuanji unleashed the ancestral dragon sword and swallowed him in one gulp, his aura devouring mountains and rivers. The white-robed man was spat out by the five-clawed golden dragon. He was in an extremely sorry state. All the divine swords were aimed at him, and he had no way to retaliate. Wait! I was wrong. I was wrong. I beg you. Please spare my life. The white-clothed man cried out in terror. A true god could not even withstand a single blow from Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji stopped and transformed back into his original form. The white-robed man fell to the ground, and a pool of blood flowed out from his body. Zhou Xuanji looked down at him and asked, "What will you trade for your life?" The white-robed man didn't dare to look him in the eye. He quickly took off his storage ring and said, "There are many treasures here. Do you want to take a look?" After that, he wiped off the essence blood imprint in the storage ring and threw it to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji took it and scanned it with his divine sense. He was quite satisfied. However, his face was filled with murderous intent. Just this much. The white-robed man trembled in fear. He was extremely regretful in his heart. Why was he so foolish? Since his opponent could control such a powerful enchanted artifact, he must not be an ordinary person. He gritted his teeth and said, "I know a secret. I can tell you." Zhou Xuanji looked at him coldly and waited for him to continue. "I found a demonic emperor cave abode, and there's a sword that looks like a divine sword in it. But it's too powerful, and I don't have the power to take it. I made a map, and you can find it if you follow the map to the mysterious dream forest." The white-robed man broke his sword and took out a map. Demonic Emperor Cave Abode. Divine Sword. Zhou Xuanji grabbed the truth sword and flew up to him. He pierced it into his chest and said, "Is what you said true?" The white-robed man replied instinctively, half true and half false. His expression turned into one of horror. "What happened?" Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly, "Tell me the truth." The white-clothed man was terrified as he answered truthfully. The map was real, and it turned out that there were many restrictions in that cave abode. Even a true god would find it difficult to break through. He had only seen the appearance of the holy sword from afar and had not truly touched it. Zhou Xuanji kept the map and decapitated the white-robed man, storing his soul into the Tianxia map. Since this brat dared to lie to him, he should not blame him for being ruthless. After storing everything in the storage ring into the supreme storage, he left with the map. Back at the divine cliff, he found the old beggar and told him about the demonic emperor cave abode. The old beggar took the map and examined it with a frown. "The demonic emperor did leave behind many cave abodes, but I've never heard of him controlling a divine sword." He mumbled to himself, and Zhou Xuanji listened quietly. A while later, the old beggar looked up and said, "The mysterious dream forest is a forbidden ground. The fog in it can make void extreme immortals lose their sense of direction. The demonic emperor went there before, but if you go, you might be detected by the demonic emperor. He might have left something in that cave abode. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said with a smile, "Why don't you go there for me?" The old beggar heard him and his face turned green. He was furious. He pointed at Zhou Xuanji's nose and scolded, "How can you order your revered teacher around like this? Do you understand your revered teacher?" Zhou Xuanji maintained his smile and stared at him. Finally, the old beggar gave in. He took the map and left while cursing. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. He then flew up into the sky and continued to cultivate. Although he had reached mid-void extreme immortal, he felt that he was not powerful enough to control the ancient gazing legendary sword. In the following days, he planned to continue cultivating. Until the Heavenly Saints Tao lecture began. A month later, Mo Juqing attacked the Buddha Ghost sect. This time, the immortal gods appeared quickly. Not all of the Buddha Ghost sect's people died. This shocked the Center God province again. How long was Mo Juqing going to go crazy for? If this continued, wouldn't he be attacked by all the top-tier factions in the Center God province? Most importantly, the immortal gods could not catch him yet. Immediately, everyone in the Center God province was in a state of panic. The respect that everyone had for Mo Juqing turned into fear. In their eyes, Mo Juqing was massacring the world with the excuse of revenge. When Zhou Xuanji heard about this, he did not think too much about it. When he ascended, he was suppressed by many factions. He did not even know who they were. Mo Juqing's experience back then was not any better than his. He must have made many enemies. This day, the old beggar came back and telepathically told Zhou Xuanji to meet him in the forest. Zhou Xuanji quickly came up to the old beggar. He frowned and saw that the old beggar's right arm was gone. His face was pale, and his eyes were bloodshot. Chapter 474. Damn it, I've been cheated. The old beggar cursed. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He recounted everything that had happened. It turned out that a portion of the demonic emperor's soul had been left in the demonic emperor's cave abode. While he was trying to snatch the divine sword, the demonic emperor's soul had ambushed him, causing him to lose an arm. Zhou Xuanji asked, "What about the saint sword? Is it true?" The old beggar glared at him and said angrily, "You don't care about me. You only have eyes for that sword." As he spoke, the old beggar took out a sword. This sword was a long sword made of bamboo. It looked very ordinary. "This is a divine sword?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He scanned the bamboo sword with his divine sense and did not find any spiritual chi fluctuations. It was a completely ordinary sword, a sword that even a child could make. Of course it's the divine sword. Your cultivation level is too low, so you won't be able to see through it. Keep it for now, you'll be able to use it in the future. I've already erased the demonic emperor's mark on it. I'm sure the demonic emperor is already furious. The old beggar snorted. Speaking of this, he also became happy. I'll go to the city to find something to eat. You can continue cultivating. After saying this, the old beggar left in a hurry. Zhou Xuanji sat down and observed the bamboo sword in his hand. The legendary holy sword looked like this. It was not as powerful as the stone sword he found in the Nether Demon Stream. At this thought, Zhou Xuanji took out the eyeball. The reason why he kept the eyeball was because he still remembered Gu Tianxiao's request. Gu Tianxiao left his eyes and waited for his resurrection. He tried to put his eyeball into the Tianxia map, but he could not revive Gu Tianxia. He glanced at the eyeball and the bamboo sword, deep in thought. Northern Wilderness Region. A purple-clothed youth with slightly dark skin landed in front of a small river. He drew his sword, turned around, and asked, "Who is it?" His name was Su Han, and he was a sword cultivator with great talent. He had already reached the 9th level of the nascent soul realm. An hour ago, he felt that someone was following him. However, he was unable to determine where the other party was. A wisp of black gas appeared out of thin air and circled around him, making his hair stand on end. "Who are you?" he asked in a low voice, and cold sweat began to appear on his forehead. He couldn't see through the other party, but he could feel an unprecedented sense of danger. TSK, I didn't expect your two souls to fuse so perfectly. The memories of your previous life have been erased. Interesting. A gloomy voice came from the black gas, and Su Han was baffled. Do you want to go to the upper realm directly? I can guide you in your cultivation and help you surpass the immortal realm. Su Han was not tempted. Instead, he became even more vigilant. He carefully asked, "Do you know my past life?" Over the years, he would often fall into a strange dream. In the dream, he was another person, incomparably powerful. That's right. In your previous life, your name was Ji Xian. You were adopted by me, so you changed your surname to Ji. You are very talented, but unfortunately, you offended a genius from the Heavenly Palace. Your father couldn't protect you, so he killed you. Ji Xian. Su Han's body trembled, and he fell into a daze. Follow me to the Great Thousand World. I can make you as dazzling as Zhou Xuanji. The most powerful genius in the northern wilderness region is Zhou Xuanji. You should have heard of him. The cold voice rang out again, causing Su Han's eyes to shine brightly. Zhou Xuanji. All along, he had been fighting for Zhou Xuanji's goal. He had always fantasized that he could stand before Zhou Xuanji and gain his recognition, or even be accepted as a disciple. He took a deep breath and asked, "What's your relationship with Zhou Xuanji?" When he was young, Zhou Xuanji saved him before. He did not want to be Zhou Xuanji's enemy. Nothing. I have always wanted to meet him, the cold voice replied. Su Han fell into a dilemma. He wanted to become powerful, but he was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would plot against him. But when he thought about how he could become as powerful as Zhou Xuanji, his heart burned with passion. Finally. "Okay, I will go with you," he said with gritted teeth. The ball of black chi engulfed him quickly and swept him away. Ha ha ha. Ji Xian, you don't know how talented you are. I will help you become a first-class great emperor. At the Divine Cliff. Zhou Xuanji observed for 3 days but still could not understand the divine sword. At this moment, he sensed something and took out his 3rd-rank immortal medallion. The medallion trembled slightly, and a voice came, "The Master of God summons you. Immortals above 5th rank, head to the God Palace immediately." Zhou Xuanji frowned. Immortal summons. Could it be to deal with Mo Jiuqing? He did not think too much and stored the divine sword into the supreme storage. After that, he flew out of his residence and soared into the clouds. With the 3rd-rank immortal medallion in his hand, he swiftly passed through the 9 heavens and saw the God Palace from afar. Immortals flew toward the God Palace from all directions. Each of them had powerful auras, and it was a majestic sight. Zhou Xuanji silently remembered where he was before flying towards the God Palace. Along the way, he heard the discussions of the other immortals. What's going on this time? His Majesty is summoning all immortals above 5th rank. Something big is going to happen. Could it be about Mo Jiuqing? It's possible, or it could be something else. No matter what it is, it must be dangerous. These immortals were not from the ancient immortal clans, so they were a little nervous. They were afraid that they would be used as cannon fodder. Zhou Xuanji flew into the palaces and continued toward the God Palace. Soon, he entered the hall and landed with the rest of the group. He was 1,000 feet away from the Master of all Gods. The Master of Gods sat on the throne expressionlessly. In front of him stood Old Star-Lord and a valiant-looking man in silver heavy armor. That valiant-looking man's aura was extremely powerful, and Zhou Xuanji felt as if he was facing Imo Juqing or Grandmaster Aoshi. All the immortals and gods did not dare to whisper to one another. They could only transmit their voices to one another. The atmosphere in the hall was very depressing. After a while, all the immortals and gods gathered. The gate of the divine palace was closed. Old Star-Lord said unhurriedly, "Recently, the demon race has been restless and seems to have reached some kind of agreement with the sovereign demon sect. His Majesty is preparing to suppress the sovereign demon sect." The immortals and deities were moved when they heard that. The sovereign demon sect was the overlord of the Center God province, and their foundation was even stronger than the Tao Heaven sect. They were naturally afraid. This mission will be personally led by Giant God Huang Hao. When the time comes, you must listen to Giant God Huang Hao's orders. Elder Star-Lord continued. The immortals turned to look at the valiant man. Giant God Huang Hao. A rank 1 immortal general, was a legendary figure in the Great Thousand World. Giant God Huang Hao was expressionless and silently waited. Also, we might encounter the Great Emperor Dao Court. The Great Emperor Dao Court's origins are mysterious, and even the God Palace is unable to investigate them. The Great Emperor Dao Court has many powerful experts. Old Star-Lord began to introduce the Great Emperor Dao Court, and Zhou Xuanji slightly frowned. When did the sovereign demon sect collude with the Great Emperor Dao Court? Also, wasn't the sovereign demon sect fighting with the demon race before? He felt that there was something strange about this, but he could not figure it out. After Old Star-Lord finished his introduction, he had the immortal generals leave with Giant God Huang Hao. Chapter 475. Zhou Xuanji followed the group and kept a low profile, while the immortal gods around him started to discuss. Is this mission really against the sovereign demon sect? The God Palace only controls the Center God province, but the sovereign demon sect is not there. They probably have other plans. You mean that the God Palace wants to expand? No matter what, with Giant God Huang Hao leading the army, we can be at ease. Giant God Huang Hao's strength is top tier in the God Palace. I wonder who is stronger, Giant God Huang Hao or the sovereign demon sect lord. Most of the immortal gods felt that this mission was not so simple, and it was most likely not as simple as conquering the sovereign demon sect. However, because of the God Palace's might, they could only follow. Not too long after leaving the palace, millions of immortal soldiers appeared in front of them, as well as many immortal gods from the ancient immortal clans. Giant God Huang Hao grew to 3,000 meters tall and raised his right hand. The space around him tore as a massive halberd with heavenly lightning appeared. It was even taller than his body, and the halberd blade looked savage and domineering. There was a silver gem embedded in the center that gave off a brilliant light. All of you, follow me to eliminate demons. Giant God Huang Hao raised his halberd and furiously roared. Following this, a black hole suddenly appeared in the space in front of him, and he stepped in. The massive immortal god army flooded into the black hole like a school of carps in a river. Zhou Xuanji was shocked by Giant God Huang Hao's aura. Just how powerful was this god? Compared to Mo Juqing, he felt that he was not any weaker and was even slightly stronger. Giant God Huang Hao's body flashed with lightning, allowing the immortal gods behind him to clearly see ahead. Soon, they passed through the darkness and came to another part of the sky. A bloody mist spread out and demonic chi rushed into the sky, making the entire world seem incredibly dark. Looking down, there were majestic palaces on the vast land, and countless demonic cultivators and beasts were scattered across the land. Seeing the immortal god army descend, the demon sect fell into chaos. What's that? The immortal gods are here. Prepare for battle. Everyone, take out your enchanted artifacts. Damn! Why are the immortal gods here? Such a terrifying aura. Who is that person? Heavens! Such boldness, the demonic cultivators were frightened by giant god Huang Hao. His imposing figure gave off a domineering aura of invincibility. Anyone who stood in front of him would be terrified. Giant god Huang Hao was expressionless, but his eyes flickered with divine light. He shouted, "Sovereign Demon Sect Leader, get out here." Boom! The ground within a radius of 10,000 miles collapsed, and countless palaces collapsed. Demonic cultivators leaped up one after another, their numbers uncountable. A stream of demonic chi rose from the ground, dispersing the clouds. A figure stepped out from the demonic chi. He had a head full of blood-red hair and was tall and sturdy. He wore a frightening black robe with several ferocious evil spirits embroidered on it. His face was handsome and his facial features were dignified. His brows were slightly furrowed, and his eyes flickered with killing intent. Sovereign Demon Sect Master. Mo Badian. He stared at giant god Huang Hao and said solemnly, "The Sovereign Demon Sect and the Divine Palace are minding our own business. What is the meaning of this?" He erupted with his aura. Demonic energy surged and occupied half the sky. He didn't fear giant god Huang Hao at all. Giant god Huang Hao said coldly, "Your Sovereign Demon Sect is colluding with the demon race and even has dealings with the great Emperor Dao Court. Getting rid of you is for the sake of the world. If you surrender, I won't slaughter the demon sect disciples. Otherwise, all of you will be buried here." 3 enormous silver dragons appeared behind him. They were tens of thousands of zhang tall and were extremely shocking. All the immortals and gods watched with excitement. Too domineering. Was this the legendary god of war? He didn't give the Sovereign Demon Sect Master any room for negotiation. Mo Badian was infuriated. He raised his hands and demonic energy rose from his palms as he coldly laughed and said, "Then let me experience your prowess." Hearing this, giant god Huang Hao ferociously swung his halberd and slashed out. A 300-meter wide rainbow light flashed out, creating an apocalyptic hurricane. Boom! Mo Badian slammed out with his palm, and an ocean-like demonic energy blocked the rainbow light. A terrifying might caused the ground below to continue to collapse, and the demonic cultivators and immortal soldiers nearby were directly swept away. A massive battle erupted. The immortal god army and the demon sect's army were like two floods as they clashed together. Zhou Xuanji held the two Armageddon legendary swords and slaughtered in all directions. He unleashed world internalization to absorb the demonic cultivator's magic energy and increase his own cultivation. Mo Badian and giant god Huang Hao clashed together. The two of them were like giant gods who created the world. Both of them were thousands of meters tall, and their attacks were incredibly powerful. The armies of both sides distanced themselves from them in case they were accidentally injured. Zhou Xuanji stood on the Windcutter sword and held the all-evil Yin-Yang Destruction and Holy Light Divine Shadow sword. Wherever he passed, no one could stop him. During this period of time, he encountered a true god, and in less than 10 rounds, the true god was killed and reduced to ashes. He felt incredibly excited. It seemed that he really had the strength to kill true gods. Before, the white-clothed man was too weak, and he did not dare to believe it. But now, he was completely convinced. If he took out the wolf ancestor's soul sword, wouldn't he be able to sweep across the true god stage? His lips curled upwards, and he laughed in high spirits. Many people from both armies noticed him. He had void extreme immortal cultivation, but he could easily kill true gods. No one could understand this. Could he be Zhou Xuanji? Yes. It's him. Apart from him, who else has such talent? Too terrifying. No wonder he could become a first-class great emperor. On the immortal god side, many immortal gods were convinced by Zhou Xuanji. On the demon sect side, More and more demonic cultivators surrounded and attacked Zhou Xuanji. "Brat! Don't be arrogant!" A loud cry came. Zhou Xuanji glanced over and saw a purple-robed old man with messy white hair charging towards him with an iron staff. His aura was extremely powerful, and the demonic cultivators and immortal gods along the way were all sent flying away. Zhou Xuanji laughed disdainfully and unleashed the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. A gigantic golden Buddha rose from the ground, causing the immortal gods and demonic cultivators to retreat in fear. In an instant, he became the tallest existence on the entire battlefield. 1,000 hands stretched out, each holding a sword, and they wildly slashed at the purple-robed old man. Boom! 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 The 1,000 swords slashed wildly without any technique, and the impact caused dust to fly up. Countless demonic cultivators were heavily injured, and some even died on the spot. Mo Badian, who was fighting with giant god Huang Hao, could not help but glance at him. "Who is that brat?" Mo Badian was shocked. He did not expect the god palace to have such a genius. He could see through Zhou Xuanji's cultivation at a glance. He was only a mid-void extreme immortal. Wasn't his battle power a bit too ridiculous? On the other side of the battlefield, Missouri Yuha also noticed the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. He immediately guessed his identity. "It's him. He's already this powerful." Mo Yuha's expression was unsightly. After the Ascender examination, he had already broken through to the early void extreme immortal. However, compared to Zhou Xuanji, he was miles away. Why? Why was he so powerful? Mo Yuha could not calm himself down, and he threw his fury into the battle. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji unleashed his might and ravaged the battlefield. The ferocious purple-robed old man was scared into hiding and did not dare to attack him again. Giant god Huang Hao furiously roared, and his aura exploded. Mo Baitian's pupils constricted, and he instinctively raised his palms to block. A massive sword of light descended from the sky and hit Mo Badian, causing him to howl in shock. Chapter 476. After being struck by the light sword, Mo Badian couldn't move at all. His expression drastically changed, and he seemed to be a little flustered. Giant god Huang Hao charged over with his giant halberd, startling him so much that he immediately dissipated into demonic energy. Following that, the light swords exploded, turning into countless light arrows that shot towards various parts of the battlefield. They accurately killed the demonic disciples, and not a single immortal soldier or immortal general was accidentally injured. Giant god Huang Hao's eyes turned cold, and a scorching light burst forth from his body. It was as dazzling as the sun. Countless demonic disciples clutched their heads and screamed in agony. Those with weaker cultivations were directly reduced to ashes. What is this? This light, so hot, it hurts. How could this be? Everyone, run. What kind of light is this? Why is it able to dissolve my powers? The devil disciples fled in all directions in fright. Even Mo Baitian's devil chi also fled quickly to avoid the bright light. Zhou Xuanji felt that this light was very warm. But seeing the miserable state of the evil cult, he could not help but be alarmed. What kind of divine ability was this? Giant god Huang Hao. My sovereign demon sect will definitely take revenge one day. Mo Baitian's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. His figure was filled with resentment and unwillingness that seeped deep into his soul. The ball of demonic energy revolved around giant god Huang Hao at high speed, showing no signs of stopping. The entire world was flooded with sunlight, and no one could fully open their eyes. Giant god Huang Hao, who was at the center of the light, was like a sun god, insufferably arrogant. One day. Where else can you run to? Giant god Huang Hao laughed in disdain. As soon as he finished speaking, the light around his body intensified. Zhou Xuanji's vision blurred, and he quickly closed his eyes. Mo Baiqian's miserable screams resounded in his ears, causing his scalp to go numb. It was hard to imagine what kind of pain Mo Baiqian was going through right now. The devil cult was in despair and fear. Even someone as powerful as their sect master was powerless in front of giant god Huang Hao. There was only one ending that awaited them. That was death. It didn't take long for Mo Baiqian's cries to stop. The cries of the devil disciples also began to die down. The light dimmed, and Zhou Xuanji forced his eyes open. He looked around and saw that the number of demonic cultivators had decreased drastically. Many of them were turning into ashes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before they died, their faces were filled with despair and fear. The giant god exterminating demons was like the might of heaven. More and more fiend disciples were reduced to ashes. The immortals stopped and watched the scene in silence. Giant god Huang Hao's strength had shaken them, and their emotions were indescribable. After a while, there were no more followers of the sovereign demon sect in this land. Perhaps there were some who had escaped, but it was no longer important. The sovereign demonic sect that had almost ruled over the Center God province in the past was wiped out just like that, no longer existing. Zhou Xuanji's heart was filled with excitement. Such mighty power really fascinated him. If he was this powerful, would he still need to worry about being suppressed by other forces? His heart was burning, and he couldn't wait to go back and cultivate in seclusion. The sovereign demon sect has been annihilated. Return to the God Palace. Giant God Huang Hao spoke. After speaking, a giant hole appeared behind him. He turned and walked into it, and the immortal gods followed closely behind. This battle could be said to have been decided by giant God Huang Hao alone. They all understood that the divine palace did not need them to do anything. It was just taking the opportunity to intimidate them. Anyone who wanted to betray the divine palace would first have to consider the gap between themselves and giant god Huang Hao. Zhou Xuanji followed, and at this moment, a voice came into his ears. "Brat, come here." Xian Xianghua. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. He turned around instinctively but did not see any trace of Xian Xianghua. He frowned deeply and did not know if he should believe it or not. Could it be that an enemy was luring him here? You will only believe me after I tell you the story of Marshal Tianping. Xian Xianghua's voice came again, and her tone sounded a little bitter. Zhou Xuanji was a little stunned. He immediately turned into a stream of sword light and flew away. The immortal gods were vast and mighty, and no one noticed his disappearance. Soon, he flew past the barren land and came to a beautiful place. Xian Xianghua, who was wearing a purple dress, sat on a giant rock by the lake. She was still wearing a veil, and her hair was black and beautiful. Her eyes were bewitching and cold, like a scorpion. Zhou Xuanji levitated in front of her and asked, "How have you been?" He realized that he could not see through her cultivation, which was a little strange. Could it be that her cultivation was higher than his? Impossible. Zhou Xuanji firmly believed in his cultivation speed. Xian Xianghua sat up straight, and her eyes curved into crescent moons. She said, "It's all right. After I ascended, I joined a demonic faction and wanted to control that faction step by step. I did not expect the heavenly saint to appear out of nowhere and was chased out of the Center God province. Just when we left the Center God province, we were ambushed by the fiends." She spoke tirelessly and casually, skipping over all the hardships and obstacles along the way. After leaving the Center God province, Xian Xianghua joined the fiends because of the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique. The person who created the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique was still alive. He had completely become a demon and was working for the fiends. Xian Xianghua was his descendant, so she was protected by him and successfully joined the fiends. This time, Xian Xianghua represented the fiends to discuss cooperation with the sovereign demon sect, but she was ambushed by the immortal gods. She escaped quickly and wanted to leave, but she saw Zhou Xuanji. "I can't resist my longing for you, so I called out to you," Xian Xianghua said faintly. Xian Xianghua said faintly, but the ridicule in her beautiful eyes made it hard for Zhou Xuanji to believe her. He snorted unpleasantly, "Because of you, it will be very troublesome for me to return to the Center God Province." He did not even know which direction the Center God Province was. Xian Xianghua got up slowly and said with a smile, "I'm just teasing you. How can I not know that? I asked you to stay because I have something good for you. It can increase your cultivation again. But this serendipity can only be used once." Zhou Xuanji heard her and became curious. Xian Xianghua lifted his chin and said with a smile, "My little husband, come with me." After that, she turned around and flew away. Zhou Xuanji followed closely behind her. Xian Xianghua began asking about his past. He did not hide anything and told her about his experiences after he ascended. Xian Xianghua smiled and said, "Seems like I'm luckier than you. I did not face as many dangers as you did. You are a jinx indeed. Wherever you go, you will encounter misfortune." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. "Can you not hurt my feelings?" The two came to a valley, and there was a portal stuck to the mountain wall in the depths. "This is the portal to the demonic world. You have learned the celestial devil rebirth technique. Disguise yourself with demonic chi later. After you receive the serendipity, I will send you back to the Great Thousand World personally. Don't tell anyone that you are from the Northern Wilderness region, understand?" Xian Xianghua instructed as she placed spirit stones on the portal. Zhou Xuanji was very curious about what serendipity it would be. He believed that she would not harm him. Could it be that serendipity was the reason why she could become so unfathomable? Soon, the portal was activated, and the two stepped into it. After passing through the portal and experiencing a period of darkness, Zhou Xuanji stepped out from another portal. The world before him was like hell. The sky was dark, and the ground was blood red. White bones were everywhere, and it was bleak and desolate. Chapter 477. Zhou Xuanji activated the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique immediately. Demonic chi surrounded his body. He looked at Xian Xianghua and asked, "Where are we going next?" Xian Xianghua looked around and said, "Just follow me. From now on, you are my guard. Without my orders, do not speak. Just act according to the situation. Understand?" To prevent Zhou Xuanji from being careless, she said softly, "There are many powerful cultivators in the demonic realm. Back then, giant god Huang Hao almost died when he descended to the demonic realm. You have seen how powerful giant god Huang Hao is." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He did not doubt this at all. The demonic ancestor's prowess was deeply ingrained in his heart. He could injure Mo Jiuqing even though it was not his original body. How powerful would his original body be? He might not be weaker than the heavenly saint. Even the heavenly saint only dared to occupy the center god province. If he was powerful enough, he should have taken over the entire Great Thousand World. Zhou Xuanji thought as he left with Xian Xianghua. The two flew swiftly along the ground. They encountered many demons along the way. Xian Xianghua unleashed her demonic might, and the demons did not dare to come close. Zhou Xuanji followed behind her and was shocked in his heart. This old demonic woman's aura was almost at the level of a true god. Just what kind of fortuitous encounter could allow her cultivation to soar so rapidly? They were silent along the way. They flew for about 4 hours. The two of them quickly moved forward and landed in a desolate valley. This desolate valley was formed by dozens of small mountains, and each small mountain was covered with caves. They were so densely packed that they couldn't be counted. Xian Xianghua brought Zhou Xuanji and flew into one of the caves. The tunnels inside extended in all directions, and there was no end in sight. The two traveled swiftly and went around in circles. Zhou Xuanji almost forgot the way he came. The stone walls around them had a special power that blocked out divine senses. Soon, they came to the bottom. This underground space was not very spacious. There was a stone statue that was half a meter tall in front of them. An oil lamp was placed beside it, which barely illuminated the surroundings. This stone statue looked like an ape, but there was something strange about it. Perhaps it was because it had 4 eyes. This is the primordial ancestor statue. It can completely stimulate the potential of any living being, and at the same time, it can help increase one's cultivation. How much one can increase depends on one's innate talent. Of course, after increasing one's cultivation, one can still cultivate, and their cultivation speed might even be faster. Any living being can only use it once in their lifetime. Once it's used, the primordial ancestor statue will turn into dust, and after a while, it will appear somewhere else in the devil realm. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up. It could stimulate one's potential. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Is it better to increase my potential earlier or later?" Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes at him and said, "Could it be that you want to take it for yourself and wait for the most suitable opportunity?" Zhou Xuanji chuckled and did not refute. The primordial ancestor statue cannot leave the demon world. Once it does, it will turn to dust and alert the demon ancestor. You can hide it, just like I am doing now. But in a few years, it will leave on its own, making it difficult to capture. Xian Xianghua said with a shrug. She had thought of everything that Zhou Xuanji could think of. This time, she went to the sovereign demon sect to find an opportunity to contact Zhou Xuanji. She had 2 missions to the Great Thousand World, but she did not have the time to look for Zhou Xuanji. This time, Zhou Xuanji finally came to her. Walk in front of it, bend down, and place your forehead against its forehead. Xian Xianghua walked up to the primordial ancestor statue and said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji walked up to the primordial ancestor statue immediately. He bent down slightly and pressed his forehead against the primordial ancestor statue's forehead. Boom! He felt an explosion in his mind, and his consciousness fell into chaos. In the outside world, his body gave off a brilliant radiance that illuminated the entire underground cave. Xian Xianghua's eyes were filled with anticipation. In her heart, Zhou Xuanji's talent was unparalleled. This time, how powerful could he become with the primordial ancestor statue? Shortly after, she sat down on the ground and began cultivating. Zhou Xuanji, who was beside her, sat down unconsciously and turned into a man of light. Surging spiritual qi flowed into his body. This place was far away from the surface, and with the special rocks, everything was peaceful. In a gloomy palace, a man in a loose black robe opened his eyes suddenly. His face was pale, and his eyes were blood red. His white hair was extremely long, even longer than his black robe. He looked like a malicious spirit. He frowned slightly and mumbled, "A first-class great emperor is using the primordial ancestor statue." The primordial ancestor statue had always been a legend in the demon realm, and people often used it. But a first-class great emperor, he knew all the first-class great emperors in the demon realm. Almost all of them had used the primordial ancestor statue. He closed his eyes and observed. A moment later, he cried out in surprise, "It's him." His lips curled up into an indescribable smile. After that, he closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Boom! Zhou Xuanji's cultivation suddenly broke through to late void extreme immortal. Xian Xianghua, who was beside him, opened her eyes and said to herself, "It has begun." In less than half a day, he broke through a small stage of void extreme immortal. It was really fast. Back then, it took her 7 days to break through. She could not help but look forward to what stage Zhou Xuanji would reach. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji fell into a mysterious state. He was looking back at his past. Starting from Earth and ending in this life. His physical body was transforming. He had the heavenly law immortal constitution, a first-class great emperor, and he had the violet demon monarch's heart. He was extremely talented, but these three qualities had not truly merged together. Another half a day passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to complete void extreme immortal. Strands of heavenly lightning surrounded his body. His aura was so powerful that the cave walls around him trembled. Xian Xianghua had no choice but to retreat into the cave and keep a distance from him. This guy, Xian Xianghua opened her beautiful eyes wide with excitement. She was an early heavenly law true god. Before encountering the primordial ancestor statue, she was enlightened by her ancestor and reached the early void extreme immortal. That was how she could reach her current cultivation. How high would Zhou Xuanji's cultivation be? She was filled with anticipation. Sometime later, Zhou Xuanji's consciousness began to awaken. He opened his eyes, and the primordial ancestor statue's monkey face entered his vision. My cultivation, he looked down at his hands in surprise. Complete void extreme immortal. The surging heavenly law celestial power gave him the urge to roar. He was addicted to the unprecedented power. Thump. 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 The beating of the violet demon monarch's heart resounded in his ears like the rumbling of heavenly thunder, shaking his soul. A purple radiance shone from his forehead. It was the nine-sword violet Tai Chi diagram. His cultivation continued to grow tremendously. This speed of growth was even more exaggerated than when he ascended and underwent the tribulation. While he was excited, he was also filled with fear toward the primordial ancestor statue. What was the origin of this statue? Another period of time passed. His cultivation reached the pinnacle and broke through again. Heavenly law true God. His soul grew stronger, and his divine sense spread out. His divine sense penetrated the ground and swept across the entire demonic world. Faintly, he seemed to see a pair of eyes staring at him. That pair of eyes was even more majestic than the demonic ancestors. Chapter 478. Analyze that the sword owner has reached the heavenly law true God stage. Gotcha begins. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained, Armageddon, True Sun Qilin Divine Sword, Gold, Evil Orange Sword. The sword spirit's voice came in Zhou Xuanji's mind. He was not overjoyed because of this because he was focused on his cultivation. Soon, the feeling of being watched disappeared. The heavenly law's celestial power in Zhou Xuanji's body continued to grow. His heavenly law celestial constitution was also transforming and growing more powerful. The violet demon monarch's heart began to merge with his body. His heart turned silver at a visible speed. Thump. 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 His heartbeat grew faster and faster, as though the world was exploding beside his ears. Such a heartbeat, along with the rapid growth of his celestial power, made him feel like he was walking on clouds. This feels so good. Just now, he felt that he was more than 100 times more powerful than before. The quality and quantity of the celestial power in the heavenly law had increased significantly. Especially the heavenly law celestial constitution, which felt like a mortal becoming a god. Xian Xianghua stepped back again, and a violent airflow blasted toward her face. She was shocked that he had reached the heavenly law true god stage so quickly. The primordial ancestor statue's upgrade had just begun. 2 days later, Zhou Xuanji reached the intermediate heavenly law true god stage. 3 days later, Zhou Xuanji reached the late heavenly law true god stage. The horrifying growth made him unable to calm down. He could not even stop to stabilize the heavenly law's celestial power in his body. The violent celestial power gave him an urge to destroy everything. It was very uncomfortable to have it stuck in his body. 6 days later, he reached the complete Heavenly Law True God stage. From the intermediate Void Extreme Immortal stage to the complete Heavenly Law True God stage. 6 levels of minor cultivation. Many living beings could not cross this threshold in 100,000 years, or even 500,000 years. The growth of his celestial power began to slow down. He was not disappointed but still excited. He was already satisfied with his cultivation. He did not even know how powerful he was. The radiance on his body began to fade, and he was revealed. His robe was not damaged, but his skin was glowing. Especially his eyes, which were brimming with vigor, seemed to contain 2 worlds. Xian Xianghua came to his side and asked excitedly, "What stage are you at now?" Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and replied, "Complete Heavenly Law True God." After reaching the Heavenly Law True God, he vaguely sensed all the information about this stage. True God. He could freely traverse planes and escape from the 5-element square heaven. From today onwards, if he wanted to return to the northern wilderness region, he would no longer need to use the teleportation door. Even if the teleportation door was destroyed, it would not matter. Moreover, when he descended to the northern wilderness region, his cultivation would not be suppressed by the heavenly law. No mortal realm was as important as a true God. This was the thinking of the heavenly Tao. The reason why his cultivation was suppressed before was because the heavenly Tao wanted to protect the mortal world. Very soon. Then, his cultivation stopped increasing. Everything returned to normal, but he felt that the celestial power in his body was so abundant that it felt like it would leak out at any moment. He took a deep breath and looked at the primordial ancestor statue. The primordial ancestor statue turned to dust at a speed visible to the naked eye. He turned to look at Xian Xianghua and asked curiously, "Where did it come from?" Xian Xianghua shook her head and said, "I don't know. My ancestor brought me to find it." He didn't know the origins of this divine statue either. It was said that it existed when the demon realm was born. Zhou Xuanji nodded, and the 2 of them left this underground region. Xian Xianghua brought him to the nearby teleportation gate and sent him back to the boundless world. She did not know which portal was the closest to the Center God province, so she could only arrange it as best as she could. But Zhou Xuanji did not care. With his current cultivation, he no longer had to fear anything. He was looking forward to how powerful he was now. He could dominate the heavenly law True God stage with ease. 2 hours later, the 2 of them came to a portal. Xian Xianghua looked at him and said faintly, "I have to go back and report the news. I can't keep you company. Your breakthrough might have attracted the attention of the demon realm. It's better to leave as soon as possible." Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, "Do you want to come with me?" He regretted it immediately after he asked. The immortal gods would not allow demons to enter the Center God province. Xian Xianghua put the spirit stone into the slot of the portal and shook her head with a smile. "I don't want to follow you. If I do, I will slack off. I want to become more powerful so that I can accompany you." After that, she gently pushed Zhou Xuanji into the portal. "Just you wait. Sooner or later, I will make you stay by my side." Zhou Xuanji's voice came from the portal. Next, the radiance in the portal dissipated, and his aura was gone. Xian Xianghua smiled and was about to leave. But just when she turned around, she saw a white-haired old man standing not far away, staring at her silently. This person wore a gray robe. The bottom of the robe was tattered as though it had been burned. His face looked ancient, and his eyes were turbid, giving off an aura of death. "Why are you here?" Xian Xianghua asked with a frown. She felt a little uneasy in her heart. The white-haired old man said, "I've been here for a long time. I want to see which first-class great emperor is using the primordial ancestor statue." His voice was hoarse and gave off a powerful aura. "This child is good. He's a good match for you." He continued to speak, which made Xian Xianghua's frown relax. After leaving the portal, Zhou Xuanji returned to the Great Thousand World. He did not know where he was, but there was no one in a radius of 10,000 miles. It was a good opportunity for him to test his power. Boom! He unleashed his aura, which shook the heavens and earth. The clouds in the sky were dispersed. The powerful celestial energy shook the ground, causing the ground to crack. He activated the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha straightaway and leaped up. It was still 30,000 meters tall, but its aura was completely different. Arms grew out from his back, and the golden swords in his hands changed. Each golden sword was surrounded by heavenly lightning and looked extremely domineering. He spread out his divine sense and quickly scanned across millions of miles into the distance. He saw many cities, countless demons, and cultivators. Soon, he caught some information. This was not the Center God province but the Qingxian province. It was only one province away from the Center God province. He deactivated the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha and flew on his sword. He suddenly remembered the two swords he obtained when he broke through to Heavenly Law True God. Armageddon Grade, True Sun Qilin Divine Sword. Gold Grade, Evil Orange Sword. He first took out the True Sun Qilin Divine Sword, and the sword's information appeared before his eyes. Sword Name, True Sun Qilin Divine Sword Grade, Armageddon Description, a Qilin nurtured by the True Sun is indomitable. It can swallow an entire ocean. Its body is forged into a legendary sword that can destroy the mortal world. The True Sun Qilin Divine Sword was silver in color. The connection between the hilt and the blade was covered with Qilin scales. The entire sword looked majestic. Although it was not wide, it was not thin either. It was extremely sharp. He stored the sword and focused his attention on the evil orange sword. He had gathered all 7 legendary swords. Evil green sword, evil yellow sword, evil purple sword, evil crimson sword, evil red sword, evil blue sword, and evil orange sword. What kind of ancient demonic sword would they form when they fused? Chapter 479. Sword Spirit, merge the evil green sword, evil yellow sword, evil purple sword, evil crimson sword, evil red sword, evil blue sword, and evil orange sword. Zhou Xuanji instructed in his mind as he flew on his sword. With his current cultivation, it would not take him too long to travel across 2 provinces to the Center God province. In the entire Divine Cliff, he was already the most powerful being. There was no need for him to be as cautious as before. Ding! Now merge the evil green sword, evil yellow sword, evil purple sword, evil crimson sword, evil blue sword, and evil orange sword. Sword owner, please wait patiently. The sword spirit's voice came. Merging the 7 evil swords required time, and he could afford to wait. He continued ahead. 7 days later. He left the Qingxian province and came to another province. A province in the Great Thousand World was much larger than the Northern Wilderness region. The Qingxian province was smaller than the Center God province. He traveled and stopped frequently to gather information. It was very easy. This day. He stopped suddenly. Around him was a barren land with few trees. A loud rumble came from ahead, and he saw a dozen cultivators attacking a black lion. The black lion was 3 meters tall and muscular. It looked mighty and agile, and it dodged the cultivators' attacks. Zhou Xuanji was attracted by the black lion because he could sense the aura of the heavenly law's grace in the lion's body. When he ascended and became a great emperor, he was baptized by the heavenly law's grace. This black lion was only a second tribulation scattered immortal. Why did it have the aura of the heavenly law's grace? Most importantly, the black lion did not transform. This devil is so stubborn. Catch him. We can't let him escape again. This dog always provokes us. We must not let him go this time. We can exhaust him. Yes, exhaust him. The cultivators gnashed their teeth, but the Black Lion was calm. Zhou Xuanji hid himself and watched quietly. After fighting for half an hour, the Black Lion cursed in human language, "You scums, do you have to fight so hard? I only stole some of your things." With this, the cultivators became even more furious. "Some things? You've almost emptied out our sect." An old man was so furious that his body trembled. The other cultivators' eyes were red. They tried their best to kill the Black Lion. Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile and prepared to leave. At this moment, the Black Lion suddenly roared. Roar! This lion's roar shook the heavens and the earth, causing the earth to shake violently. The dozens of cultivators surrounding it were knocked unconscious. Zhou Xuanji was also shaken to the point that his qi and blood surged, and his eyes widened. How could a second tribulation bodiless immortal be so powerful? He observed carefully again. The Black Lion began to search the bodies of those cultivators and soon took away all their storage rings and storage bags. It shook its butt and walked away proudly. Zhou Xuanji landed before him suddenly. The Black Lion jumped back in fright and shouted in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Zhou Xuanji stared at it and asked, "Where did you come from?" The Black Lion was enraged. It roared, and just like before, it shook the heavens and the earth. Zhou Xuanji's expression did not change as he continued to stare at it. The Black Lion was stunned for a moment before it fell into panic. As it retreated, it gritted its teeth and asked, "What exactly do you want?" Zhou Xuanji took out the Truth Sword and used Universal Attraction, pulling it in front of him. The Truth Sword stabbed into its body, causing it to howl in pain. "Tell me, where did you come from?" Zhou Xuanji said with squinted eyes. He pressed the Black Lion's head with his right hand and pressed it to the ground, immobilizing it. The Black Lion was terrified and replied instinctively, "My name is the Black Hole Exquisite Lion. I was born from the fate of the heavenly law." It opened its eyes wide and were filled with fear. Under Zhou Xuanji's threat, it revealed its true identity. The Black Hole Exquisite Lion was born from the fate of the heavenly law. Its true form was at the early heavenly law true God, but it was skilled in disguise. It suppressed its aura to that of a second tribulation scattered immortal to confuse its enemies. Zhou Xuanji was speechless and asked, "Is it fun to toy with the weak?" The Black Hole Exquisite Lion snorted, "This is the result of bullying a powerful cultivator." Zhou Xuanji fell silent and felt that it made sense. "Do you have a master? If not, follow me." Zhou Xuanji stared at it and invited it. The Black Hole Exquisite Lion was enraged and said, "Who are you? What right do you have for me to follow you?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "I'm Zhou Xuanji. Have you heard of me?" More than 300 legendary swords appeared behind him out of nowhere. The scene was extremely majestic, and the Black Hole Exquisite Lion was dumbfounded. A while later, he lowered his head and cried out, "Greetings, Master." How could he not have heard of Zhou Xuanji's name? The youngest first-class Great Emperor. A 10th Revolution Golden Immortal who could dominate the Void Extreme Immortal stage. His talent was so great that it was as though he was making it up. Zhou Xuanji smiled and sat on his back. He stored the Truth Sword and instructed, "Head to the Center God Province." The Black Hole Exquisite Lion immediately leaped into the air in excitement. "Master, what's your cultivation stage now?" he asked carefully. According to the rumors, Zhou Xuanji was most likely above the Mid-Void Extreme Immortal. Or else, how could he suppress him? Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, "Complete heavenly law true God." The Black Hole Exquisite Lion opened his eyes wide again, and his body trembled. 5 days later, Zhou Xuanji and the Black Hole Exquisite Lion finally flew into the Center God Province. Just when they entered, the third-rank Immortal Medallion vibrated. He took out the third-rank Immortal Medallion, and Old Star-Lord's voice came from it. Third-rank Immortal General Zhou Xuanji, head to the God Palace quickly and meet the Master of Gods. The Black Hole Exquisite Lion was stunned and asked in astonishment, "You are a third-rank Immortal General?" He was in a state of confusion. If he remembered correctly, Zhou Xuanji was not even 200 years old. Not only was he a first-class Great Emperor, but he was also a complete Heavenly Law True God. The most unbelievable thing was that he was a third-rank Immortal General. He was overjoyed in his heart. Only by following such a master would he have a bright future. Zhou Xuanji nodded and flew into the sky with the Black Hole Exquisite Lion. He enveloped the Black Hole Exquisite Lion with his celestial energy. Within 5 breaths' time, he was teleported to the 9th heaven. The Black Hole Exquisite Lion was shocked again. Zhou Xuanji's magic energy made him revere the way an ordinary person would when facing an immortal god. He was also a Heavenly Law True God, but why was the gap between them so huge? Zhou Xuanji brought him to the gate of the God Palace and asked him to wait there. The immortal soldiers guarding the gate sized up the Black Hole Exquisite Lion curiously. Zhou Xuanji flew toward the God Palace swiftly. Ding! The evil green sword, evil yellow sword, evil purple sword, evil crimson sword, evil scarlet sword, evil blue sword, and evil orange sword have successfully fused. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ancient Gazing, 7 Emotions Evil Sword. The sword spirit's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Then, 3 lines of small words appeared in front of him. Sword name, 7 Emotions Evil Sword Level, Ancient Gazing Description, formed by the fusion of 7 colored evil swords. It represents 7 kinds of emotions: joy, anger, worry, yearning, sorrow, fear, and shock. The 7 Emotions Demonic Sword can absorb these 7 kinds of emotions to become stronger. This demonic sword contains terrifying power. Only mid-stage Heavenly Law Real God can use it. Chapter 480. Ancient Gazing. 7 Emotions Evil Sword. And it could continue to grow stronger. Zhou Xuanji was pleasantly surprised. Now that he had 2 Ancient Gazing legendary swords, his power would surely grow tremendously. However, he was about to head for the Divine Energy Technique, so it was not convenient for him to take it out. Soon, he came to the God Palace's gate. Just when he was about to speak, the gate opened, and Old Star-Lord's voice came. "Come in." Zhou Xuanji stepped in without any change in expression. When the Immortal God army retreated, he was left behind, which would inevitably arouse the Immortal God's suspicions. Anyway, he did not betray the God Palace, so he spoke with confidence. After entering the palace, he saw the Master of Gods and Old Star-Lord staring at him. Giant God Huang Hao was there too, but his back was facing him. Zhou Xuanji walked up and bowed with cupped fists. Complete Heavenly Law True God. How can it be? Old Star-Lord opened his eyes wide in shock. His voice was trembling. The Master of God squinted his eyes, and Giant God Huang Hao turned around to look at him. Facing the gazes of the 3 God Palace powerhouses, Zhou Xuanji was very calm. "Tell me, where have you been?" Old Star-Lord urged. It took him less than 2 months to go from mid-void extreme immortal to complete Heavenly Law True God. It was ridiculous. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything. As for Xian Xianghua, he used an old friend as an example. After he finished speaking, Giant God Huang Hao snorted coldly. "You colluded with the demons." He stared at Zhou Xuanji and asked with a deep voice. His eyes were filled with immense pressure. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "This is called collusion. You have a chance to become more powerful, and you don't want to do it. Moreover, I did not help in the battle against the sovereign demon sect. Other than you, I should be the one with the greatest achievements among the immortal gods." He activated the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha and killed many demonic disciples. Giant God Huang Hao frowned and fell into deep thought. The Master of God said, "The primordial ancestor statue has a long history. This emperor has heard about it too. This is Zhou Xuanji's serendipity and the God Palace's fortune. With his talent, he should be able to fight against Universe Heaven Level 1 cultivators." Universe Heaven. Zhou Xuanji remembered this name. It should be the realm above heavenly law, true God. The Elder Star Lord stroked his beard and smiled. "Yes, Your Majesty. This kind of genius should become the symbol of the Divine Palace. In the future, he should be sent out on missions frequently and be nurtured into the next giant god." The Master of Gods nodded and said, "From today onwards, Zhou Xuanji is a second-ranked divine general and can receive a title. What do you want to be called?" The title of the Divine Palace was not simple. It would be recognized by the heavenly path. For example, Giant God Huang Hao. Huang Hao represented an emperor, and his domineering aura during battle was supported by the heavenly Tao. Zhou Xuanji directly replied, "Sword Emperor." He didn't need a fancy title, he just wanted to be a Sword Emperor. The Emperor of the Way of the Sword, the only Sword Emperor. The Master of all Gods smiled and said, "Very well." After that, his sonorous voice resounded through the world. "As the Master of Gods, I confer Zhou Xuanji the title of second-rank Immortal General. In the name of the heavenly law, I grant Zhou Xuanji the title of Sword Emperor." The entire Center God province and the surrounding states could hear his voice. Boom! The whole world was shocked. What was going on? Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. How did Zhou Xuanji hook up with the Master of all Gods? Awesome! A Sword Emperor recognized by the heavenly law. All along, there have been all kinds of Sword Emperors in the Great Thousand World. Zhou Xuanji is the first Sword Emperor recognized by the heavenly law. He's going to force those seniors in the Sword's Way to their deaths. Zhou Xuanji has already become a god. Everyone was shocked. The Divine Cliff was the most excited. All of their disciples were cheering the Sword Emperor's name. In the residence, Jiang Shui and Zhou Shaoxian sat in the courtyard. Their faces were filled with surprise. He did it indeed. Jiang Shui mumbled to herself. Her eyes were filled with admiration and pride. A long time ago, Zhou Xuanji said that he wanted to be the Sword Emperor, the only Sword Emperor. And now, he was halfway there. Zhou Shaoxian said excitedly, "Father is too powerful. Can I become a god in the future too?" In the Cliff Lord Palace, Yang Yutian burst out laughing uncontrollably. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to become a powerful ally so quickly. After the Master of all Gods granted Zhou Xuanji the title of Sword Emperor, a beam of light penetrated the Divine Palace and landed on Zhou Xuanji. The heavenly law's blessing. His cultivation did not increase, but his emperor's might grew. Giant God Huang Hao mumbled, "The primordial ancestor statue can increase one's cultivation by so much." The Master of Gods and the Old Star Lord smiled when they heard that. It was not because of the primordial ancestor statue. It was because Zhou Xuanji's talent was too exaggerated. After the heavenly law's grace disappeared, Zhou Xuanji's emperor's might grew more than 10 times stronger. The Master of all Gods said, "Old Lord, bring him down to exchange for the immortal badge and armor." Old Star Lord bowed and left with Zhou Xuanji. Only the Master of all Gods and Giant God Huang Hao were left in the palace. "How much do you think he will grow?" The Master of all Gods spoke slowly. His eyes turned deep. Giant God Huang Hao was silent for a while before he said, "If he can continue to serve the God Palace, he will at least be the next Divine Lord Ji." Divine Lord Ji. The Master of all Gods sighed for some reason. Under the old Star Lord's guidance, Zhou Xuanji exchanged for a second-rank Immortal General badge and a second-rank Immortal Grade Silver Dragon armor. Along the way, old Star Lord spoke to him about the God Palace's past and instilled in him the greatness of the God Palace. Zhou Xuanji only listened and did not take it to heart. After parting with old Star Lord, he came to the Divine Gate and found the Black Hole Exquisite Lion. Too powerful. The Sword Emperor recognized by the heavenly law. And you have leveled up to second-rank Immortal General. The Black Hole Exquisite Lion was exhilarated and shouted loudly, which made the other immortal soldiers look at Zhou Xuanji with admiration and envy. How long had it been since Zhou Xuanji joined the God Palace? He became a second-rank Immortal General in less than 100 years. They could only look up to him. Zhou Xuanji sat on the Black Hole Exquisite Lion's back and slapped his head. "Shut up and go down," he scolded with a smile. The Black Hole Exquisite Lion chuckled before he jumped into the sea of clouds and disappeared. Among the peaks, Grandmaster Aoshi sat in front of Baihao Isin and Feng Qiu. He sighed, "Look at him, then look at you." Sigh. Baihao Isin's face turned green. Facing Zhou Xuanji, he had no temper at all. He finally wanted to catch up with Zhou Xuanji, but Zhou Xuanji obtained the title of Sovereign Heavenly Law straight away. Moreover, he was a second-rank Immortal General. This made him feel discouraged immediately. Feng Qiu sighed as well. His sigh made Baihao Isin even sadder. At this moment, Mo Juqing suddenly appeared before Grandmaster Aoshi. He was covered in blood, and even his white hair was stained by the blood. "Tianhan, I need your help," he said with a dark face. Baihao Isin and Feng Qiu were shocked. Mo Juqing was injured. "What is it?" Grandmaster Aoshi asked with a frown. Mo Juqing said, "I found out where Divine Lord Ji is hiding. Let's work together to kill him." At the mention of Divine Lord Ji, fury and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Grandmaster Aoshi did not agree immediately and was a little hesitant. Divine Lord Ji was unfathomable. No one knew how powerful he was. He did not want to offend him easily. Chapter 481. Why? You're afraid of Divine Lord Ji. Mo Juqing snorted coldly, sounding displeased. Grandmaster Aoshi said helplessly, "Look at how many enemies you have made. Are you only satisfied when the entire world becomes your enemy? If you're really invincible, then so be it. But you're already powerful enough to deal with Divine Lord Ji. How far away are you from being invincible?" Mo Juqing was silent, looking displeased. To him, it was fine if Grandmaster Aoshi did not help. Was there a need to push him? "You can empathize with me. I've endured for 600,000 years. I even died once, unlike you. You were raised by your revered teacher, and no one dared to offend you," he snorted coldly. He snorted coldly and disappeared into thin air after he finished speaking. Grandmaster Aoshi sighed. He felt a little melancholic. Among his apprentice brothers, he had the best relationship with Mo Juqing. They often helped each other and risked their lives. 500,000 years ago, Mo Juqing was betrayed by many and was hunted down by countless powerful cultivators. He did not help then, and he did not help now either. He felt bad, but reality was reality. If he helped Mo Juqing kill Divine Lord Ji, not to mention if he could succeed, who would be next? Revenge breeds revenge. Baihao Isin's voice came, "Revered teacher, you are not loyal enough. It was the same before. I was suffering in the mortal realm, and you did not help." Grandmaster Aoshi's fury was ignited. He could not be angry with Mo Juqing, but he could do whatever he wanted with Baihao Isin. He stood up straight away and came up to Baihao Isin. He lifted his ankle and lashed him on the ground like a whip. "Damn! You, After returning to the Divine Cliff, Zhou Xuanji brought the Black Hole Exquisite Lion back to his residence. Along the way, every disciple looked at him with fanatical admiration. The Black Hole Exquisite Lion was so arrogant that his head almost reached the sky. What? He's a heavenly law true god. Zhou Xiaoxian opened her eyes wide in disbelief. She circled around the Black Hole Exquisite Lion and observed him carefully. The Black Hole Exquisite Lion shouted, "Even the sky will be torn apart by my roar." Jiang Shui covered her mouth and giggled. He looks like the little black snake. I wonder who will be more arrogant if they fight. Zhou Xiaoxian smiled and said, "Little Black only bullies the weak and fears the strong. He definitely wouldn't dare to be arrogant." Zhou Xuanji held Jiang Shui's hand and walked to the side. He told her about what happened earlier. Jiang Shui blinked her eyes and said, "Should I learn from her and separate from you first, and look for you after I become stronger?" Zhou Xuanji stared at her and snorted, "You dare." The two flirted as if no one else was around, and Zhou Xiaoxian rolled her eyes. The Black Hole Exquisite Lion was lying on the ground, ready to rest. Xiao Chan and Bai Suan suddenly ran over. Upon seeing Bai Suan, the Black Hole Exquisite Lion jumped up in fright. "Nine Heavens godly snake!" It cried out in terror as if it had met its natural enemy. Bai Suan flicked her tongue and smiled, "Hello, my name is Bai Suan." The Black Hole Exquisite Lion was so scared that his whole body trembled. He did not dare to reply, and his mind was blank. He looked around, afraid that other 9 heaven mystical snakes would appear. After that, Yang Yutian personally came to visit. He asked Zhou Xuanji how he became a god, and Zhou Xuanji did not hide it from him. After knowing that Zhou Xuanji had cultivated the heavenly law immortal constitution and that his cultivation had reached complete heavenly law true god, he felt like he was struck by lightning and could not come to his senses for a long time. Zhou Xuanji had surpassed him in terms of cultivation stage. While he was pleasantly surprised, he was also filled with frustration. He called himself a genius, but compared to Zhou Xuanji, he could not be any more mediocre. After chatting for a while, Yang Yutian calmed himself down and left. Zhou Xuanji becoming more powerful was a good thing for the Divine Cliff. As long as he did not compare himself with Zhou Xuanji, he would feel better. Look at how many people lost their confidence because of you. Jiang Shui tapped Zhou Xuanji's forehead and shook her head with a smile. Zhou Xuanji hugged her and asked, "What about you?" Jiang Shui opened her eyes wide and asked with a dangerous tone, "What? You still want to discourage me?" Zhou Xiaoxian covered her forehead. "It's starting again. Is there an end?" In the next month, more and more factions came to visit the Divine Cliff. All of them brought generous gifts to curry favor with the Divine Cliff. Zhou Xuanji was extremely talented, and he was a second-rank immortal general in the God Palace. The Divine Cliff's future was bright, and no one dared to target Zhou Xuanji anymore. Even the Master of Gods favored Zhou Xuanji so much. How could they dare to act rashly? This day, Mo Jiqing suddenly came to find Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was listening to the old beggar's teachings in the forest. Once he appeared, the old beggar shut up. Humph! The old beggar snorted coldly. He folded his arms and turned around. Zhou Xuanji was amused. Mo Jiqing stared at Zhou Xuanji and said, "I'm not looking for him. I'm looking for you." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Did this guy set his eyes on another faction? I want to deal with Divine Lord Ji. If you can help me, I will accompany you to the Cloud Devil Pool to get the Divine Sword, Mo Jiqing said straightforwardly. Hearing the word Saint Sword, Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed. Magistrate Cui said that the Divine Sword could help him soar into the sky. But until now, he had not realized how powerful the Divine Sword was. If he could have another Divine Sword, things might be different. Okay. Zhou Xuanji agreed straight away. Back then, Divine Lord Ji's subordinates came to cause trouble for him. He still remembered that. The old beggar turned around and said, Divine Lord Ji's power is unfathomable. Be careful. He looked at Mo Juqing and said coldly, you must bring him back alive. Or else, don't blame me for being rude to you. Mo Juqing was not angry. He nodded lightly and waved his right hand. Demonic chi rose and swept Zhou Xuanji away. Looking at the direction where the two of them left, the old beggar smiled strangely. Very good. You two are birds of a feather. Just when they entered the demonic chi, Zhou Xuanji asked Mo Juqing to bring the black hole exquisite lion along. This guy had the aura of the heavenly law and might be able to help them. He sat down and asked curiously, how powerful is Divine Lord Ji? He was no longer the same as before. Facing the mysterious Divine Lord Ji, he had an urge to try. The black hole exquisite lion opened his eyes wide and said with a trembling voice, you are going to deal with Divine Lord Ji. Let me go back. Zhou Xuanji stared at him, and he dared not to speak anymore. With his back facing Zhou Xuanji, Mo Juqing replied, very powerful. Not only him, but the 10 ghost grandmasters around him are also very powerful. When the time comes, you will deal with the 10 ghost grandmasters, and I will deal with Divine Lord Ji. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, oh. It seems that you have a lot of confidence in me. He wanted to know how powerful he was too. I can sense that you are very powerful. Mo Juqing replied and did not speak anymore. Zhou Xuanji did the same and began to cultivate in peace. He had 2 ancient gazing legendary swords, so there was no reason for him to be afraid. This time, he wanted to test his limits. 2 days later, Mo Juqing stopped, and Zhou Xuanji and the black hole exquisite lion landed. The demonic chi dispersed, and they could see their surroundings clearly. There were volcanoes all around them. Rivers of lava covered the surface of the ground in a complicated pattern. A scorching aura permeated the air, and even the sky was painted red. I recommend a very good book, The Devil King of the City, written by Happier Heyo. Don't miss it. Chapter 482. At the bottom of a volcano, deep underground, there was a stone palace. Inside the hall, Su Han was meditating and cultivating. A black figure was sitting on the main seat in front of him. This black shadow was in the shape of a human, but its body was like black smoke, constantly fluttering. He was Divine Lord Ji. Very good. This technique suits you very well. Only a pair of eyes could be seen in the black shadow, sharp and cold. Su Han opened his eyes and said with a frown, this energy technique is domineering indeed, but when can I catch up to Zhou Xuanji? He's already a sword emperor. You also said that one has to surpass the heavenly law true God to be qualified to become a rank 2 immortal general. Divine Lord Ji replied calmly, you have your own path of growth. You should not be arrogant or rash, and don't look at others. Zhou Xuanji climbed up with serendipity, and his foundation is not stable. Something will happen to him sooner or later. But you are different. I want you to work steadily and become stronger step by step. Su Han thought about it and felt that it made sense. Bang! A world-shaking explosion came from the ground. Immediately after, Mo Juqing's furious roar sounded. Divine Lord Ji. Come out and accept your death. When Divine Lord Ji heard that, he squinted his eyes and humphed coldly. That bastard is here again. This time, I must bury him here. With that, he disappeared from the seat of honor. Su Han closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. This was not the first time Mo Juqing had come here, but he had been forced back. This time would not be an exception. On the ground, Mo Juqing floated high in the sky, his body wrapped in tornado-like demonic chi. Behind him stood a golden Buddha that was tens of thousands of zhang tall. Heavenly lightning coiled around its body, and 1,000 arms grew from its back, each holding a sword. It was mighty and domineering. The black hole exquisite lion stared at the 1,000-hand sword Buddha, dumbfounded. What a domineering divine ability! Zhou Xuanji stood on the head of the 1,000-hand sword Buddha. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked down at the ground. One divine sword after another appeared around him. There were more than 300 divine swords, each emitting a different dazzling light. They were as resplendent as the stars. All evil yin-yang destruction and holy light godly shadow sword appeared beside his arms. Boom! 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 Many figures rushed out of the lava and surrounded Imo-Juqing. They wore armor with flowing magma, and their bodies were like raging flames. There were white flames, green flames, black flames, and red flames of different colors. The top 10 ghost sects. Imo-Juqing, are you going to stop? Do you really want to die? The red flame ghost ancestor master shouted in a deep voice. The other 9 ghost ancestor masters also released their powerful auras. Before Imo-Juqing could speak, Zhou Xuanji's voice floated out, "Your opponent is me." With this, the 10 ghost sects all looked toward Zhou Xuanji. The 1,000-hand sword Buddha and the hundreds of divine swords. They immediately thought of one person. "You are the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji." The green flame ghost ancestor said coldly with a hint of ridicule in his tone. Zhou Xuanji dared to make trouble for Divine Lord Ji. Did he think that he was invincible just because he became a grade 2 immortal general? Zhou Xuanji smiled, and his eyes turned cold. The 1,000-hand sword Buddha raised its 1,000 swords and slashed at the 10 great ghost sections. Imo-Juqing was in front of it, so it was not afraid of accidentally injuring him. Imo-Juqing disappeared, and the 10 ghost grandmasters charged at Zhou Xuanji. Boom! 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 The 1,000 swords slashed wildly with great force. Volcanoes were smashed one after another, and magma gushed out like a fountain, shooting straight into the sky. The 10 ghost grandmasters were shocked. They did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be so powerful. Zhou Xuanji's cultivation was not as simple as reaching complete heavenly law true God. The violet demon monarch's heart and the heavenly law immortal constitution had completely merged, which made his power surpass that of a heavenly law true God. Humph. Today, I will let you understand why I can become the Sword Emperor. Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly and unleashed his emperor's might straightaway. His aura grew tremendously, and the 10 ghost grandmasters were suppressed by his emperor's might. The black hole exquisite lion quickly hid far away. He was shocked in his heart. He knew that Zhou Xuanji was powerful, but he did not expect him to be this powerful. Although they were both heavenly law true gods, he felt that Zhou Xuanji's emperor's might was unbearable for him. He was too powerful. The 1,000-hand sword Buddha suddenly exploded into countless golden arrows that shot in all directions. The 10 ghost grandmasters dodged quickly. They were so fast that they left behind countless afterimages. A horrifying and boundless aura descended. Divine Lord Ji descended from the billowing thunderclouds. His body was burning with flames that formed into a fiery armor. His smoke-like body was like a demon god. Imo-Juqing appeared before him and said coldly, "Divine Lord Ji. Today, I will make you pay with your blood." Divine Lord Ji replied calmly, "Really? Do you have that power?" Just when he spoke, the 2 powerful cultivators clashed together. All sorts of spells appeared out of nowhere and ravaged the sky like a flood. The ground shook violently, and volcanoes erupted one after another. Lava soared into the sky. Underground. Su Han, who was cultivating in the stone palace, opened his eyes in shock. "Sword Emperor. Senior is here," he mumbled. Knowing that Zhou Xuanji was here, he was excited, but more than that, he was worried. Divine Lord Ji was very powerful. Could Zhou Xuanji deal with him? He wanted to go out and watch the battle, but the palace had restrictions, and he could not get out at all. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji unleashed his full power. With 2 Armageddon legendary swords in his hands, his skin turned golden. A 9-sword purple Tai Chi diagram appeared on his forehead, and heavenly lightning surrounded him. At the same time, he activated Sword Sect Immortal Cry. Over 300 legendary swords radiated with a silver radiance. With him as the center, they ravaged an area with a radius of 1,000 meters. The 10 ghost grandmasters swarmed forward but were blocked by the legendary swords. The 9-flame chimera demon sword let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. The thunderclap sword emitted billions of heavenly lightning bolts, which turned into a heavenly net and charged toward the 10 ghost grandmasters. As the holy light divine shadow sword swung, it produced countless sword shadows. At first glance, Zhou Xuanji looked like he was surrounded by millions of legendary swords. It was a majestic sight. The other legendary swords were showing their might, each more dazzling than the last. Zhou Xuanji squandered his heavenly law's celestial power crazily. With the Tianxia map, he could do whatever he wanted and was not afraid of wasting. Is that all you can do? He burst out laughing. The divine energy from the 2 Armageddon legendary swords flowed into his body, which strengthened his emperor's might. Humph! The red flame ghost grandmaster snorted coldly. His body disappeared and reappeared before Zhou Xuanji. Countless evil spirits flew out from his body and were about to engulf Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji activated Sword Qi Soar. Sword Qi emanated from every pore on his body and annihilated all the evil spirits. The red flame ghost grandmaster followed up and clawed at him. A sword light flashed. The sky-dominating divine sword soul slashed the red flame ghost grandmaster into half. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and activated the primordial chaos sword shadow. Countless sword shadows covered the heavens and earth densely, which made the black hole exquisite lion's scalp numb. Tens of millions of sword shadows gathered into a primordial river that occupied half the sky. It was an awe-inspiring sight. The 10 ghost grandmasters were shocked too. They cried out in shock. This brat is already as powerful as a universe heaven cultivator. Why does he have so much celestial power? His body is also a heavenly law immortal constitution. Impossible. He's not even 200 years old. How did he cultivate so many skills? And these swords, where did he get them from? Chapter 483. The 10 ghost grandmasters were shocked by Zhou Xuanji's power, but Zhou Xuanji would not give them the chance to continue marveling. Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow and Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep instantly erupted. Countless sword shadows charged toward the 10 great ghost sects from all directions. There were more than 30 million sword shadows, and they stirred up violent winds that whistled through the heavens and the earth. Xiao! Xiao! Swoosh! The 10 great ghost sects all dodged in a hurry. The volcanoes and magma below were bombarded. The sound of explosions rang out incessantly, and scalding lava shot up into the sky. This scene was like the beginning of the world, the time when eras were replaced. The earth was collapsing, and the flames at the core of the earth intended to burn the heavens. Divine Lord Ji and Mo Jiuqing were also fighting, and their auras were not any weaker than Zhou Xuanji's. The two of them collided madly with extreme speed. All sorts of techniques and divine abilities were casually cast out, and they were like exploding stars that shook the space. Mo Jiuqing's demonic aura swirled as he struck out with both palms. The demonic aura turned into all sorts of demonic creatures that attacked Divine Lord Ji. Divine Lord Ji turned into countless clones and surrounded him. Every clone was casting spells and bombarding him, not giving him a chance to catch his breath. Mo Jiuqing roared and transformed into a black ball of light. Then, countless black arrows shot out towards Divine Lord G. Divine Lord G raised his right hand and pressed down. Bang! A bolt of blood-colored lightning suddenly struck down, striking the black sphere of light and shattering it. Following that, Mo Juching's figure was revealed. He wasn't injured. His eyes burst open, and 9 black dragons shot out of his eyes, quickly entangling Divine Lord G. Mo Juching, you are not a match for me. Why are you so stubborn? Divine Lord G said slowly, his tone filled with sarcasm. When Mo Juching heard that, he became even more enraged, and his attack surged. The other side. The battle between Zhou Xuanji and the 10 Ghost Grandmasters had also reached its climax. The 10 Ghost Grandmasters were all in a higher cultivation stage than Zhou Xuanji. Their magic energy was boundless. After they figured out Zhou Xuanji's sword technique, they began to turn the tide of the battle. Zhou Xuanji could sense that they were getting closer and closer to him. The 9 sword souls behind him continuously shot out and quickly gathered together. Up until now, he was still unable to harm the 10 great ghost sections. It was the same for the ghost sect members. Both sides fell into a stalemate and were locked in a stalemate. At this time, human-shaped lava monsters emerged from the surging lava river. Each of them was 100 feet tall, and they roared furiously. 100. 1,000. 10,000. Their numbers were still increasing. After these lava monsters came to the surface, they leaped at Zhou Xuanji. Even the primordial chaos sword shadow could not completely destroy them. Zhou Xuanji began to retreat, and sword sect immortal cry's speed also reached its limit, forming a barrier of light that protected him. He took a deep breath, then suddenly used Wraith Retribution on the Red Flame Ghost Ancestor. The 9 sword souls charged toward the Red Flame Ghost Grandmaster. The Red Flame Ghost Master nimbly evaded the attack. Such a powerful sword soul. Isn't this kid's natural talent in the sword Dao too ridiculous? The Red Flame Ghost Ancestor's heart was in turmoil, and his killing intent soared. Such an enemy must be eliminated, or else Zhou Xuanji would be able to kill him soon. Zhou Xuanji charged toward him with 2 Armageddon legendary swords in his hands. He activated dual sword wills and his sword techniques were superb, catching him off guard. Only now did he understand that Zhou Xuanji's close combat sword techniques were far more powerful than his divine abilities. The 2 swords attacked at the same time, each faster than the last, and there were no flaws, forcing him to hastily defend himself. Boom! He punched out with both fists, and magic energy exploded, pushing Zhou Xuanji back tens of thousands of meters. Zhou Xuanji, you can't defeat us. Why? The Red Flame Ghost Grandmaster spoke, trying to distract Zhou Xuanji. With a flash of sword light, the 9 sword souls appeared out of nowhere and crashed into him. Sword chi exploded, covering an area of 100 miles. The other ghost grandmasters were shocked. Big brother. What divine ability is this? They are so far away from each other. There's something strange about this kid. Damn. Why is he so difficult to deal with? The 9 great ghost grandmasters cursed and reminded each other. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Even so, he could not kill the Red Flame Ghost Grandmaster. How powerful was this guy? Seems like I have to get serious. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. His lips curled into a conceited and condescending smile. The 9 great ghost grandmasters were stunned. The Red Flame Ghost Grandmaster appeared before them, and his aura became unstable. Apparently, the attack just now had severely injured him. Zhou Xuanji, the Red Flame Ghost Grandmaster, gnashed his teeth. Before he could finish speaking, billions of wolf howls exploded. Zhou Xuanji took out the Wolf Ancestor Soul Sword. With the ancient gazing legendary sword, he immediately activated the horrifying divine energy contained in the sword. The entire world fell silent. Even Mo Juqing and Divine Lord Ji, who were fighting, retreated and looked at Zhou Xuanji from afar. What sword is that? Divine Lord Ji asked in confusion. He suddenly had a bad feeling. The 10 great ghost grandmasters shuddered. Countless wolf howls came from the wolf ancestor soul sword. A horrifying wolf head that was thousands of meters tall appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. The wolf's eyes were ruthless and cruel, as though it wanted to destroy the entire world. Surging energy flowed into Zhou Xuanji's body from the wolf ancestor soul sword. His body glowed with a golden radiance, and his aura soared. This powerful feeling feels good. Zhou Xuanji raised the sword and mumbled to himself. His voice was trembling with excitement. Even though he was already a complete heavenly law true god, he still felt exhilarated by this power. It was enough to show how powerful the ancient gazing legendary sword was. He looked at the 10 great ghost grandmasters and said, "Do you still dare to fight?" The 10 great ghost grandmasters were silent. The wolf ancestor soul sword made their souls tremble, and they did not dare to get close. Even the lava monsters backed away from Zhou Xuanji. Once the legendary sword appeared, the battlefield was set. Zhou Xuanji became the focus of the entire battlefield. Even Divine Lord Ji fell into silence. Mo Juqing frowned and looked at Zhou Xuanji in confusion. Could this be a divine sword? He was very curious about Zhou Xuanji's swords. This brat's swords were each more powerful than the last. Did they really come from the old beggar? Or did Zhou Xuanji have an even more powerful backer? Seeing that they were silent, Zhou Xuanji felt very proud in his heart. He laughed loudly and said, "Since you are afraid, then come and accept your fear. This sword is called the Wolf Ancestor Soul Sword." After that, he raised the Wolf Ancestor Soul Sword high up. A wolf roar, billions of wolf howls resounded, tearing through the heavens and earth. Zhou Xuanji's aura grew tremendously, far surpassing that of a heavenly law true god. The 9 souls in the ancient god's sword were alarmed too. What divine sword did you get? How can it be? This power. What sword is this? He's facing Divine Lord Ji's 10 great ghost grandmasters? He's fighting Divine Lord Ji so soon. The 9 souls cried out in shock. They had been asleep for a while, and when they woke up again, Zhou Xuanji had completely changed. Zhou Xuanji ignored the 9 souls and focused on using the 9 hell flame extinction. Pillars of lava rose up, and the ground continued to crumble. Countless lines of fire covered the ground. The 10 great ghost grandmasters all cried out and channeled their magic energy to defend. Zhou Xuanji slashed down with his sword. The ancient gazing divine power descended, and the 9 hell flame extinction was born. Everything between the heavens and the earth was reduced to nothingness. Chapter 484. In the underground stone hole. Su Han stood up, and the entire stone hall shook violently. A terrifying pressure descended, causing his hair to stand on end. What happened? He looked up in horror, unable to imagine what kind of battle was taking place on the ground. There was a loud bang. The stone hall shattered, and a layer of light appeared out of thin air, protecting the space within the hole. Su Han was horrified to see the surrounding rocks and lava turn into nothingness. The soil above was the same. A strong light shone down from the sky. Tens of thousands of feet away, he saw a figure floating in the air, still in the posture of swinging a sword. The 10 ghost grandmasters let out shrill screams. Su Han's eyes widened, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. What kind of power is this? As far as his eyes could see, everything had turned into nothingness. Darkness was swallowing everything up from below. He had a horrifying feeling of being expelled from the boundless world. Zhou Xuanji. Divine Lord Ji gritted his teeth and his tone was filled with bitter murderous intent. Su Han sucked in a cold breath. This power was created by Senior Zhou. Just how strong was he now? He could already fight against Divine Lord Ji. His heart was on fire again. As expected, Senior Zhou was still the strongest. Divine Lord Ji had said that his foundation was unstable. *T. From the beginning to the end, Zhou Xuanji had always been number one in Su Han's heart. Even though Divine Lord Ji had taught him, he could not compare to Zhou Xuanji in his heart. Back in the village in the northern wilderness, if it wasn't for Zhou Xuanji destroying the demons and subduing the Gulan demon monarch, making the demon race take care of their village, Su Han might not have been able to live to this day. In the past, he had wanted to take Zhou Xuanji as his teacher, but it was a pity that Zhou Xuanji had important matters to attend to. However, before he left, he still taught them a sword technique. How could Divine Lord Ji compare to such a life-saving favor? Within the powerful light, Zhou Xuanji's cold laughter came. What? Have you forgotten that you sent your subordinates to kill me? That poor guy is called Qin Mohuai, right? When Qin Mohuai had descended to the northern wilderness, he still had First Revolution golden immortal cultivation. It could be seen how vicious Divine Lord Ji was. He had sworn to kill Zhou Xuanji. Hearing that, Divine Lord Ji fell silent again and did not reply immediately. The bright light dissipated. Below them was a terrifying black hole with a diameter of 100 miles, the end of which could not be seen. At the edge of the black hole, the surface of the ground was shattered. Magma and mud piled up to form a high earthen wall. Scorched smoke filled the air, just like the beginning of the world. The stone hall that Su Han was in floated in midair within the black hole. Looking down from above, he couldn't be seen because the darkness had swallowed him. TSK, Divine Lord Ji, you must be panicking. Don't you feel heartache that 4 people from your ghost sect died? Mo Jiuqing's voice resounded in the sky as he provoked Divine Lord Ji with his words. As soon as he finished speaking, 6 figures appeared in front of Divine Lord Ji. The 6 members of the ghost sect were like candlelight that was about to go out, and weren't as domineering as before. They looked at Zhou Xuanji as if he was the most terrifying existence in the world. That sword strike just now had almost wiped them out. The atmosphere became more serious. Divine Lord Ji remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking. Mo Jiuqing did not attack immediately. Instead, he waited for Divine Lord Ji to relax. At this moment, Divine Lord Ji must be filled with rage. He could not attack forcefully. Let's begin. However, Zhou Xuanji did not want to wait any longer. Using so many legendary swords took a great toll on him. Mo Jiuqing narrowed his eyes and immediately acted. He still had the power to fight Divine Lord Ji. Before, the 10 great ghost grandmasters were harassing him from the side, causing him to be surrounded by enemies. The 2 of them immediately walked towards Divine Lord Ji. Zhou Xuanji, Mo Jiuqing, this enmity will not end until one of us is dead. I hope that you can bear it, Divine Lord Ji said slowly. After speaking, he turned into a dense black fog that quickly spread out and covered the 6 ghost grandmasters. Zhou Xuanji and Mo Jiuqing acted at the same time. Demonic chi and sword chi shot out, dispersing the black fog. It was a pity that Divine Lord Ji and the 6 ghost grandmasters' auras had already disappeared. Even Su Han, who was within the black hole, had disappeared. Mo Jiuqing gritted his teeth and cursed, we still let that bastard escape. Even so, he was still very happy in his heart. At least this time, he had destroyed Divine Lord Ji's prestige and killed 4 ghost grandmasters. It was a great victory. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, Divine Lord Ji only has these few subordinates. Apart from the lava monsters, Zhou Xuanji only saw the 10 great ghost grandmasters and a fellow with a weak aura below. This is not Divine Lord Ji's lair. He most likely came here to nurture that junior below, Mo Juching said. Divine Lord Ji was elusive. It was not easy for him to find him so many times, and at the same place at the same time. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He felt that the boy's aura was very familiar, but he could not remember where. Perhaps it was just his imagination. Following this, the two of them left. Not long after they left, a black shadow appeared from the ruins. This black shadow took on a human form and wore dark purple metal armor. He did not have a head and only had a muscular body. He held a cold black spear in his right hand. He looked in the direction that Zhou Xuanji and Mo Juching had left and muttered, "The Sword Emperor has grown. It's time to harvest." After saying this, he entered the 100-kilometer-wide black hole beside him and disappeared within the yin-yang boundary. After the battle with Divine Lord Ji, Zhou Xuanji and Mo Juching did not return immediately. Instead, they found a hidden place and began to recover their magic energy. Zhou Xuanji was also replenishing his Heavenly Law celestial energy. Ever since he had cultivated the Heavenly Law immortal constitution, he did not need to fly above the clouds to absorb Heavenly Law celestial energy. The two of them sat on the peak of the mountain, surrounded by mountains on all sides. Mo Juching said, "I did not expect you to be so powerful already. You have hope of surpassing us." He was once a peerless genius who shocked the world, but facing Zhou Xuanji, he could not compare. "Shouldn't I definitely surpass you?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Having heard this, Mo Juching shook his head and laughed. After this battle, the two of them became much closer. Mo Juching completely acknowledged him and began to talk about the enmity between him and Divine Lord Ji. 600,000 years ago, he had just ascended. Because of his outstanding talent, he was suppressed by countless factions and had to wander around. After that, he met Divine Lord Ji. Divine Lord Ji pretended to be kind and wanted to take him as a disciple, enticing him to leave with Divine Lord Ji. 100 years later, he accidentally found out that Divine Lord Ji wanted to refine him into a clone. At that time, he was furious. However, he couldn't defeat Divine Lord Ji, so he escaped secretly. Who knew that Divine Lord Ji would chase after him? If he hadn't met the old beggar later on, he would have become Divine Lord Ji's clone puppet. Mo Juching gritted his teeth at the mention of this matter. Zhou Xuanji felt a sense of familiarity. Did Xian Daoya want to do the same to him? He asked curiously, "Who is this old man? Why won't you even tell me your name?" He had already acknowledged the old beggar as his master, but this old thing didn't even tell him his name. Mo Juching shook his head and said, "I'm not sure either. His name is taboo. Once spoken, one will suffer the greatest punishment of the heavenly Tao." Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 485. If his name was exposed, he would receive the highest punishment from the heavenly Tao. Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows. What evil things had that old fellow done for the heavenly law to target him like this? He did not pursue the matter. Mo Juching probably did not know either. Who would say such a shameful thing? Take Venerable Xian for example. The people of the Divine Cliff thought that he was the strongest, but little did they know that he had already fallen because he challenged the heavenly path. The two of them stopped chatting and began to refine their magic power seriously. News of their battle with Divine Lord Ji didn't spread because there were no other living beings nearby. Half a month later, the two of them set off for the Cloud Devil Lake. The Cloud Demon Pool was a large lake that had existed for countless years. It was even vaster than the ocean. Legend had it that the Cloud Demon had fallen here, causing the surface of the lake to be eternally filled with demonic energy. This was the holy land of the demonic path, and it had once been sealed by the Sovereign Demon Sect. When the Sovereign Demon Sect was expelled, the Great Cloud Devil Lake once again became an ownerless land. However, it was very difficult to find traces of fiendish cultivators in the Center God province. One of Zhou Xuanji and Nimo Jiuqing's senior apprentice brothers was hiding here. He had once been a first-class great emperor and had been peerless and invincible. However, he had gone mad and had hidden in the Cloud Devil Pool, never leaving. And he had a holy sword in his hand. Back then, he had relied on this holy sword to slaughter the great thousand worlds, turning the sky blood red and the earth barren. What's this senior brother's name? Is there a ranking on the great emperor's steel? Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity. He could hear the admiration in Nimo Jiuqing's voice. He was very curious as to what kind of expert could garner such admiration from Nimo Jiuqing. His name is Su Qing, and his title is the Northern Nethersword Devil. He is ranked 9th on the Great Emperor's steel. Nimo Jiuqing replied with a fervent look in his eyes. Su Qing. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and thought of Su Yang for some reason. Daoya old man thought that Su Yang was the reincarnation of an almighty being, but he still couldn't tell which almighty being he was. Compared to Su Qing, although there was only a difference of a single word, the difference was like heaven and earth. Zhou Xuanji continued to ask, how many disciples does the old man have? Why do I feel that each one is more monstrous than the last? Nimo Jiuqing smiled and said, I have more than 10 senior brothers above me. Make a guess yourself. Aside from you, Di Guanlong is the youngest. He has already reached the universe heaven realm and is awe-inspiring in the Center God province. Up until now, the old man hasn't let us gather together. He only taught us a divine ability that allows you to communicate spiritually, but you won't be able to see each other's true faces. When you break through to the universe heaven stage, he will definitely teach you. What's interesting is that every time we use our divine abilities to communicate mentally, the old man isn't there. He's not afraid of us plotting a rebellion. Zhou Xuanji listened with great interest. This old guy really had many tricks up his sleeves. He then asked, what did he ask of you? Did he ask you to do anything? Nimo Jiuqing frowned and said, speaking of which, it is strange. He never asked us to do anything. He only taught them divine abilities and never demanded anything from us. Zhou Xuanji blinked. Is there really such a selfless person in the world? The Cloud Devil Pool was surrounded by undulating mountains. The lake was vast and boundless, and demonic energy covered the lake's surface. The mountain peaks at the periphery appeared dwarfed by the demonic fog. From afar, it looked like a giant demon was crawling on the surface of the Cloud Devil Lake. Zhou Xuanji and Nimo Jiuqing stopped on a hill and looked towards the Cloud Devil Pool. If we want to snatch the holy sword from Su Qing, we can't use brute force. He has already lost his rationality and is easily angered. It will be very difficult to defeat him if we work together. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows. So difficult to deal with. Why didn't you say that before you fought Divine Lord Ji? He cursed in his heart, but his expression did not change. He continued to listen to Nimo Jiuqing. When the time comes, I'll attract Su Qing's attention and you'll go ahead and steal it. This plan caused Zhou Xuanji to roll his eyes. He asked, isn't Su Qing holding the holy sword? Guarded like a treasure every day. Nimo Jiuqing nodded, making him speechless. Wasn't he crazy? Since things had come to this, he had no other choice but to do this. The two of them quickly dove into the demonic mist. Blue sky, white clouds, verdant hills, and clear waters. Xian Daoya sat by a small river fishing, looking quite pleased. A figure suddenly appeared behind him. It was the malicious Buddha. He narrowed his eyes and said, "You're still fishing here. Don't you know that Zhou Xuanji has already surpassed your control?" Xian Daoya's expression did not change. He slightly shook his head and asked, "Isn't it better for him to be stronger?" When mentioning Zhou Xuanji, he did his best to remain calm, but he felt quite complicated inside. Zhou Xuanji's rise was too fast. It was so fast that it surpassed anything he knew. He definitely has a powerful expert giving him pointers. Even Grandmaster Aoshi and Imo Juqing are friends with him. It's said that Grandmaster Aoshi and Imo Juqing are apprentice brothers. There's no way to verify this, but it's very possible, the malicious Buddha said in a low voice. His expression was a bit unsightly. He had completely offended Zhou Xuanji. If he allowed Zhou Xuanji to continue growing, he would definitely be in trouble. No matter what, we can't touch him now, right? Xian Daoya asked, looking like he had already given up. The malicious Buddha frowned even deeper. He did not know what to say. Don't worry. You are not the only one who is anxious. The others are anxious too. Why do you need to be at the front? Xian Daoya said casually. The malicious Buddha heard him and fell into deep thought. A while later. He left after saying this. There's one thing you must know. The others are all hiding in the dark. You and I are already hated by Zhou Xuanji. Xian Daoya's expression changed, and his expression turned grim. Swoosh. Swoosh. Within the demonic mist, Zhou Xuanji and Imo Juqing traveled swiftly. The cloud devil pool was vast. It would take some effort to find Su Qing. Zhou Xuanji tried to scan the area with his divine sense, but it was blocked by the demonic mist, which rendered it useless. Along the way, he encountered many demonic creatures. They maintained the appearance of ferocious beasts and had no intelligence. They pounced at them without any sense of danger. He began to be interested in the legendary Cloud Devil. What kind of demon could leave behind such a massive demonic chi that would not dissipate even after 10,000 years? Was he more powerful than the demonic ancestor? Half an hour later. Imo Juqing stopped suddenly, and Zhou Xuanji looked down. There was a deserted island on the lake below. It was dozens of miles long, and baleful aura emanated from it. Even the demonic mist could not block it. It's below. I will go first. You act according to the situation. After saying this, Imo Juqing vanished from his original spot. Zhou Xuanji took out the wolf ancestor soul sword. He did not dare to be careless facing Su Qing. About 5 breaths later. Roar. A deafening roar came. It was so loud that even Zhou Xuanji could not help but tremble, and his hair stood on end. Boom! A violent gale dispersed the demonic mist, and he saw a domineering figure chasing after Imo Juqing. Before he could see Su Qing's face clearly, the two had already disappeared at the end of the lake. Zhou Xuanji immediately flew toward the deserted island. Chapter 486. Soon, Zhou Xuanji found the divine sword. It was located in a cave. The sword was erected vertically on the ground. Its blade was 4 fingers wide, and its lower end gradually widened. The hilt was covered with black scales, and there was a pair of gems that looked like scarlet eyes on the hilt. Saint Sword. When Zhou Xuanji got close to it, he sensed an unimaginable aura coming at him. It was as if a primordial beast was roaring at him. He took out the ancient god's sword and communicated with the 9 souls. Sacred Sword 2 Gang, you're at the Cloud Devil Pool. Lu Wuji said in surprise, and the other souls followed suit. The Northern Nether Sword Devil isn't here. This is a good opportunity. If he takes it, the Northern Nether Sword Devil will hunt him down. Of course I'll take it. As long as you have the confidence to escape, then take it. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed Saint Sword Tugong's hilt. When he held it, a chill flowed through his palm and into his body, causing the heavenly Tao immortal energy in his body to boil. In that instant, he felt a strong urge to take possession of the sword. With a clang, he pulled out Sacred Sword 2 Gang. After that, he vanished on the spot. He quickly flew out of the Cloud Devil Lake at full speed, not daring to let his guard down. Although Su Qing had already been led somewhere by Mo Juqing, as long as he was in the Cloud Devil Great Lake, he did not feel safe. Roar! A loud cry came from behind him. It was so loud that Zhou Xuanji felt goosebumps all over his body. How could this be? So fast. He subconsciously looked back and saw a domineering figure rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. He saw Su Qing's true form clearly. This guy's upper body was bare, and his muscles were like rocks that had been battered by the rain. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes had no pupils. They were a vast expanse of white. He stared at Zhou Xuanji savagely and roared continuously. Zhou Xuanji immediately used 10,000 ultimate steps and continuously moved about. Seeing that Su Qing was about to catch up, he immediately took out an concealment grass and ate it. Skyfall had already planted a lot of concealment grass, so he left some behind. But after he swallowed the concealing grass, Zhou Xuanji disappeared. Su Qing stopped as well and looked around furiously, but he could not trace Zhou Xuanji. Even his aura had disappeared. He roared furiously at the sky, causing the surrounding space to ripple and disperse the rolling demonic mist. After roaring angrily for a while, he left. At the edge of the Great Cloud Devil Lake, Zhou Xuanji's figure was revealed, and with a poochit sound, he madly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His entire body leaned against the mountain wall, and the hand holding the saint's sword Tugong slightly trembled. Su Qing's roar had injured his internal organs, causing his qi and blood to churn even now. What cultivation level has that guy reached? He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, his face pale. Fortunately, he had obtained the holy sword. This price was nothing. He got up and left. As for Mo Juqing, he couldn't be bothered to look for him. He believed that Mo Juqing would find him. Not long after he left, a burly figure stepped out of the devil mist. It was the Northern Nether Sword Devil, Su Qing. He still maintained his ferocious expression as he swept his gaze in all directions. His nose twitched slightly as if he was sniffing something. He stepped out of the Great Cloud Devil Lake. There was a loud bang. A bolt of heavenly lightning suddenly blasted down, hitting his body and causing him to howl in pain. He vigorously struggled, wanting to break through the obstruction of the heavenly lightning. Another bolt of heavenly lightning descended, causing his muscles to tremble. The surface of his body started to crack, and blood seeped out. He still gave up and madly howled as he went berserk, alerting the Great Cloud Devil Lake's devil mist. A while later, he suddenly charged forwards fearlessly. No matter how much heavenly lightning struck his body, he did not stop. Soon, he disappeared over the horizon, covered in blood. Massive waves rose up on the surface of the Great Cloud Devil Lake, and so did the rolling demonic mist. It was as if a massive beast was raging. After leaving the Great Cloud Devil Lake, Zhou Xuanji continued to fly without stopping. For some reason, the sense of danger in his heart grew stronger and stronger, as if there was some ferocious existence chasing after him. 6 hours later, that sense of danger subsided, and he found a place to hide. In order to prevent any accidents, he cast 9 Hellflame Extinction and opened the Yin-Yang boundary so that he could escape at any time. He began to recover from his injuries and gather Heavenly Law celestial energy. As for the Saint Sword Tugong, he put it in the supreme storage to prevent Su Qing from tracking its aura and finding him. About half an hour later, Mo Juqing appeared by his side, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. His expression was serious as he said, "Su Qing escaped." Escaped. Zhou Xuanji's expression was strange, and he did not know what to say. With Su Qing's abilities and madness, wouldn't the world be in trouble? He shook his head and did not think too much, he could not care so much. He asked, wasn't he trapped in the Great Cloud Devil Lake? Could it be that he was attracted by the Saint Sword? Could it be that Su Qing had become a demon because of the Saint Sword? Mo Juqing shook his head and sighed as he said, I don't know either. However, if he comes out, he will definitely anger the immortal gods and the various major factions. He greatly admired Su Qing and did not want him to die. Zhou Xuanji sank into his thoughts. The ancient god's sword stood by his side, and the 9 souls continuously chattered in his mind. Su Qing was indeed powerful back then, it's a pity. You speak as if you are of the same generation as him. It said that Su Qing angered a powerhouse above the 33rd heaven. No matter what, he got the Saint Sword. With this brat's talent, how powerful will he become with the Saint Sword? Little brother, when will you revive us? The 9 souls discussed among themselves, and Zhou Xuanji interjected occasionally. He suddenly began to wonder if he should revive the 9 souls. If he revived them, it would be equivalent to having 9 more helpers. However, one could not judge a person's heart. He could not guarantee that the 9 souls would still treat him like this after reviving. After resting for 5 days, Zhou Xuanji and Mo Juqing parted ways. He suddenly remembered something. The black hole exquisite lion was still waiting for him. Before heading to the Great Cloud Devil Lake, he asked the black hole exquisite lion to wait somewhere so that he would not hold him back. He immediately flew in that direction. A month after Zhou Xuanji took the Saint Sword, a piece of news shook the Center God province. The Northern Nether Sword Devil, Su Qing, had escaped from the Great Cloud Devil Lake. Many cities were razed to the ground by him. All sorts of legends about him spread. Soon, the Center God province fell into panic again. First, there was Mo Juqing. Now, there was the Northern Nether Sword Devil. The Center God province's fate was not going well recently. Among the peaks, Bai Haoisin, who was cultivating, was kicked to the ground. He jumped up and roared furiously, "What's wrong with you?" Bomb! Grandmaster Aoshi slapped him to the ground, and the powerful force shattered the ground. Feng Qiu, who was not far away, swallowed his saliva as he watched. Humph, Zhou Xuanji has already obtained the Saint Sword. Look at you, what are you doing? Grandmaster Aoshi held back his anger and cried out with a deep voice. Bai Haoisin, who was lying on the ground, heard this and almost vomited blood. What did Zhou Xuanji being powerful have to do with me? He gritted his teeth and said, "Didn't I cultivate?" Grandmaster Aoshi snorted coldly, and the results. Bai Haoisin fell silent. Chapter 487. Bai Haoisin was furious. He had a temper, and how could he allow Grandmaster Aoshi to humiliate him like this? Hence, he got up, dusted off his butt, turned around, and walked to another place to continue cultivating. Seeing him like this, Grandmaster Aoshi was infuriated. In the past, Bai Haoisin's talent had been exceptional, and he had taken a liking to him at first glance. In the end, this fellow liked women and had raised his character to be lazy. He could be considered a cripple. He sighed and left. From start to finish, he didn't even glance at Feng Qiu. Bai Haoisin and Feng Qiu felt quite complicated. They were also becoming stronger, but compared to Zhou Xuanji, they were simply too slow. This emperor doesn't believe it. Bai Haoisin's eyes flickered as he glanced at Feng Qiu and sent a message. Feng Qiu's expression did not change. Instead, he lightly nodded. They felt that it was useless to follow Grandmaster Aoshi. Apart from safety, they would only be bullied. In order to become stronger, they decided to leave. The world was vast, and there would naturally be opportunities that belonged to them. Zhou Xuanji found the black hole exquisite lion and thought that it would be anxious. He did not expect it to find a group of lionesses and live happily. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji had appeared, it was a little unhappy. "Master, you're back so soon," it shouted, obviously not wanting to leave. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow, took out the chicken-slaying sword, and swung. The black hole exquisite lion was frightened and quickly jumped up. The lionesses beside him all fled. Seeing that the chicken-slaying sword was about to reach him, the black hole exquisite lion roared. At this moment, the chicken-slaying sword suddenly descended, aiming for its crotch. The black hole exquisite lion hurriedly dodged and avoided the sword. The next strike will be even faster. Zhou Xuanji looked down at it and said. It was so scared that it hurriedly shouted, "Master, let's go back quickly. It's dangerous here." Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly and jumped onto the black hole exquisite lion's back. They rushed towards the divine cliff. Along the way, they advanced very carefully, afraid of encountering Su Qing. Ever since Zhou Xuanji told the black hole exquisite lion about the cloud devil pool, he became extremely timid and flew extremely cautiously. If he encountered Su Qing, Zhou Xuanji might be able to escape, but he could not. Fortunately, Su Qing had already gone north, so they weren't that unlucky. After returning to the divine cliff, Zhou Xuanji found the old beggar and took out the saint sword. The old beggar looked at the sacred sword Tu Gang and sighed with emotion. What a nostalgic sword. Back then, I gave it to Su Qing in hopes that he would achieve great things. I didn't expect him to go mad and monopolize the Tu Gang. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, why did Su Qing lose control? The old beggar shook his head and did not answer. Zhou Xuanji was so angry that he snatched Tu Gang back. The old beggar became anxious and scolded, "Brat, can't you let me look at you for a while longer?" Zhou Xuanji ignored him and turned to leave, preparing to see Emperor Sword Court's people. The old beggar was not really angry, but touched his chin and thought. After that, Zhou Xuanji did not leave. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Zhou Xuanji reached 178 years old. Over the past 10 years, his celestial force had been growing, but he was still far from reaching Hunyuan heaven. It was worth mentioning that he couldn't use Tu Gang. Tu Gang contained immense power, and the sword spirit said that Zhou Xuanji had to make Tu Gang recognize him as its master before it could be controlled and modified by the sword spirit. Zhou Xuanji felt quite confused. Could it be that Tu Gang had a master? If that was the case, why did Su Qing still guard it? He should have just stored it in his body. He could not understand, so he could only put down Tu Gang and focus on cultivating. Now, he had become more powerful. He had even used 2 ancient gazing legendary swords together, which meant that he had not used his full power yet. Over the past 10 years, he had obtained another 24 legendary swords, ranging from gold to god slaying. During this time, 2 people from the northern wilderness ascended. They were cultivators that Zhou Xuanji did not recognize, and they had already joined the divine cliff. Time passed very slowly for Zhou Xuanji, but it passed very quickly for others. Su Qing had already left the northern wilderness, while Mo Jiqing was still taking revenge. It was worth mentioning that Di Guanlong had fought with the Great Heaven God Dynasty's Emperor Jundao. Because of the disparity in cultivation, Emperor Jundao suffered a crushing defeat, which angered the Great Heaven God Dynasty. The Great Heaven God Dynasty chased after Di Guanlong, and the Great Heaven God Emperor attacked personally, severely injuring Di Guanlong and even imprisoning him in the Great Heaven God Dynasty. This battle made the world realize how powerful the Great Heaven God Emperor was. In the past, although the Great Heaven God Dynasty was powerful, it was not high profile. Other than Emperor Jundao, there were not many people in the limelight, and the Great Heaven God Emperor was always in closed-door cultivation. Now, the world understood that the Great Heaven God Dynasty was even more terrifying than they had imagined, especially the Great Heaven God Emperor. He was qualified to be the most powerful cultivator in the Center God Province. Zhou Xuanji did not know about the outside world. He focused on cultivating, and his understanding of the way of the sword was also increasing. As for divine abilities, he did not fall behind. The Heavenly Saint's Tao sermon was getting closer and closer. The old beggar told him to become as powerful as possible. Zhou Xuanji guessed that there might be a fierce battle during the sermon. In an underground prison of the Great Heaven God dynasty, Di Guanlong, with disheveled hair and tattered clothes, was chained to the wall. His head was lowered, and his body trembled slightly, causing the metal chains to shake and ring. An old eunuch stood in front of the prison door. His skin was wrinkled, and his eyes were squinted, leaving only 2 slits. In the dark prison, he looked extremely sinister. Di Guanlong, tell us where your revered teacher is, or else we will let you experience unprecedented pain, the old eunuch said. The old eunuch opened his mouth. His voice was sharp like a rooster's. Di Guanlong looked up and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered out of the prison door, but the old eunuch dodged it easily. A mocking smile appeared in his eyes as he said, I didn't expect the Great Heaven God dynasty's background to be so weak. How long are you going to keep up the pretense? The old eunuch heard him and shook his head in laughter. He took out a wooden bottle, and black centipedes crawled out from it. Their shells were black and shiny, and they looked eerie. These black centipedes could fly, and they pounced toward Di Guanlong. Their numbers increased. A while later. Ah! Di Guanlong's miserable cry resounded in the prison. The old eunuch turned around. There was no smile on his face, but his expression turned even darker. When the outside world was in turmoil, the divine cliff was safe and sound. Yang Yutian looked forward to a beautiful future. Under Zhou Xuanji's protection, the divine cliff would surely return to its peak, or even surpass it. But it was a pity that good times did not last long. Outside the vast fog, a bald man appeared on a cliff. Behind him was a dense forest, and in front of him was the divine cliff. He wore black armor, and his shoulders were connected to the tips of swords. Although his face was handsome, there was a baleful aura between his brows. I've finally found it. Today, I will destroy the divine cliff, he muttered to himself. His words were filled with murderous intent, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He walked toward the vast fog in front of him. He raised his right hand, and a golden staff appeared in his hand. Chapter 488. The bald man in black armor wielded his golden staff and swung it forward. Boom! A golden current that could be seen with the naked eye swept out, dispersing the dense fog and sweeping toward the divine cliff city. Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes and disappeared on the spot. He came to the air above the residence and spread out his arms, using heavenly law celestial energy to protect the entire residence. He saw the golden current sweeping toward him like a golden ocean, swallowing everything around it. Everything around the residence was reduced to dust. His expression greatly changed, and he instinctively looked toward the direction of the golden current. He saw a man in black armor walking over. His expression was cold as he looked down at the destroyed Divine Cliff City. Although the Divine Cliff City had been destroyed, not everyone had died. Many buildings were preserved by magic formations. Barriers of magic formations appeared, protecting most of the disciples. They all looked at the man in black armor in terror. Yang Yutian furiously shouted, "Bastard, state your name." He could no longer care about how powerful the other party was and directly cursed. The Divine Cliff had been low profile for so many years. Who had they offended? I'm from the Great Emperor Dao Court, and my name is Prison Suppressing Vidra. I'm here to destroy the Divine Cliff. Tell Zhou Xuanji to come out and die. The man in black armor coldly harumphed. His bald head burned with a green flame, and his aura grew explosively. Great Emperor Dao Court, Prison Suppressing Vidra. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Why did the Great Emperor Dao Court come again? He immediately flew out of the residence and took out the wolf ancestor's soul sword as he said coldly, "Since you're here to find me, why don't we fight somewhere else?" Prison Suppressing Vidra glanced at him and said, "You overestimate yourself. Destroying the Divine Cliff is my main mission. After saying this, he raised his golden staff and prepared to attack again. Without saying anything, Zhou Xuanji swung his sword and unleashed the primordial chaos sword shadow. Countless sword shadows appeared and shot toward prison-suppressing Vidra. Prison-suppressing Vidra casually swung his staff and destroyed the primordial chaos sword shadow. Zhou Xuanji used 10,000 ultimate steps and disappeared. Prison-suppressing Vidra's eyes narrowed, and his golden staff blocked in front of him. Clang! Zhou Xuanji was blocked by him, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. He exerted force with his right arm and sent Zhou Xuanji flying away. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xuanji disappeared into the fog. Prison-suppressing Vidra raised his staff and laughed. How much longer are you going to hide? Just as his golden staff was about to fall, a rainbow light swept over and knocked his golden staff away. Prison-suppressing Vidra, this is not a place you can come to. I advise you to leave immediately. Otherwise, even if my soul is destroyed, I will kill you here. An ancient voice rang out, stunning all the survivors of the Divine Cliff. Who was this? Yang Yutian was the most astonished. Could it be that the Divine Cliff was hiding another expert? Jiang Shuai and Zhou Shaoxian were worried about Zhou Xuanji. If not for Xiao Chan stopping them, they might have already chased after him. Calm down, he won't die so easily. Xiao Chan reminded the mother and daughter to maintain their rationality. The prison-suppressing Vidra revealed a maniacal smile and said proudly, "Then you shall perish together with me." Boom! The aura that erupted from him seemed to make the sky seem shorter. All the disciples of the Divine Cliff felt suffocated by the pressure. A god statue appeared in the Divine Cliff Palace. The statue split open, and a 4 or 5-year-old boy appeared. He was wearing an adult white robe and looked neither fish nor fowl. His face was fair and clean, and he had 3 eyes. He looked at the prison-suppressing Vidra calmly. Seeing him, the prison-suppressing Vidra was excited immediately. He swung his golden staff and laughed wildly. "Shinyatsi, you are finally out. Today, I will kill you to prove myself." After that, he charged at the 3-eyed boy. Shinyatsi. Yang Yutian's expression changed drastically, and his body trembled. The 3-eyed boy was expressionless. He waved his palms, and the weather changed. A violent gale swept out. The prison-suppressing Vidra was blocked, and the floating island and palace in the Divine Cliff were all blown away. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji held the Wolf Ancestor's soul sword in his right hand and the Furious Ape sword in his left. He appeared in his residence and used Heavenly Law celestial power to move the entire residence. "Are you escaping?" Zhou Shaoxian came over and asked anxiously. It was her first time encountering such a powerful being. Just his aura alone made her feel that she was about to explode. Zhou Xuanji did not reply and stared at the prison-suppressing Vidra. He owed the Divine Cliff a debt of gratitude. How could he just leave like this? He was also very shocked by the prison-suppressing Vidra's strength. This person was not any weaker than Divine Lord Ji, and he wondered what rank this person was in the Great Emperor Dao Court. Facing the almost invincible prison-suppressing Vidra, Shinyatsi easily dealt with him. Even though his aura was not as strong as the prison-suppressing Vidra, his expression and attitude made others feel that he was superior. The old beggar suddenly appeared beside Zhou Xuanji and gritted his teeth as he said, "Let's escape first. The enemy is not just the prison-suppressing Vidra." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji and the others' expressions greatly fell. A single prison-suppressing Vidra was already so powerful. Were there other enemies hiding in the dark? The old beggar sighed and said, "The prison-suppressing Vidra and the brilliant god Vidra have always been inseparable, and their strength is about the same." Zhou Xuanji frowned and swept out his divine sense in all directions, trying to find the brilliant god Vidra. It was a pity that he could not find the brilliant god Vidra. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was not willing to leave, the old beggar angrily stomped his foot. Boom! The prison-suppressing Vajra and Shinyatsi were locked in battle, and everyone continuously retreated, distancing themselves from their battlefield. Shinyatsi. Sect founder, why is he still here? Young Yutian's eyes widened, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Didn't that mean that he had been monitored by Shinyatsi in the Cliff Lord Palace? Everything he had said and done had been seen by Shinyatsi. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. His hairs stood on end, and he did not feel any joy at all. Shinyatsi and the prison-suppressing Vajra turned into two rays of light and shot underground. Even someone as powerful as Zhou Xuanji could not see their movements clearly. They were simply too powerful. Rumble, thunder boomed, and everyone looked up. They saw that the sky was filled with thunderclouds, and traces of golden light pierced through the clouds as a majestic might descended. Immortal God descent. Humph. Even a scoundrel from the great Emperor Dao court dares to come out. Giant God Huang Hao coldly harumphed, as if he was the might of the heavens. The might of the heavens shook, looking down on all creatures. Kill! 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 Countless immortal soldiers' cries sounded out, and they gathered together, sounding epic and hot-blooded. The divine Cliff's disciples were exhilarated. Their savior was here. Humph, Giant God Huang Hao, I have long wanted to fight you. A cold voice came, overshadowing the immortal soldiers' cries. It was extremely domineering. It was not the prison-suppressing Vajra. It was someone else. Brilliant God Vajra. A powerful aura came from another direction, wreaking havoc in the heavens and the earth. We're doomed. All our enemies have gathered together. The old beggar cried out and hid behind the black hole exquisite lion. Chapter 489. Hearing the black hole exquisite lion's words, the old beggar kicked out in anger. The tip of his foot struck the black hole exquisite lion's thighs, causing it to cry out in pain and quickly jump away. Zhou Xiaoxian, Xiao Chan, and Bai Suan laughed. The others looked in another direction. Rays of intense light came from the horizon, and their auras shook the sky. It was brilliant God Vajra. He was tens of thousands of meters tall and wore a set of divine armor embedded with crystals. He walked through the air, purple flames burning above his head. His expression was dignified. As soon as he appeared, Giant God Huang Hao also descended from the sea of clouds. He was also 30,000 meters tall. The two peerless experts were too high to reach, approaching each other. From afar, it looked like two giant gods of creation were about to start a battle, causing the atmosphere in the heavens and earth to freeze. Boom! Prison-suppressing Vajra and Shinyatsi rushed out from underground, breaking through the billowing dust and fog. They flew into the sky to fight. The two of them fought intensely as if no one else was around. They did not care about Giant God Huang Hao and Brilliant God Vajra, they only wanted to kill each other. Giant God Huang Hao took out his massive halberd and attacked. Brilliant God Vajra also took out two massive axes, one red and one black, and they gave off an extremely powerful baleful aura. They quickly clashed, and even though their bodies were massive, their attacks were still incredibly fast. Berserk gales swept out in all directions, forcing the remaining palaces and residences to continuously retreat. Young Yutian cried out, "Divine Cliff disciples, retreat." Now that the gods were fighting, it was best to prevent the Divine Cliff from suffering more losses. Giant God Huang Hao became more and more berserk as he fought, and even Zhou Xuanji felt quite shocked. He, who was at complete heavenly law true God, could not see through Giant God Huang Hao. It seemed that it was not that the Xian court was too weak but that Giant God Huang Hao was truly powerful. Brilliant God Vajra was also very powerful. Facing the berserk Giant God Huang Hao, he could receive every move. However, his aura was being suppressed, and he gradually fell into a disadvantage. Zhou Xuanji used his celestial energy to push the residences back. He looked at the old beggar and asked, "Are they all your enemies?" He was quite confused, since God Palace was also the old beggar's enemy. Why did he want him to join God Palace? The old beggar sighed and transmitted his voice. "Back then, they all wanted to take me as their master, but I looked down on them. Back then, this matter was a humiliation to them. They didn't mention it to anyone else, and no one else knew about it." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. He sounded like he was bragging. "Are you as strong as giant god Huang Hao?" But he didn't refute it immediately. What if it was true? He did not dwell on this matter and asked, "Who will win?" This time, the old beggar did not send a sound transmission. He replied directly, "Giant god Huang Hao and Shinyatsi will win, but these two Vajras might die." Would he die? Zhou Xuanji blinked. This didn't make sense. He was going to die right after coming out. The battle continued. Even though Zhou Xuanji and the others could not personally witness the battle, they could still hear the sounds of the battle. It was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, and the ground continuously trembled. Dirt flowed out from the center of the battlefield, majestically and unstoppably, like a tidal wave of dirt. After an unknown period of time, the battle was over. Zhou Xuanji swept out with his divine sense, and his expression changed. Giant God Huang Hao and Brilliant God Vajra landed on the ground. Brilliant God Vajra knelt in front of Giant God Huang Hao. His head was severed, and he was no longer alive. Giant God Huang Hao was unscathed and still stood tall. He looked into the distance at the battlefield between Shinyatsi and prison-suppressing Vajra. A victor had been decided between the two of them. Prison-suppressing Vajra clutched his chest and coughed up blood continuously. He stared at Shinyatsi furiously and said with gritted teeth, "I didn't expect you to be so powerful." Shinyatsi was expressionless, but his right arm was severed. Blood flowed out from the third eye on his forehead. Prison-suppressing Vajra took a deep breath and turned to look at giant god Huang Hao, who was far away. Hatred filled his eyes. He and brilliant god Vajra had supported each other since they were young. Now that brilliant god Vajra died in front of him, how could he remain calm? But he was not powerful enough. He knew that he could not defeat Shinyatsi and giant god Huang Hao. If this continued, he would be the one to die. Just you wait. The great Emperor Dao Court will control the great thousand worlds sooner or later. One day, I will destroy the divine cliff and God Palace in front of you. Prison-suppressing Vajra said as he gritted his teeth. After saying this, a black hole appeared behind him, and he lightly fell backwards. Swish! The sound of the air being torn could be heard as a golden ray of light shot over and pierced through prison-suppressing Vajra's forehead. Following this, prison-suppressing Vajra fell into the black hole and disappeared. The one who had attacked was giant god Huang Hao. He appeared in front of the black hole out of thin air and stepped into it. He did not want to let prison-suppressing Vajra go. Soon, the black hole disappeared. Shinyatsi coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. He smiled bitterly and murmured, "Hanshuzi, all of you are wrong because your abilities are inferior to the heavens." As he spoke, he gradually became transparent and turned into motes of light. Elsewhere, within the residence, the old beggar sighed and said, "It's over. How troublesome. The great Emperor Dao Court's two Vajras are like pigs, coming here to die. No, at least they exhausted Shinyatsi to death." Ha! He began to laugh gloatingly. Zhou Xuanji reminded Jiang Shui and the others before flying toward the original location of the Divine Cliff to check. The Divine Cliff had been here for so many years. How could they leave? Soon, he met with Yang Yutian in the air. Looking down at the devastated land, the two were silent. Strands of mist gathered from the horizon, seeming to surround the battlefield. Yang Yutian sighed, "The Divine Cliff is really full of disasters. Even the founding old ancestor died here. Although he looked solemn, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, Shinyatsu was dead, or else he would not be able to continue being the Cliff Lord. Zhou Xuanji did not know what he was thinking and asked, "What should we do next?" "Rebuild the Divine Cliff City." The great Emperor Dao Court's attack was a signal. Ever since the immortal gods took control of the Center God province, he had not seen Xian Daoya again. He thought that the great Emperor Dao Court had given up on him, but it seemed like that was not the case. Right. Next, I will let Wu Qiu temporarily manage the Divine Cliff and rebuild the Divine Cliff City. I will go search for powerful spirit designs. Otherwise, if something like this happens again, the Divine Cliff will not be able to afford it. With that, Yang Yutian went to look for Wu Qiu and the other disciples. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. Why was he so anxious? Logically speaking, after experiencing such a thing, he should first comfort his disciple for a period of time. Looking at his posture, could it be that he wanted to escape? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and stopped thinking about it. In the Divine Cliff, he didn't care who the Cliff Master was. After all, he had Emperor Sword Court. Once he helped the Divine Cliff become stronger, he would leave with the Northern Wilderness region sooner or later. The immortal soldiers also left. As for Giant God Huang Hao, he did not return. It was unknown whether he and the prison-suppressing Vajra were dead or alive. In less than 7 days, the news spread like wildfire in the Center God province. The great Emperor Dao Court had finally unveiled its mysteries in the Center God province. The origins of the brilliant God Vajra and prison-suppressing Vajra were also uncovered. All the people in the world suddenly felt that even with the protection of the Divine Palace, the Center God province might not be safe. It might even be more dangerous than before. Chapter 490. After Yang Yutian left, the Divine Cliff started rebuilding the Divine Cliff City under Wu Qiu's obstruction. Zhou Xuanji did not participate and continued to cultivate in the air. Half a month later, the Divine Cliff City was rebuilt. However, the battle with the two guardian deities had caused the city to lose many disciples, causing the atmosphere in the Divine Cliff City to become depressed and desolate once more. Jiang Shui sent Zhou Shaoxian back to the Northern Wilderness region. This girl was very talented and had the potential to become the next Zhou Xuanji. So, they hoped that she could ascend to the upper realms so that she could enjoy the heavenly law's blessing. Moreover, the Northern Wilderness region was much safer than the Center God province. At the very least, the enemies they faced were on a completely different level. 2 months later, the old beggar came to the clouds and looked for Zhou Xuanji. The first thing he said was, "Your elder is leaving, hurry up and kneel." Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and asked, "Where are you going?" The old beggar said arrogantly, "Go and save your senior brother." News of Di Guanlong being captured had spread like wildfire, and Zhou Xuanji had naturally heard about it as well. He had asked the old beggar if he wanted to save him, and the old beggar had said that he did not mind. "Why do you want to save him now?" "Of course, I'm just saving him in passing. I have another purpose, but I can't tell you what it is," the old beggar said proudly. After that, he waved his hand and left. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and continued cultivating. He was not worried about the old beggar. If the old beggar could die easily, he would have died long ago. Half a year later, the Divine Cliff started to recruit disciples. After the previous battle, the Divine Cliff's reputation had grown. A sect with the help of a celestial god would naturally attract many cultivators. Especially Giant God Huang Hao's name. In the legends of the boundless world, Giant God Huang Hao was like Xingtian in Chinese legends. A war god among immortals and gods. Zhou Xuanji did not show himself, but the new disciples always loitered around his residence. It was a pity that they did not see him. On this day, the second-rank immortal medallion trembled again. Zhou Xuanji took it out, and old Star Lord's voice came. All immortals above the 5th tier are to go to the Divine Palace and immediately put down everything you are doing. If anyone dares to be negligent, their position will be reduced. The Elder Star Lord's voice was very calm, but there was anger hidden in his tone, making the listener feel pressured. Zhou Xuanji immediately got up and flew toward the 9th heaven. They advanced forward without stopping. He came to the door of the Divine Palace. There were already many immortals gathered there, but the door was not open. The immortals and deities discussed among themselves. What is it this time? It's urgent. I heard that it has something to do with Giant God Huang Hao. The last time Giant God Huang Hao went to the Divine Cliff to fight, he never returned. How is this possible? Didn't he kill the brilliant god Vidra? Could it be that he encountered other experts from the great Emperor Dao court while chasing after the prison-suppressing Vidra? Zhou Xuanji sensed many gazes because he came from the Divine Cliff. He slightly frowned. Could it be that Giant God Huang Hao had fallen for the great Emperor Dao court's trap? Back then, he had felt that it was quite strange. Why would the great Emperor Dao court send their experts to die? A skinny man with large limbs walked over. He wore loose yellow robes and had a friendly smile on his face. He walked over to Zhou Xuanji and smiled as he said, "Sword Emperor, I finally get to meet you today. Do you know who I am?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "Barefoot Immortal." The skinny man was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. "You're funny. I'm Patriarch Laughing Sky. Haven't you heard of me?" The skinny man asked, blinking his eyes. "Forefather Laughing Sky. First stage Great Immortal of the Divine Palace. He also had a legend in the Great Thousand World." After coming to the Great Thousand World, Zhou Xuanji had seen his temple more than once. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "I've long since heard of old ancestor Laughing Sky. What business do you have with me?" He would respect the strong. He could sense that the Laughing Sky Patriarch was not hostile. In fact, there was admiration in his eyes. Of course it's to befriend him. Otherwise, what else could it be? Look for trouble with you. Old ancestor Laughing Sky chuckled as he wrapped his arm around Zhou Xuanji's neck. His actions were very natural, and Zhou Xuanji did not resist. This was seen by the other immortal gods, and they began to discuss in low voices. Zhou Xuanji saw all of this, and he understood that old ancestor Laughing Sky truly wanted to befriend him. He was putting on an act for others to see in case someone came to find trouble with him. The two of them began to communicate. Most of the time, it was old ancestor Laughing Sky asking questions. After hearing about Zhou Xuanji's exact age, he was incredibly shocked. Old ancestor Laughing Sky pulled Zhou Xuanji and continuously sighed in amazement, wanting to take him as his disciple. Time passed in such a way. There was a loud bang. The god palace's doors suddenly opened, and all of the immortal gods entered. Zhou Xuanji and old ancestor Laughing Sky did the same. He saw the Master of Gods sitting on the main seat, still sitting ramrod straight and expressionless, making it impossible to see what he was thinking. Only after all of the immortal gods were in their seats did Old Star Lord step forwards. Zhou Xuanji stood in the 4th row. There were not many first-rank immortal gods in the God Palace, there were less than 50. Some first-rank great immortals were too far away and could not come. Today, I've asked everyone to come. You might have already guessed some things. It's about Giant God Huang Hao. He's trapped in the abyss and needs the God Palace to rescue him, Old Star Lord said. Elder Star Lord said. Usually, the Master of all gods was in charge of making decisions. Zhou Xuanji frowned. As expected. Was he going to send them to rescue Giant God Huang Hao? He knew Giant God Huang Hao's strength. With his cultivation, he would only be cannon fodder. Moreover, would the great Emperor Dao court let him off? The great Emperor Dao court would most likely turn most of its attention to him. It was not just Zhou Xuanji, the other immortal gods also became restless. No one was willing to throw away their lives. This time, His Majesty wants to choose 3 first-stage great immortals to go to the rescue. Old Star-Lord glanced at all the immortals and gods and said slowly. Many immortals heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this. Zhou Xuanji was one of them. Right now, he only wanted to seize the time to cultivate. He did not want to go out and take risks. Is there no information about the great Emperor Dao court that can be divulged to us? The laughing Sky Forefather asked. He was still smiling, as if nothing could make him nervous. Old Star-Lord nodded and said, of the top 20 on the Great Emperor Steel, 5 are in the Great Emperor Dao court. Silence. The Divine Palace suddenly fell silent. Even Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. The top 20 on the Great Emperor's Steel were all first-class Great Emperors. Apart from Zhou Xuanji and Emperor Jundao, all of them had lived for more than 100,000 years. Each of them had incredible cultivation. Moreover, Elder Star-Lord had only mentioned the Great Emperor Steel. Perhaps there were even stronger existences. Not becoming a martial monarch did not mean that one was weak. Many experts were still very powerful even if they did not become martial emperors. Old Star-Lord, you seem to know a lot about our Great Emperor Dao court. A frivolous voice came into the palace, causing all the immortal gods to look over in shock. A figure giving off a terrifying demonic aura appeared in front of the gate. Chapter 491. This demon was 30 feet tall and barefooted. Black fur grew under his black chainmail. He had a demonic face and blood-red pupils. A pair of sharp horns grew out of his lush black hair. In his right hand, he held a huge saber that was 15 feet long and carried it on his shoulder. Facing all the immortals and gods in the hall, he put down the huge blade and smashed the ground. He laughed arrogantly. Today, no one should even think about saving giant god Huang Hao, because all of you will die here. The immortals were terrified. They took out their Dharma treasures and prepared to fight. This demon dared to barge into this place without anyone noticing, so its strength was not to be underestimated. 7th on the Great Emperor's Steel, Yao Shilong. Old Star-Lord said with a solemn expression. The Master of all gods narrowed his eyes. When the immortals heard that, they were in chaos. The top 10 existences on the Great Emperor's Steel were all undying old monsters with ridiculously powerful strength. None of them were weaker than giant god Huang Hao. Yao Shilong was a great sage of the demon race in the Kiliacosm. He was transformed from an ancient cow. When he was young, his clansmen were all eaten up by dragons. He was lucky enough to escape, and from then on, he changed his name to Yao Shilong. All the dragons he encountered were eaten alive by him. In the entire vast 1,000 worlds, no one could compare to him in terms of eating the most dragons. Zhou Xuanji had also heard of him from the old beggar. The old beggar had wanted to take Yao Shilong as his disciple, but Yao Shilong had looked down on him. Yao Shilong was one of the few who had successfully rejected him. For example, Zhou Xuanji did not successfully reject it. Every time he mentioned Yao Shilong, the old beggar would sigh in regret. As such, Yao Shilong's name left a deep impression on Zhou Xuanji. He carefully sized up Yao Shilong. The demonic qi was indeed ridiculously strong. Boom! The gate of the Divine Palace suddenly closed. Yao Shilong grinned and said, "Are you ready? I'm going to eat you all." This sentence completely ignited the immortal's anger. This demon was completely looking down on the Divine Palace. Courting death. How dare you barge into the land of immortals and gods? You must be tired of living. His Majesty is here, how dare you be so noisy? Too arrogant. The immortals cursed, but no one dared to make the first move. This scene made Zhou Xuanji speechless. The Divine Palace still lacked cohesion, especially between the immortal gods of the ancient immortal tribe and the immortal gods of the heavenly law. They were like two different factions that had never merged. The Laughing Sky Patriarch and a group of first-grade immortal gods stepped forward and walked toward Yao Shilong. They emitted their own powerful auras, causing the palace to tremble slightly. Zhou Xuanji inwardly wondered, why haven't the other immortal soldiers come in? Could it be, how long had it been since they had entered the hall to Yao Shilong's appearance? Yao Shilong sneered. The fiendish aura on his body suddenly exploded, transforming into countless black dragons that charged at all the immortals in the hall. The Grade 1 immortal gods instantly appeared in front of the black dragons and used their mystical abilities to block them. Rumble, the palace shook violently, and the strong wind and waves forced the immortals to release their immortal power to resist. The master of all gods slowly rose to his feet. His expression did not change, and he was as dignified as ever. Yao Shilong ferociously swung his saber, and saber chi swept out. Zhou Xuanji, who was in the crowd, immediately took out the wolf ancestor's soul sword to block. Even so, he was still shaken by the saber chi to the point that he coughed up blood, and the immortal spirits that were weaker than him were directly turned into dust. The first stage great immortals flew into a rage. How dare you! Ah! It's infuriating. Yao Shilong. Today, this old man will definitely kill you. I can't take it anymore. They all unleashed their various trump cards and divine abilities, wanting to join forces and kill Yao Shilong. Yao Shilong wildly laughed and turned into a ray of black light as he shot into the group of first-rank great immortals. Zhou Xuanji stabilized himself and gritted his teeth as he cursed, "Is this a joke?" The mighty god palace had been slaughtered into their headquarters by a demon, and they could not do anything about it. He could not help but look at the master of all gods. Why was this fellow not acting? What was he waiting for? The master of all gods looked at Yao Shilong and did not move. Old Star-Lord was like an ant on a hot pan, his body trembling, but he did not act. Boom! Yao Shilong cut a first-rank great immortal in half with a single saber strike. He grabbed the first-rank great immortal's hand and started to chew on it, creating an incredibly cruel scene. He was incredibly fast, to the point that Zhou Xuanji could not see him with his eyes. From how he saw it, Yao Shilong was even faster than giant god Huang Hao and brilliant god Vajra. This was mainly because there were first-rank immortal gods around him. Zhou Xuanji took out his legendary swords, preparing to run at any moment. If the master of all gods did not act, what awaited him would be death. Yao Shilong ignored all of the first-rank immortal gods and slaughtered his way over. Each saber strike killed an immortal, carving out a path of blood. His demonic might was domineering. Ha ha ha, he laughed wildly, seeming extremely excited. He suddenly stopped and locked his gaze on Zhou Xuanji. His smile became strange as he savagely laughed and said, "Zhou Xuanji, you are very famous in our great Emperor Dao court. You will join us sooner or later. Thank you for leading the way." After saying this, he turned and slashed out with his saber, killing dozens of immortal gods. His saber chi was incredibly powerful, causing the walls of the god palace to shatter. Zhou Xuanji frowned and inwardly cursed, this was a goddamned killing move. I'll lead the way. Fortunately, the master of all gods and old Star-Lord did not look at him. As for whether or not they were suspicious, that was another matter. Enough! The master of all gods suddenly roared and his body disappeared. In the next second, he appeared in front of Yao Shilong. In front of him, the well-built Yao Shilong seemed incredibly small. Yao Shilong looked up, and before he could react, he was hit by the master of all gods' palm. He was smashed through the ground and fell from the god palace to the 8th heaven below. The master of all gods also disappeared and chased after him. As soon as he acted, Yao Shilong immediately fell into a disadvantage. Zhou Xuanji frowned. The master of all gods was so powerful, so why did he not act before and only act after so many immortal gods had died? Hurry and run, the great Emperor Dao Court is here. Old Ancestor Laughing Sky suddenly sent a telepathic message to Zhou Xuanji, causing Zhou Xuanji to look at him in surprise. Old Ancestor Laughing Sky's expression was serious as he looked at the God Palace's gates. Before Zhou Xuanji could think too much, a hand landed on his shoulder and pulled him back. It was Old Star-Lord, and a black hole flowing with violet light appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. Old Star-Lord looked at Zhou Xuanji and gritted his teeth as he said, "Hurry and go above the 33rd heaven and ask the heavenly saints to act." Before Zhou Xuanji could reply, he fell into the black hole. The next second, he felt the world spin. He passed through the darkness and arrived in the sky. He subconsciously swept his divine sense in all directions, but there was no trace of the divine palace. Without any hesitation, he soared into the sky and flew toward the higher heavens. Above the 33 heavens, he suddenly thought of Wang Ho. Could it be that the mighty being guarding Wang Ho's cultivation was a heavenly saint? "GGG, kid, where are you going?" An eerie laughter came from below. Zhou Xuanji looked down and saw a man with red hair dashing toward him. His skin was shriveled, like a mummy's. He wore old and tattered armor, and his eyes were like snakes. He was laughing maniacally. Zhou Xuanji cursed in a low voice as the Seven Emotions evil sword appeared in his left hand. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 492. Seeing that the enemy was charging at him, Zhou Xuanji did not have the time to speak and directly activated the power of the two ancient gazing legendary swords. A wolf roar, billions of wolf howls suddenly sounded, shaking the heavens and the earth. Two powerful flames engulfed Zhou Xuanji's body. One was the black flame, while the other was the green netherworld flame. Without a word, Zhou Xuanji slashed with all his might. In an instant, he felt all the heavenly law immortal energy in his body being sucked away. Bang! The two waves of sword chi were like two tornadoes that twisted around each other as they charged forward. Their diameters reached tens of thousands of feet, and their momentum was so great that it seemed as if the heavens were collapsing. The red-haired man's eyes widened. Because the distance between the two of them was very close, he had no time to dodge and was drowned by the sword chi. He didn't even have the time to scream. The Tianxia map supplied Zhou Xuanji with an endless supply of heavenly law celestial power. He immediately flew up in case more enemies came after him. He advanced at full speed, his expression extremely ugly. This entire time, he had thought that the great Emperor Dao Court was an underground faction that only existed in the shadows and did not have many members. Because of their identities, they did not dare to show themselves. He had never thought that the great Emperor Dao Court would continuously invade the Center God province. It was as if they had gone mad. Soon, he flew above the 15th level of heaven. Along the way, he saw many floating islands and palaces. He even saw someone planting flowers and plants in the courtyard. Those people were all mighty figures. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to establish a clan in such a high place. Meanwhile, wherever he waved his sword, the sword chi dissipated, revealing the red-haired man's figure. At this moment, the red-haired man was incomparably miserable. His body was covered in blood, and his bones could be seen everywhere. Half of his hair had been burned off. He looked up furiously and gnashed his teeth. "Zhou Xuanji, I will tear you into pieces." After that, he turned into a sharp sword and flew away quickly. The two sides began to chase each other. Zhou Xuanji continuously used 10,000 ultimate steps and continuously moved about. The heavily injured red-haired man was still chasing after him, and the distance between them was still decreasing. The 20th heaven. Boom! Zhou Xuanji forced his way through the heavenly lightning. The thunderclap soared above Zhou Xuanji's head, absorbed the heavenly lightning and opened a path for him. The red-haired man was not so lucky. He was struck by the heavenly lightning one after another. The blood on his body seemed to flow endlessly. 21st layer of heaven. 22nd level heaven. 23rd heaven. 24 levels of heaven. Zhou Xuanji sped up with all his might. He did not dare to let his guard down. The higher they went, the stronger the heavenly lightning would be. The sky gradually darkened and was not as bright as the 9 heavens. The red-haired man's injuries became more and more serious. His heart began to pound, wondering if he should continue chasing after them. One had to know that there was a group of old monsters living in the upper heavens. At the 27th heaven, he gave up. He stopped in the air and looked at Zhou Xuanji furiously. In order to avoid alerting the powerful beings, he didn't even dare to vent out loud. Zhou Xuanji was still moving forward. With the thunderclap sword, he was fearless. Soon, he arrived above the 30th level of heaven. At this point, he suddenly felt a strong pressure, causing his speed to suddenly slow down. Even his heavenly Dao immortal body was affected, which showed how strong the pressure here was. Zhou Xuanji insisted. 31st layer of heaven. 32 heavens. He suddenly felt dizzy and his body was on the verge of collapsing. He felt like he would fall at any moment. How could this be? He gritted his teeth and muttered. Going to the 33 levels of heaven was far more difficult than he had imagined. He did not give up. If the divine palace was destroyed, the divine cliff would be in danger, and the Emperor's sword court would be in trouble as well. He had to find the heavenly saint quickly. However, the 33 levels of heaven were so unreachable. He looked up and saw dark clouds billowing above him. There was no lightning, as though despair was surging, and no hope could be seen. At this point, his speed was already very slow. He was wobbling like a kite. His consciousness gradually fell into a daze. Why are you here? A voice came. He thought that he was hallucinating and replied with difficulty, please help, the heavenly saint, boom. He felt an intense dizziness and closed his eyes instinctively. Instinctively, he fell to the ground. He shook his head and regained his consciousness quickly. He opened his eyes and realized that he was sitting on the ground. There was a Taoist temple in front of him. It was built in a quadrangle and was surrounded by dark clouds. Looking up, there was a dazzling galaxy. The scene was extremely similar to the starry sky above the sky. But the starry sky here was even higher. A Taoist child was sweeping the ground in front of the gate of the Taoist temple. The ground was white and flawless, but he was still sweeping earnestly. Zhou Xuanji stood up and looked at the signboard of the Taoist temple. Still Thought Temple. It was an ordinary name. He walked up and asked, is the heavenly saint here? The Taoist child was a little over 10 years old. His skin was fair and clean, and his cheeks were rosy. His eyes were small, and he gave off an honest vibe. He did not even look at Zhou Xuanji and replied, the grand teacher just went down. Went down. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Did he go to help the God Palace? He could not help but hesitate. He did not know if this was true or not. If the heavenly saint really went down, shouldn't he also return home? But what if he found out that the heavenly saint was not around after he returned? At this moment, a man ran out from Still Thought Temple. He wore a green robe, and his hair, which alternated between black and white, was coiled into a wooden hairpin. He looked like he was in his early 30s. He was extremely excited and cried out crazily, I'm finally free. Ha 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 ha, he laughed wildly as he ran, as though he had lost his mind. He brushed past Zhou Xuanji and did not stop. Soon, he jumped into the sea of clouds and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji could not help but ask, who is he? The Taoist child replied, I think he's called Dragon Sovereign. I'm not sure. Dragon Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He had never heard of this name before. Could it be related to the dragon race? Can I go in? He asked. The Daoist child stopped sweeping and looked up at him. Are you sure? He asked with a strange expression. Zhou Xuanji frowned even deeper. The Daoist child's expression and Dragon Sovereign's behavior seemed to indicate that Still Thought Temple was not a good place. Seeing that he was deep in thought, the Daoist child continued sweeping. The heavenly Tao in the world is all about competition. The Daoist child said something out of nowhere, which made Zhou Xuanji look at him again. Zhou Xuanji took out the ancient god's sword and communicated with the 9 souls. Still Thought Temple. Why are you here? Hurry up and run. Sovereign Xian cried out in shock, which sent chills down Zhou Xuanji's spine. He quickly asked in his heart, what is Still Thought Temple? Ghost Emperor Zhangtian sighed, it's a place of the heavenly law. If one carries karma and steps into it, one's soul will be destroyed, and one's body and Tao will disappear. Karma. Zhou Xuanji's heart trembled, and he took 3 steps back instinctively. No. Although he had slaughtered before, he had received many blessings from the heavenly law, which was equivalent to the heavenly law's merit. Why should he be afraid? If you step into it, you will be trapped for tens of thousands of years even if you have no karma, Ghost Emperor Zhangtian said again. This time, Zhou Xuanji's restless thoughts were completely dispelled. He turned around and was about to leave when a finger suddenly tapped on his forehead, freezing him in place and rendering him unable to move. Chapter 493. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide. His pupils reflected the person in front of him. It was a white-haired old man wearing a pure white robe. His face was calm, but his face was glowing with a red glow. His pupils were green. His right index finger was placed on Zhou Xuanji's forehead without moving. He seemed to be sizing Zhou Xuanji up without saying a word. Zhou Xuanji was immobilized and could not speak even if he wanted to. After a while, the white-haired old man spoke slowly, "My little friend, you are entangled with many destinies. You are not simple." Zhou Xuanji frowned. He wanted to reply but could not. At this moment, the formless shackles on him disappeared. His body trembled and instinctively stepped back to keep a distance from the old man. "The heavenly saint you are looking for is me. I have already settled your request," the white-haired old man continued. The white-haired old man continued. With these words, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide. Heavenly Saint. The heavenly saint flipped his right hand, and a crystal ball appeared in his palm. The ball contained another world. Zhou Xuanji glanced at it and saw Yao Shilong, the red-haired man, giant god Huang Hao, the master of gods, and many other unfamiliar faces. He was greatly shocked in his heart. Could these people be captured by the heavenly saint? How could it be? What kind of technique was this? The heavenly saint stared at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Everything has its own rules. I cannot kill them for you directly, but I can give you a chance." Chance. Zhou Xuanji looked up at him and waited for him to continue. "I will suppress their cultivation to the great perfection of heavenly law, real God. I can send you in and let all of you out after 3 days. Within 3 days, all of you can settle any grudges you have in here." The heavenly saint's words changed Zhou Xuanji's expression drastically. Complete heavenly law, true God. Settle it within 3 days. His eyes were immediately filled with a terrifying murderous intent. "I agree," he said without hesitation. "Very good. Great Emperor Dao Court. Next, it's time for you to taste despair." The heavenly saint waved his left hand and sent Zhou Xuanji into the crystal ball. The next second, Zhou Xuanji came to another world. This place was like the mortal realm. Azure sea, blue sky, green mountains, and clear waters. Looking down from the sky, it was extremely beautiful. But under this magnificent beauty, there was a hidden killing intent. The Master of Gods, Giant God Huang Hao, Yao Shilong, prison-suppressing Vajra, and the others hid in various places to recuperate. They were still fearful of the heavenly sage's might. Damn it, why did the heavenly saint drag me in as well? The Lord of all gods gritted his teeth. Around him were many immortals and gods, all injured. This included the laughing Sky Forefather and the old Star Lord. From now on, God Palace shall not interfere. Leave the grievances between you and the great Emperor Dao Court to Zhou Xuanji alone. All invaders from the great Emperor Dao Court will be reduced to complete heavenly law true God. At the same cultivation stage, you only need to deal with Zhou Xuanji alone. If the great Emperor Dao Court is completely defeated or even destroyed, the great Emperor Dao Court will not be able to enter the Center God Province for 10,000 years. If Zhou Xuanji is defeated or dies, the great Emperor Dao Court will replace the God Palace and rule over the Center God Province. No matter who violates the rules, I will represent the heavenly Dao to erase them. The heavenly saint's voice rang out. It was sacred and dignified, allowing no one to question it. As soon as he said that, everyone in the small world was moved. The immortals screamed in fear. How can they do this? Although Zhou Xuanji is very talented, Yao Shilong's ranking on the great Emperor's steel is higher than his. Whose side is the heavenly saint on? It's over, those guys from the great Emperor Dao Court are so ridiculously powerful. The Lord of all gods, the old Star Lord, the laughing Sky Forefather, and the other first-rank great immortals were all shocked. They were confident in Zhou Xuanji's talent, but the great Emperor Dao Court was filled with devilish geniuses like Zhou Xuanji. They were dissatisfied with the heavenly saint's decision. On the other side, the great Emperor Dao Court's people were exhilarated. Yao Shilong burst into laughter, which resounded across the entire small world. Little brat Zhou Xuanji, come out and accept your death. He was arrogant and did not take Zhou Xuanji seriously at all. Even if they were at the same cultivation stage, he was confident that he could kill Zhou Xuanji. The other powerful cultivators from the great Emperor Dao Court were the same. This time, the great Emperor Dao Court had a total of 6 people, and all of them were influential figures in the Great Thousand World. Boom! A horrifying aura that shook the heavens and the earth exploded, shaking the entire small world. This small world was not big, even smaller than the northern wilderness region. To the heavenly law true gods, it was like squeezing into a small room. Zhou Xuanji took out all of his legendary swords and charged toward Yao Shilong while stepping on the river of swords. His face was cold, and his eyes shone with a cold radiance. The Tai Chi diagram with 9 swords appeared on his forehead, and strands of heavenly lightning surrounded his body. The Wolf Ancestor's soul sword and the 7 emotions evil sword were in his hands. He flew across the sky swiftly and soon saw Yao Shilong. He did not waste any time and activated Sword Sect Immortal Cry straight away. Over 300 legendary swords spiraled at high speed, and all of them glowed with a dazzling silver radiance. Yao Shilong took up his gigantic saber and slashed at the ground. The saber chi broke the ground and swept toward Zhou Xuanji with an unstoppable momentum. Zhou Xuanji's black hair danced wildly. The 9 sword souls behind his back shot out and dispersed the saber chi forcefully before crashing into Yao Shilong. Yao Shilong underestimated Zhou Xuanji and was sent flying backward while vomiting blood. Zhou Xuanji followed up with a cold voice, "You worms from the great Emperor Dao Court, don't even think about living. I can't defeat you at the same cultivation stage." Tianxia Map. World Buddha Art. Heavenly Law Great Emperor. Heavenly Law Immortal Constitution. Sword Soul. Violet Demon Monarch Heart. Over 300 legendary swords. With so many great serendipity on him, what did he have to fear? Zhou Xuanji dashed toward Yao Shilong while sticking close to the ground. Yao Shilong steadied himself. Seeing Zhou Xuanji charging at him, he roared. Demonic chi emanated from his body, and his physique expanded a few times. He swung his saber wildly at Zhou Xuanji, and the saber chi rained down like a violent storm. Zhou Xuanji did not dodge at all. He activated the dual sword mode with his sword will, and his speed was no slower than Yao Shilong's. Clang! Clang! Ding! Ding! Clang! The saber and sword clashed. Both of their auras reached their pinnacle, and the horrifying pressure crumbled the ground. Far away, the other 5 powerful cultivators from the great Emperor Dao court gathered. When they witnessed the battle, they were all dumbfounded. How can it be? Is Zhou Xuanji so powerful? This brat's power is comparable to universe heaven. But his opponent is Yao Shilong. Should we attack together? Let's go. Prison-suppressing Vajra, the red-haired man, and the other 3 powerful cultivators quickly reached an agreement and charged at Zhou Xuanji together. If all 6 of them were defeated by Zhou Xuanji, it would be a real joke. Zhou Xuanji ignored the other 5 and stared fixedly at Yao Shilong, suppressing him. Over 300 legendary swords pierced toward Yao Shilong wildly, and Yao Shilong was at a disadvantage. Damn! Why is it like this? Yao Shilong roared in his heart. His blood-red eyes glowed with a blood-red radiance. Chapter 494. Boom! 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 The 9 sword souls slashed at Yao Shilong relentlessly, causing him to vomit blood continuously. Although his cultivation stage was suppressed, his body was still powerful enough to withstand Zhou Xuanji's frenzied attacks. As for the other 5 cultivators from the great Emperor Dao court, they were blocked by over 300 legendary swords and could not get close to Zhou Xuanji at all. Their divine abilities were the same. What? Aren't you arrogant? Is that all you can do? Zhou Xuanji mocked as he attacked. He had always been angry at the great Emperor Dao court. They had been targeting him since he was born. No matter where he went, they would always try to scheme against him. Even the powerful God Palace was implicated. The more he thought about it, the more furious he became. His face turned hideous. Strands of demonic chi seeped out from the 7 emotions evil sword, which turned Zhou Xuanji's aura evil. Rage made him more powerful. Yao Shilong was furious too. His rage was even stronger than Zhou Xuanji's. After all, Zhou Xuanji was venting his anger while he was being beaten. His pride and dignity were being trampled on, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. He swung his saber and wanted to push Zhou Xuanji back, but he could not. Zhou Xuanji's sword chi was too powerful. His saber chi could not suppress it at all. He did not understand, why was Zhou Xuanji so much more powerful than him? He was also a first-class great arch, a peerless prodigy who had shocked the world. My body seems to be restricted to the heavenly law true God stage. Damn heavenly saint, Yao Shilong roared furiously in his heart. He had overlooked something. His body was still more powerful than when he was at complete heavenly law true God. Boom! Prison-suppressing Vajra grew to a height of 30,000 meters. He dashed toward Zhou Xuanji furiously, treading on mountains and rivers. No matter how the legendary swords pierced into his body, he did not stop but continued to charge forward. He was about to step on Zhou Xuanji. Roar! Zhou Xuanji turned into a 5-clawed golden dragon. His body expanded rapidly and flew up. With an unstoppable momentum, he crashed into prison-suppressing Vajra. This time, prison-suppressing Vajra did not stand tall like he did at the Divine Cliff. The 5-clawed golden dragon threw him to the ground and opened its mouth. Countless beams of sword chi shot out from the dragon's mouth and rushed toward the prison-suppressing Vajra's face, causing him to roar in pain. An evil-looking man with a cat-like face leaped up, holding an iron hammer in his hand. The head of the hammer rapidly expanded, becoming as big as a mountain. He held the hammer in his hand and smashed it towards the five-clawed golden dragon. The five-clawed golden dragon's body shook and turned back into Zhou Xuanji, causing the hammer to miss and instead smash into prison-suppressing Vidra's leg. "You're big," prison-suppressing Vidra cursed in pain. Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Xuanji rushed over with two ancient gazing legendary swords in his hands and stabbed them into his throat. Zhou Xuanji then used 9 Hell Flame Extinction. The intense flames engulfed the prison-suppressing Vidra, and the cat-faced man quickly retreated in fear. "Ah!" the prison-suppressing Vidra screamed. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. How painful it was to be burned by the raging flames. Zhou Xuanji stood on the prison-suppressing Vidra's massive body and looked at the other 5 experts in the distance. As the prison-suppressing Vidra screamed, Zhou Xuanji spoke slowly, "Are you afraid?" His voice was cold and soft, but it sounded like a dagger tearing apart the prison-suppressing Vidra's cries. His voice traveled into the ears of every enemy. Yao Shilong gnashed his teeth and looked at him furiously. The other 4 were the same. Before they joined the great Emperor Dao court, they were the rulers of a region and were unparalleled. In the end, they were suppressed by Zhou Xuanji. The great Emperor Dao court had been paying attention to Zhou Xuanji. They knew Zhou Xuanji's background. A kid who was not even 200 years old could suppress them. This was the greatest insult to them. At this moment, they could no longer care about Xian Daoya's request. They only wanted to kill this kid. Not long after, the prison-suppressing Vidra fell. He was burned alive by the 9 Hell Flame Extinction and turned into ashes. "My divine ability is powerful, right?" Lu Wuji laughed proudly in Zhou Xuanji's mind. The souls of the other almighty beings all praised him. Zhou Xuanji walked toward the other 5 with his sword. No matter how powerful they were, Zhou Xuanji would kill them all within these 3 days. This was a declaration of war against the great Emperor Dao court. Now that things had come to this, how could they stop and make peace? Zhou Xuanji's murderous intent grew. He flew up slowly, and Sword Sect Immortal Weep was still in effect. Yao Shilong spat out a mouthful of blood and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. The 4 powerful cultivators flew alongside him. 5 powerful auras swept across the heavens and earth. On the other side of the small world, the Master of God said with a complicated expression, "Prison-suppressing Vidra was killed by Zhou Xuanji." With this, the surrounding immortal gods were all shocked. The first-rank great immortals' expressions were similar to the Master of Gods. They knew that Zhou Xuanji was very talented, but the enemies were not any weaker than him. Zhou Xuanji could kill 1 enemy in such a short time despite fighting against 6 alone. Zhou Xuanji is so powerful, I see. No wonder the great Emperor Dao court wants him so desperately. If Zhou Xuanji wins, the great Emperor Dao court will not be able to enter the Center God province for 10,000 years. 10,000 years later, can he become the most powerful cultivator in the God Palace? Yes, he can. He's too powerful. With such talent, he should be ranked first on the great Emperor's stele. Don't spout nonsense. The immortal gods discussed among themselves excitedly. The great Emperor Dao court charged into the God Palace with such arrogance. They could not swallow this humiliation. Giant God Huang Hao sat on a hill to recuperate. He did not open his eyes, but his eyelids were trembling slightly. He was captured by Yao Shilong and the other 5. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be killing them. He felt complicated. He was not happy at all. Instead, he felt indignant. He should not be sitting here to recuperate but to fight the great Emperor Dao court personally. Boom! The red-haired man was stomped onto the ground by Zhou Xuanji. Blood flowed out from his mouth uncontrollably. He looked up at Zhou Xuanji with a venomous expression. Previously, He looked up at Zhou Xuanji, but that was because he was pursuing Zhou Xuanji. Now, he was being stepped on by Zhou Xuanji and could not retaliate at all. His divine abilities were like punching a wall against the surging sword qi. There was no effect and he injured himself instead. Zhou Xuanji looked at him condescendingly and said, very indignant. Boom! The thunderclap sword shot out brilliant heavenly lightning that struck them. Zhou Xuanji was not affected, but the red-haired man was suffering. He tried his best not to scream, but he could not stand up no matter what. As for Yao Shilong and the other three, they were blocked by Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep and could not get close. They could only watch as Zhou Xuanji tortured the red-haired man. Ah! Zhou Xuanji! Yao Shilong fell into a frenzy and roared continuously. Zhou Xuanji looked at him with disdain and said, other than being like a mad dog, what else can you do? The World Fool's sword was working, and Yao Shilong was so angry that every pore on his body was bleeding. Zhou Xuanji, the great Emperor Dao Court did not want to kill you. You will join us sooner or later. If you really want to fight to the death, you are foolish. An old man with a pockmarked face cursed with gritted teeth. He looked exasperated at Zhou Xuanji.